Zhao Fan traversed into the Canglan Realm, commencing his journey with the acquisition of a disciple collecting system. 1. Unable to cultivate? Successfully accepting a disciple rewards 1 realm advancement. 2. Progressing too slowly? If a disciple triumphs in a challenge beyond their level, a realm advancement is granted. After months of cultivation, invincible in the Canglan Realm. After a year, unrivaled in the Tianxuan Realm. After 2 years, supreme across all realms. 3. Lacking resources for magical artifacts? The system bestows daily lottery opportunities. 4. Lacking a faction? Does the Sword Sect's Supreme Elder of the Sword Gate count? What about the Ancestor of the Talisman Guild? Or perhaps founding the Immortal Emperor Sect counts? In the Canglan Realm, Eastern Domain, Qingzhou, atop a towering mountain 30 miles east of the city, an elderly man and a young boy stood facing each other. Disciple, from this moment forth, you are the peak master. What? The elderly man's words left the youthful figure before him, graceful and ethereal, with star-like eyes wide in disbelief. Is this for real? Am I being toyed with? Others who traverse often find themselves as discarded dregs of great clans or as menial disciples within sects. They then embark on a series of fortunate events, gaining power and prestige. Yet here I am, thrust into the role of peak master without the narrative of an underdog's rise. I have already discussed the transfer of authority with the sect master, who has expressed his agreement. The old man continued. Here is the token and sect robes I procured for you. With a flick of his wrist, a ring landed in the young boy's palm. Is this the legendary storage ring? With a thought, a black and yellow plaque materialized. The Sword Sect Peak Master's token. The boy's name is Zhao Fan. He has traversed into the Canglan Realm's eastern domain, Qingzhou. The elder before him is Fan Dachu, who arrived at the Sword Sect 18 years ago, immediately becoming the Peak Master of the miscellaneous Herbs Peak. At that time, the 3 Peak Masters and 3 Elders opposed it vehemently, yet the Sect Master merely stated, "It is the Ancestor's wish." Thus, everyone acquiesced. The Sword Sect's Ancestor, the revered master of Sect Master Zhongbugue, is none other than Chu Shuangtong, the founding figure of the Sword Sect. Back then, the Sect Master was merely in his 20s, unable to assert authority, and thus had to invoke the Ancestor's name. On his first night at the miscellaneous Herbs Peak, Fan Dachu buried a chaos fruit seed, which he had unwittingly obtained. Just yesterday, as he prepared to harvest, he found Zhao Fan lifeless beneath the chaos fruit tree. And the chaos fruit was nowhere to be found. Fan Dachu felt as though struck by lightning, for he understood the immense energy contained within the chaos fruit. It was intended for Zhao Fan, but certainly not to be consumed in such a manner. One could only take a small slice and slowly absorb its spiritual essence. A genius might require 10 days to absorb a fragment. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 3 months. But it appeared he had swallowed it whole. Young master, you are still unaware of your origins. How could you depart like this? The family head has decreed that I cannot reveal your lineage until you reach the Tianxuan Realm. Note, the Tianxuan Realm typically refers to a certain level of cultivation that grants the ability to break through the barriers of realms, colloquially known as opening the heavenly gate. Over time, this realm has become known as the Tianxuan Realm in the cultivation world. Soon, Fan Dachu sensed something. The young master was still alive. Of course, it was Zhao Fan after his traversal, not the true young master as Fan Dachu had referred to him. Zhao Fan surveyed the old man before him and glanced at the surrounding spiritual herbs, feeling somewhat dazed. Old man, where is this place? Fan Dachu, believing he was merely disoriented from awakening, replied, Canglan Realm, Eastern Domain, Qingzhou, Sword Sect. What? The Sword Sect? I've traversed. This cannot be true. Wait, others who traverse come equipped with advantages. What about me? Feeling within, he called out several times in his heart, yet there was no response. Soon after, the scene of Fan Dachu transferring the position of Peak Master unfolded. As he watched the portly elder depart, Zhao Fan turned to gaze at the 3 towering peaks ahead. Simultaneously, the memories of this body began to surge forth, flooding his mind with countless pieces of information. Qingzhou is home to 4 major factions: the Sword Sect, Blade Sect, Bloodfiend Sect, and Shadow Sect. For the past 300 years, the Sword Sect has remained the dominant force among these 4 sections. However, within the Sword Sect, there are also hierarchies. The main peak serves as the Sect Master's cultivation sanctuary. To the left lies Dragon Roar Peak, a training ground for inner disciples. To the right is Tiger Roar Peak, where outer disciples hone their skills. The miscellaneous Herbs Peak, situated behind the 3 major mountains, is responsible for the vast array of herbs. Not too shabby, at least I can claim the title of Peak Master. But soon, Zhao Fan realized he had been deceived by Fan Dachu. What Peak Master? There is only him on the entire miscellaneous Herbs Peak. The earlier joy quickly turned into frustration for Zhao Fan. This is infuriating. he struck a nearby tree with his fist. This tree was where Fan Dachu had buried the chaos fruit seed. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed in his mind, followed by a mechanical voice announcing, "Congratulations, host, for activating the Invincible Disciple Collecting System." A phrase flashed in his mind. Invincible Disciple Collecting System. It's here? Wonderful. With a system, I too shall possess advantages. Now, to return to Blue Star. Where's my girlfriend? That night's wind felt rather peculiar. If it was man-made, I shall rend you to pieces. Suppressing his elation, Zhao Fan hastily communicated with the system. Are there any initial rewards? Perhaps 999 full levels, a billion years of cultivation, or an unparalleled sword body, or even a chaos Immortal Emperor? For the first time, the host is gifted with a cultivation level of the third realm of the Easy Muscle stage. Easy Muscle stage? Zhao Fan felt a wave of disappointment. It hardly seemed adequate. Get lost. I am the dignified peak master of the Sword Sect, and you offer me the Easy Muscle stage? Is this a joke? What happened to invincibility? Host, would you prefer an invincible card? It can defeat heavens, earth, and even air. Would that suffice? Is there a time limit? One-time use. Get lost. Zhao Fan cursed without restraint. What a sham the Invincible Disciple Collecting System was, selling a facade. I demand invincibility from the start. Host, in Qingzhou, the peak cultivation level is the God Transformation Realm. Alas, farewell. The system's tone, though mechanical, conveyed a hint of emotion. Beep, system unbinding failed for the first time. Beep, system unbinding failed for the second time. Beep, system unbinding failed for the third time. Beep, system unbinding failed for 999 times. Host, I implore you, allow me to remain. In his mind, the system's pleading voice resonated. It felt as though a devoted follower knelt before him. So Zhao Fan took a seat on a nearby recliner and replied nonchalantly, "Provide a reason for your continued existence." I am from the great unified domain, and today is the last chance for binding. If I cannot find a suitable host, I shall self-destruct. I am unwilling. Zhao Fan felt somewhat helpless. He truly did not desire this system. As a peak master, he should at least hold a position of authority. What use is a paltry Easy Muscle stage? That reason is insufficient. Esteemed host, I can offer you 10,000 invincible cards. Would that suffice? What? Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled. 10,000 invincible cards? Capable of defeating heavens, earth, and air? That sounds promising. Very well, in light of your pitiful state, I shall not be without compassion. I agree to let you stay. Boom. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, Zhao Fan felt his bloodline boil as if it were seething, his bones cracking in response. Pain. As if his very sinews were being pulled apart. It felt as though numerous muscles and bones were sprouting from within. System, are you trying to kill me? While others effortlessly gain advantages, I am subjected to this torment. Host, endure for a moment. This body has never undergone cultivation. The first time is always painful. As the muscles and bloodlines expand, you will adapt. Soon, everything returned to tranquility. Was this the third realm of Easy Muscle? He could feel his body strengthening, and when he clenched his fingers, an immense power surged within. Even 2 stones could be crushed with ease. This is more like it. However, upon reviewing the memories of this body, he realized that among the over 1,000 outer disciples of the Sword Sect, the third realm of Easy Muscle was essentially the lowest tier. As a peak master, my realm is equivalent to that of an ordinary disciple. That is simply laughable. Zhao Fan calmed his mind and inquired, System, could you grant me a maximum level? Host, by utilizing the invincibility card, you shall become invincible. Why do you desire to reach maximum level? Please learn to appreciate the joy that comes from enhancement. This system offers a daily lottery. May fortune smile upon you, host. Indeed, as Zhao Fan opened the system panel, he noticed a lottery button in the upper right corner. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Immortal Emperor card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Immortal Emperor card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an Immortal Emperor card. Chapter 2. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Celestial Emperor card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for drawing 1 Celestial Emperor card. What? 100 cards? Zhao Fan was both astonished and elated. Such a multitude. Apologies, the system is encountering a bug for the first time and is currently in the process of rectification. No need to fix it. I find this quantity quite adequate. 3 breaths later. Host, the system has been repaired. Given that the system glitch is an inherent issue, the 100 Celestial Emperor cards will not be revoked. Celestial Emperor cards? That sounds quite impressive. Does it mean I can become a Celestial Emperor simply by using it? Indeed. Splendid. You are performing admirably, system. Host, do not rejoice too prematurely. This card cannot be used on oneself. It can only be applied to disciples. As this is an invincible disciple collection system, Zhao Fan could not help but curse. Ahem, host, you possess the invincible card, which transcends any realm. Regardless of the domain, what does a Celestial Emperor even signify? Moreover, I am a Disciple Collection System. The Celestial Emperor card can be utilized by your disciples. Just imagine a whole sect of disciples as Celestial Emperors. Wouldn't that be impressive? So, it ultimately returns to that. If all my disciples were Celestial Emperors? Just envisioning it. How magnificent. This system boasts numerous formidable functions, which the host can gradually explore in future experiences. Beside the lottery button, there exists a conversion button. Beneath these two buttons, there are further options, one for deduction and one for creation. System, what are the functions of deduction and creation? Suddenly, I feel this invincible disciple collection system is rather appealing. My tone softened. Deduction implies the ability to analyze others' techniques and martial arts to identify weaknesses. Creation signifies the crafting of tailored techniques for specified individuals. Quite intriguing. By the way, system, what does the conversion function entail? The system rewards items daily. If the host finds them unsatisfactory, they may utilize the conversion function. This function is rather commendable. Zhao Fan delved into contemplation and discovered the system panel. Name, Zhao Fan. Age, 20. Realm, third layer of muscle transformation. Techniques, none. Martial skills, none. Magical artifacts, none. Items, Celestial Emperor card, Invincible card, etc. With a thought, the panel expanded further. 9 shadowy figures appeared, yet they were shrouded in grayscale. Only their hairstyles and physiques were visible. Their faces remained obscured, each one with flowing long hair, graceful legs, and a slender waist. System, what is this? This is the host's disciple panel. Each time you successfully collect a disciple, one will illuminate. Why does it seem that they are all female? Host, this system has both primary and auxiliary panels, with female disciples as the primary focus and male disciples as the auxiliary. Female disciples enhance realms, while male disciples provide item rewards. Of course, if you prefer item rewards to be primary, you may switch the positions of the panels. Zhao Fan immediately comprehended. He must seek out girls with corresponding attributes in accordance with the system's requirements to recruit into the female disciple cohort. Naturally, he would not overlook promising male disciples, as enhancing realms is crucial and item rewards are always beneficial. Note, each successful disciple collection grants a certain reward from the system. For every layer of realm that a disciple ascends, the system also bestows a reward. Thus, if I possess 100 Immortal Emperor cards, can I forge 100 disciples into teams of Immortal Emperors? No. If all my disciples ascend to Immortal Emperors, who will challenge me? How can I elevate my own realm? The system stipulates that rewards are granted only upon the successful challenge of disciples overcoming their limits. Furthermore, as my disciples grow stronger, will they not become ungrateful? System, do you not owe me an explanation? If I invest the Immortal Emperor cards in my disciples, am I merely nurturing a pack of ingrates? Zhao Fan's thoughts were reminiscent of his school days on Blue Star. Throughout elementary school, middle school, and even university, he had befriended many ingrates. His father owned a jewelry and antique shop, which often showcased delightful treasures. Seizing opportunities when his father was distracted, he would sneak out a few items to flaunt. Some close classmates, upon seeing these trinkets, would light up with delight and charm them away with sweet words. Zhao Fan, eager to form friendships, was unbothered. Little did he know, these ingrates would not acknowledge him during the selection of outstanding students, nor would they invite him to join group activities. Certainly, this was because his brilliance outshone many of his peers, making them uncomfortable and reluctant to associate with him. To add insult to injury, they would later claim that the delightful treasures in their possession were gifts from their own families, not from Zhao Fan. Isn't that infuriating? By the age of 20, Zhao Fan had endured numerous heartaches, resulting in a solitude devoid of friends. Beyond his own experiences, he was acquainted with an elderly gentleman in the performing arts, a solitary figure residing in the countryside. Despite being somewhat reclusive, he had taken in many disciples. However, as these disciples gained fame and fortune, they eventually distanced themselves, each addressing him as master. Consequently, he became profoundly distrustful of others. Host, the system has a loyalty prompt. When loyalty reaches 100, betrayal will not occur. Otherwise, the system will automatically revoke the disciple's powers. I shall wait until my disciples have proven their loyalty before utilizing the Immortal Emperor cards on them. By the way, upon this binding, aside from the lottery, are there no other rewards? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have officially activated the Invincible Disciple system. The initial reward is the Crimson Eye technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Upon further inspection, a set of Crimson Eye technique scriptures had appeared in his bag. The Crimson Eye technique? What benefits does it confer? It allows one to see through all illusions. Additionally, it can slow down the opponent's attack speed during combat. As the level of the Crimson Eye technique increases, the opponent's speed will be as sluggish as a tortoise. This is quite promising. I shall cultivate it. Cultivation in progress. Please hold on. After a moment, the system prompted once more. Crimson Eye technique cultivation successful. Zhao Fan felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, and suddenly, everything before him seemed to become crystal clear. Even the tiniest speck of dust was visible. System, if I wish to traverse back, is there a way? To return to Blue Star. After a pause, the system's voice finally responded. Host, to return to your place of origin, you must reach the Heavenly Gate realm or above. Only then can one open the Heavenly Gate and tear through the fabric of time and space. Then please enlighten me on the classifications of realms in this world. From low to high, the realms are as follows: the Muscle Transformation Realm, the Chi Refinement Realm, the Foundation Establishment Realm, the Golden Core Realm, the Spirit Transformation Realm, the Enlightenment Realm, the Profound Understanding Realm, the Void Realm, the Tribulation Crossing Realm, the Myriad Laws Realm, the Heavenly Gate Realm, and the Sage Realm. Is there no Nascent Soul Realm? It seems that this world is under some form of restriction. I shall investigate the cause when time permits. What about the Celestial Emperor Realm? It exists above the Sage Realm, but in this realm, the pinnacle is the Sage Realm, hence it cannot be detected. Higher tier domains possess it. Only upon reaching the Heavenly Gate Realm can one wield the sword to open the Heavenly Gate, transcending into the Sage Realm and departing from this domain. By the heavens, once again, it cannot be detected. I am merely in the Muscle Transformation Realm. And you expect me to ascend beyond the Heavenly Gate Realm? However, what if I were to recruit some extraordinarily gifted disciples? Wouldn't that facilitate rapid advancement? Upon reflection, it seems I cannot temporarily grant the Celestial Emperor card to my disciples. Yet, there remains the Invincibility card. How does it fare? It is feasible. But should you use the Invincibility card to breach the Heavenly Gate without the cultivation to mend the heavens, do you wish to abandon this continent? Just as I contemplated this, a beeping sound emanated from the storage ring. I retrieved a communication talisman, through which the voice of the sect leader echoed, "Attention, all peaks. Formidable enemies are approaching. Gather swiftly at the main peak." The Herbal Peak, although considered the back mountain, is adorned with flourishing flowers and plants, creating a picturesque scene with butterflies fluttering and bees buzzing. Compared to the Herbal Peak, the other three grand mountains lack the charm of a hidden paradise. The rocky cliffs and peculiar stones loom as if three towering deities are gazing down below. A meeting, is it? As the esteemed peak master, I must certainly attend. With this thought, Zhao Fan adjusted his distinctive white cloak, embroidered with the character for sword, and descended the mountain. Though the path was rugged, fatigue did not beset him. After all, he was at the third level of Chi refinement. Along the way, the spiritual energy surged, forming a vortex around him, stirring up dust. No. My cultivation must remain concealed for now. The Muscle Transformation Realm is far too embarrassing. The Peak Master's realm being akin to that of an ordinary disciple would surely provoke laughter. Zhao Fan did not wish to conceal his cultivation deliberately. He merely understood that his former self was a waste incapable of cultivation. System, can you mask my aura? Yes, host. In an instant, his presence faded, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhao Fan arrived at the summit of the main peak from the back mountain. He recalled having ascended the main peak alongside Fan Dachu in the past. The main peak possesses two pathways, rising to a height of 1,000 meters. The front path is paved with blue stones, and by stepping on the ascending steps, one can reach the top. The rear path, however, is significantly steeper. Upon reaching the back door of the Sword Sect, Zhao Fan grasped the handle. It is locked. He remembered that the Sword Sect generally does not open the back door. As a precaution, the back door is constructed from sturdy steel. Clenching his fists, he prepared to muster strength when a thought struck him. Having ascended to the position of peak master at such a young age, the younger disciples in the sect would undoubtedly be discontent. Although I possess a system, I must not reveal it. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Fan rapped on the back door, urging it to open. At last, someone opened the door from within. From the insignia at his waist, it was a steward. Upon noticing Zhao Fan's attire, he paused. You are from the Sword Sect? Why are the disciples of the Sword Sect not using the front entrance? Away with you. With that, the steward attempted to close the door. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Zhao Fan declared, slapping the insignia at his waist. Peak Master? The steward glanced at the gleaming character for peak on the insignia and immediately recognized it as the Peak Master's token. Of course, it was rare for someone like Zhao Fan to wear the insignia visibly at his waist. You came from the Mixed Herb Peak? Could it be that Peak Master Fan has met his demise? Unthinkable. He hasn't even taken the grand feast yet, the steward muttered. Zhao Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, deliberately brushing off the dust from his pristine cloak. "May I enter?" "Please, Peak Master," the steward replied. To see the token is to see the Peak Master. Although the steward was perplexed, he dared not obstruct him, quickly bowing and stepping aside. Typically, the stewards of the Sword Sect are disciples who have spent many years in cultivation, choosing to remain within the sect to serve. Upon entering through the back door, Zhao Fan walked with an air of indifference, unhurried, until he arrived before the grand hall of the main peak. Just then, someone inside called out, "Has the Peak Master of the Mixed Herb Peak arrived?" "Indeed," Zhao Fan replied loudly, then entered with his hands clasped behind his back. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged scholar, approximately in his mid-40s, with slightly graying temples and a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Zhao Fan enter, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. "Peak Master Zhao, please come in and take a seat." This was the leader of the Sword Sect, the Sect Master, Zhong Bugui. Typically, the affairs of the sect are managed internally by Elder Pong, while external matters are overseen by Elder Shui. The enforcement of sect regulations is the responsibility of Elder Xingzheng. Zhong Bugui had spent nearly all his years in seclusion. In terms of rank, Zhao Fan, as the Peak Master of the Mixed Herb Peak, stood on equal footing with the other 2 Peak Masters and the 3 esteemed elders. There were a total of 6 individuals seated in the hall. Upon entering, Zhao Fan cast a glance at the other 5 individuals, matching their names and visages from memory. "Peak Master Zhao? Sect Master, you must be mistaken. He is merely a greenhorn. How could he possibly take over Old Fan's position? Indeed, a mere mortal who cannot cultivate cannot be a Peak Master. Sect Master, while few know of this, you should hastily replace him." Chapter 3. A disciple arrives at the door. Save for the usually reclusive Elder Xingzheng, the other 3 urged the Sect Master to remove Zhao Fan. Remove me? Have the audacity to say that again." Zhao Fan's eyes widened as he coldly gazed at the trio, posturing. At that moment, a disciple, unable to tolerate it any longer, muttered under his breath. Opening the Crimson Eye technique, he discerned the realm of his opponent. Zhao Fan strolled over, hands behind his back. "Say that once more." "A mere novice who has just begun cultivation dares to show disrespect to this Peak Master? You are merely posturing." Zhao Fan struck out, delivering a blow that sent the disciple's head spinning in a full 360-degree rotation. Of course, the man was no longer alive. What? At the lowest seat, a middle-aged woman suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Zhao Fan, do you dare to kill indiscriminately?" The woman, with her long hair elegantly pinned up, possessed a countenance as cold as frost, devoid of any color. If she were to emerge at night, she would undoubtedly frighten a multitude. Zhao Fan recognized her as Yi Sanyang, the esteemed leader of Longyin Peak, the matriarch of the Inner Disciples Dojo, and the most formidable figure within the sect. Yet, Zhao Fan did not coddle her. Instead, he strode forward, arms crossed, approaching her with resolute steps. What of killing? As a mere disciple, did he not have the right to teach a lesson on propriety? "You!" Yi Sanyang leapt up, her face mere inches from Zhao Fan's, exclaiming, "How dare you speak to me, a junior, in such a manner?" In response, Zhao Fan delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound of his hand connecting with her face left Yi Sanyang momentarily stunned. "What? You dare to strike me? I am the rightful Peak Master of the Sword Sect. How could you possibly lay a hand on me?" Not only was everyone else taken aback, but even Yi Sanyang herself had not anticipated Zhao Fan's audacity. Otherwise, given her current level of cultivation, she would have easily evaded the blow. The shock of the moment, combined with their proximity, had rendered her unprepared for his swift action. "What of it? I am the Peak Master. You are but another Peak Master. Your authority means little to me. System, prepare to use the invincibility card. I intend to unleash my wrath." "Understood, host. The invincibility card is ready. You may proceed at your discretion." As Yi Sanyang contemplated retaliating, Zhong Bugui, concerned about the escalating situation, quickly positioned himself between the two. "Enough. Zhao Peak Master is also a Peak Master. He is not a mere junior. Moreover, the new disciple you brought is indeed rather excessive, Yi Peak Master. You ought to learn to show respect." Having received a slap, Yi Sanyang found herself restrained from further outbursts by the presence of the Sect Master. The disciple in question was a promising talent she had discovered upon descending the mountain, whom she intended to present to the sect's notable figures. Who would have imagined Zhao Fan would strike him down? Noticing Yi Sanyang's increasingly irate expression, her chest heaving with indignation, Zhao Fan remarked nonchalantly, "Such a temper. How can you possibly guide disciples well? I would suggest you find a man to marry while you still can." Yi Sanyang clenched her fists, unleashing a pressure characteristic of a cultivator at the transformation realm directed at Zhao Fan. The air rippled with tension, causing even the grand hall to tremble. The array inscriptions on the walls glowed, counteracting the impending force. "Goodness, you are truly provoking fate." Just as Zhao Fan prepared to communicate with the system to deploy the invincibility card, Zhong Bugui waved his hand effortlessly, dissipating Yi Sanyang's oppressive aura. Have you all forgotten that I am the sect master? Furthermore, Yi Peak Master, someone must oversee the herbal peak, am I correct? Who among you is willing to take on that responsibility? No one stepped forward. In the ensuing silence, Zhao Fan's position remained unchallenged. Yi Sanyang fell silent. The leader of Tiger Howl Peak, Long Zhan, stroked his 5 long whiskers, displaying an air of disdain. Elders Peng and Shui chose to remain mute. Zhong Bugui surveyed the assembly, remarking coolly, "Look at you all. No one wishes to go to the herbal peak, yet you deny others the opportunity? After all, the herbal peak is also a part of the Sword Sect. With old Fan gone, someone must stand guard. Indeed, the sect master speaks wisely." Yi Sanyang lowered her head in acknowledgement. Was she conceding so easily? Zhao Fan's murderous intent waned as he turned to Zhong Bugui and inquired, "Sect master, might the sect allocate some disciples to me?" Yi Sanyang let out a cold snort, questioning the utility of disciples from the Zhaiyao Peak. "We from the 3 peaks gather our own herbs. Your role is merely to keep records. One person suffices." Although her tone was harsh, it inadvertently acknowledged Zhao Fan's identity. Zhao Fan smirked. "Yi Sanyang, it seems you harbor quite the grudge against me. Have you ever seen a peak master without attendance? Did my master not take me in back in the day?" As he spoke, Zhao Fan turned to Zhong Bugui, declaring, "I hereby request a few disciple slots from the sect." Zhong Bugui gazed at Zhao Fan for a moment before responding. According to the long-standing regulations of the Sword Sect, the selection of disciples must be initiated by the disciples themselves, choosing which peak to join. Thus, the matter lies not with me, but with you. Now, let us return to the main topic. The reason for gathering everyone today is that there are those who doubt our Sword Sect and wish to challenge our second-generation disciples. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside, as a disciple of the Sword Sect announced, "I, the Ice Phantom Xian Nu Ji Wushuang, come to issue a challenge. Who dares to face me?" Ding! Ice Phantom body detected. System match rate 100. Zhao Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. A disciple has come to me? Following Zhong Bugui, Yi Sanyang, Long Zhan, Xing Zheng, and 2 elders, Zhao Fan made his way outside. Upon raising his gaze, a young woman appeared like a gust of wind, swiftly landing before the assembly. Thud! Her battle boots struck the ground, sending ripples across the array of runes laid out on the surface. 18 or 19 years of age, with a ponytail, 2 thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. Her pearly white teeth and crimson lips, adorned in silver armor and carrying a sheathed long sword, she exuded an air of striking elegance and an intimidating chill. "Ji Wushuang." Yi Sanyang stepped forward, her expression shifting in alarm. "What brings you here?" Zhong Bugui cast a glance at Yi Sanyang. "Do you know her, Peak Master Yi?" Yi Sanyang nodded. 3 years ago, she came to the Sword Sect to seek a master. At that time, the Outer Gate's Long Peak Master wished to take her in, but she insisted on joining my inner sect. I found her temperament too proud and declined her entry. Little did I know she swore an oath to return in 3 years to challenge our so-called inner sect disciples. Zhong Bugui murmured, "I see." He then turned his attention to Ji Wushuang, speaking with grace. "Miss Ji, your aptitude is exceptional. It was a lapse on our part. On behalf of the sect, I extend my apologies." Ji Wushuang glanced at Zhong Bugui, her silver teeth clenched. "Is that all you have to say? Do you have any idea how much ridicule and scorn I endured after being expelled from the mountain? Fortunately, upon returning to my ancestral land, I inadvertently obtained the dragon-slaying technique left by my forefathers." Zhong Bugui's expression shifted slightly. "What? The dragon-slaying technique?" He then seemed to recall something, murmuring, "Indeed. Your surname is Ji. There is only one Ji family in the entire Canglan Realm, is there not?" As he spoke, Zhong Bugui's gaze drifted towards the distant mountains. Lost in thought, "Zhong Sect Master, please call forth your strongest inner disciple." Ji Wushuang stood proudly, radiating an aura of invincibility. Just as Zhong Bugui was about to speak, Yi Sanyang interjected with a cold laugh. "What achievements could you possibly have amassed in 3 years? Judging by your current realm, you are merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet my 3rd disciple, Yi Kai, has already reached the 5th level." As she spoke, Yi Sanyang swiftly produced a sound transmission talisman, addressing it. "Yi Kai, come to the main peak immediately. Someone is challenging you." Before long, 3 figures soared up the steps from below the main peak. The foremost among them, a young man in his early 20s, exuded a regal aura, embodying the essence of a king. Behind him, a bearded man, also in his 20s, displayed well-defined muscles that suggested formidable strength. Accompanying them was a delicate young woman, appearing around 16 or 17, dressed in a blue sect robe, exuding a gentle charm. Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with calm composure. Memories swiftly surfaced, revealing the identities of the trio. The leader was indeed Yi Kai, the third-ranked inner disciple, at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. The other two were Li Fei, the 4th inner disciple at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and the newly admitted disciple Tianxuan, whose cultivation level was comparatively low at the 8th level of Yijin. Having met the sect master, the 2 peak masters, and the 3 elders, Yi Kai bowed respectfully, his demeanor courteous before Zhong Bugui and Yi Sanyang. However, as his gaze swept over Zhao Fan, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Zhao Fan smirked. Yi Kai, did you not see the master of this peak? Although Yi Kai had indeed noticed Zhao Fan, he harbored no distinct impression of him. Yet, standing alongside his master and the sect leader, clad in the attire of the sect's high echelons, it was impossible for him to misinterpret Zhao Fan's status. The mere fact that Zhao was younger than him made him reluctant to acknowledge it. Li Fei and Qian exchanged glances, each discerning a shared incredulity. Could it be? A peak master so young? Which peak? With several peaks in the Sword Sect. It was evident they were referring to the Mixed Herb Peak. Just as Yi Kai was about to express his indignation, Zhong Bugui interjected, "This is Zhao Fan, the newly appointed master of the Mixed Herb Peak. You 3 juniors ought to pay your respects." With a solemn expression, Li Fei and Qian promptly stepped forward and bowed, greeting Master Zhao. Yi Kai could only clasp his hands in a perfunctory salute, his gaze shifting to Ji Wushuang. "Master, is she the one?" Yi Sanyang nodded affirmatively. "Yi Kai, this girl has come seeking retribution. Today, make sure to teach her a lesson, both for the honor of the sect and for our Yi family." "Understood." Yi Kai drew his sword, adopting a poised stance. "System. Initiate the simulation of the Tai Xian sword technique. This audacious girl dares to cause trouble in the Sword Sect. Let Yi teach you a lesson." With that, Yi Kai unleashed a strike. Although a Qi cultivator could amplify their innate strength tenfold or more, they were still unable to harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, this strike, imbued with sword light, produced a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. This was the Tai Xian sword technique. To his surprise, Yi Kai had mastered the 4th form of the Tai Xian 7 swords. The elders were visibly stirred. Zhao Fan recognized that the Tai Xian 7 swords was the sect's signature sword technique, comprising 7 forms classified as a high-tier 3rd-grade skill. It was commendable for an ordinary disciple to master even the first 3 forms, while typical disciples, even those in the inner sect, were generally suited for practicing mid-tier 2nd-grade martial arts like the Gale sword technique. In that moment, Ji Wushuang and Yi Kai engaged in combat without uttering a word. Zhao Fan concentrated his thoughts, commanding the system to simulate the Tai Xian sword technique. Received, simulation in progress. Ding, simulation successful. Tai Xian sword technique is a top-tier 3rd-grade martial art with 36 flaws. Would you like to refine it? Zhao Fan's mind stirred. Refine. System refining in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the complete version of Tai Xian 7 swords, martial art grade. Exquisite 5th tier. Merely a slight enhancement. And it has reached the exquisite 5th tier? With a focused mind, he indeed discovered that his backpack now contained the Tai Xian 7 swords. With a thought. Ding. Does the host wish to cultivate Tai Xian 7 swords? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the perfect realm of Tai Xian 7 swords. In an instant, Zhao Fan felt an influx of 7 sword techniques into his mind. They were astonishingly familiar, as if he had practiced them for centuries. Perfect realm? Yes, host. Generally, artifacts, elixirs, and martial arts begin at the 1st tier, ascending through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and so on, up to the holy tier, with each tier further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades. The cultivation of martial arts is categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Zhao Fan's heart surged with joy. This was splendid. With merely the sword techniques, the entire Sword Sect would be rendered unmatched, wouldn't it? The Tai Xian sword techniques: 1st move, slash, 2nd move, flick, 3rd move, lead, 4th move, shear, 5th move, thrust, 6th move, lift, 7th move, strangle. The difference between the incomplete and complete versions was akin to heaven and earth. Zhao Fan then turned his gaze to Ji Wushuang. Her sword techniques, albeit limited to 3 simple moves, thrust, slash, and cut, possessed an ancient, esoteric quality, reminiscent of an ancient sword master. For a moment, one relied on geography, popularity, and realm to suppress the other, while the other resiliently countered with profound sword forms. After perusing the dragon-slaying technique, Zhao Fan felt a surge of inspiration. System, simulate. System simulating. Ding. Simulation successful. Dragon-slaying technique is an ancient fragment, originally a holy tier exquisite martial art, derived from later interpretations and bearing many deficiencies. The host may attempt to create an original technique. Zhao Fan concentrated his thoughts, creating an original technique. Creating martial art. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, for independently crafting the holy tier exquisite dragon slaying technique, which comprises 3 moves, each with a myriad of variations. Zhao Fan immersed his thoughts into his mind, and indeed saw that his backpack now contained the dragon slaying technique, so he unhesitatingly chose to cultivate. At this moment, in the void above Spirit Herb Mountain, 2 streams of light descended. Human figures emerged, one a white-clad woman radiating celestial aura, and the other a maid in blue attire. The white-clad woman, with her flowing long dress and graceful demeanor, possessed captivating beauty and extraordinary charm. The blue-clad maid, dressed as a palace attendant, slightly bowed, presumably in service to the white-clad woman. What a quaint place is this? The spiritual energy is so sparse. The white-clad woman gently raised her hand, brushing aside the wind-tousled strands of hair with a hint of disappointment. The blue-clad maid bowed slightly. Miss, this is our Canglan Realm, in the eastern region of Qingzhou. Qingzhou? The white-clad woman murmured. Qingyu, is Qingzhou truly so diminutive? The maid hastily remarked that Qingzhou, a mere speck of land, is the smallest entity in the entire eastern domain. The white-clad woman furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, what a pity, there is still not a trace of my grandfather's presence here. Could it be that the old master did not come to this place? Casting a glance at the surrounding spiritual herbs, she shook her head. But these are merely first and second-tier herbs. Let us depart. With a sigh, she turned, and 2 streaks of light ascended skyward, vanishing into the void in an instant. As the 2 women departed, an elderly man in gray and another in a cloak of hemp emerged from beneath the herb peak. If Zhao Fan were present, he would surely recognize the gray-clad elder as Fan Dachu, while the elder in hemp was a few years his senior. Alas, I never anticipated that this child would find his way here, sighed the elder in hemp. Fan Dachu gazed intently at him. Heavens, it's time for you to return. The elder in hemp offered a wry smile. I cannot. During my tribulation, perhaps the sword intent was too formidable, piercing the heavenly gate. I fear that the terrifying entity has not perished, and should he sense my aura, the entire Canglan city would be plunged into catastrophe. Fan Dachu regarded him thoughtfully. Then it seems the spiritual mushrooms and snow lotuses I buried at her peak are no more. The elder in hemp chuckled softly. Let it be. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Let them go. Outside the Sword Sect, onlookers witnessing the duel between Ji Wushuang and Yi Kai suddenly sensed something and gazed skyward. What do I see? 2 streaks of light. They are too swift. They vanished in the blink of an eye. A voice echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Ding! Supreme Celestial Body detected. The Supreme Celestial Body? Could it be that there are immortals in Qingzhou? No. Could the system be malfunctioning? At that moment, Ji Wushuang instinctively cast a glance. Yi Kai, with his back to the 2 streaks of light, remained unaware and thrust his sword forward. The sword light flickered, spiritual energy surged, and the air was pierced with a vortex. Sensing the formidable sting before her, Ji Wushuang hurriedly gathered her energy and swung her sword. Clang! Yi Kai's long sword struck Ji Wushuang's blade, producing a resounding echo that pierced the heavens. However, due to her hurried energy gathering, Ji Wushuang was knocked back several dozen feet, barely stopping at the edge of a cliff. Her body swayed, and she quickly steadied herself with her sword, half crouching. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, rendering her face as pale as paper, her breath in disarray. With his sword pointed askew, Yi Kai, in a posture that looked down upon the world, indifferently declared, "You are unworthy to challenge an inner disciple." She slowly lifted her head, gazing at the imperious Yi Kai, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Though I have been defeated by you today, I do not concede. In 3 days, I shall return and surely defeat you." With that, Ji Wushuang turned to leave, but felt her legs weaken and sank to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a pill from her storage ring and swallowed it. Instantly, a flush returned to her pallid face, and her breath began to stabilize. Zhao Fan felt a stir within and addressed Zhong Bugui. "Master, I believe Miss Ji is gravely injured and should not ascend or descend the mountain. It would be best to let her reside at Herb Peak for the time being." Zhong Bugui glanced curiously at Zhao Fan, but nodded in agreement, clasping his hands behind his back as he entered the Sword Sect. The 3 elder masters and Long Zhan shook their heads slightly and departed. "I will wait for you in 3 days." With that, Yi Kai extended his thumb towards Ji Wushuang, slowly lowering his finger with a disdainful expression. Zhao Fan approached Ji Wushuang, saying, "Miss Ji, since you have made a 3-day pact with Yi Kai, the current circumstances make it difficult to descend the mountain. The nearest town is 30 miles away, and in your condition, you cannot exert any spiritual energy. Please, come with me." Just as Ji Wushuang was about to respond, She suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Zhao Fan had no choice but to scoop her up in his arms. Having attained a certain level of cultivation, the journey back was not exhausting. Soon after, he laid Ji Wushuang on a bed in a room, gazing at her silently. She was exquisite, possessing an air of elegance that grew more captivating the longer he looked. A vibrant spirit radiated from her very core. This brought to mind a memory from before his transmigration, a moment on Kunlun Mountain. It was his first love. Having managed to invite his girlfriend to share a tent with him. If only the storm had arrived half an hour later, he would not have crossed over with regret. Curse storm. His hand brushed against the strap of her garment, clearing his throat. What a fine prospect. If only I could take her as a disciple and grant her an Immortal Emperor card. No, human nature is complex and unpredictable. Unless her admiration reaches a certain level. But to simply leave the Immortal Emperor card unused? Absolutely not. System, come forth for a discussion. Host, what do you think of this young lady before me? Should I grant her the Immortal Emperor card? Will she turn against me? That is unlikely. She does not seem the ungrateful type. The issue is, host, the realm you inhabit cannot withstand the aura of an Immortal Emperor, unless it is a spiritual body. A spiritual body? Indeed, that refers to the Chaos Tree spirit. For instance, in the myriad realms, there exists a spirit race within a certain star system. If the host wishes to utilize the Immortal Emperor card, one must seek those capable of transforming spiritual treasures, such as the Chaos Fruit core once consumed by your former self. Zhao Fan's heart stirred as he looked towards the Chaos Tree, producing an Immortal Emperor card. Use this for me. A radiant light enveloped the Chaos Tree, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged, transforming it into a girl clad in green with flowing hair. Exquisitely sculpted and translucent, appearing no older than 13 or 14. Thank you, Master, for assisting my transformation. Master? Zhao Fan was taken aback. The Chaos Tree spirit bowed slightly. I hail from the spirit race and was sealed in intellect. Without you, Master, I would have never had the opportunity to restore my essence. You have helped me break through to the human immortal realm, thus allowing me to unlock my sealed intellect. Henceforth, I pledge to follow you and repay your kindness. With that, the Chaos Tree spirit spun, transforming into a delicate green vine that coiled around Zhao Fan's wrist, resembling a bracelet made of twigs. Very well, from now on. I shall call you Little Chaos. The Immortal Emperor card truly is a marvelous item. Should I forge 2 more beings of Immortal Emperor caliber? With this thought, Zhao Fan made his way to the herb garden, absorbing the spiritual energy enveloping the entire area. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a spirit mushroom and a snow lotus. How could there be spirit mushrooms and snow lotuses here? Zhao Fan was well aware of their rarity. However, within the memories of this body, the herbal peak merely consists of some first and second tier herbs. How could there be such high-level entities? Never mind. Let me see if I can forge them with the Celestial Emperor cards. With this thought, Zhao Fan produced 2 Celestial Emperor cards and exclaimed toward the 2 spiritual herbs. Activate the Celestial Emperor cards. Soon, 2 radiant lights enveloped the Lingji and the Snow Lotus. In no time, the Lingji and Snow Lotus transformed into humanoid forms. 2 girls, seemingly 16 or 17 years of age, with skin as luminous as jade and features exquisitely delicate. Lingji greets the master. Snow Lotus greets the master. What? It truly succeeded? Zhao Fan was overjoyed. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side. He exclaimed eagerly. Master, this realm cannot sustain our level of cultivation. Although we have transformed from spiritual herbs, we cannot exist here for long. Indeed, Master, the capacity of this realm is woefully inadequate. Even a mere movement by someone at the tribulation stage could cause it to collapse. One breath from us could create a rift in the heavens. Is that so? Have I then wasted the Celestial Emperor cards? It appears I must venture to a higher realm to make use of them. But what about the 2 of you? Perhaps. Zhao Fan mused. Knowing he would eventually return to Blue Star, he decided to send them ahead to seek a time-space tunnel for him. Since you have attained the cultivation of celestial beings, here is the plan. You shall leave this realm and travel through the myriad heavens, keeping an eye out for a place called Blue Star. Oh, and leave a fragment of your soul's consciousness so we can communicate at any time. Additionally, take some invincible cards to guard against formidable foes from other realms. With that, Zhao Fan produced 100 invincible cards and distributed them to the 2 girls. They nodded, leaving a fragment of their consciousness behind, and soared into the clouds. Time passed, and Ji Wushuang gradually opened her eyes, feeling that her spiritual energy had replenished by a quarter. After a brief moment of recuperation, her internal injuries had also healed somewhat. Turning her head, she realized she was resting in a clean and tidy room. On the bedside table lay a bowl containing remnants of medicinal liquid. Am I dead? No, I can't be dead. Who saved me? Pushing open the window, she discovered a vast expanse of herbs outside. inhaling deeply as streams of spiritual energy flowed into her heart. Instantly, she felt her spiritual energy recover further. Where's this place? Stepping outside, Ji Wushuang found herself surrounded by a sea of flowers and herbs. An almost ethereal sensation enveloping her. You've awakened. A languid voice resonated. Chapter 5. Congratulations, host. You have received an Ice Spirit Profound Body Disciple. With a reward of 1 level of cultivation. Ji Wushuang turned to see a young man lounging in a nearby rattan chair, appearing to be in his 20s. Dressed in a pristine white sect robe, gently fanning himself with a handheld fan. It's you? Ji Wushuang recognized him as the youth who stood alongside Zhong Bugue and others. How did I end up here? What is this place? This is the Herbal Peak. One of the 4 peaks of the Sword Sect, and I am the Peak Master here. You are the Peak Master? Ji Wushuang was astonished, as she noted the young man was only a year or 2 older than herself. Is there no one left in the Sword Sect? Are they allowing a mere boy to be the Peak Master? This must be a joke. Zhao Fan discerned her skepticism through her gaze, leading him to reassure her by patting the Peak Master's token and the sect's insignia. My dear young lady, do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. In truth, I have lived for over 3,000 years, merely possessing a technique to retain my looks. Over 3,000 years. Are you the ancestral figure of the Sword Sect? No, that cannot be. The Sword Sect has only been established for 300 years. I am a friend of the Sword Sect's ancestor. Zhao Fan's declaration sparked a flicker of belief in Ji Wushuang. She recalled seeing him alongside Zhong Bugue, both clad in identical attire, and upon glancing at the token, she recognized its authenticity. So, he is indeed an ancient being. It is only fitting for him to serve as the Peak Master. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder, Ji Wushuang said, her right fist pressed against her chest as she inclined her body in a respectful bow. What? Have you forgotten our agreement from 3 days ago? Zhao Fan remarked nonchalantly. Your injuries and spiritual energy have yet to recover. Where else could you find such a tranquil environment for cultivation? Ji Wushuang paused in contemplation, realizing that this place was indeed quite secluded. With her body not fully healed, she could not harness her spiritual energy, and traversing up and down the mountain would take at least a day. Noticing her wavering resolve, Zhao Fan continued. Is winning this match of significant consequence to you? Ji Wushuang clenched her silver teeth. 3 years ago, I was expelled from the inner sect after applying to become a disciple. 3 years later, I must prove that I am superior to the inner sect disciples of the Sword Sect. Zhao Fan shook his head while fanning himself. Yi Kai is the nephew of Yi Sin Yang. Though his talents may not be the finest, he certainly has access to more resources than others. Do you truly believe you can triumph over him in 3 days? Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fan continued, moreover, you are challenging the inner sect disciples, not Yi Kai himself. Even if you were to defeat him, the inner sect still has the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister. From what I understand, the eldest disciple, Gu Yi, is 26 this year, having cultivated for 3 years at the Blade Sect before transitioning to the Sword Sect. He is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from establishing his foundation. The second disciple, Lian Hongshang, is 25, renowned for her beauty, often hailed as the fairest of the Sword Sect, and possesses extraordinary talent, already at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Just consider those two. How will you contend with them? Can you possibly defeat them? Ji Wushuang stumbled slightly. Indeed, in a moment of impulsiveness, she had challenged them without fully considering her own capabilities. But how can I submit to others? Ji Wushuang gritted her teeth. As a member of the Ji family, my word is my bond, even if it costs me my life. I shall ascend to the Sword Sect once more in 3 days. Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed, realizing what a parched soul truly seeks. I can instruct you in sword techniques. In 3 days, you will be able to decisively defeat Yi Kai. Is that true? Ji Wushuang, a fervent martial enthusiast, inquired eagerly. Do you think I, having lived for 3,000 years, would deceive a mere child like you? Zhao Fan feigned an air of aged wisdom, gently waving his fan with one hand while the other instinctively stroked his chin. Alas, there was no beard to be found. Should I grow a beard? He pondered. Recalling the intriguing image of Guan Yu studying by lantern light, it seemed rather cool. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why do I appear so aged? Would such a youthful and beautiful disciple be fond of an ancient monster? He couldn't resist his gaze wandering over Ji Wushuang. Indeed, this disciple was to his liking. Ji Wushuang was overjoyed, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. However, Zhao Fan interrupted her excitement. Hold on. Do not rejoice too early. I have a condition. His gaze lingered on Ji Wushuang, causing her expression to shift abruptly. She took a step back, clutching her collar, fearing the nature of his demand. Esteemed elder, could you perhaps propose an alternative? Zhao Fan regarded her with a peculiar look. quickly deducing from her defensive posture that her thoughts had wandered to darker realms. Alas, did my gaze stray too far? What nonsense am I thinking? I am of considerable age and have long since abandoned such notions. He promptly donned a facade of propriety. Though inwardly he mused, if you were willing, I would not be opposed. Esteemed elder, what is your condition? As long as it is not of that nature, I would accept not just 1 but 10, Ji Wushuang declared, her fists clenched tightly, almost piercing her flesh, as she overlooked the pain. The condition is to take me as your disciple. Zhao Fan recalled the elegant demeanor of Zhong Bugui and shifted his legs comfortably, one foot idly swinging. What? Is that a problem? Zhao Fan feigned indifference, though a hint of urgency crept into his tone, wanting to appear nonchalant about his role as a master. The thing is, after a moment's contemplation, Ji Wushuang replied, I already have a master. What? Zhao Fan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. What have I done? I brought her back, brewed medicine, and earnestly persuaded her, only to find she has a mentor. Ji Wushuang offered an apologetic glance. However, my family has no rule against having 2 masters. Master, please allow your humble disciple to pay my respects. With that, Ji Wushuang knelt down. Her swift acquiescence was partly due to her belief that Zhao Fan was an ancient elder of 3 millennia, and partly because by accepting the peak master of the mixed medicine peak, she would indirectly enter the Sword Sect. Yet, she felt uncertain about defeating Ye Kai in 3 days. She sensed that he had not exerted his full power during their previous encounter. Even if she made progress, victory was not guaranteed. At that moment, she regretted her fierce words from 3 years prior. But Ji Wushuang was resolute. Once she spoke, she acted. If she could not achieve it, she would strive to do so, and once she acted, her conscience would be clear. All right, rise, Zhao Fan said, secretly elated. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have received a disciple with the Ice Soul Profound Body. Reward, 1 level of realm. 4th level of muscle transformation. Zhao Fan felt a surge within his bloodline, his strength significantly enhanced. Now, hand me the sword. Zhao Fan extended his hand, and Ji Wushuang quickly presented her long sword with both hands. Zhao Fan drew the blade, its icy chill nearly causing him to retract his hand. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end. After all, with only the 4th level of muscle transformation, this sword was undeniably extraordinary. Master, your realm is too low. Ji Wushuang's sword is imbued with excessive cold. You should use mine. The voice of the Chaos Maiden echoed in his ears. Very well, I shall use a branch. And you wield the sword. Let us spar together. Zhao Jiang smiled at Ji Wushuang, tossing the sword back and then flicking his wrist, transforming the vine on his arm into a 3-foot-long branch. Ji Wushuang was taken aback. What kind of sorcery is this? Indeed, even a mere piece of vine from her master is a magical artifact? The ability to manipulate such artifacts surely indicates an extraordinary realm. Master, what level are you at? Why can I not see through it? Ji Wushuang inquired. She understood that some highly accomplished elders could conceal their aura, making it impossible to perceive their true essence. This could only imply 2 things. Either the person was an ordinary individual, or their level was significantly superior to hers. She would never presume that the peak master before her was an ordinary person. Her master is undeniably invincible. Now, observe intently as I impart to you 3 sword techniques, which are modifications based on your Ji family's dragon-slaying technique. Pay close attention. Zhao Fan did not directly answer, as it was a complex question. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the branch in his hand, causing its tip to dance like a serpent, spinning slightly. Is this the wind-chasing style? Ji Wushuang was astounded, for she could scarcely imagine that her family's Panlong technique could be so enigmatic. Indeed, you had numerous flaws in your previous swordplay, which I have now rectified. Zhao Fan proclaimed with pride. After all, the system was not an outsider. Its contributions were his own. Ji Wushuang's eyes widened, for this particular technique was the one she had practiced the most and was thoroughly familiar with. Yet, witnessing Zhao Fan's effortless display, it seemed to encompass the universe, as if the space a foot ahead was sealed off. Moreover, the branch struck multiple times, both real and illusory, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the false. If this were a sword, the sword energy would traverse the heavens and earth, stirring the very fabric of reality. If her initial act of apprenticeship was merely an experiment, her admiration for Zhao Fan had now escalated. As she gazed at him, her eyes burned with fervor and anticipation. Ding! Detected an increase in the admiration level of the host's first disciple, Ji Wushuang. Initial admiration granted a reward of 1 realm to the host. Note, each individual is entitled to a single reward opportunity. Chapter 6. The system is quite reliable. Boom. The muscles and bones of Zhao Fan's body surged suddenly. He felt a significant increase in strength. The 5th level of muscle transformation. Such rapid advancement? I never expected that boosting admiration would yield a realm reward. Good system. Here is a bonus for you. With a thought, he opened the panel to view his information. Name, Zhao Fan, age, 20, realm, 5th level of muscle transformation, cultivation technique, perfected 5th grade supreme, Tai Xian sword technique, perfected holy grade supreme dragon slaying technique, items, Immortal Emperor card, invincible card, etc. Surrounded by medicinal herbs, he was cautious not to unleash his spiritual energy, thus opting to simply demonstrate the techniques. Wushuang, do you comprehend this move? Ji Wushuang quickly nodded, thinking to herself, my master is indeed a master. He can enhance the dragon-slaying technique with just a glance. I believe this move is flawless. Its power increased at least 100-fold. Zhao Fan smiled slightly. Turning to the second technique. With a serious expression, he stepped forward and dramatically slashed backward, as if reaping wheat. This sword possesses multiple uses. With a short blade in hand, one could swiftly slice through an opponent's throat. The technique, moon slashing, similarly exhibits no fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yet, the branch seems to possess a soul of its own. Thus, to Ji Wushuang, this move appears exceedingly profound. For a moment, it seems as if a celestial river slices through the air, and instantaneously, darkness engulfs her vision, leaving only the resplendent river. Master, this is the true moon slashing. Ji Wushuang exclaimed with delight. Previously, she sought ferocity and precision, but now it seems the essence lies in swiftness, particularly in the posture of the strike. Indeed. Let us examine the third technique, heavenly extermination. As he spoke, Zhao Fan swept his hands, and then, with a natural force, brought them down. In an instant, the sound of the wind could be heard within a Tianxuan radius. Although Zhao Fan did not unleash any spiritual energy, the momentum generated by the branch was palpable. With a whoosh, a multitude of herbs bent to the sides, as if a grand cross had been inscribed in the herb garden by the gust. Ji Wushuang was utterly transfixed. It dawned on her that the third technique essentially comprised 2 strikes. That initial sweep counted too. She realized she had previously misunderstood. Zhao Fan nodded, affirming, you are correct. When considering this technique alone, the initial sweep serves as the starting move, while the final strike descends with unstoppable force. If the initial move is executed inadequately, the final sword strike will lack the necessary build-up and consequently lose much of its potency. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. Now go practice your swordplay, but remember to keep your distance from the herbs. With that, Yi Tian withdrew the branch, which returned to his wrist. He gently touched the bracelet transformed by the Chaos Maiden. Indeed, this Fairy Emperor card proves invaluable, akin to having an additional personal bodyguard. Moreover, from the recent experience wielding the branch, the power of the Chaos Tree has reached an unparalleled level. He dared not employ his thoughts, fearing a single strike could obliterate this Sword Sect. Yes, Ji Wushuang, brimming with confidence, rushed towards a distant valley with her sword drawn. Zhao Fan stroked his chin, fanning himself, his eyes growing dreamy. It appears the leader is quite reliable. Just as he pondered, a graceful figure descended from afar. I pay my respects to Sect Leader Zhao. Upon seeing Tianxuan, Zhao Fan inquired, what brings you here? Tianxuan presented a jade slip, stating, I was sent by the master to retrieve several herbs inscribed upon this. Zhao Fan grasped the slip, attempting to infuse his consciousness within, only to discover that the jade slip was sealed with a soul lock. Evidently, only those at the Golden Core realm and above could unlock it. Could it be that Yi Sanyang harbors suspicions about me? Is she deliberately testing my cultivation level? No, that cannot be right. Zhao Fan unearthed memories from his past life and understood. This is a regulation of the Sword Sect. Generally, jade slips passed to disciples do not require content sealing. However, when transmitting information between the sect leader or elders, the author would seal a strand of their soul to prevent disciples from viewing it. Typically, a disciple's cultivation level would not reach the Golden Core realm. Very well, I shall not peruse it further. Presumably, sect leader Yi has informed you of what to harvest. You may go. With that, Zhao Fan casually tossed the jade slip aside, feigning indifference. System, I possess an invincible card. What if I do not take on disciples? Zhao Fan, in truth, believed that the invincible card was already invincible. What did it matter whether or not he took on disciples? Moreover, only through his disciples challenging opponents beyond their level could he reap rewards. Host, taking on disciples is a system requirement. Should you choose not to accept any, the invincible card will naturally be reclaimed. What? Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. After much contemplation, he resolved to set his sights on Ji Wushuang. I must expedite my ascension. The next morning, Zhao Fan stretched lazily as he emerged from his chamber and reclined in a rattan chair. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air from afar. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld streaks of white light soaring up and down like ribbons. Upon closer inspection, he found Ji Wushuang standing amidst the luminous display, her sword slicing through the air, each movement conjuring a wave of light over a foot long. This is sword aura. To think that in such a short span, she has already entered the realm of sword aura? Truly a prodigy. Zhao Fan naturally wished for Ji Wushuang to grow ever stronger, for her prowess would yield victories for him. 3 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Zhao Fan stepped out of his room to find Ji Wushuang had also emerged from her quarters. How goes your progress over these 3 days? He inquired. Master, your disciple is rather dull-witted, having only mastered the first stance to a great extent. I have yet to practice the second and third stances. Ji Wushuang replied respectfully. Her gaze towards Zhao Fan now tinged with admiration. System, has her admiration reached 100? Once it hits 100, grant her an Immortal Emperor card. Like the Chaotic Maiden, I shall possess another trump card. Host, patience is required. Haste will not yield warm, sticky rice porridge. Let us be off, Zhao Fan said to Ji Wushuang. This time, the duo did not take the back route, but instead circled to the base of the main peak, ascending the steps one by one. As they reached the halfway point, Ji Wushuang unleashed a cry from her dantian. The Xianbing goddess Ji Wushuang challenges the inner disciples of the Sword Sect. Initially, she had intended to mention Ye Kai. However, defeating a single Ye Kai would mean little, as he was overshadowed by the likes of Gu Yi and Lian Hongchang, both of whom were formidable. Swish, swish, swish. Figures darted through the air, swiftly ascending the main peak. In the distance, the sound of rushing air heralded Yi Sanyang's arrival from Longyin Peak. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Long Zhan approached with hands clasped behind him, striding through the void. The two moved gracefully, like celestial beings descending to earth, eliciting awe and admiration from the onlooking disciples. At this moment, Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang had reached the summit. Zhao Fan cast a glance at the two figures in the air, his anticipation rising. According to the memories of this form, only cultivators at the Transformation Realm could ride the winds, while those at the Golden Core Realm could also manage it. Their limited spirit sea would not sustain them for long. At best, they could be considered as performing extraordinary leaps. Ye Kai, come forth. Ji Wushuang stepped into the open arena, her silver armor gleaming, her sword in hand, exuding an imposing presence. Her eyes radiated confidence and dominance. Over the past 3 days, news of Ji Wushuang's challenge to the inner disciples had spread widely. Thus, early that morning, the disciples eagerly awaited her arrival. Even the outer disciples gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary ice goddess. Do you think the ice goddess can defeat the inner disciples? Unlikely. I heard she lost to the third senior brother 3 days ago. Yet, her willingness to return after just 3 days indicates her confidence. At that moment, someone noticed Zhao Fan. Who is he? I've never seen him before. It seems he arrived with the ice goddess. No. He wearing the attire of a peak master. Instantly, the disciples began to chatter. Although Zhao Fan donned the peak master's robes, his age closely resembled theirs, leading them to speculate. In my opinion, they are in cahoots. The ice goddess is surely determined to win, perhaps aiming for a substantial wager to claim the position of a peak master. Look, her attire is already prepared. Humph. What a bunch of nobodies aspiring to be peak masters. If he can become one, then I must be the sect leader. Zhao Fan cast a glance at the disciple who had spoken ill of him and strode over. What do you want? This is the Sword Sect, the disciple began. But before he could finish, Zhao Fan delivered a resounding slap to his face. In an instant, the disciple spun around like a top, dazed and defeated. To challenge authority is a grievous offense. I ask, is there anyone else? Zhao Fan bellowed, casually brandishing his peak master token to assert his authority. Having just dealt with the offending disciple, who was merely at the 3rd level of muscle transformation, and having caught him by surprise, the victory was all too easy. As those around him observed the scene, the authenticity of the materials could not be denied. Immediately, no one dared to utter a word. Someone stole a glance at Yi Sanyang. Her lips moved slightly, but she held back. Just as Zhao Fan had stated, he is the peak master. And that disciple certainly deserved his fate. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still a peak master. There exists a sect rule. To challenge authority is punishable by death. Unless you are an elite disciple of the sect, you would be crushed without even a coffin provided. Zhao Fan's gaze swept across to another disciple. This one had spoken out as well, but his offense was not grave enough to warrant such a harsh punishment. The targeted disciple promptly knelt on the ground, pleading, Peak Master, I was wrong, I was blind. Please spare me. Just then, someone called out, Senior Brother Yi has arrived. Rise, Zhao Fan commanded, choosing not to continue with the violence. A single execution serves as a warning. After all, this is his own sect. He must maintain the grace of a peak master. Ye Kai approached Ji Wushuang, surprised. I can't believe you actually dared to come. He scrutinized her, noting her injuries had healed. Ji Wushuang tightened her grip on her sword, coldly stating, "Enough with the nonsense, let us fight. As a defeated opponent, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." With that, Ye Kai thrust his sword forward. Chapter 7. Master, is it just the two of us on the Mixed Herbs Peak? The air was torn apart, producing a sharp, unsettling sound. Waves of energy surged, rippling through the atmosphere. A thread of sword energy seemed to solidify, rushing toward Ji Wushuang. Her expression remained calm as she flicked her sword upward, deflecting Ye Kai's blade, then countering with a strike of her own. This attack was the first form of the dragon-slaying technique, yet it flowed seamlessly in both directions. This is the realization that Ji Wushuang has come to over the past 3 days, undoubtedly inspired by Zhao Fan's guidance. Why does the old dragon-slaying sword technique exhibit so many flaws in the presence of the new variant? The answer lies in its lack of substance. It is merely a facade without a soul. In contrast, Zhao Fan's modified sword technique emphasizes a seamless continuity, a coherent momentum. Naturally, its power multiplies exponentially. A silver sword light surged forth, resonating with a thunderous echo that discomforted many. Several individuals instinctively recoiled, while Ye Kai found himself propelled backward several dozen feet by this singular strike. He abruptly planted his foot, exerting immense force to halt his retreat. Yet the strain caused a mouthful of blood to surge forth, which he forced himself to swallow, leaving traces of crimson at the corners of his lips. Had he not halted, he might have retreated even further. Injuries did not frighten him. What he feared was losing the honor of the Sword Sect. "You have been defeated," Ji Wushuang declared with unbridled pride, her sword held at an angle as she cast a glance at Ye Kai. Just as he began to gather his energy, he realized that his internal organs were damaged, and he was unfit to continue the fight. Yet, he still yearned to strike back. "Stand down." At that moment, figures floated gracefully through the air. Yi Senyang and Long Zhan approached from either side. Yi Senyang's expression was grim. She had not anticipated that within a mere 3 days, Ji Wushuang would have cultivated sword energy, seemingly achieving a minor breakthrough. "Very well, we concede." Notification: congratulations to the host Disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging beyond her level, rewarding the host with a realm advancement. Immediately, Zhao Fan felt a surge of energy enveloping him, as though he were on the verge of transcending his physical form. 6th level of muscle transformation. Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed, confirming his expectations. With the invincible disciple system progressing in this manner, if he were to take on more disciples and engage in several bouts daily, ascending through multiple realms, who could rival him in this world? Even without the invincible card, he would still be the most formidable entity in this domain. "Peak Master, we cannot concede. We have so many people." "Yes, Peak Master, let me take a turn. If I lose, I will meditate for 10 days. Yi Senyang raised her hand, silencing the inner sect disciples clamoring for battle. "Who among you believes your swordsmanship surpasses Ye Kai's? And who has cultivated sword energy? Return and focus on your training." The disciples hung their heads in silence, daring not to utter another word. Alas, it is regrettable that the top 2 disciples of the inner sect are absent. Had either been present, you would not have the audacity to flaunt your prowess. "Ye Peak Master, I am not here to boast. I am here to prove my worth." "Surely, you have not forgotten the events of 3 years ago?" Ji Wushuang scoffed coldly. "You," Yi Senyang retorted, "and so what? If I say I do not want you, then I do not want you. What does your prowess matter? You still cannot become a disciple of the Sword Sect." "Who says Wushuang cannot become a disciple of the Sword Sect? Today, she shall become an official disciple." Zhao Fan approached, elegantly flicking his folding fan and gently swaying it. "You? Nonsense. With both Long Peak Master and myself present, one from the inner sect, one from the outer. If no one wants her, where can she go?" Yi Senyang countered. "Then she shall join my miscellaneous medicine peak." Zhao Fan replied with a sly smile. "Ye Peak Master, I have the final say in accepting disciples at the miscellaneous medicine peak, do I not? Who authorized you to accept disciples?" Yi Senyang retorted. "Zhao Fan, do not think that just because you have been Peak Master for a few days, you are someone of importance." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from within the door. "Master Yi, considering Master Zhao's esteemed position, it is only natural for him to take on disciples." The speaker was none other than Zhong Bugui. Upon hearing Zhong Bugui's words, Yi Senyang felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. Moreover, if Ji Wushuang were to join the Sword Sect, her reputation would be preserved, as they could publicly claim it was merely an internal sparring session. Zhong Bugui approached Ji Wushuang, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you are a promising talent. Your master conveyed to me this morning that should you emerge victorious, you shall remain in the Sword Sect. I have consented. Dedicate yourself to your training, and do not bring shame upon your master." With that, Zhong Bugui clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. Zhao Fan observed Zhong Bugui's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable air of mystery surrounding him. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to prioritize his own development plans. Subsequently, he personally escorted Ji Wushuang to the administrative office, where they met with the responsible steward to complete her enrollment process. Upon returning to the Mixed Herb Peak, Zhao Fan closed his eyes in contemplation. At that moment, Ji Wushuang approached him with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "Master, is it just the two of us on Mixed Herb Peak?" Zhao Fan countered, "Do you have any acquaintances? If so, that would be splendid. As long as the conditions are suitable, why not accept them?" "Master, what do you mean by that?" Ji Wushuang's face flushed. "I meant a close friend." Zhao Fan realized her misunderstanding. His words had indeed been rather blunt. "A close friend?" Ji Wushuang appeared somewhat bewildered. "Let me clarify." Zhao Fan continued. "You have already mastered the Dragon Slayer technique, but the issue lies in the timing. Once you perfect the 3 styles of swordsmanship, you may officially depart. However, practice should not be haphazard. My advice is to challenge opponents of a higher realm. Through pressure and danger, you will gain insight. Engaging in trivial skirmishes with those of lower realms serves no purpose, as one's true potential is only unleashed in perilous situations. Only by overcoming higher-level challenges can you help me elevate my own realm." Thus, Zhao Fan's words bore a hint of selfishness. Ji Wushuang's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if a sudden clarity had dawned upon her. "Master, you are right. I shall descend the mountain to hone my skills." With that, she bowed to Zhao Fan and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Fan felt a twinge of guilt. What if something were to happen to this young girl? "Wait," he called out. "Is there something else?" Ji Wushuang turned back, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhao Fan retrieved a small black sword, a talisman, a water ball, and an invincibility card from his storage ring. "Take these for your protection, especially this one." Ji Wushuang accepted them, though she appeared puzzled. "This is your protective charm. The black sword can unleash a strike from a divine transformation expert in times of crisis. The talisman is an escape talisman, allowing you to flee 100 miles away when in danger. The water ball, when thrown, creates an illusion for 5 breaths of time. And this is the invincibility card, you understand." "Thank you, master." After Ji Wushuang departed, Zhao Fan clutched his chest, feeling a pang of pain. Those 3 gifts were rewards from his system over the past 3 days. Comparatively, the invincibility card was the most valuable, yet quite abundant. However, as he lay atop the herb peak, he found himself in no peril. It was of little consequence. After all, he received daily rewards. Who could blame her for being his esteemed disciple? If the reputation were to falter, who would stand by him in the future? Was there something amiss? Wine. Indeed. How could one savor life without wine? Off he went to procure some. Zhao Fan felt no concern for the spirit herb mountain, as a protective array surrounded it. Without a token, no outsider could enter or exit. Those within the sect merely needed to leave their jade slips to obtain herbs. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled down the mountain, casually chewing on an unknown wild herb and humming to himself. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed behind him as a horse-drawn carriage appeared. Zhao Fan's heart stirred. He desired to reach the nearest Qingzhou city, and walking would take too long. Flying through the air? Merely a fleeting thought. It would be wiser to catch a ride. With that notion, Zhao Fan extended his hand to signal the carriage to stop. Little did he know, the carriage raced on, driven by a plump young man in his 20s, whose anxious expression led him to constantly poke his head out of the carriage, urging the driver onward. "Faster, good sir. It is an emergency." Chapter 8. "Fear not. I merely seek a ride. Step aside." The driver pulled on the reins, and the carriage finally came to a halt. The young man leaned forward, nearly crushing the carriage with his weight. "Why have we stopped?" he queried. "Young master, it is the Peak Master of the Sword Sect." "The Peak Master?" "The Sword Sect, the foremost of the 4 great powers of Qingzhou. Who would dare offend them?" Having seen the Peak Master before, the young man dared not mention his urgency again and promptly knelt in the carriage. "Fear not, I merely seek a ride," Zhao Fan said, elegantly waving his folding fan. Feeling rather dashing, the Sword Sect held considerable status in Qingzhou, and this Peak Master attire certainly commanded respect. The plump young man and the driver wiped the sweat from their brows and swiftly responded, "Please, do proceed." The carriage resumed its journey, and soon the towering walls of Qingzhou City came into view. Along the way, Zhao Fan learned of the young man's identity, Qian Duoduo, whose father, Qian Million, was the lord of Qingzhou. This morning, Qian Million had fallen gravely ill and summoned his son back from Zhongzhou via a communication stone. Before long, the carriage arrived at Qingzhou. Zhao Fan lifted the curtain of the carriage window, gazing at the shops lining the streets, imbued with a sense of antiquity, yet brimming with vitality unlike the scenes depicted in dramas. In no time, the carriage halted. "Peak Master, we have arrived." Qian Duoduo bowed slightly, respectfully gesturing for Zhao Fan to exit. Zhao Fan noticed the urgency etched upon his brow, yet he restrained himself from alighting first, quietly nodding in approval of the young man's decorum. Indeed, this lad possessed an admirable sense of etiquette. Zhao Fan disembarked, followed closely by Qian Duoduo, whose landing resonated with a thud that shook the ground beneath them, not due to his prowess as a cultivator, but rather his considerable heft. After you, Qian Duoduo beckoned. Leading the way, the guards at the gates of the Lord's residence, upon seeing Qian Duoduo, bowed respectfully. Young master, welcome back. Qian Duoduo acknowledged them with a nod and hurried into the Lord's mansion. Zhao Fan followed with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the grandiosity of the Lord's residence, which was constructed like a magnificent palace. Outside the grand hall, 2 rows of guards stood resolutely, clad in armor and wielding steel blades. Upon the arrival of Qian Duoduo, these guards did not bow, but instead stood tall with heads held high, their feet firmly together. Ignoring them, Qian Duoduo strode directly into the hall. As he entered, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Fan, noticing the change in Qian Duoduo's demeanor, lifted his gaze to see a middle-aged man seated in the center, portly in stature, with a clean-shaven chin, smiling warmly as he sipped from a cup of tea. From the rosy hue of his face, one could hardly deduce any illness. Beside him sat a plump lady dressed in fine garments, who immediately rose upon seeing Qian Duoduo. Duoduo, you have returned. Your father and I have waited for you for quite some time. Zhao Fan realized that these 2 must indeed be his parents. A wave of betrayal washed over Qian Duoduo, tears welling in his eyes. Father, mother, have you deceived me? Why is this happening? He turned to his father for answers. Qian Baiwan, head lowered, slowly scraped the tea leaves in his cup with the lid, then blew gently before savoring a sip. Setting down his cup, he raised his head, a sudden smile breaking upon his face. Duoduo, the young lady from the Li family, is 18 this year. And you are 19. Should we not discuss your marriage? Qian Duoduo exclaimed. Are you matchmaking me again? I have told you, I do not wish for your concerns. I will never marry a girl I do not care for. At this, Qian Baiwan's expression darkened, and with a thunderous slap on the table, the teacup leaped, half its contents spilling onto the floor. Ignoring the mess, he thundered, Are you not listening to your father? Care. Is that Qingyu truly as splendid as you claim? No matter how admirable, she is but a maid. As the son of a city lord, how can you marry a servant? Stubbornly, Qian Duoduo turned away, unwilling to utter another word to his father. Qian Foreign, observing the tension between father and son, intervened. You both need to compromise. In my view, a marriage to the Li girl is acceptable, and as for that maid named Qingyu, let her be a concubine. Qian Foreign believed her suggestion to be a reasonable middle ground, as the Qian family was affluent and would not mind an additional wife, especially a concubine. Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo quickly protested, No, Miss Qingyu must be the principal wife. Qian Baiwan shot him a glare, exclaiming, How outrageous! You would have the Li girl as a secondary wife? That is preposterous. Qian Baiwan was truly enraged, his mighty hand raised. A powerful gust of wind sweeping through the room, lifting even Qian Foreign's hair. She grasped her husband's arm, whispering, Do you wish to drive our son to the Central Plains? He cannot cultivate. Can you trust a mere mortal out there? Although his uncle in the Central Plains may protect him, just look at how he returned this time with only 1 bodyguard. Is his uncle truly concerned for his nephew? As she spoke, Qian Foreign cast a glance at Zhao Fan. A hint of amusement played on Zhao Fan's lips. Evidently, Qian Foreign regarded him as her son as protector. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo quickly interjected, Mother, you misunderstand. This gentleman is the peak master of the Sword Sect. What? Both Qian Baiwan and his wife stood up in alarm, staring blankly at Zhao Fan. Indeed, it is truly the attire of the Sword Sect and the decree of the peak master. Qian Million and his wife have met the peak master. Qian Million was quite taken aback. Although he held the position of city lord, the city lord's manor was worlds apart from the Sword Sect. He was merely a humble 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, with 4 officers under his command, yet they were only at the 1st and 2nd levels of foundation establishment. His 300 soldiers were merely numerous, with most being at the Qi refinement stage. The Sword Sect, on the other hand, boasted the presence of 3 peak masters, 3 elders, and 6 cultivators at the transformation stage. Additionally, there were outstanding young talents like the eldest disciple Gu Yi and the 2nd disciple Lian Hongshan. Had it not been for his son's reminder, they would have mistaken the young man before them as merely a follower. Due to his youthful appearance and his position behind Qian Duoduo, Zhao Fan smiled faintly and nodded at the couple, introducing himself. I am Zhao Fan, the peak master of the miscellaneous herb peak. Miscellaneous herb peak? Qian Million was momentarily taken aback. Notification: Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 level of cultivation. Instantly, vital energy surged within him. 7th level of muscle transformation. Oh, that girl. Has she found someone to spar with? Zhao Fan did not dwell on the breakthrough. His gaze shifted, catching the hint of doubt in Qian Million's eyes, which had relaxed considerably. What? Does City Lord Qian believe the reputation of my miscellaneous herb peak pales in comparison to the other 2 peaks? Qian Million's expression turned anxious. In truth, he harbored similar thoughts. Throughout Qingzhou, who was unaware of the miscellaneous herb peak, it was indeed on par with Longyin Peak and Huxiao Peak. However, at best, it was merely a servant peak. The peak master was seen as a figure of little consequence within the entire Sword Sect. Entering the miscellaneous herb peak was considered a shame. Although the peak was home to a variety of medicinal herbs, the entirety of Qingzhou lacked alchemists, let alone high-grade herbs. Those first and second-tier herbs could only be harvested to concoct potions for treating common injuries, but the creation of pills for enhancing cultivation or other purposes was utterly impossible. Despite these herbs lacking rarity, they still required guardianship. No, what I meant was, isn't the peak master of the miscellaneous herb peak named Fan? You mean old Fan? He is my master. Though his reverence for Zhao Fan had diminished significantly, he remained exceedingly courteous. After all, the identity of a peak master in the Sword Sect commanded respect. At that moment, a military officer rushed in with an urgent report. City Lord, it's bad news. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Qian Million composed himself, reaching for his teacup, only to discover it had shattered on the floor. City Lord, the Li family head and Miss Li cannot come. What is going on? Wasn't he agreed they would come for the matchmaking? Qian Million was taken aback. Zhao Fan glanced at Qian Million and his son, immediately understanding that the urgent summons to bring his son back was indeed to arrange a matchmaking encounter. There's a wild girl who has blocked the entrance to the city, claiming she wishes to challenge the experts of the Li family. A wild girl? Where could such a girl have come from? The Li family is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City, with considerable standing. What is her background? Her name is Ji Wushuang, but she did not disclose her affiliation. Ji Wushuang. Zhao Fan couldn't help but smile. This girl truly was a martial enthusiast. Beep. Congratulations to the host's chief disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 realm. 8th level of muscle transformation. After a few moments. Beep. Congratulations to the host's chief disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 realm. 9th level of muscle transformation. 3 consecutive victories? Truly a prodigy. At this point, Qian Million remarked, I never expected that even my foundational soldier, who is at the 1st level, could be defeated. This is serious. The Li family master and his daughter were invited by me. Come, let us leave the city. Chapter 9. Ji Wushuang. Listening to my master was indeed the right choice. Outside the city, before a grove of trees, Ji Wushuang sat cross-legged upon a stone, her sword standing upright beside her, with her hands clasped before her abdomen. She was circulating her energy. A cart was positioned behind her, and 3 individuals were tied to a tree behind her, a servant, an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and a man in his 50s. They were none other than the master and miss of the Li family, as well as the family steward, who had come from Jiang City. Miss Ji, we have no enmity. Why do you obstruct us from our matchmaking? The Li family master said with a rueful smile. I admit, your swordsmanship is exceptional. Though your realm is not high, you are the most gifted woman I have ever encountered. Your ability to break through in battle is indeed rare. Yet, you have already defeated us. Why bind us further? Ji Wushuang replied coolly, I am fishing. Did not that soldier return? I believe the city lord's people will arrive shortly. When they do, you will be safe. As she spoke, she pressed her palms together, consolidating her dissipating energy within. She mused, listening to my master truly was the right decision. Challenging beyond my level is an excellent method for elevating my realm. After consecutively defeating 3 opponents, not only has the prowess of my dragon-slaying sword technique greatly increased, but I have also broken through a realm. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow. They are coming. Soon after, Qian Million rode in on a tall steed, accompanied by 2 city guards and 2 squads of soldiers. Behind them was another cart, where Zhao Fan and Qian Duoduo were seated. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, Qian Million was momentarily taken aback. Although her external appearance suggested she was at the 5th level of qi refinement, her entire demeanor exuded an extraordinary presence, filled with battle intent, causing even him, a 9th level foundational cultivator, to feel a sense of awe. Miss Ji, may I inquire why you are blocking the Li family master and his daughter? As the city lord of Qingzhou, Qian Million understood that he was not like those solitary individuals. He could eradicate adversaries without discrimination. But if the opposing force held significant influence, it could spell disaster for the city lord's residence. Ji Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at Qian Million. Although she could not discern his realm, she sensed his profound aura, clearly indicative of someone who had established their Qi. This was a foundational realm. I am here on my master's orders to train. There is indeed a backing. Qian Million took a deep breath. Miss Ji, since you are merely in training, and have no grievances with the Li family, could you grant me a favor and release the Li master and his companions? Ji Wushuang glanced at him and pointed to one of the guards beside Qian Million. Unless he is willing to duel with me, irrespective of victory or defeat, I shall release them. Qian Million has brought forth 2 warriors. One has already clashed with Ji Wushuang, possessing the first layer of foundation establishment, while the other wields the second layer. During her fierce battle with the head of the Li family, Ji Wushuang's realm ascended to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Yet after engaging with the warriors, she sensed a slight instability in her cultivation. After a brief period of meditation, her 5th layer of Qi refinement has become solidified, and she eagerly anticipates the opportunity to elevate her realm further amidst the tumult of battle. Of course, she has already bested one of the warriors, and now her gaze shifts towards the other. Noticing the fervent anticipation gleaming in her eyes, the warrior respectfully bows to Qian Million, stating, "City Lord, allow me to engage her." Qian Million nods in agreement, instructing, "Very well, but do not use excessive force. Keep it within limits." The warrior then lunges towards Ji Wushuang, extending a hand to grasp her. Although there exists a minor gap between the first and second layers of foundation establishment, they are separated by a significant divide. Typically, such a slight difference in tiers accounts for a doubling of combat strength. A substantial leap in realms, however, results in an incomprehensible disparity, often tenfold or more. As Ji Wushuang leaps into the fray, the warrior's 5 fingers close in. Hastily, she tilts her head to evade the forceful energy, her long sword sweeping outward in response. With a resonant clang, the warrior's arm is deflected, causing him to frown. Indeed, she is a prodigy. Her mere 5th layer of Qi refinement has managed to evoke a sensation of numbness in his arm. Nonetheless, this minor discomfort does not impede the warrior's combat prowess. He retracts his hand and, with his other fist, strikes forth, a gust of wind coalescing into a powerful blow that rushes towards her. Ji Wushuang retreats several steps. Although the punch does not land, she feels the residual force sweep past her, leaving her chest constricted. As hand-to-hand combat is not her forte, she unsheaths her long sword without hesitation. The sword is drawn, and the blade's energy surges forth. With the improved dragon-slaying technique, her strike is as unpredictable as it is formidable. Though it is a single sword strike, it encompasses myriad transformations. The warrior's expression shifts drastically, instinctively causing him to retreat. A corner of the carriage's curtain flutters open. Zhao Fan remains seated within, refraining from disembarking or allowing Qian Duoduo to exit. He observes the unfolding scene with quiet intensity. While he is unconcerned about the warrior alone, the presence of Qian Million raises his apprehensions. Possessing the Crimson Eye technique, he discerns Qian Million's realm with ease and recognizes that Ji Wushuang could never hope to challenge him directly, which unsettles him. In this moment, he acknowledges Ji Wushuang's extraordinary talent. Her sheer strength enables her to contend with both the first and second layers of foundation establishment. And her swordsmanship possesses such might that even against those at the 4th or 5th layers, she stands a fighting chance. Lost in thought, he suddenly hears the warrior emit a grunt, having been struck in the shoulder by Ji Wushuang's blade. Withdrawing her sword, Ji Wushuang leaps back and inquires, "Have you been defeated? May I continue?" The warrior shakes his head, replying, "In terms of realm, my lady, you may not surpass me, but you possess sufficient skill to defend yourself. Moreover, your swordsmanship is far superior. I am no match for you." With that, he retreats to the side of Qian Million, saying, "City Lord, I have brought shame upon myself." Notification: congratulations to the host Disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging a higher realm. Reward: 1 layer of Qi refinement. Qi refinement at the 1st layer. Zhao Fan rejoices. She has attained the Qi refinement realm. Alas, if only there were more disciples to cultivate. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang points her sword at Qian Million, demanding, "Are you the city lord? Lord Qian, may I challenge you to a duel?" Her tone was imbued with unwavering confidence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with fierce determination. Qian Million regarded the spirited Ji Wushuang and replied, "My dear girl, there is no need for us to battle. My cultivation level far exceeds yours. Winning would bring me no honor, only the scorn of others who might accuse me of bullying a junior of the refining Qi realm. Did you not promise that regardless of victory or defeat, you would let me go? I implore you to uphold your word." Qian Million perceived that the head of the Li family and the others were unharmed and had no desire to pursue the matter further. Ji Wushuang sheathed her sword and sat cross-legged on a stone, calming her restless aura. Qian Million gestured, and his guards approached to untie the bonds of the Li family members. "Thank you, Lord of the city," said the shaken head of the Li family. "Let us return to the city." The group turned their horses toward the city. Zhao Fan remained in the carriage, casting a sidelong glance outside. Activating the Scarlet Eye technique, he noted that the energy within Ji Wushuang was circulating with increasing velocity. Indeed, as the carriage departed, Ji Wushuang experienced another breakthrough. As the carriage followed the procession and was about to pass a small grove, Qian Duo suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I need to relieve myself." The driver halted the carriage. Qian Duo winked at Zhao Fan, pulling him down from the carriage and into the woods. "What are you sneaking around for?" Zhao Fan inquired. In a hushed tone, Qian Duo replied, "I do not wish to return home, nor do I want to marry Miss Li. Master, please take me to the mountain." Zhao Fan was taken aback, but eventually nodded. "Very well, I too oppose such a marriage arranged by one's parents. Come with me." The two traversed through the woods toward a narrow path. "By the way, I noticed your father is also a cultivator. Why do you not practice cultivation?" Qian Duo sighed and shook his head. "It's not that they do not want me to train. It's just that I was born without a spiritual bone, making me unsuitable for cultivation." Zhao Fan halted, grasping Qian Duo's shoulder as he focused his Scarlet Eye technique on his chest. Indeed, there was no sign of a spiritual bone. Qian Duo felt a shiver run down his spine. "Master, you do not have that kind of preference, do you? Perhaps I should return. Miss Li is at least a normal woman." Chapter 10. That kind of preference, that kind of preference? Zhao Fan was momentarily stunned before delivering a swift kick that sent Qian Duo tumbling. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before long, they arrived at the herb peak. "Little fatty, I have plenty of rooms. Choose one for yourself. By the way, the center room belongs to Master, and I currently reside there. The room on the right is mine, but it's vacant for now, while the left room belongs to Ji Wushuang. The others are yours to choose from." "What? She is your disciple? Surprised, are you? It turns out I can teach such an exceptional student." Qian Duo expressed disbelief. Zhao Fan scoffed. "Do not forget, I am the peak master, the esteemed master of the Sword Sect. Am I made of clay? When it comes to strength, I am unrivaled in the Sword Sect. In the future, should he take on disciples, he must maintain a certain level of grandeur. Being too humble would not attract any followers." Qian Duo waved his hand. "All right, I will go find a room." Subsequently, he settled into the second room on the right. As the son of the city lord, Qian Duo had been accustomed to a life of luxury and delicacies. After running this distance, he felt ravenous. "Master, do you have any meat? Preferably braised pork." Zhao Fan lounged lazily in a rattan chair when Qian Duo approached him, shamelessly inquiring, "Get lost. This is the Sword Sect, not the city lord's mansion. The Sword Sect is a sanctum for cultivation. If you desire meat, then be gone." Qian Duo wore a gloomy expression. Although he could endure the simplicity of his living conditions, the lack of meat left him restless and agitated. At that moment, a general from the mansion ascended from the mountains, seeking an audience with the peak master. "It must be the right general. Surely, my father has come to find me." Qian Duo's face paled with anxiety as he whispered, "Peak master, I am eager to become your disciple. Please accept me and send the right general away." "Become my disciple?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that his system only accepted female apprentices. "You, a rotund fellow, would only squander resources by following me. Depart. Solve your own troubles." With that, Zhao Fan closed his eyes, ignoring him. The right general's voice echoed again, "Peak master." Qian Duo dashed out, exclaiming, "What are you making such a racket for? Do you not realize this is the Sword Sect? The peak master is resting. Disturb him, and I shall annihilate the city lord's mansion." The right general's heart leaped at the sound. "Young master, you truly are here? The city lord has summoned you to return. Begone." Qian Duo fumed, rising to his feet, the flesh on his face jiggling. "Return to my father and tell him I am now the second disciple of the peak master. I must learn under him for at least a year before I can return home. Matters of marriage can wait." The right general, unsure of the truth, dared not retort and turned to descend the mountain. Zhao Fan opened his eyes, observing Qian Duo approaching with a sycophantic demeanor. "Are you leveraging my name?" Zhao Fan scoffed. Qian Duo abruptly knelt. "Peak master. No, master, please accept me. I cannot marry." Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, "If you do not fancy Miss Li, that is acceptable. Did not your mother suggest you take her as a concubine? That would not preclude your marrying that Qingyu maiden." Qian Duo hastily protested. "No, that is not the reason." He glanced around furtively, as if fearing his secret might be revealed. Zhao Fan huffed, "Speak freely. There is no one else here." Qian Duo leaned closer and whispered, "That Qingyu maiden informed me that I am not incapable of cultivation. My spiritual bones have been sealed. I cannot marry, or else my spiritual bones would transfer to another." Zhao Fan was taken aback and activated his Crimson Eye technique, scanning Qian Duoduo's body. Previously, he had only taken a cursory glance, but this time he examined closely. Indeed, within his chest's dantian, a golden cloud enveloped him, swirling with spiritual energy, entwined with a mysterious power. It was nearly imperceptible at first glance. Is it truly a seal? Seeing Zhao Fan's skeptical expression, Qian Duoduo quickly added, she also said that I possess the body of a spirit pig. The body of a spirit pig? Just then, a chime resonated in Zhao Fan's mind. Host, the spirit pig body can enhance your fortune sensing ability, thereby increasing your chances of finding other disciples. Are you suggesting I accept him? Can he be like any other disciple? The host no longer needs to manually click various function keys. If the spirit pig body is accepted and bound to you, the daily reward lottery function will become automatic. Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed with interest. This could be quite advantageous, for a slothful person like him might very well forget one day. The system had previously informed him that there was a singular opportunity to participate in the lottery each day, and that any lapse would result in forfeiture. Thus, this feature was indeed commendable. Contemplating further, he delved deeper into his thoughts, engaging in dialogue with the system. How do I bind myself to him? The host merely needs to break his seal, and the binding will occur automatically. And how might I break this seal? The host only needs to press a certain part of his body. The rest shall be handled by me. This time, the system demonstrated commendable performance. Zhao Fan squinted his eyes once more, a congenial smile gracing his face as he addressed Qian Duoduo. I shall take you as my disciple. Really? Thank you, master. Qian Duoduo exclaimed joyfully, hastily kneeling upon the ground. Zhao Fan placed his hand upon the crown of Qian Duoduo's head, declaring, as your master, I shall now break your seal. What? Master, can you truly break my seal? But Qingyu mentioned that unless it is the power of an immortal, specifically one of the highest order, she would need to seek assistance from a celestial being. What manner of person do you believe I am? A mere seal is trivial. Come, relax your entire being. With that, Zhao Fan gently pressed down with his palm. As he did, a brilliant golden light emanated from Qian Duoduo's abdomen, swiftly cascading throughout his body. He became resplendent, shimmering with golden radiance, resembling a gilded figure. The seal has truly been broken. Master, I feel weightless, as if I have undergone a complete transformation. Qian Duoduo leaped up, exuberantly bouncing in place. Zhao Fan was equally astonished, realizing the system possessed such capabilities. It seemed he would need to reward it. Master, I adore you, exclaimed Qian Duoduo, impulsively wrapping his arms around Zhao Fan's neck and planting a kiss. What is this peculiar fondness of yours? Zhao Fan feigned irritation. Qian Duoduo quickly knelt again, flustered, and said, Master, your disciple was momentarily overcome with joy, forgetting the hierarchy. Please do not be angry. Zhao Fan waved his hand. Rise, and tell me what you meant by celestial being. Sensing that Zhao Fan was not genuinely upset from his tone, Qian Duoduo sighed in relief and stood up to explain. It was Miss Qingyu who mentioned it. Tianyu Xianzi is her mistress. However, I believe she was just speaking whimsically. The notion of immortals is merely a legend. Furthermore, what need is there for immortal power when Master has already broken it? Zhao Fan kicked him away, exclaiming, Are you implying that Master is inferior to the celestial being? Qian Duoduo chuckled, playfully slapping his own cheeks, and approached eagerly. Master, I deserve a reprimand. Please do not be upset. In my eyes, you are indeed an immortal. That is more like it. By the way, do you have any friends? Qian Duoduo, hearing this, eagerly responded, Oh, indeed. I have quite a few. I spent several years in Zhongzhou, which is vastly larger than Qingzhou. To be candid, Master, comparing Qingzhou to Zhongzhou is akin to comparing a younger brother to an elder. The pinnacle of cultivation in Qingzhou barely reaches the first level of the transformation stage, while Zhongzhou has already attained the profound understanding realm. Zhao Fan pondered, Yijuan, refining qi, foundation establishment, golden core, transformation, enlightenment, profound understanding. Master, what is your cultivation level? Qian Duoduo inquired cautiously. He was aware that this question might be considered impertinent, yet his curiosity was piqued. As he had only just awakened his spiritual bone and had yet to cultivate, he lacked the spiritual awareness to sense the strength of his master's aura. In the eyes of his master, Tong Xian was but an insignificant ant. To take on disciples, one must skillfully play the part when the occasion calls for it. Chapter 11. Master, what teachings do you wish to impart to your disciple? Master, what teachings do you wish to impart to your disciple? Qian Duoduo believed wholeheartedly. For if Zhao Fan claimed to be an immortal, he would undoubtedly harbor doubts. However, given that even his uncle, who was at the 4th level of Ming Dao, could not unravel the seal, it was no wonder he was captivated by the azure fish. Having awakened his spiritual bone, Qian Duoduo was eager to cultivate. As Zhao Fan glanced at the sky, Noting the late hour, he suggested, "First, see where there is work to be done. We shall discuss the transmission of skills tomorrow." Qian Duoduo complied and set about his tasks. He believed that every disciple, upon taking a master, must endure a period of trial. This was the Master's assessment of the disciple. "Master, what benefits will I gain from Qian Duoduo's ascension?" "Rest assured, host. Every spiritual entity that communicates with you will bring benefits. However, since Qian Duoduo is not on the main panel, the rewards will not be in cultivation levels, but in items such as techniques, magical artifacts, or elixirs." "All right, then, I shall reward you with a chicken leg." With a smile, Zhao Fan closed his eyes, unsure if he had drifted off to sleep or was simply lost in pleasant thoughts. The day passed in a flash. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 level of cultivation. She had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy within her dantian, Zhao Fan was awakened by the system's announcement. He opened his eyes to the sun just rising. What a diligent Ji Wushuang, already engaged in battle again. Stretching lazily, he reveled in this delightful life. No need for arduous training or hardship. Yet still able to elevate his cultivation. Yet, relying solely on Ji Wushuang was too slow. Impatient, Zhao Fan hurried towards Qian Duoduo's room, only to hear the sound of deep snoring along the way. Upon entering, he found the chubby lad blissfully asleep on his bed. "Get up and practice," Zhao Fan exclaimed, giving him a swift kick. "Don't pull me. I want to marry Missly." Qian Duoduo tumbled to the floor, awakening from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, he returned to reality. "Master." Qian Duoduo quickly knelt in reverence. "Rise. Today, I shall impart to you the foundational technique of the Sword Sect, the Swift Wind Sword Technique." As he spoke, Zhao Fan produced a scroll from behind, revealing it before Qian Duoduo. Unfurling it, the 4 characters for the Swift Wind Sword Technique were inscribed upon it. This technique had long resided in his predecessor's storage ring, which had been unable to cultivate it, thus remaining intact. Overjoyed, Qian Duoduo hurriedly embraced the scroll and exited. Zhao Fan returned to his courtyard, lounging comfortably in a wicker chair. At noon, Qian Duoduo entered, clutching his stomach. "Master, I am hungry." Zhao Fan pondered before replying. "Very well, I shall take you to the main peak of the Sword Sect. There are matters to attend to." In his memory, both the main peak and the 2 major side peaks boasted kitchens. Of course, once one reached the later stages of Qi refinement, many cultivators could go days without food, relying on the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to satiate their hunger. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could last up to 10 days without sustenance. The golden core stage was even more formidable, with practitioners capable of abstaining from food for months on end. In the past, at the miscellaneous medicine peak, one had to fend for oneself in the kitchen. However, Zhao Fan lacked such skills. Soon, the duo arrived at the main peak. After their meal, Zhao Fan took Qian Duoduo to the administrative office and addressed the steward, stating, "This is my newly accepted disciple. Please assist with the necessary formalities." The steward, upon recognizing Zhao Fan, exhibited a degree of indifference. "Master Zhao," he replied, "the elder in charge has decreed that the miscellaneous medicine peak may only accept 1 disciple." Zhao Fan's expression darkened. "Why is that?" The steward, unperturbed by Zhao Fan's rising anger, regarded him merely as an ordinary mortal, a mere mortal who could not cultivate. Even if he had ascended to the role of peak master, what significance did that hold? Moreover, even among outer disciples, some preferred to remain within the outer sect rather than be associated with the miscellaneous medicine peak. It was deemed disgraceful. "Master Zhao," the steward continued, "the elder believes that the contributions of the miscellaneous medicine peak to the Sword Sect are insufficient to warrant expending excessive resources. Hence, we shall adhere to the previous regulations. 1 disciple is ample." Zhao Fan seized the steward by the collar, demanding, "Repeat that. I wish to accept a disciple. Who dares to obstruct me?" he declared with fierce authority. Possessing a disciple acceptance system granted Zhao Fan an advantage akin to cheating. Yet any interference could sever his path to becoming an immortal emperor. Sensing the murderous intent in Zhao Fan's gaze, the steward turned pale and trembled. "Master Zhao, please do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly." "Discuss calmly? If you do not proceed with the formalities, I shall ruin you." At that moment, a voice coldly interjected, "Let us see who dares to speak so boldly here." Zhao Fan turned to see Yi Sanyang striding in with an icy demeanor. "Peak Master Yi, are you attempting to thwart me?" Yi Sanyang glanced at the steward and commanded, "Facilitate the process. This individual is the son of the city lord, and Lord Qian has just conveyed to the sect master his desire for the Sword Sect to nurture him properly." Realizing that she was not there to create trouble, Zhao Fan released the steward. Yi Sanyang regarded Zhao Fan with disdain, saying, Zhao Fan, I did not expect Tianxuan to come to your miscellaneous medicine peak. However, I regret to inform you that the sect master intends for the Sword Sect to nurture him well. Lord Qian has significant expectations, and I cannot allow your miscellaneous medicine peak to squander talent. Thus, I must take Tianxuan with me. Zhao Fan's gaze turned icy. You wish to take him from me? After finally encountering a spirit pig body, how could I relinquish him so easily? What? Are you dissatisfied? Tianxuan's spiritual bones are sealed. Only by going to the Dragon Roar Peak will he have a chance to be unsealed. It could take a year, 3 years, or even 10 years, but I will find a way to unseal him. If he follows you, it will only ruin his entire life. As she spoke, Yi Sanyang extended her consciousness to scan Qian Duoduo's body. What is this? A spirit pig body? Your seal has been lifted? Qian Duoduo nodded, responding. My master helped me unseal it. Master? Qian Duoduo glanced at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan had long since communicated with the system to conceal his aura. Thus, to the outside world, he appeared to be merely an unremarkable youth devoid of any cultivation. Of course, if his realm were sufficiently high, he could mask his aura or practice techniques such as breath-concealing arts. Yet for now, he had to rely on the system's assistance. How is that possible? He is merely a mortal, without spiritual bones, unable to cultivate. You dare to call him master? After confirming that Zhao Fan possessed no cultivation, Yi Sanyang retracted her gaze and looked expectantly at Qian Duoduo. Until that moment, she had devoted herself solely to cultivation and teaching her disciples. However, she had recently received a message from the sect leader instructing her to take Qian Duoduo as her apprentice. Initially, she had opposed this notion, as everyone knew that the Lord's son, Qian Duoduo, had been unable to cultivate since childhood. She was reluctant to squander her time on the study of his unsealing. Yet, the sect leader, Zhong Bugue, with his broad-mindedness, expounded upon various philosophical principles, particularly one that enlightened her. The study of unsealing is also a form of cultivation. Thus, she found herself in the Internal Affairs Hall. Qian Duoduo gazed at Yi Sanyang and then at Zhao Fan, inquiring, Master, who is she? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. She is Yi Sanyang, the master of Longing Peak of the Sword Sect. Apart from the reclusive elder of the Sword Sect, Chu Shuangtong, Yi Sanyang was regarded as the second-in-command of the Sword Sect. Qian Duoduo had heard of her. In recent years, the Sword Sect frequently clashed with the equally prominent Knife Sect, one of the 4 major powers in Qingzhou. Yi Sanyang had once defeated the deputy leader of the Blood Demon Sect with her sword, earning her a formidable reputation known to all in Qingzhou. Qian Duoduo had indeed met Peak Master Yi. He bowed slightly, respectfully performing a gesture of greeting. His demeanor is quite commendable, Yi Sanyang noted, observing that despite Qian Duoduo's noble upbringing, he exhibited genuine sincerity in his words and actions. By the way, who helped you break the seal? Qian Duoduo hurriedly replied. It was my master. His master? Yi Sanyang could not help but cast another doubtful glance at Zhao Fan. It is impossible. It is said that Qian Million has employed numerous esteemed masters since his son's birth, even inviting the sect leader down from the mountain. Yet none could unseal Qian Duoduo's spiritual bone. How could Zhao Fan possibly achieve this? Noticing her puzzled expression and the complexity of her gaze upon him, Zhao Fan calmly explained, it is rather simple. Seals have time constraints. The one who sealed him did not intend for him to remain ordinary for life. The time for unsealing just happened to arrive these past few days. Yi Sanyang nodded contemplatively. Zhao Fan's words carried some weight, for there was indeed a scenario where, should the one who sealed him pass away, the seal left in the world might also be lifted. Regardless, she would never attribute this occurrence to Zhao Fan. With this thought, Yi Sanyang addressed Qian Duoduo. All right, that matter is behind us. Now, prepare yourself to return with me to Longing Peak. Zhao Fan interjected, raising a hand. Wait a moment, Peak Master Yi. You cannot impose this decision. It should depend on the young lad's wishes. Yi Sanyang shot him an incredulous glare. Do you truly believe he would wish to remain at the Mixed Herbs Peak? To her astonishment, just as her words fell, Qian Duoduo's expression turned serious. And with a resolute tone, he declared, I want to stay at the Mixed Herbs Peak. Yi Sanyang was taken aback. Qian Duoduo, you must understand that now you have awakened the spirit pig body. I can tailor a set of techniques specifically for you. Following Zhao Fan, you will only lead an ordinary life. Qian Duoduo shook his head. I trust my master. Just as Yi Sanyang was about to respond, a voice resounded from above. Peak Master Yi, let it be according to the wishes of young Master Qian. Yi Sanyang's expression darkened as she shot a glare at Zhao Fan and departed in a huff. Subsequently, Zhao Fan assisted Qian Duoduo in completing the necessary formalities and led him toward the back mountain. Little fatty, why do you voluntarily wish to stay at the Mixed Herbs Peak? Zhao Fan inquired. I trust my master. Qian Duoduo replied firmly. Qian Duo patted his chest and exclaimed, "Oh, why? Because the bluefish has stated that this seal can only be undone by a power greater than that of her family's celestial being. Otherwise, it shall remain unbroken for eternity." Clearly, Master S' words were merely a ruse to deceive Master Yi. Chapter 12. What? Is this the boundary-breaking pill? Zhao Fan patted Qian Duo on the shoulder, saying, "A teachable child. Here, this is a gift from Master." With a flick of his palm, a pill appeared, about the size of a thumbprint, its surface glistening a deep, lustrous black, adorned with 9 intricate patterns that subtly radiated an ethereal glow. Upon merely inhaling its fragrance, Qian Duo was enveloped by an intoxicating aroma. What is this pill? The boundary-breaking pill. What? Is this truly the boundary-breaking pill? Qian Duo stood momentarily in stunned silence. Surprised, are you? Zhao Fan chuckled, observing Qian Duo as if he had been struck dumb. I heard from my uncle that the boundary-breaking pill is worth its weight in gold. No matter the realm, consuming it will unconditionally elevate one's level. Those of higher realms will gain less, while those of lower realms will gain more. Zhao Fan was well aware of its value, as this particular pill was a prize from the morning's lottery. Initially, he intended to keep it for himself, but the system informed him that the pill was meant to be consumed by the body and could not be used to break through one's limits. Thus, he reluctantly passed it on to Qian Duo, while also hoping that Qian Duo would grow strong enough to assist him in challenging higher-tier opponents for rewards. Upon returning to the herb peak, Qian Duo eagerly consumed the pill. Indeed, it was not long before he felt a surge of energy within him, growing ever stronger, akin to the mighty flow of the Yangtze River, as his aura steadily ascended. First level of muscle transformation. Second level. Third level. First level of chi refinement. Second level. Third level. Ninth level. A single boundary-breaking pill had nearly enabled Qian Duo to break through 2 significant realms. Zhao Fan watched with envy. Simultaneously, the system's notifications echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host's second disciple, Qian Duo, for ascending realms. Reward, a 7th-tier Dao weapon, the Azure Rainbow Sword. Congratulations to the host's second disciple, Qian Duo, for ascending realms. Reward, a complete set of 4th-tier Spirit Arm Guards. Congratulations to the host's second disciple, Qian Duo, for ascending realms. Reward, a 6th-tier Spirit Abacus. However, he understood that this was a breakthrough at a lower realm. If a golden core cultivator were to break through, it would likely only amount to a few minor levels. For a divine transformation cultivator, perhaps 2 or 3 levels at most. The specifics would depend on the individual's innate talents. The chubby boy had awakened a spiritual body, his bloodline distinct from the ordinary, naturally allowing for greater breakthroughs. Thank you, Master. Qian Duo felt that choice outweighed effort. Being with the right person is indeed a blessing. He was grateful he hadn't gone to Longing Peak. After all, in a single day, he had ascended 2 major realms and over a dozen minor ones, nearly rivaling his family's palace guards. Now, do not bask in self-satisfaction. Though you have elevated your realms significantly, your comprehension of these realms is insufficient and unstable. Go practice your swordsmanship diligently. With that, Zhao Fan waved his hand, signaling for Qian Duo to leave, while he settled into a reclining chair. Yet another day of leisurely repose awaited him. After a while, Zhao Fan groggily opened his eyes and cast a glance at the chubby boy practicing his swordplay in the distance before closing them again. He wondered about Ji Wushuang's well-being. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward, 1 realm advancement. She had reached the 3rd level of chi refinement within just 5 breaths. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward, 1 realm advancement. Now, she had attained the 4th level of chi refinement. Lying on the rattan chair, Zhao Fan smiled. Qian Duo glanced over, thinking his master was surely pleased with him. It seemed the master recognized his diligence. Perfect timing, as he felt weary and decided to take a nap. Thus, Qian Duo stealthily retreated to his room. 5 days later, Zhao Fan had already reached the 1st level of foundation establishment. His progress was astonishing. 3 days later, while reclining on his chair, a thought struck him, and he sat up abruptly. His eyes slowly opened, and he muttered to himself, "Wait a moment. It's been 3 days, and there hasn't been a single sign from my eldest disciple. Could it be that she has encountered danger? System, what is going on?" Zhao Fan merely asked out of curiosity, uncertain whether the system had the answer. Rest assured, host. The individual on the panel has established a bloodline connection with you. Should she fall, her image on the panel will turn gray. Zhao Fan felt a presence in his mind. The panel appeared, and Ji Wushuang's silhouette remained illuminated. Apparently, all was well. He was pleasantly surprised that the system possessed such a feature, which eased his worries. He couldn't help but glance at the auxiliary panel where Tianxuan's image was also glowing. Indeed, why hadn't that little rascal gotten up yet? Zhao Fan rose to check on him, but suddenly recalled something. He sensed the system panel again, and within his backpack lay a technique called Swift as the Wind. Stirring his interest. System, initiate training. Host acknowledged, beginning training now. Ding. Congratulations to the host on completing training. Swift as the Wind technique is now perfected. Current grade, 4th stage. System information emerged. Name, Zhao Fan. Age, 20. Realm, Foundation Establishment, 1st level. Technique, 4th stage Swift as the Wind perfected. Martial skills, 5th stage Supreme Tai Xian Sword Art perfected. Holy stage Supreme Dragon Slayer technique perfected. Items, Immortal Emperor card, etc. Zhao Fan stepped forward, and his body instantly appeared 10 meters away. 10 meters? Wasn't it supposed to be Swift as the Wind? System, what does this mean? Are you providing subpar goods? Host, Swift as the Wind is merely a term. Please do not take it literally. Not take it literally? I have perfected it, and this is all I get? Host, while it is indeed perfected, it is still only at the 4th stage. You can upgrade the technique's grade. When you elevate it to the royal stage, the distance will be multiplied tenfold. Royal stage? 100 paces? How does one achieve that? Energy crystals are required. Where can I find energy crystals? Such treasures are generally available in large sections. Smaller sects only possess spirit stones, which are ineffective. Large sects. How large? Is the Sword Sect considered large? The system fell silent, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. Was it not large enough? Never mind, I'll ponder this later. Zhao Fan hastily made his way to Tianxuan's room. Get up, you lazy pig. It's time to cultivate. Upon lifting his gaze, Zhao Fan was momentarily taken aback to find his bed empty. Where could everyone be? His brow furrowed as he could not resist making his way towards the main peak. Upon reaching the summit, he was met with a cacophony of voices from outside. What was transpiring? Zhao Fan intended to enter the grand hall, but, upon hearing the commotion, circled around the hall only to find a multitude of people queuing outside. Before them stood 2 tables, each adorned with a sign. One proclaimed inner sect recruitment, and the other outer sect recruitment. What did this signify? Is the Sword Sect recruiting disciples? How was I unaware of this? It seems my position as peak master is not held in high regard by the sect. Zhao Fan strode directly towards the 2 tables. The individuals seated behind them were familiar to him. The one overseeing inner sect recruitment was Yi Kai alongside Qian, while the outer sect recruiters were a pair of youthful figures he recognized, Lin Hu and Mou. Approaching the table for inner sect recruitment, Zhao Fan slapped the surface and demanded, "Why is there no position for the miscellaneous medicine peak?" Upon seeing Zhao Fan, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly, "Master Zhao. This was arranged by Elder Shui from External Affairs. You may consult him." Qian, displaying more courtesy than Yi Kai, stood and bowed. Disciple Qian pays respects to Master Zhao. Zhao Fan understood that such significant matters were beyond the authority of mere disciples. As he turned to leave, a voice from the crowd called out, "Master." Zhao Fan looked back to see Duo leaping in excitement, accompanied by an exceptionally tall figure. Zhao Fan approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Master, this is Zi, a childhood companion of mine. He contacted me this morning, saying he wanted to apply to become a disciple of the Sword Sect, so I came along." Zi grinned widely, his simple demeanor evident as he chuckled. Zhao Fan glanced at him before returning his attention to Duo. "I knew it. How could you possibly rise so early?" As he spoke, he employed the Crimson Eye technique to scrutinize him, furrowing his brow upon realizing it has been 8 or 9 days. Yet you remain at the 9th level of Qi refinement? How have you been training? Duo hurriedly replied, "Master, I've been diligent. I even dream about practicing my swordsmanship every night. Perhaps I'm just a tad short? A tad short? More like a considerable distance." Zhao Fan retorted, "Your aura hasn't increased at all." Feeling somewhat disheartened, he thought, with such training methods, I can't expect much from myself. Beep. Detection of the Azure Bullshian body. Auxiliary panel can be added. Each improvement of the disciple can increase the probability of acquiring body cultivation techniques. Is it also possible to accept disciples? Though not a realm enhancement, physical strength is certainly essential. Zhao Fan, fully aware of the significance of body cultivation, turned to Zi and asked, "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Zhao Fan smiled warmly at Zi, who quickly replied, "My parents wish for me to enter the inner sect. At the very least, I must join the outer sect." Zhao Fan's brow furrowed as he glanced at Duo. "Did you not introduce me to him?" Duo promptly responded, "Master, I haven't had the chance yet. I will do so right away." Just then, a voice rang out, "The recruitment test now commences. All unrelated personnel, please exit." Zhao Fan turned to see Yi Sanyang standing directly behind him. Yi Sanyang, are you targeting me? Am I targeting you? This is a sect rule. During the disciple recruitment period, each peak must decide based on the disciple's physical constitution, comprehension, and foundation which mountain they will ascend. As the peak master, your attempt to curry favor with the candidates surely constitutes a violation, does it not? Zhao Fan felt a surge of anger. Why do both the inner and outer sects have platforms, yet my Zaya peak lacks one? You can set up a platform, can't you? The Sword Sect does not object. So please. To Zhao Fan's surprise, Yi Sanyang refrained from opposing him for the first time. Instantly, he recognized her intent to embarrass him. Humph. Then I shall set up a platform. I refuse to believe I cannot attract disciples. Little fatty, set up the platform. Zaya Peak is recruiting disciples. Yes, master. Within a short while, the Zaya Peak's platform was established. Due to the lack of disciples, Zhao Fan took a seat behind the table himself. However, he felt elated. For a fortuitous opportunity had arisen, and he was determined to find the right candidates for himself. Master, I have observed that both the inner and outer sects have methods to test physical constitution, comprehension, and foundation. Do we have any standards? Just shout, and leave the rest to me. The little fatty stood in front of the Zaya Peak disciple sign, loudly proclaiming, everyone, besides the inner and outer sects. There is also Zaya Peak. I am Qian Duo, the second disciple of Zaya Peak. Our peak master possesses unfathomable cultivation and diverse techniques. As long as you come to Zaya Peak, you will undoubtedly become a prodigy of the Sword Sect. Come forth, sign up. The annual recruitment conference. Miss it, and you will wait another year. Choose wrongly, and you will regret it for life. However, regardless of the inner or outer sects, a long queue formed. While Zaya Peak remained desolate and devoid of applicants, those disciples lined up according to their qualifications, even if they were eliminated from the inner sect. They would proceed to the outer sect for testing. Even those who failed in the outer sect would not consider Zaya Peak. They would simply turn away, opting to cultivate for another year instead. Who is that youth? Why is he wearing the Peak Master's attire? Did you not notice? He is the master of Zaya Peak. Isn't the master of Zaya Peak an elderly man? How could he be so young? It is said he is the disciple of Master Fan, merely a mortal. Zaya Peak is also recruiting disciples. Is this not leading students astray? Though I dream of entering the Sword Sect, I would rather cultivate for 3 years and return than go there. Zhao Fan felt somewhat embarrassed, and more importantly, frustrated. However, he had just used the Scarlet Eye technique to scan the surroundings, revealing that only Heizi was of any potential use to him. The others were simply not suitable. No matter how many people there were, it was of no consequence. At most, they could do chores for Zaya Peak. He did not require that. Haha, Master Zhao. Feeling awkward, aren't you? This is the reality. The sect has truly opened the gates for your recruitment. Have you attracted anyone? Look, does anyone wish to join Zaya Peak? Yi Sanyang approached, teasingly remarking. The candidates cast varied glances toward Zhao Fan. Though they knew they might pass the test and enter the Sword Sect, they thought to themselves, he is merely the master of Zaya Peak, nothing to fear. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, my disciples, it is not the quantity but the quality that matters. Quality? Haha, Zhao Fan, you truly know how to embellish your reputation. Do you think that having recruited a single Ji Wushuang makes you remarkable? What does it matter that Ji Wushuang defeated Yi Kai? It is simply because, as the sect leader, I cannot afford to focus my energy solely on him. Otherwise, Ji Wushuang would not stand a chance at all. At that moment, a striking figure descended gracefully, donned in silver armor and a silver helmet, with a long sword slung across her back, none other than Ji Wushuang herself. Disciple Wushuang pays her respects to Master. Ji Wushuang clasped her hands and knelt on one knee. Zhao Fan activated his Scarlet Eye technique and cast a glance at her. A second level of foundation establishment? Impressive. Yi Sanyang took a few steps back, her face revealing astonishment, but she quickly sneered. Second level of foundation establishment? I suspect that level is merely propped up by medicinal pills. How could one break through several minor realms in just over 10 days? Especially with a significant realm in between? How is that even possible? Ji Wushuang, is this how your master has taught you? I must admit, I underestimated you. You are indeed a prodigy. If you are willing to join my sect, I would gladly accept you. Ji Wushuang's gaze was cold and unyielding. Thank you, sect leader Yi. But Wushuang has already pledged loyalty to my master and will never betray. Sensing Ji Wushuang's sincerity, Zhao Fan felt a twinge of emotion. Should I grant her a Celestial Emperor card? No, I can only have this one female disciple. If she becomes a Celestial Emperor, who will elevate me by slaying foes beyond my rank, perhaps I should wait. As the leader of this sect, extending an invitation for you to join the inner sect is an act of favor. Remaining at the miscellaneous herbs peak will lead to a lifetime of regrets. Do not worry, Wushuang has no regrets. Ji Wushuang, why are you so obstinate? Do you believe that using medicinal pills to elevate your realm is a wise choice? Such actions will damage your foundation and hinder your path in cultivation. If you follow me, you might reach the Void Realm or even the Tribulation Realm. But if you continue down this path, the most you will achieve is the Illumination Realm. What? Does sect leader Yi doubt my foundation? Ji Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at her and said indifferently. Sitting at the table, Yi Kai had long since grown impatient. How audacious, Ji Wushuang. Do you dare speak to my aunt in such a manner? Ji Wushuang coldly regarded him. You, a defeated foe, wish to face defeat once more? Yi Kai's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with malice as he seized the long sword on the table and leaped forward. Ji Wushuang, let us battle once more. As he spoke, his entire aura surged, brimming with combat intent. 9th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, astonished that Yi Kai's realm had also advanced in such a short time. Clearly, since his last defeat, Yi Senyang had devoted considerable energy to his training. And it was not a trivial amount. As you wish. Ji Wushuang extended her hand backward, grasping the hilt of her sword. Yi Senyang retreated a distance of 10 feet, seemingly eager to witness her nephew's progress, while simultaneously seeking to embarrass Zhao Fan and his disciple. What does it matter if she is at the 2nd level of foundation establishment? This realm, lacking a solid foundation and built upon medicinal pills, is unstable and lacks true combat power. Ji Wushuang slowly drew her sword, a brilliant azure radiance emanating from the blade as it was unsheathed. Yi Senyang's expression tightened. She sensed an imposing aura akin to a mountain standing tall. It appears that Ji Wushuang is indeed naturally suited to become a sword cultivator. This unwavering aura, when her realm rises, could compel even without drawing her sword. A mere threat of pressure could make others submit. Taste my sword. Yi Kai slashed with his sword, executing the first strike of the 7 swords of Tai Xian. The sword light descended from the sky. Like a swift ribbon, the power surged forth, significantly greater than before. Ji Wushuang narrowed her eyes slightly, suddenly opening them wide as her crimson lips parted to issue a cold command. Chase the wind. Whoosh. The gleaming sword light, akin to a solitary cold star, arrived before Yi Kai in the blink of an eye. Yi Kai, taken aback, had no time to retaliate and could only lower his wrist, raising his sword to shield his chest. Clang. The clear sound resonated as Yi Kai's sword bent backward like a bow, his feet sliding as if on ice, continuously retreating. It was not until he reached the steps of the Grand Hall, a considerable distance away, that he managed to brace himself against the backward momentum. Ji Wushuang lightly tapped her sword, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that clashed against Yi Kai's blade, scattering outward like an umbrella. Splutter. Yi Kai spewed a mouthful of blood onto his sword. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang withdrew her blade and retreated. Yi Kai, unable to halt his momentum, stumbled forward and knelt on the ground, a pained expression etched across his face. The sword chi had reached its zenith. Zhao Fan chuckled, truly a prodigy. Yi Senyang dashed through the air, landing beside Yi Kai, pressing her hand against several of his acupoints and administering a pill, her countenance grim. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang returned to Zhao Fan's side. Master, I did not bring you shame, did I? Zhao Fan laughed heartily, addressing the dazed candidates around him. Did you see that? This is my disciple. And you, little fatty, come forth and display your realm. Chapter 14. Little fatty, step forward and strut your stuff. Qian Duo clenched his fists. Boom. An aura surged into the sky. Is this the Qian Xiao from Qingzhou City? Refining Qi at the 9th level? Wasn't he unable to cultivate? It was rumored that his bloodline was sealed at birth. Could it be that reaching Zio Peak changed everything? The candidates murmured among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Particularly the young ladies. Wow, the Peak Master is so handsome. Indeed, I think it would be wonderful to follow him. Alas, I have already entered the inner sect. Yi Senyang supported Yi Kai as they approached step by step. With each stride, her aura emanated, freezing the air around them. What are you all shouting about? Ji Wushuang is a talented individual who chose her master. Her achievements, great or small, have nothing to do with Master Zhao. Qian Duo just happened to have his seal lifted. His cultivation is a result of accumulated effort, unrelated to anyone else. Zhao Fan was displeased. Yi Senyang. What do you mean? What is wrong with the children wanting to take me as their master? Yi Senyang felt a surge of discontent. Today's competition had been a blow to her pride, especially in front of such a large audience. Zhao Fan, aren't you feeling indignant? Then let Qian Duo step forward for a test. She declared, Qian Duo, my newly accepted disciple, and Qian Duo, your newly accepted disciple, their match would be fair. Wouldn't it? Are you willing? Yi Senyang was convinced that Zhao Fan would hesitate to let Qian Duo compete. Although Qian Duo had awakened the spirit pig body and reached the 9th level of Qi refining, it had only been a few days. Yi Xinyang knew that the spirit pig body merely had a heightened sense of smell and an inherent laziness. Individuals of this constitution were reluctant to endure hardship in their cultivation. Even over a decade, they might not catch up to 1 year of effort from Tianxuan. Very well, little fatty, come forth and strut your stuff. Zhao Fan smiled, fully aware that Yi Xinyang sought to regain her dignity. Qian Duo wobbled his plump form forward. Over there, Tianxuan approached with a long sword in hand, respectfully bowing to both Yi Xinyang and Zhao Fan, before offering a courteous nod to Qian Duo. Junior brother Qian, I seek your guidance in a few techniques. I humbly ask for your mercy. Qian Duo grinned. Sister. No need for formality. Please draw your sword. Zhao Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging the refinement of the young lady, lamenting only her association with Yi Xinyang. As for Tianxuan, she lunged forward, executing the first form of the swift wind sword technique. Given the nature of their exchange, coupled with her kind disposition, she aimed her strike not at a vital point, but towards the shoulder. The sword chi surged like the wind, reaching its target in an instant. Zhao Fan nodded, recognizing that while he held reservations about Yi Xinyang, she indeed had some skill in nurturing her disciples. He recalled that last time, Tianxuan was only at the 9th level of the muscle transformation stage, and now she had surprisingly advanced to the 2nd level of chi refinement. Qian Duo parried with his sword. Clang! The two blades met with a crisp sound. Tianxuan let out a muffled groan and stumbled back. What? The entire arena was astounded, especially Haizi, who scratched his head in disbelief. How could this be? The chubby boy was supposed to be incapable of cultivation. How did he become so formidable? After a brief moment of recovery, Tianxuan cupped her fists and bowed, acknowledging her defeat. I concede. Yi Xinyang was taken aback. Qian Duo, you've only practiced for 10 days? Qian Duo beamed with pride. Of course, it is the fruit of my master's guidance. Yi Xinyang turned to Zhao Fan, her gaze filled with confusion. Seeing Tianxuan concede, Zhao Fan decided against allowing Qian Duo to continue, aware that despite his elevated rank, his swordsmanship was still lacking. That last defensive move had been quite crude. Had Tianxuan aimed for his chest, he would have been in a fluster. Or if she had struck with greater ferocity or speed, even with his higher cultivation, he might have faced defeat. Yi Xinyang recognized this as well. Yet her mind was preoccupied with questions, as the sparring had concluded. Zhao Fan pulled Qian Duo over to introduce him to Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, this is your junior brother Qian Duo, son of the Lord of Qingzhou City. Duo, this is your senior sister, Ji Wushuang. Having just witnessed his senior sister's swordplay, Qian Duo was in awe and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Junior brother pays his respects to senior sister. Ji Wushuang nodded. Very well, good job. Not one for idle chatter. Ji Wushuang was deeply engrossed in swordsmanship, a true martial enthusiast. With a serene smile, she took her place beside Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan turned to the candidates. Now, who among you wishes to join the Zio Peak? Step forward to report. One by one, candidates approached. Peak Master Zhao. Do you think I am suitable? Master of the Peak, I wish to join. May I? However, Zhao Fan suddenly adopted a stern expression, addressing each candidate in succession. You. Not qualified. You. May try the outer sect. You. Go to the inner sect, but you are not yet qualified for Zio Peak. As a result, those fervent candidates found themselves dismissed one after another. This left not only the candidates stunned, but also Yi Xinyang perplexed. Peak Master, what do you mean? I just passed the inner sect assessment. Indeed, Master, my qualifications align with those of the outer sect. Is it not permissible to join Zio Peak? Yi Sam exclaimed loudly. Zhao Fan, what do you mean? If you do not wish to recruit anyone, just say so. What you are doing is harming their dignity. Zhao Fan replied earnestly. Yi Fengzhu, everyone, you may have misunderstood. For a long time, you have regarded Zaifeng as the weakest peak of the Sword Sect. Therefore, in your minds, you believe that anyone who can enter the inner or outer sect must surely be able to join Zaifeng. You are mistaken, utterly mistaken. On the contrary, Zaifeng has the strictest standards. Someone inquired, Zhao Fengzhu, what are the criteria for joining Zaifeng? Zhao Fan calmly stated, exceptional talent, unparalleled prodigies. These 8 words resonated throughout the assembly. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Ji Wushuang and Qian Duo. Miss Ji possesses extraordinary talent, but that Qian Duo seems rather average, someone muttered. No. Did you not see how Qian Duo progressed from having no foundation to becoming a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner in just over 10 days? Another countered. And as for Miss Ji, I recall she was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement before, and she has now reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment in just over 10 days. This speed is terrifying. Even the geniuses of Zhongzhou cannot compare. As they glanced at Qian Duo, he puffed out his chest, his face adorned with a proud expression. Ji Wushuang remained indifferent, standing with her hands at her sides, unperturbed by the murmurs around her. At that moment, Heizhi, who had been dazed in the crowd, suddenly stepped forward. Fengzhu, may I? Zhao Fan smiled. Of course. Heizhi was momentarily taken aback. Qian Duo hurriedly urged. What are you waiting for? Bow to your master. Heizhi promptly knelt down, clasping his hands. I pay my respects to my master. Zhao Fan assisted him to his feet. Rise. From now on, you shall be my third disciple. At this, the others were even more puzzled. Isn't that Heizhi? He's just a big guy with no exceptional talent. Someone grumbled, while others shook their heads. Zhao Fan, however, laughed heartily. He was delighted. Little did they know that Heizhi possessed the divine physique of the Qinyo. Yi Sam sneered. Zhao Fengzhu, I would like to remind you of something. According to sect rules, once a peak reaches 3 disciples, they must participate in the annual disciple competition of the Sword Sect. And the sect competition is just a month away. Do not rejoice too soon. With that, Yi Sam turned and left. The sect competition? A playful smile crept onto Zhao Fan's lips. Chapter 15. Gaining the ancient turtle shell techniques subsequently. Zhao Fan personally accompanied Ji Wushuang, Qian Duo, and Heizhi to complete their disciple registration. Wushuang, Duo, you two return to Zayafeng first and help Heizhi arrange accommodation. I will visit the library. Once Ji Wushuang and the others had departed, Zhao Fan made his way to the library. Although Qian Duo's cultivation had progressed, and he had acquired some techniques as rewards, they were not suitable for Heizhi, who possessed the Qinyo divine body. At the entrance of the library, there was a table with an energy crystal. This was the testing token. Only those who passed the test could enter the library. A middle-aged steward was dozing at the table. Zhao Fan approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Greetings. I wish to enter and take a look. Knowing the rules of the library, he produced the Peak Master's token. The steward glanced at Zhao Fan, yawned, and returned to slumber. Hey! Zhao Fan abruptly slapped him awake. The steward's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Peak Master, what are you doing? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. What an audacious demeanor. You failed to pay your respects upon seeing the Peak Master? The steward, clutching his face, muttered, What Peak Master? You're merely a caretaker of the mountain. Zhao Fan, undeterred, swung his hand again, sending the steward flying. The steward leaped to his feet, furious. Do you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Zhao Fan sneered. Who are you? Just a steward, nothing more. Who gave you the audacity to slight the Peak Master? The steward, fully aware of his inferior status, nonetheless felt unafraid. For he had confidence. A mere mortal surnamed Zhao, incapable of cultivation, what authority did he truly hold as Peak Master? It was merely a nominal position, devoid of significance. At that moment, the commotion attracted several disciples eager to enter the library or engrossed in reading. Isn't that Yi Feng? What is happening with him and Zhao Peak Master? Need it be said? Yi Feng is the brother of Yi Kai, the nephew of Yi Peak Master. Zhao Fan truly believed himself to be the Peak Master, unaware of his role as a mere jester. Zhao Fan's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the crowd. Upon meeting his eyes, everyone experienced a shiver, akin to being hunted by a beast. How terrifying! No one dared to utter a word. Just then, someone rushed over from a distance, shouting, What is going on? It was Brother Yi Kai. This was about to get interesting. Yi Kai approached, and seeing him, Yi Feng quickly said, Brother, that Zhao fellow hit me. Yi Kai's face turned crimson as he directed his gaze at Zhao Fan. What is your intention, Zhao Peak Master? As a Peak Master, you should not abuse your power. Zhao Fan's expression turned icy as he looked at Yi Kai. Did you witness me bullying him? Yi Kai scoffed. Isn't it obvious? My brother Feng's face is still red. Hearing this, Yi Feng pinched his cheek hard, anxious that his face might not be red enough. Zhao Fan mockingly observed him. Then I have indeed bullied him. What will you do about it? What could Yi Kai do? Although he was a disciple of the inner sect and his aunt was Yi Sin Yang, Zhao Fan was still the Peak Master. Besides, his aunt was not present. Yi Kai could only retort, You are unreasonable. Zhao Fan kicked Yi Kai away. I am indeed unreasonable. Don't think I won't strike you if I find you displeasing. What will you do about it? The onlookers were wide-eyed. Though Zhao Fan held the title of Peak Master, a position of authority, Yi Kai was the third-ranked disciple in the inner sect, with cultivation prowess among the top 3. How could he be kicked away so easily? Many in the crowd doubted their eyes and rubbed them, staring intently. Yi Kai could never have anticipated that Zhao Fan would dare to act against him. He sprang up, fists clenched, and roared, Zhao, I challenge you. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed, impudent. As the voice echoed, Elder Xingzheng strode over with an expression of stern integrity. We greet the elder. All the disciples bowed in respect. Xingzheng waved his hand, urging everyone to disperse. What are you staring at? Disperse quickly. He glanced at Yi Kai and then at Yi Feng, turning his gaze towards Zhao Fan. What transpired here? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, It's quite simple. I wish to enter. but Elder Yi refused me entry. Consequently, I gave him a slap. Yi Kai then approached me in a confrontational manner, and I retaliated with a kick. And that was that. Xing Zheng shot a sidelong glance at Yi Feng and Yi Kai, who were about to speak, but fell silent under his piercing gaze. How audacious. Zhao Peak Master, as the head of a peak, is he not entitled to enter the library? Yi Feng quickly interjected, Elder Xing. He is merely a useless individual without a spirit bone, incapable of cultivation. Is he not wasting my energy by being here? Xing Zheng glared at him. Nonsense. Zhao Peak Master has an interest in martial arts, and that is a matter of great significance for the Sword Sect. Why should it concern you whether he can cultivate or not? Zhao Fan raised his hand dismissively. Elder Xing, I have 3 disciples under my wing. I am here to select martial arts for them. Xing Zheng nodded and shot another glare at Yi Feng and Yi Kai. Did you hear that? As the head of a peak, Zhao Peak Master has the right to select martial arts for his disciples. Now, proceed with the necessary formalities. Reluctantly, Yi Feng accepted Zhao Fan's Peak Master token, verified it, and handed it back to Zhao Fan. Zhao Peak Master, I apologize for my previous negligence. Zhao Fan replied coolly. Very well. He nodded at Xing Zheng and stepped into the library. Just before entering, he cast a glance at the energy crystal stones on the table, momentarily tempted by the thought of claiming them as his own. But he thought better of it, remembering that they belonged to the sect. The library, in truth, contained very few books. Most of the martial arts texts were basic fist techniques and stances, along with some methods for cultivating breath. The highest level reached was merely the early stage of the second tier. It seemed that the swift wind sword technique could be considered an advanced martial skill of the Sword Sect, while the 7 swords of Tai Xian was even more prestigious. In addition to martial skills, there were also insights and experiences from the ancestors of the Sword Sect, which held significant value. Other than that, there were various miscellaneous books that bore no worth to Zhao Fan. Just as Zhao Fan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a solitary book in the center. The shelf inscribed with the words Insights of the Ancestor. Is this written by the Sword Sect Ancestor, Chu Shuangtong? Since it was a handwritten manuscript, only one copy existed. Zhao Fan picked it up and began to peruse it, finding it densely filled with small, elegant script. Every cultivator must undergo 3 steps. To cultivate the body is the first, to cultivate the mind is the second, and to cultivate the spirit is the third. The body has 2 aspects. The physical cultivation is minor, while the behavioral cultivation is major. The physical cultivator refines himself, while the behavioral cultivator influences the world. The essence of physical cultivation is to strengthen oneself, while the essence of behavioral cultivation is to correct one's actions and impact society. Zhao Fan pondered deeply, surprised by the lofty ideals of the Sword Sect Ancestor. As he mulled over Chu Shuangtong's insights, a hand suddenly reached over and snatched the manuscript from his grasp. Zhao Peak Master, this book was first claimed by me. Why did you take it? Zhao Fan turned to see Yi Kai standing beside him, clutching the precious manuscript. Yi Kai, what do you mean by this? Yi Kai looked at Zhao Fan mockingly. What do I mean? Zhao Peak Master, despite your esteemed status, the library operates on a first-come, first-served basis. I arrived earlier than you and have already reserved this book. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Yi Feng approached, bowing slightly with a smirk, and said, Master Zhao, it is Yi Kai who spoke. Please do not take offense. Yi Kai provocatively gazed at Zhao Fan. Master Zhao, your disciples are all prodigies. What merit could the techniques of the library hold for you? Oh, by the way, Brother Feng, I have heard that our Sword Sect treasures an ancient relic. Perhaps we could present it to Master Zhao. After all, Master Zhao is a renowned cultivator of prodigies and would surely comprehend its value. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled. Yes, Master Zhao, it is entirely my fault. Look at me. You arrived, and I failed to present you with the Sword Sect's treasured artifact. How rude of me. As he spoke, Yi Feng retrieved a turtle shell the size of a pot lid from the top of the bookshelf. It was oval-shaped, adorned with strange, ancient runes, exuding an aura of primordial desolation. Indeed, it was an object of considerable antiquity. Unfortunately, the shell was damaged, riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes, and cracked in several places. Some of the inscriptions were partially worn away, rendering them illegible. Zhao Fan cast a glance at Yi Feng and Yi Kai. Despite the hidden mockery in their gazes, he perceived it. You 2 scoundrels think to mock me with this worthless item? Today, I shall not hold back. Even if it means revealing my cultivation, I will teach you a lesson. With this thought, Zhao Fan prepared to unleash his energy and engage in combat. Just then, the system chimed unexpectedly. Ding! Ancient technique Primal Divine Fist of the Saint rank detected. Do you wish to deduce it? Zhao Fan's heart leaped with joy. A thought flickered. Deduce. System deducing, please wait a moment. Chapter 16. Primal Divine Fist, 3 breaths later. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the Saint rank technique Primal Divine Fist. Yi Kai noticed Zhao Fan standing in front of him, dazed with an odd expression, one moment filled with rage. The next with a smile. Brother Feng, I leave this to you, I must take my leave. Fearing a beating, he hurriedly departed. Though he was not afraid of Zhao Fan, as the peak master, he did not dare to act too recklessly. Master Zhao? This is a legacy from the Ancestor of the Sword Sect, and it is also recorded in the Ancestor's insights. Although no one has succeeded in cultivating it over the years, I believe you can surely unravel its mysteries. Zhao Fan regained his focus. You are right. I can indeed unravel it. He set down the turtle shell and hurried away. Returning to the herbal peak, Zhao Fan immediately summoned his 3 disciples, instructing the system to convert a boundary-breaking pill and hand it to Hazy. Hazy, this is a boundary-breaking pill, swallow it. Hazy nodded and promptly gulped down the pill. Zhao Fan turned to Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, your foundation is exceptionally solid, and your comprehension is sufficient. I do not wish for you to break through so swiftly, hence I did not provide you with a pill. Do you understand my intentions? Ji Wushuang bowed slightly. Disciple understands. Master seeks to awaken the potential within the disciples. Zhao Fan nodded, his gaze resting upon Hazy. In truth, this was only one of the reasons. The primary one was that currently, only one female disciple could earn in the realm. Ji Wushuang's rapid advancement raises the question of how to challenge beyond one's level. Qian Duo and Hazy, both male disciples, are evolving independently of their realms. At this moment, a surge of energy began to manifest around Hazy. Boom. The first layer of Qi transformation. The second layer. The third layer. In the blink of an eye, Hazy ascended to the third layer of Qi refinement. The aura of the elixir diminished, and his progress finally ceased. As Hazy advanced, Zhao Fan also reaped a plethora of assorted items, a collection of elixirs, martial arts techniques, and instruments. A cursory glance revealed that few were suitable for the 3 disciples. Thus, he focused his mind and declared, System, cultivate Hongwang Divine Fist. System cultivation underway. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the consummate realm of the Holy Grade Supreme, Hongwang Divine Fist. A rush of information surged into Zhao Fan's mind. Akin to a tidal wave, it was an overwhelming influx of experiences and insights regarding the mastery of Hongwang Divine Fist. Is it truly complete? He quietly clenched his fist, only to be seized by an excruciating pain, as if his very veins were on the verge of rupturing. How could this happen? System, respond. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Zhao Fan shouted in his heart. He nearly pushed himself to the brink. Thankfully, he had the foresight to halt. Am I ill-suited for cultivating Hongwang Divine Fist? Host, it is as follows. Hongwang Divine Fist is a supreme holy grade martial art that necessitates a compatible physique for execution. Thus, you must enhance the strength of your physical body. Otherwise, your bloodlines and bones cannot withstand the might of the dominant fist. The consequences would be severe, ranging from shattered bloodlines to catastrophic bodily destruction. Rest assured, your 3rd disciple is unharmed. He possesses innate divine strength, a celestial bull physique. Zhao Fan was taken aback. So, without training a corresponding physique technique, Hongwang Divine Fist is essentially futile. With this realization, he summoned Hazy to his side and stated, Given your constitution, I shall tailor a technique specifically for you, named Hongwang Divine Fist. The first move is called Mountain Crumble. As he spoke, Zhao Fan stepped into the open arena, suddenly erecting his left forearm, then seamlessly pivoting backward, his body turning counterclockwise, transforming his hind leg into the lead, and striking forward with his right fist. The air trembled with an undeniable force. Though this punch lacked spiritual energy, its might resonated, echoing with the ancient, desolate tones of a bygone era. The 3 disciples stood transfixed, each thinking, if this punch carried spiritual energy, it could shatter even a small mountain, truly worthy of the name Mountain Crumble. The second move, Sea Suppression. Zhao Fan raised his right hand, gesturing diagonally backward, while his left foot transitioned to the forefront and his left fist transformed into a palm. Pressing downward, whoosh, dust swirled within a 10-foot radius. How formidable! Ji Wushuang, Qian Duo, and Hazy gazed in astonishment. The third move, Annihilation. As the sound resonated, Zhao Fan slowly swept his left hand through the air to his side, tucking it beneath his ribs, while his right hand formed a fist, gathering power behind him. Then, simultaneously, both fists thrust forward. Whoosh! Flowers and grass before him were sent tumbling backward. Very well, Hazy, from this day forth, you must diligently practice your punches. I grant you 3 days to familiarize yourself with the 3 move sequences. Then, you shall practice them 1 punch at a time. Do not be greedy. Yes, master, Hazy exclaimed, filled with excitement, as he sought a place to train. Zhao Fan cast a glance at Lian Wushuang and inquired, Wushuang, do you still possess the protective talisman I bestowed upon you? Lian Wushuang bit her lip and replied, Master, I am but a novice. During my challenge at the 100 Beasts Mountain, I encountered several 4th-tier beasts and had no choice but to utilize the talisman you left for me. Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. It matters not. Given your lower cultivation level, returning safely after facing 4th-tier beasts is commendable. However, how did you come across such formidable creatures? Lian Wushuang lowered her head and explained, I understand that disciples from the various sects typically only venture into the outskirts of 100 Beasts Mountain. But in a moment of impulsiveness, I ventured deeper. You indeed. Zhao Fan shook his head. Do not act recklessly in the future. When the opportunity arises, I shall accompany you into the depths. Thank you, Master. Lian Wushuang exclaimed with delight. Now, remember, cultivation should not solely focus on rapid advancement. For the time being, take some time to consolidate your gains. Progressing too quickly may not be beneficial. Understood. Lian Wushuang departed. Zhao Fan then cast a sidelong glance at Qian Duoduo, who stood idly by. Why are you still dawdling? Had you not triumphed over Qian today, you would have gone hungry. Look at you. It has been over 10 days, and your swordsmanship has not improved at all. Master, you cannot blame me. I am simply not cut out for sword practice. Qian Duoduo mumbled. You do not wish to practice swordsmanship? Indeed. As you know, I have a keen interest in wealth. Zhao Fan's heart stirred, and with a flourish of his palm, a glimmering golden abacus appeared. Qian Duoduo's eyes brightened. A golden abacus? Is this my reward from you, Master? He reached out eagerly to grasp it. Zhao Fan swatted his hand away. This is your magical artifact, not merely for spending. A magical artifact? Qian Duoduo leaned closer, his eyes wide in astonishment as he discerned its uniqueness compared to ordinary abacuses. This particular abacus was functional, yet its beads were secured by mechanisms. Once activated, the beads could be ejected one by one. Upon counting, there were a total of 91 beads. The innermost part of the abacus featured a curved handle for gripping. Indeed, it was a weapon. Not just any weapon, but a 4th-tier magical artifact. It could defend, attack, and even release concealed projectiles. Furthermore, these beads could return automatically after being launched. Master, I adore this. Qian Duoduo exclaimed, lunging for it. Zhao Fan affectionately patted Qian Duoduo on the head. On the back of the abacus, there are instructions for its use. Go practice. Overjoyed, Qian Duoduo dashed away. Zhao Fan reclined in a rattan chair, reflecting that this abacus was one of the rewards for Qian Duoduo and Haizi's cultivation advancements, taken from the populace, to be used for their benefit. After all, he had no need for it himself. Chapter 17. The trial at 100 Beasts Mountain. 5 days later, Zhao Fan received word from the sect, under the direction of Yi Sanyang, requesting him to lead the new disciples of the Sword Sect on an excursion for training. The destination was none other than 100 Beasts Mountain. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Fan gathered Lian Wushuang, Qian Duoduo, and Haizi, and made his way to the foot of the main peak to meet with both inner and outer disciples. At the base of the main peak, Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan had been waiting. Each of them brought along 1 senior disciple and 3 new disciples, totaling 8 individuals. Zhao Fan noticed that Yi Kai and Qian were also present. Qian was among the new disciples, while the other 2 new disciples were both around 17 or 18 years of age, 1 male and 1 female. On the outskirts, aside from Lin Hu, there were 3 newcomers, 1 female and 2 males, all around 17 or 18 years of age. Upon seeing Zhao Fan approach, Yi Sanyang remarked, Zhao Peak Master, for this expedition, we entrust you with leading the team. We hope you can ensure the safety of the disciples. Should any unfortunate incident befall them, the responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. Zhao Fan felt a stirring within. It seemed as though Yi Sanyang was laying a trap for him. In past experiences, the trials at Baisho Mountain were notorious for their unforeseen dangers. According to the memories of his predecessor, the most calamitous year had been the year before last, resulting in the deaths of 13 disciples. Sensing Zhao Fan's unease, Yi Sanyang chuckled softly, but do not fret. You shall not break the sect's record, after all. You are leading a total of 11 disciples this time. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, rest assured, I will bring them back safely. Yi Sanyang glanced at Long Zhan and said, Long Peak Master, let us return. Long Zhan, somewhat apprehensive, whispered, Yi Peak Master, are you truly entrusting the disciples to him? What if? Yi Sanyang interjected, there is no need for concern, Long Peak Master. I have heard that several 4th-tier beasts deep within Baisho Mountain have been slain. The 5th-tier beasts are still in slumber, as long as they remain discreet. The remaining 1st and 2nd-tier beasts pose no threat. Long Zhan pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging that this indeed seemed manageable. No wonder you proposed allowing the new disciples to venture out for training at this time. Let us depart. With that, the 2 made their way back to their respective peaks. Though Yi Kai harbored some resentment towards Zhao Fan, he could not help but call out, fellow disciples. Greet Peak Master Zhao. The crowd bowed respectfully, their fists clasped. Zhao Fan waved his hand. Everyone, let us set off. This training will last 3 days, during which I expect everyone to follow instructions and refrain from wandering off. Onward. Approximately an hour later, Zhao Fan and the disciples arrived at the foot of Baisho Mountain. Baisho Mountain, along with the major peaks of the Sword Sect, belonged to the Qingzhou mountain range. While interconnected, Baisho Mountain lay deeper within the range, having become a haven for various beasts due to its desolation. It was said that 300 years ago, the ancestors of the 4 major sects united to battle the beasts. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, the beasts were ultimately driven back into the depths of the mountains. The ancestors of the 4 sects chose not to annihilate them entirely, instead designating specific territories for them. The peaks inhabited by the beasts were thereafter named Baisho Mountain, and the beasts adhered to the agreement made with the 4 great powers. The human race would not encroach upon their domain, and they would remain within the mountain. However, it is said that, for reasons unknown, disciples from the 4 great powers began to venture into Baisho Mountain for training. Although they remained at the periphery, their hunting of the beasts escalated significantly. Consequently, the beasts began to retaliate against humanity, leading to annual training expeditions that, despite being led by powerful figures, often resulted in disciples facing dire circumstances. Nevertheless, the path of cultivation was inherently fraught with danger. This was, after all, an era that revered strength. Thus the trials continued year after year. From this moment forth, we shall divide into 3 groups, 1 from each peak. Each group shall maintain a distance of no more than 300 paces apart, facilitating mutual aid. In case of danger, raise your voice immediately or use a communication stone. Especially when encountering beasts of a higher tier than yourselves, do not act impulsively. Now, let the training commence. As Zhao Fan issued his command, the disciples began to divide into groups. Zhao Fan, accompanied by Ji Wushuang, Qian Duo, and Haizi, entered the mountains as the final batch. The 100-beast mountain was perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, and from the depths of the mountains echoed the occasional roars of ferocious beasts. The woods, caves, thickets, vines, and grasslands, everywhere that these creatures might dwell, emanated a thick, potent aura of demonic energy. Suddenly, a whiff of blood permeated the air. Zhao Fan cautioned, "Be careful." Before he could finish his warning, Ji Wushuang dashed to the left, and in a flash of sword light, the head of a wolf demon rolled to the ground. A second-tier wolf demon, Ji Wushuang proclaimed, retreating with her sword. Zhao Fan regarded her with admiration, noting her keen sense of smell, sharp vision, and ruthless execution. Ji Wushuang's cheeks flushed as she acknowledged him, "Master." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I shall refrain from flattery. However, should we encounter another second-tier beast, why not allow your 2 junior brothers some practice?" Ji Wushuang nodded in understanding. As the 4 continued their journey, they came across the remains of 3 demonic beasts in the grass, evidently slain by either inner or outer disciples, 2 first-tier and 1 second-tier. Having visited 100 Beast Mountain before, Ji Wushuang could immediately discern the realms of the beasts. Generally, a practitioner at the muscle transformation stage possesses strength equivalent to a first-tier beast, while those at the chi refinement stage match the prowess of second-tier beasts, and practitioners at the foundation establishment stage correspond to third-tier beasts, and so forth. After traversing further, they found themselves in the central area of the 100 Beast Mountains periphery. This was the broadest part of the 100 Beast Valley, overgrown with weeds reaching waist-high, and in some areas even taller than a person's head. The figures of outer and inner disciples were no longer visible. A gust of wind rustled the grass, producing eerie sounds, sharp and haunting. Qian Duo, clutching his golden abacus, began to tremble. Meanwhile, Haizi, full of enthusiasm, clenched his fists, his eyes wide and alert, scanning for any lurking demons, afraid to miss even a single one. Ji Wushuang led the way, vigilantly observing her surroundings, while Zhao Fan walked in the middle with his hands clasped behind his back. "Shoo!" Ji Wushuang suddenly halted, signaling for silence and crouching low. Zhao Fan mirrored her gesture, peering through the gaps in the grass toward the right. There lay a massive unicorn demon, poised to strike, though its focus was not on the 4 behind, but rather to the right. Activating his Scarlet Eye technique, Zhao Fan noticed Yi Kai, Qian, and others resting 100 paces away, with Yi Kai standing atop the corpse of a second-tier beast, another unicorn. Zhao Fan sensed the mounting fury radiating from the unicorn before him, its gaze brimming with vengeance. This creature was a 3rd-tier beast, likely at the later stages of its 3rd-tier realm, comparable to a 6th-layer foundation establishment practitioner. At that moment, the unicorn began to dig its hooves into the ground. Zhao Fan shouted, "Be careful!" Before his warning could fully register, the unicorn leapt into the air, hurtling towards Yi Kai and the others. unleashing a powerful gale that flattened the surrounding grass beneath it. The towering three-stage unicorn, standing at an impressive height of 2 zhang, descended upon Ye Kai and his companions like a small mountain. A fierce wind howled, carrying with it the stench of blood. Lin Hu Mo and the other outer disciples found themselves downwind, and upon catching a whiff of the beast's aura, they felt dizzy upon witnessing such a colossal creature. Their legs turned to jelly. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, they stood frozen in place. At that moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly leaped into action, drawing her long sword with a swift strike. A beam of sword light cleaved through the air for several zhang, landing upon the unicorn's back and creating a deep gash several inches wide. The unicorn let out a roar of pain, turning around to fix its crimson gaze upon Ji Wushuang, its massive jaws agape, and its lethal claws swiping toward her. Ji Wushuang raised her sword to defend herself. With a resounding clang, she was thrust back several steps by a powerful force, her expression shifting to one of shock. The late-stage 3-tier unicorn was equivalent to a cultivator at the 6th level of foundation establishment, and in a contest of the same rank, demon beasts held the advantage. After all, demon beasts possessed tough hides and immense strength, akin to body cultivators among practitioners. Wushuang, ever the tactician, nodded and deftly leaped to the right. The unicorn attempted to intercept her, but as its enormous body landed, Ji Wushuang had already vanished from its sight. Moments later, a sharp sound of sword energy slicing through the air reached its ears. Before it could turn around, Ji Wushuang struck its back once more. Having engaged in numerous battles with demon beasts recently, Ji Wushuang had developed effective strategies to deal with them. She either targeted their vulnerable underbellies or repeatedly struck the same injured spot. Even a robust spine could be breached if one strike failed. A few more would inevitably find their mark. Indeed, after a flurry of strikes, the unicorn let out a pained cry and collapsed into a pool of its own blood. Lifeless. Congratulations to the host's primary disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully slaying a demon beast beyond her level, earning a reward of 1 realm. Subsequently, Zhao Fan felt a surge within his energy sea, as if a well had suddenly appeared, with spiritual energy swirling violently like a tidal wave. He had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment. What was this? A Dantian? Had I actually opened my Dantian ahead of time? This was only the foundation establishment realm. Due to the system upgrade, if Zhao Fan had not deliberately released his aura, the system would have continued to shield it. Internally, a tempest raged, yet externally, all remained calm. How splendid it would be if I could similarly navigate the tribulations when the time comes. Zhao Fan understood that a cultivator's tribulation signified their cultivation level had reached the utmost capacity that the heavens and earth could accommodate. For to ascend further would elevate one's realm to an outrageous degree, causing every movement and breath to pose a threat to the very fabric of this world. Thus, the concept of tribulation arose. Tribulation, in essence, is the heavenly mandate laying down a trial. Those who endure survive, while those who falter perish. Ji Wushuang had pierced the unicorn's abdomen and extracted a beast core. Skillfully, she retrieved a water pouch from her storage ring, cleaned it, and stored it away. For 1st and 2nd-tier demon beasts, the beast core had yet to fully form. Much like the transitional stages for cultivators, the golden core had not yet materialized. Demon beasts begin to condense their cores somewhat earlier, commencing at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Though still immature, even the smallest morsel is worth something. At that moment, Lin Hu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, rising to express their gratitude to Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang subtly nodded in acknowledgement and returned to Zhao Fan's side. Zhao Fan waved his hand, urging them to continue their training. The 8 companions proceeded onward, but after a short distance, Zhao Fan halted, his gaze fixed on a distant valley. Concealed within were several demon beasts, seemingly deterred by the number of people present, rendering them reluctant to emerge. Zhao Fan scanned the area with his crimson eyes, confirming the absence of 3rd-tier demon beasts, and declared, "You may begin your training." In an instant, Qian Duo, Haizi, Lin Hu, Mou, and the others dashed forward. However, Ji Wushuang remained steadfast by Zhao Fan's side, not moving an inch. Zhao Fan focused his attention, observing how Haizi fought like a fierce tiger, each punch sending a demon beast flying. Excellent. This lad possesses extraordinary talent. He is indeed suited for the path of physical cultivation. Moreover, after a few days, he had already grasped the first form of the primitive divine fist quite well. In stark contrast, Qian Duo exhibited a crafty demeanor, refraining from directly confronting the demon beasts. Instead, he would wait for his fellow disciples to engage, then spring forth from behind to deliver a surprise strike. Zhao Fan shook his head, recognizing the little chubby boy as an opportunist. Within just 2 hours, they had collectively hunted over 30 1st and 2nd-tier demon beasts. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from afar. The clouds churned ominously, dark and foreboding. Concurrently, Ye Kai's voice reached them. Master Zhao, a late third-tier demon beast, is upon us. We cannot hold it off. Alarm bells rang in Zhao Fan's mind. Sensing that this creature's strength surpassed that of the previously encountered third-tier beasts. Little Chubby, lead everyone to safety. Wu Shuang, accompany me. Zhao Fan understood that among the disciples present, only Ji Wushuang possessed the capability to contend with a third-tier demon beast. With that, Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang ventured into the thicket. They swiftly navigated through the underbrush and soon arrived at the outskirts of a forest. Upon entering, they discovered Ye Kai and 3 others engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal dark creature. Judging by its size, it resembled a moving small house. And with a single swipe of its massive paw, it felled several trees. This was a late third-tier wolf Fang Black Bear, its power nearing that of a 4th-tier demon beast. Yet, how did it stray from the depths of the beast mountain to the periphery? Ji Wushuang appeared somewhat anxious. Zhao Fan's curiosity piqued, and he couldn't help but glance toward Ye Kai and his companions. They were fighting while retreating, clearly avoiding a direct confrontation. In Ye Kai's hand was a mirror, which he employed to reflect the bear's gaze whenever it charged. The wolf Fang Black Bear seemed highly wary of that mirror. What is that? Zhao Fan wondered, casting a glance at the mirror in Ye Kai's grip. Host, this is the 4th-tier artifact, the Crimson Sun Mirror, capable of dispelling the malevolent aura of demon beasts. Before long, Ye Kai and the others retreated to Zhao Fan's side. Master Zhao, the demon beast is yours now. Everyone fall back. With swift movements, the 4 utilized their agility to escape, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fan immediately realized that the wolf Fang Black Bear had been deliberately lured by Ye Kai. However, in this critical moment, he had no time for further contemplation. With a swift motion, he summoned the 7th-tier weapon, the Qinghong's sword, into his grasp. Instantly, it radiated brilliant light, illuminating the sky and dispersing the ominous clouds above. The wolf Fang Black Bear came to an abrupt halt. With trepidation, they gazed at the sword in Zhao Fan's hand, while Ji Wushuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fixated on the weapon, a 7th-grade Dao artifact, Zhao Fan was equally astonished that a single sword could evoke such astonishment in both a person and a beast. Dare not. Beast, I shall count to 3. If you do not withdraw, I shall sever your head. The wolf Fang Black Bear hesitated. As a demon beast, it could undoubtedly sense the threat posed by the sword, yet it also felt compelled to defend the dignity of its territory. Had it not been for Ye Kai's mockery, the wolf Fang Black Bear might have turned to flee. However, the tone and actions of Ye Kai and his companions were nothing short of an affront to the beast clan. 3, 2, 1, behold the sword. With a swift stroke, Zhao Fan cleaved, and a spray of crimson erupted. The head of the wolf Fang Black Bear rolled to the side, under the might of the 7th-grade Dao artifact. The beast did not even entertain the thought of struggle. Yet, it did not retreat, choosing instead to embrace death in defense of its honor. Zhao Fan was taken aback. He had feared that a single strike would fail him, jeopardizing his position as the peak master. Master is formidable. Behind him, Qian Duo and others rushed forward. Ye Kai and his companions also approached, Ye Kai regarding Zhao Fan with a strange expression. He could hardly fathom that Zhao Fan had slain a demon beast with a single stroke. His gaze was fixed upon Zhao Fan's sword. Peak Master Zhao, what manner of sword is this? The aura it emanates makes my very soul tremble. Zhao Fan sheathed the long sword and replied nonchalantly, merely an ordinary longsword. As he spoke, Zhao Fan glanced at the demon beast, its head severed, yet still pulsating with life. Its heart thumped vigorously, and its limbs twitched incessantly. A thought struck him, and he commanded, Wushuang, finish it. Ji Wushuang thrust her sword, piercing the heart of the wolf Fang Black Bear, rendering it utterly motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host Disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully slaying a demon beast beyond her level. Reward, 1 realm advancement. Subsequently, Zhao Fan felt his energy reservoir expand dramatically, at least doubling in size. The spiritual energy within swirled, becoming considerably more robust. Foundation establishment, 3rd level. Can this truly be so? System, this isn't cheating, is it? Zhao Fan felt a slight flush of embarrassment at this newfound realm. He approached, saying, Master, in the future, for such finishing tasks, allow your disciple to handle them. Zhao Fan chuckled, very well. Heezy, I shall bestow upon you 2 spirit artifacts as a gift. With that, he tossed a pair of 4th-grade spirit arm guards to Heezy, along with a dagger of the same grade. 4th-grade spirit artifacts? Ye Kai was once again astonished, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Heezy donned the arm guards and grasped the dagger, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Fan before rushing toward the carcass of the demon beast. With a flick of his left hand, He exposed the beast's belly and plunged the dagger within, swiftly sliding it. A jet of blood erupted, splattering his face. He wiped his left hand across his visage, now smeared with blood, yet he seemed unfazed, plunging his right hand into the wound to retrieve a bloody inner core. The female disciples, save for Ji Wushuang, felt nauseated, unable to resist stepping back and turning away. Even Qian Duo hid behind Zhao Fan. Goodness! Is Heezy perhaps a butcher by trade? Zhao Fan's choice of Heezy was undoubtedly due to his immense strength. For an ordinary individual, even with the death of the wolf fawn black bear, it would be a formidable challenge to penetrate its flesh. Heezy, lacking a storage ring, merely carried a bag, into which he cast the inner core, securing it behind him with 2 ropes tied around his waist. He patted the bag and proclaimed, "Master, all is ready." Zhao Fan glanced at Ye Kai and the others, and with a calm demeanor, stated, "Let us find a place to rest for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." Chapter 19. Cultivating the Canglan dominance technique in the middle of the night, Zhao Fan abruptly opened his eyes, noticing a shadow rise within the adjacent tent. Was that Ye Kai's tent? During the evening's tent assembly, Zhao Fan had organized everyone in a circular formation for mutual protection against potential beastly assaults. He retrieved a talisman from his storage ring, one of the rewards he had received in recent days, known as the eavesdropping talisman. Although he felt that his status should not permit such actions, he found Ye Kai's behavior somewhat suspicious. Thus, he crushed the talisman, and a clear voice reached his ears. Ye Kai was communicating with Yi Sanyang via a transmission stone. And Zhao Feng actually possesses a 7th grade Dao artifact. A 7th grade Dao artifact? How can that be? The highest level in Qingzhou is merely 5th grade spiritual artifacts, and 6th grade artifacts are only spoken of in legends. Indeed, I saw it distinctly. It was a 7th grade longsword. I intentionally lured a late-stage 3rd grade beast with the Qiyang mirror you provided, and the beast, under the might of the 7th grade Dao artifact, did not even dare to retaliate before being slain. From the threat it posed to the soul, it must be a 7th grade artifact. Alright, I understand now. The eavesdropping talisman had a brief duration, and as it expired, Ye Kai also lay back down. Zhao Fan snorted softly, "Yi Sanyang, should you dare to undermine me in secret, just wait until I return to settle the score." Of course, Zhao Fan was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation level, overcoming a formidable opponent such as Yi Sanyang, a master of the transformation stage, seemed rather unrealistic. He held confidence in his swordsmanship. Yet against a titan of the transformation stage, mere sword techniques would not suffice. After all, the opponent's protective chi was exceedingly formidable. A mere pressure could send him reeling. Even the most exquisite swordplay would struggle to close the distance. However, he possessed the existence of the Chaos Maiden, a servant of the Celestial Emperor. And he also had the Invincible card. With a card in hand, he could dominate the heavens and the earth. What was Yi Sanyang compared to him? Soon, dawn broke. As the first light graced the 100 Beasts Mountain, Zhao Fan discovered a new technique in his system backpack: blood slaughter across 1,000 miles. His gaze fell upon blood slaughter across 1,000 miles. Upon acquiring this technique, Zhao Fan felt a tinge of disdain. Although the system indicated it was a sacred grade technique, he was not fond of the name, which reeked of bloodshed. System, I wish to convert blood slaughter across 1,000 miles into a body cultivation technique. Affirmative. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Convert. System conversion in progress. Approximately 3 breaths later. Ding. Congratulations, host. On converting Canglan dominance technique. Technique level, sacred grade supreme. Splendid. With the Canglan dominance technique, I can surely wield the primal divine fist. With this thought, Zhao Fan unhesitatingly directed his mind to cultivate the Canglan dominance technique. Good host, due to the unique nature of the Canglan dominance body technique, auxiliary materials are required. For the initial practice, the system provides them, but a different environment is necessary. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Zhao Fan vanished from his location. In the next moment, he found himself in a mist-laden arena. Surrounding him, clouds swirled and spiritual energy permeated the air, even with the use of the Crimson Eye technique. He could discern nothing of his surroundings. It felt as if he were enveloped in a chaotic space. In the center lay a pool, shrouded in mist, imbued with profound Taoist essence. Host, please disrobe and enter the pool. However, the process may be somewhat painful, and you must endure. Zhao Fan nodded and removed his garments before stepping into the water. The instant he submerged, an intense heat enveloped him, akin to being boiled in crimson waters. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, only to discover that the pool was controlled by a formation, as if an invisible barrier pressed down, firmly anchoring him beneath the surface. Fortunately, with the foundational strength of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment, his prowess was evidently several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, gradually acclimatizing over a cup of tea's duration. The discomfort was not as severe as he had anticipated. Just as he thought this, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, as if countless blades emerged from the water, slicing at his skin. Despite his best efforts to endure, Zhao Fan could not suppress his cries of agony. The merciless blades relentlessly tore at his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. Whoosh! It felt as though torrents of water surged into his blood vessels, rampaging through him and severing his very lifeblood. Although his soul remained unscathed, the physical torment was nearly unbearable. System, you have betrayed me. Despite his internal curses, he remained trapped in the water, forced to endure the suffering. Time became an enigma, until at last, Zhao Fan sensed a reduction in the pain. Unable to resist, he glanced down at his body, now a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled, with stark white bones visible. How terrifying! Is this still me? Am I dead? Why can I feel no pain? Or have I become numb? Just as he pondered this, the pool water began to bubble once more, sending a jolt of fear through him. More? But then, he exhaled in relief. This time, the water did not assault him but instead rose in layers of spiritual liquid. As it made contact with his body, it swiftly integrated with him. Strangely, some of it formed into veins, while others coalesced into skin. Before long, Zhao Fan's physical form had been reshaped. The water had nearly vanished. Rising from the pool, he beheld his naked self, hardly able to believe his eyes. Is this a rebirth? He felt his skin, now as resilient as steel, exuding a radiant crimson glow. He could distinctly sense the latent power within his fingertips, as if a mere thought could unleash it. With a slight stamp of his foot, he leaped upward. With a resounding thud, the entire illusory space trembled, cracks appearing across the ground, spreading outward. Yet, in an instant, it returned to normal. Clearly, this chaotic realm was fortified by a formation. Clenching his fists, the air within a 10-foot radius erupted with a thunderous crackle. This power, he believed, now enabled him to shatter a small hill with a single punch. The primordial divine fist, crumble mountain. The primordial divine fist, subdue the sea. The primordial divine fist, annihilate the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Fan unleashed 3 consecutive punches. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled and mountains shook, accompanied by the resounding roar of winds and thunder. The air before him was punctured, creating black holes. As if the apocalypse had arrived, darkness enveloped everything, and he had carved out a void in the universe. What a terrifying primordial divine fist. What astonishing physical strength. Zhao Fan laughed. Although his current realm was merely the foundation establishment stage, he felt that his physical prowess could at least rival that of a 9th-level transformation cultivator. System, have I truly mastered it? Congratulations, host. You have entered the Canglan body dominance technique. Entered? Surely you jest. I feel invincible. Host. Your physical strength now rivals that of a 9th-level transformation cultivator, coupled with the dragon-slaying sword technique. You can exchange blows evenly with cultivators below the 5th level of the enlightened path. In Qingzhou, you are invincible without the need for an invincibility card or the chaos tree. Whoosh. Zhao Fan returned to the tent once more. This fellow scolded me like an old scholar. Never mind, I shall spare him today. Upon glancing at the panel, name, Zhao Fan, age, 20, realm, foundation establishment 3rd level, cultivation technique, 4th grade supreme swift as the wind complete, 10 meters in a single step. Holy grade supreme, Canglan body dominance technique entry level, martial skills, 5th grade supreme Tianxuan 7 swords complete, holy grade supreme dragon slaying technique complete. Holy grade supreme primordial divine fist complete, magical artifacts, 7th grade Dao artifact Qinghong sword, etc. Items, Immortal Emperor card, etc. Opening his eyes, he found that daylight had broken, and the sound of sword practice echoed outside. He lifted a corner of the tent to look, and saw Ji Wushuang, her sword glimmering like flowing silk, each movement executed with remarkable precision, exuding the aura of a master. Master, you are awake. Noticing someone observing her, Ji Wushuang paused and turned her head. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily set down the tent. Glancing at her clothes tossed aside, she quickly donned them before emerging, packing away the tent and calling out, "Everyone, rise. Prepare for a new day of training." Chapter 20. Training, encountering a 4th grade monster after 10 breaths. The group continued deeper into the 100 Beasts Mountain. Yi Kai led the way with the Qiyang mirror in hand. Zhao Fan, walking behind, surveyed his surroundings, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Wushuang, are we still on the outskirts of 100 Beasts Mountain? We are already on the edge between the outskirts and the inner region. Ji Wushuang assessed mildly, as she walked the path of an invincible sword cultivator. Even if Yi Kai led them into the inner region, she would not falter. However, upon hearing his words, Qian Duoduo turned pale with fear. What? We're approaching the inner region. Everyone stop. The group halted, turning back to look at Qian Duo. Hey Qian, what's wrong? Lin Hu inquired. Qian Duo pointed ahead. Everyone. If we proceed any further, we will enter the forbidden zone of the inner region of 100 Beasts Mountain. What? Lin Hu glanced at Yi Kai. Brother Yi. Is that true? Yi Kai smiled calmly. Lin, we are here to train. Are you afraid? Lin Hu's expression shifted. Who said I was afraid? The leader has instructed that this trial is confined to the periphery. Mou exclaimed. Surely not. I recall there are boundary stones marking the division between the periphery and the inner region. As everyone looked around, they noticed the absence of such stones. Yi Kai remarked. We must not have reached the edge of the forbidden zone yet. Follow me. Wait. Qian, attentive and astute, leaped onto a rock, her feet suddenly twisting. The stone abruptly changed direction, revealing two prominent characters. Forbidden zone. Below them was a line of smaller text. Trialists must stop here. Who turned the stone? Is someone attempting to ensnare us? Lin Hu shouted. Zhao Fan, with piercing eyes, scanned the group, his gaze settling on Yi Kai's face, where he detected a subtle shift in expression as he deliberately turned away. Humph. Zhao Fan scoffed inwardly, thinking, so this is the game you wish to play, young man. Who could it be? Mou was also incensed. Clearly, this is an attempt to sabotage us. Perhaps it was disciples from another sect? Let us not turn against one another. Yi Kai turned around and spoke nonchalantly. Among the trialists, apart from Zhao Fan, Yi Kai held a high status as the third senior brother of the sect. Consequently, silence enveloped the group. What of the forbidden zone? Yi Kai continued. Since we are here to undergo trials, we must possess the courage to take risks. Fearing for our lives contradicts the path of our hearts. How can we progress further? Ji Wushuang looked to Zhao Fan, seeking his opinion. Zhao Fan met Yi Kai's gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yi Kai, I find your reasoning sound. How about this? You and I will scout ahead, while the rest maintain a distance of 300 meters behind us. Yi Kai's expression shifted. Zhao Fengzhu. What do you mean by that? Zhao Fan chuckled. I merely believe you to be bold and hold you in high regard. If you hesitate, I shall have to find someone else. Master, I shall accompany you. Haizi, brimming with confidence yet somewhat naive, was unaware of his master's true intentions. Qian Duo grasped his arm, shaking her head slightly. Haizi, perplexed, declared, what is there to fear? I will clear the path. Are they not merely beasts? I can take them down with a single punch. No worries. Just as Qian Duo was about to speak, Yi Kai interjected loudly. Very well. Since Haizi is willing to take the lead, I shall bring up the rear. The fellow disciples cast glances of disdain and dissatisfaction toward Yi Kai, yet he remained unfazed. Before arriving today, he had received a task from his aunt to thwart those scheming against the miscellaneous Herb's Peak. Haizi broke free from Qian Duo's grip and jumped to Zhao Fan's side. Ji Wushuang stepped forward as well, joining Zhao Fan. After a moment of thought, Zhao Fan smiled slightly. Haizi, lift that boundary stone and advance 300 meters. Yes, master. Haizi approached the boundary stone, gathered his strength, and with a commanding shout, heave it up. To everyone's astonishment, he truly lifted the stone. Witnessing Haizi's extraordinary strength, the crowd was left in awe. As Haizi strode forward with the stone, his steps were remarkably steady and forceful. Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang hurried ahead, fearful that a beast might emerge. Although Haizi could lift the stone, confronting a beast would undoubtedly pose a challenge. 100 meters. 200 meters. The group pressed onward. The boundary stone advanced, an unabashed challenge to the beast clan. At this moment, deep within the 100 Beast Mountain, on a hillside 500 meters away, a three-headed lion was gazing intently in this direction. Its eyes blazed with flames. And upon closer inspection, the rocks surrounding it were also emanating wisps of fire. This was a fourth-tier crimson flame lion. 300 meters. With a thud, Haizi set down the boundary stone, merely panting lightly. Zhao Fan sat cross-legged atop the stone and surveyed the others. All right. We shall practice within a radius of 300 meters. Do not venture deeper. Thus, the disciples divided into three groups and began to move left and right. The crimson flame lion slowly rose, its blood-red jaws opening to reveal sharp teeth. With a swoosh, it effortlessly leaped down from the hillside, landing on a rock, and then jumped again to another slope, now only 30 meters away from Yi Kai and the others. Suddenly, Zhao Fan, perched on the rock, glanced warily to the left and spotted the beast. Its presence was immense, and he faintly sensed the oppressive threat it posed. Be cautious, Zhao Fan shouted. Simultaneously, Ji Wushuang also detected the beast's presence and soared toward it. Over there, Yi Kai and the others noticed as well and, terrified, turned to flee in this direction. The fiery lion, with two leaps, closed the distance to Yi Kai and the others. Two new disciples, whose realms were too low, stumbled in panic and fell to the ground, their faces pale with terror. As they turned to see the beast pouncing down, a shadow loomed like a mountain above them, nearly causing them to faint from fear. At that moment, Zhao Fan activated his instantaneous movement, suddenly appearing beside them, grasping their arms, and pulling them back with a swift motion. Swoosh! Ji Wushuang arrived, slicing with her sword. The sword light was like a silken ribbon, cleaving the space and striking the belly of the crimson flame lion. However, the lion's hide was as tough as iron, producing a clanging sound without any breach in defense. Nevertheless, the lion was momentarily halted in midair. Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang seized the opportunity to retreat. As the lion descended, a loud crash echoed as the ground shattered beneath its weight, debris flying. A powerful force surged forth. Ji Wushuang wielded her sword relentlessly, the clanging of metal ringing out, sending the rocks before her flying. Yet she herself was jolted back, spitting blood. Zhao Fan swiftly steadied her shoulder, whispering, "Allow me." As he spoke, he discreetly activated his invincible card with his left hand, while his right palm flipped, grasping the Qinghong's sword. With a thrust, the sword emitted a terrifying aura, filling the air with spirit energy. A horrific black hole formed as the air screamed in protest. The crimson flame lion roared defiantly, as if to declare its dominion over the territory, but before it knew it, a sword pierced its neck. With a thrust, the sword penetrated deeply, and the lion's head rolled away, its body severed. The onlookers were struck with awe. A fourth-tier beast, vanquished by a single sword strike. Was it not said that Zhao Fan was merely immortal? Thus, they all gazed at the sword in his hand. A divine weapon. Lin Hu and Mou, being discerning individuals, gasped in astonishment. The others were left in a daze. Originally, Zhao Feng wielded the Dao device, which explained much. For these disciples, the Dao device was undoubtedly a legendary artifact they had never encountered, fueling their fervent envy and admiration. Zhao Fan felt a tinge of regret. Had the flame lion been vanquished by Ji Wushuang, it would have been ideal. Alas, it perished at his own hands, thwarting any elevation of his realm and wasting the invincibility card. He shook his head, stowing the Qinghong's sword into his storage ring, and turned to approach. "Haizi, gather the elixirs." Just as he uttered these words, he noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, and a sudden ominous wind stirred behind him, prompting an alarmed realization. He turned to see Ji Wushuang darting forth, her sword slicing through the air. Bang! A heavy thud resonated from behind, and upon glancing back, he discovered that the flame lion was not entirely slain. It had mustered its final breath in a desperate attempt to ambush Zhao Fan, but met its demise beneath Ji Wushuang's blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host's chief disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully slaying the beast beyond her rank, earning a reward of 1 realm. Boom! She had ascended to the 4th level of foundation establishment. The ancient well of Qi expanded further, its spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave, tumultuous and relentless. At that moment, the ancient well no longer resembled its former self. It had transformed into a small square pond. Is this truly happening? Thank you, Flame Lion, for your fierce struggle and final gamble. At this juncture, Haizi stepped forward promptly to collect the elixirs. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Over the years of training, the Sword Sect had never recorded the extermination of a 4th-tier beast, and this year would undoubtedly mark a groundbreaking achievement. Compared to their peers, it is common for beasts to surpass practitioners in strength, and 4th-tier beasts are second only to the 3 Peak Masters and the 3 Elders. Indeed, the Sword Sect's 3 Peak Masters refer to the main peak, Longing Peak, and Huxiao Peak. If slaying a 4th-tier beast is the pinnacle, then the trials ahead might descend into mediocrity. Nevertheless, with a day and a half remaining, the group managed to eliminate over 20 more beasts, including 2 3rd-tier, 5 2nd-tier, and the rest being 1st or 2nd-tier. The 1st-tier beasts were tactfully left for the new disciples to hone their skills. Though the span of 3 days was brief, many had experienced life and death encounters. Particularly, Lin Hu advanced from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 5th. Mou rose from the 2nd to the 4th level. Yi Kai remained unchanged at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Qian made a modest ascent to the 4th level from the 3rd. Several new disciples achieved 1 to 2 levels of progression. Qian Duo did not advance, while Haizi unexpectedly progressed by 1 level. Ji Wushuang ascended 2 levels, reaching the 4th level of foundation establishment. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Zhao Fan led the team back. Throughout the journey, everyone except Yi Kai was in high spirits. On their way, they had heard from older disciples that casualties were common during annual trials. However, this year, under Zhao Fan's leadership and with a talent like Ji Wushuang, they had faced the beasts without peril. They emerged unscathed. Yi Kai walked at the rear, his demeanor despondent, even too lethargic to heed the voice transmission from Yi Sanyang. What was there to observe? What report could be made? Upon arriving at the foot of the Sword Sect's main peak, they found the 3 peak masters and the 3 elders waiting below. Everyone was in a state of anxious anticipation, especially Zhong Bugui, who stood at the center. Although he had consented to Yi Sanyang's proposal and selected the elite of the Sword Sect, both new and old, to form the expedition team, he could not shake his worries. He had only descended the mountain to await the return of the expedition team after having urged Yi Sanyang several times. Yi Sanyang herself was deeply concerned, for her nephew, Yi Kai, was among the team. Yi Kai was a promising junior in whom she had invested considerable effort. Any mishap would be devastating. With no communication from Yi Kai, she feared the worst, that the entire team had perished. Suddenly, Longzhan exclaimed, "They've returned." The group focused their senses towards the horizon and spotted the returning members, brimming with excitement. Zhong Bugui quickly counted the number of individuals in the team, and relief washed over him as a smile crept onto his face. Zhao Fan, upon seeing them, chuckled, "Sect Master, I have brought everyone back safely." Yi Sanyang, noticing that none had sustained injuries, remarked coolly, "Zhao Peak Master, what do you mean by that? The sect entrusted you with leading this expedition, yet you appear to have taken them on a leisurely 3-day escapade instead." Zhao Fan, with a teasing glint in his eye, replied, "Yi Sanyang, how could you presume to know we spent 3 days in leisure?" Yi Sanyang gestured towards the group. "Is it not evident? Not a single disciple has been harmed. Were you secretly hoping for casualties among the Sword Sect disciples?" Zhao Fan turned to Yi Kai. "Yi Kai, why don't you enlighten her about our whereabouts these past 3 days?" Yi Kai, fully aware that even if he lied, those behind him, including Tianxuan, would not, hesitated. At the very least, Tianxuan was an honest person. "And Zhao Peak Master indeed led us into the 100 Beasts Mountain." Yi Sanyang was taken aback. "Impossible. Little Kai, were you coerced by him? Speak the truth to your aunt, and I shall advocate for you." Yi Kai replied with a bitter smile, "Aunt, I am speaking the truth." Yi Sanyang's expression darkened as she paused for a moment before saying, "Very well, Zhao Peak Master, I concede that you succeeded. However, even if you entered the 100 Beasts Mountain, what of it? Did you not hide at the entrance for 3 days?" Just as Yi Kai was about to respond, Yi Sanyang interrupted, "Little Kai, do not fear him. Speak candidly. Today, I shall ensure he understands that unworthy individuals are indeed unworthy. Since you deem me unworthy, why did you allow me to lead the team?" "Yi Sanyang, what is your true intention?" Zhao Fan retorted with a cold laugh. Zhong Bugui, deep in thought, glanced at Yi Sanyang. In a hurried response, she said, "Zhao Fan, what do you imply?" "I merely wish for you to establish a positive image among the disciples." Zhao Fan ignored her and, with a detached demeanor, addressed Yi Kai. "You tell your aunt about the scope of our expedition." Yi Kai hesitated for a moment, then finally stated, "In the 3 days of training, not only did we traverse the entire outer region, but we also advanced inward by 300 meters. What?" At this revelation, not only Yi Sanyang, but even Zhong Bugui and the others were left in stunned silence. "Yi Kai, is this true?" Zhong Bugui inquired. Yi Kai nodded. Zhong Bugui glanced at the expressions of the other disciples, realizing the truth of the matter. The outer perimeter was a result of years of trials. Having reached a tacit understanding with the Beast Clan, effectively recognized as a training ground. However, advancing 300 meters would equate to an act of invasion. Even encroaching upon 10 meters would challenge the dignity of the Beast Clan. With each step forward, the danger would increase. Yet, everyone remained unscathed. Yi Sanyang exclaimed, "Impossible. This cannot be." According to my investigation a few days ago, just a few hundred meters within the boundary, there lurked a 4th-tier demonic beast. Longzhan gasped, "What? A 4th-tier demonic beast?" Yi Sanyang, knowing there was a 4th-tier beast, why would you propose such training? Are you seeking to endanger the disciples? Yi Sanyang realized she had misspoken and hurriedly replied, "Did I permit them to enter the inner perimeter?" Zhong Bugui furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Fan. "Have you encountered a 4th-tier demonic beast?" Zhao Fan gestured to He Zi, who tossed a bag in front of Zhong Bugui. Longzhan stepped forward to open it, revealing several demonic beast inner cores. "This is a 3rd-tier inner core, and this one too. And this one. This core is actually from a 4th-tier demonic beast." Everyone stared in astonishment at Zhao Fan. Yi Sanyang jumped forward, and upon seeing the 4th-tier inner core, she staggered back, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be. How could you have slain a 4th-tier demonic beast?" Zhong Bugui looked at everyone, curiosity piqued. "I am quite intrigued. How did you accomplish this?" Qian stepped forward. It was Zhao Fengzhu. Zhong Bugui turned his gaze to Zhao Fan, his eyes flashing with both doubt and curiosity. Yi Sanyang's eyes widened, fixated on Zhao Fan, seemingly attempting to peer into something deeper. "How could you possibly possess the ability to slay a 4th-tier demonic beast?" Yi Kai exclaimed loudly. "He wields a Dao artifact." "What? A Dao artifact?" How is that possible? Everyone, including Zhong Bugue, gazed at Zhao Fan in astonishment. Zhao Fan looked at Yi Sanyang, a glimmer of killing intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Zhong Bugue glanced around and spoke softly. Let us conclude the matter of training here. I do not wish for today's events to be widely disseminated. Everyone may return. As for the rewards of the training, I will have the elder in charge distribute them. Zhao Fengzhu, please follow me. As everyone departed, Zhao Fan accompanied Zhong Bugue toward the main peak. Chapter 22. Do you truly possess a Dao artifact? Yi Sanyang glared at his retreating figure, gritting her teeth. Zhao Fan, you have publicly humiliated me several times, causing me, the dignified master of Longing Peak, to lose face. I shall not allow you to revel in this. Her mutterings were, of course, unheard by Zhao Fan. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Zhong Bugue turned with a smile and inquired, Zhao Fengzhu, do you truly possess a Dao artifact? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, to be honest, I do not fully understand it. It is merely a sword. Zhong Bugue responded with an intrigued, may I take a look? Zhao Fan flipped his palm, revealing the Qinghong's sword. Although it remained sheathed, the faint aura emanating from it caused Zhong Bugue's pupils to constrict. Trembling, he grasped the sword sheath and gently drew it. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as the sword light burst forth in an instant. Zhong Bugue could not help but shut his eyes. Upon opening my eyes once more, I beheld an ethereal mist swirling around a cold, solemn sword, upon which the characters Qinghong were inscribed. The blade, a deep azure reminiscent of an unclouded sky, emanated a profound luminescence. With a slight tremor, it radiated an undeniable aura of power, even without the use of spiritual energy. What a magnificent sword! In my years in Qingzhou, this is the first time I have encountered a Taoist artifact. Zhong Bugue sheathed the sword and presented it to Zhao Fan. I wonder where Master Zhao obtained this. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Zhong Bugue quickly interjected, I apologize. I have overstepped. It is nothing now. Master Zhao has worked hard. Please return and rest. Zhao Fan nodded and made his way back to the Herb Peak through the rear entrance. At Herb Peak, Haizi was practicing his martial arts, while Ji Wushuang sat cross-legged in meditation, a harmonious blend of action and stillness. The sound of Qianduoduo's snoring drifted from his room. Zhao Fan shook his head gently, reclining in a rattan chair and closing his eyes. It seemed that both Qianduoduo and Haizi were progressing slowly, particularly Qianduoduo. Relying on him felt somewhat unrealistic. Solely depending on Ji Wushuang appeared rather one-dimensional as well. System, can you inform me how I might swiftly locate the disciples I require? Zhao Fan referred to the 8 gray figures on the panel. If the host insists on finding them quickly, it is feasible, though it will necessitate enhancing one's fortune. Once your fortune increases, you might even encounter suitable candidates by mere happenstance. Then tell me, how can I enhance my fortune? Every sect has a foundational stone, commonly known as the foundation stone or fortune stone, which can be collected. The more you gather, the greater your fortune. Zhao Fan mused to himself, this is indeed fortuitous. So, I must venture to excavate the foundational stones of other sects? Is this not akin to disturbing ancestral graves? Would I not be deemed a demon? However, he pondered, if they provoked him, would he not have just cause to eradicate their lineage? With this thought, Zhao Fan's eyes widened, a smile breaking forth, only to narrow once more. At that moment, Zhao Fan's storage ring began to tremble. A communication stone? He reached into his palm, revealing a communication stone, and activated it. Young master, could you return home? The family is facing a grave situation. Family? Zhao Fan's demeanor shifted as he recalled that this body belonged to the Zhao clan, residents of Jiangsheng in Qingzhou. Jiangsheng was home to 3 major families, the Zhao Li and Su. The Li family was the one that sought to ally with the Qian family previously. What has happened? The aged voice from the communication stone replied. The Li family is vying for dominance over our industries and intends to obliterate the Zhao clan. Initially, our strengths were comparable, but unexpectedly, an elder from the Li family, who has been in seclusion for many years, has emerged. Is this elder from the Li family formidable? Indeed, he has reached the golden core stage. To note, our Zhao clan's strongest members are the elder patriarch and your uncle, but alas, both are currently in seclusion. Very well, I shall return immediately. With that, Zhao Fan stowed away the communication stone, rising to his feet and addressing Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, accompany me to Jiangsheng, at the Sword Sect on Longing Peak. Within the Grand Hall, Yi Sanyang paced back and forth, visibly distressed. Yi Kai rushed in. Aunt, Master Zhao has descended the mountain. Descended? What purpose does he have in coming down? It is said that an incident has occurred in his hometown, Jiangsheng. Returning home, Yi Sanyang felt a stirring in her heart. Yi Kai, travel to Qingzhou and disseminate the news regarding Zhao Fan's possession of a Dao artifact. Yi Kai was taken aback. Did his aunt imply that an innocent man might suffer simply for possessing something of value? Understanding her intent, Yi Sanyang whispered, "Rest assured, he will not perish. As long as he reveals his identity as the sect master of the Sword Sect, no one in Qingzhou would dare to harm him. After all, the Sword Sect is the foremost power in Qingzhou. I merely wish for him to face some adversity. Just because no one would dare to kill him does not mean there are none who covet the 7th-tier Dao artifact in his possession." In Jiangqing, the grand entrance was steeped in a gruesome atmosphere. The imposing figure of the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Longwei, clutched his chest, blood staining the corner of his mouth as he gazed in terror at an elderly man before him. The old man, appearing to be in his 70s yet possessing an ageless vigor, emanated an aura of formidable strength. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, the head of the Li family, who had previously visited Qingzhou. Following him were the steward of the Li family and several henchmen. "Zhao Longwei, will you not kneel and concede?" the old man thundered, his left hand behind his back and his right fingers splayed, an undercurrent of energy swirling in his palm, causing the dust on the ground to slowly spiral. Zhao Longwei gritted his teeth. "Patriarch of the Li family, it is impossible for me to surrender Zhao family's minds. You may kill me if you wish." The Li patriarch sneered. "Very well. I have long heard that the Zhao family possesses unyielding resolve. I shall grant you that. Once I annihilate your Zhao family, the mines will naturally fall into the hands of the Li family." As he spoke, the Li patriarch slowly raised his hand, and the space around his arm began to crackle ominously. The expressions of the family members behind Zhao Longwei shifted dramatically. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you yield?" "Never." "Very well. I shall honor your refusal to submit." At that moment, the Li patriarch prepared to strike. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "Old fool, does your Li family wish to be eradicated?" With that voice, a pair of young figures emerged. The young man, clad in a flowing black robe with long hair cascading behind him, possessed striking features. The young woman, adorned in silver armor and helmet, exuded an impressive aura. They were none other than Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang, who had hurried from Qingzhou. Descending the mountain, Zhao Fan, wishing to avoid alarming the mundane world, had donned ordinary attire. Disliking the white sect robes, he opted for the black robe instead. Regardless, the Zhao family remained Zhao Fan's home. Although he had undergone a transformation, he retained all the memories of his predecessor's life upon taking possession of this body. Within those memories, he recalled that his father, Zhao Longwei, had 2 brothers, the eldest, Zhao Longyan, and the youngest, Zhao Longku. The family patriarch, Zhao Zhenggang, was a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment and the bedrock of the Zhao family. The Zhao family valued martial prowess, leading the 3 brothers to compete openly and covertly for the rightful inheritance of the family. However, Zhao Zhenggang had declared that the one with the greatest talent among the Zhao family would become the future heir. After decades of contention among the 3 brothers, they had grown weary, as the patriarch had yet to step down. Meanwhile, the next generation began to rise. Zhao Fan's predecessor had exhibited exceptional talent from a young age, surpassing his peers. Jealousy from the elder uncle's family finally culminated in a treacherous act when Zhao Fan was merely 12 years old, as the elder uncle clandestinely severed his spiritual bone. From that moment on, Zhao Fan plummeted from grace, losing the esteem of the family patriarch. Zhao Longwei, though suspecting his elder brother's family, remained too timid to seek vengeance. Concerned for her son's safety, Madame Zhao sent Zhao Fan to the Sword Sect. Upon recalling these memories, Zhao Fan felt no affection for the family. Nevertheless, for his mother's sake, he resolved to stand up for the Zhao clan. An elderly man rushed toward Zhao Longwei, clasping Zhao Fan's hand and exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." This venerable figure was the family steward, who had nurtured Zhao Fan since childhood. Despite his subordinate status, their bond was akin to that of grandfather and grandson. "Rest assured, old Zhao." In the crowd, a middle-aged woman leaped forward, grasping Zhao Fan's arm. "My son, is it truly you? I thought you had forsaken this family in anger towards your parents." Ever since Zhao Fan lost his spiritual bone, Zhao Longwei had become despondent, often resorting to violence and even confining him to a dark room. As a cultivator at the 4th level of foundation establishment, Zhao Longwei felt disrespected, particularly with a son deemed a failure, leaving him unable to hold his head high. Zhao Fan understood the animosity between father and son, yet he recognized that there were still those in the Zhao family who cared for him, which motivated his return upon receiving the steward's call. Zhao Longwei cast a sidelong glance at his son, but remained silent. Stubborn as he was, he would never bow to his child. "You are the Zhao family's waste. Zhao Fan, devoid of a spiritual bone, aren't you?" The elder of the Li family stood proudly, looking down on Zhao Fan with contempt. "Ah, old man, I see you are still alive." Zhao Fan stepped forward, gazing at him coolly. "As long as the Zhao family endures, how could I perish?" The elder of the Li family replied. I recall that the Zhao, Su, and Li families had an agreement a century ago. The three families even signed a pact regarding the mining rights. Zhao Fan spoke, piecing together the memories of his predecessor. And so what? Times have changed. Now I shall seize your family's mineral veins. The elder of the Li family declared, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. The head of the Li family stepped forward, shouting, Zhao brat, the Jiangxing mineral veins have always been plentiful for warriors. Now that our elder has emerged from seclusion, having attained the first level of golden core, the mining rights must be redefined. The elder of the Li family waved his hand dismissively. Enough of your prattle. You, boy, kneel before me this instant, and I shall spare your Zhao family. Seeking death, Zhao Fan clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but Ji Wushuang stepped forward, saying, Master, allow me to handle this. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fan took a few steps back. All right. Ji Wushuang was eager to take action. Knowing it would enhance her own cultivation, calmly drawing her sword, she discerned that her opponent was at the first level of golden core, yet she felt no fear. She embraced the path of the invincible sword, finding greater challenge in formidable foes. Moreover, she sensed that the opponent's aura was unstable, indicating a recent breakthrough. Who are you, girl? If you are not a member of the Zhao family, begone. The elder of the Li family bellowed. The head of the Li family hurried forward, exclaiming, Elder, her name is Ji Wushuang, also known as the Ice Goddess. The head of the Li family still vividly recalls the moment outside Qingzhou City when Ji Wushuang held him hostage. The patriarch of the Li family disdainfully waved his hand, dismissing her as merely a goddess, declaring that he could easily reduce her to a worthless wretch. With that, he struck the air with tremendous force, shattering the atmosphere within a radius of several feet. His energy surged directly toward Ji Wushuang's head. Undaunted, Ji Wushuang drew her sword and unleashed a swift strike, the blade cutting through the air like a gust of wind. The brilliance of her sword cleaved through layers of his palm energy, aimed directly at the patriarch's head. Alarmed, the Li patriarch sidestepped, using one hand to deflect Ji Wushuang's sword while his other hand lunged toward her shoulder. The force of the wind was fierce, his fingers like dragon claws, enveloping Ji Wushuang in a thin veil of spiritual energy. It was her first challenge against a first-level golden core practitioner, and she felt her breath momentarily stifle. The surrounding space seemed to be locked, causing her sword to move sluggishly. Humph. Just an old fool who has barely entered the golden core realm. What is there to fear? With that thought, her breath surged fiercely, and with a swift arc of her sword, she executed a strike named Slashing the Moon. The blade moved in a half-circle, as swift as lightning, and struck the Li patriarch's arm. The Li patriarch quickly retreated, though his arm remained intact. Blood flowed profusely, injuring his tendons. He looked at Ji Wushuang with growing trepidation. You seek death, girl. Ji Wushuang sneered. Even at death's door, you still talk back. Behold my blade. With a single strike, she severed the patriarch's other arm. As she prepared to behead him, the Li patriarch hurriedly exclaimed, Wait. I concede. Ji Wushuang paused, taken aback. The patriarch quickly continued. Miss, you are not from the Zhao family. How about this? If you agree to serve my Li family as a protector, I will grant you 1,000 spirit stones each month. Ji Wushuang replied coolly, You are dreaming. The patriarch turned to Zhao Fan, saying, Zhao's brat. This is a private matter between my Li family and the Zhao family. Is it appropriate for outsiders to interfere? Zhao Fan coldly retorted, Wushuang, kill. Ji Wushuang's sword struck down, and the patriarch's head rolled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Ji Wushuang, for slaying her opponent. Reward, 1 level of cultivation. She advanced to the 7th level of foundation establishment. As the crowd gazed at the lifeless body of the Li patriarch, they stood frozen in shock. After a moment, their eyes flickered with disbelief. What just happened? Was I dreaming? The patriarch, after a long pause, the head of the Li family fell to his knees, weeping over the corpse of his ancestor. Ji Wushuang lightly rested her sword on his shoulder. Speak. Will you live or die? The Li patriarch slowly raised his head, looking at her in terror, unable to fathom how his family had come to this fate. Saying this, he seized the sword in his hand and took his own life. Zhao Fan surveyed the remaining members of the Li family, his expression icy. Since you dared to invade the Zhao family, you must be prepared for death. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wushuang kill. Ji Wushuang's sword sliced through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Multiple heads rolled onto the ground, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Even the Zhao family members were shaken, trembling in fear. Zhao Fan's demeanor remained calm, as if merely crushing a few ants, and he slowly turned to gaze at Zhao Longwei's face. Zhao Longwei, do you not feel you have brought shame upon the Zhao family? Son, you have returned. Who is this young lady to you? Zhao Longwei stepped forward, his hands outstretched. his voice trembling. Humph, do not attempt to draw close to me, Zhao Fan replied with a scoff. He held no affection for this father of his. Casting a glance at his mother, who remained in a dreamlike state. I shall visit the Li family for a moment. With that, Zhao Fan swiftly departed, accompanied by Ji Wushuang. As they reached the street, a melodious voice rang out. Oh, is that not young Master Zhao? Zhao Fan halted and turned to see three individuals approaching the entrance of a tavern. Leading them was a graceful young woman, of a similar age to him. Su Qiuxiang, the eldest daughter of the Su family. The name quickly surfaced in his memory. Is there something you require? Zhao Fan replied coolly. Su Qiuxiang approached him, her delicate fingers resting on his shoulder. Zhao Fan, have you forgotten? Our families once contemplated a union in our youth. Alas, it is all your fault for becoming a wastrel. Zhao Fan's expression turned icy. Have you finished? Why the haste? I have heard that the ancestral elder of the Li family has emerged from seclusion, and their kin have come to your Zhao family. I thought, given our past connection, it would be prudent to pay a visit. Look, I even brought along the two foremost guardians of the Su family. Zhao Fan cast a glance at the two imposing figures behind her. I recognized them, Su Long and Su Hu, two cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement. No need for that. I have already resolved my issues. Zhao Fan snorted. His memories revealed a deep-seated disdain for the woman before him. Ah, so swift. Rapid developments are rarely a good sign. Su Anren shot Zhao Fan a disapproving look. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. What exactly are you trying to convey? Su Qiuxiang returned his gaze with a frown. Why must you be so cold? I recall that after the Su family dismissed the proposal, you knelt at our doorstep, weeping for 3 days. Oh, and my younger sister Qiuyu felt pity for you, and even secretly delivered you some chicken legs. Zhao Fan indeed recalled that scene. A memory from his former life. Before his transmigration, this body had been rather inept. He pushed Su Qiuxiang aside and continued forward. Heartless wretch, Qiuyu is about to marry. She still harbors feelings for you. Su Qiuxiang called after him. Zhao Fan paused momentarily but did not turn back, pressing onward. Soon, they arrived at the Li family residence. Zhao Fan stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly stated, Wushuang, drive away the innocent of the Li family. Spare the women and children. All others shall be met with no mercy. Understood. Ji Wushuang dashed into the Li estate. Before long, a throng of elderly individuals, women, and children emerged in a state of panic. Most were servants, subordinates, or distant relatives of the Li family. After a while, Zhao Fan entered the Li residence. Activating his Scarlet Eye technique, he enveloped a radius of 100 feet, capturing the entirety of the Li estate within his sight. Dozens of corpses lay scattered upon the ground, the stench of blood overwhelming. Where's the foundation stone? Zhao Fan scanned the ground with the Scarlet Eye technique. Finally, beneath an ancient tree, he spotted a stone. The front bore the characters Li clan, while the back was inscribed with a Bagua diagram. Adorned with bats at the 4 corners, and at the bottom, a string of copper coins was embedded. At the top, a mythical beast, the Qilin, was sculpted. This was indeed the Stone of Fortune. Zhao Fan flipped his palm, wielding a long sword that he thrust downward, the sword energy piercing into the earth. With a flick of his wrist, the Fortune Stone rose into the air. System collect. Whoosh. The Fortune Stone vanished. Boom. Zhao Fan felt a mark appear on his mental panel, resembling a cloud of auspiciousness, while the shadowy figures in gray became somewhat clearer. Looking up at the Li residence, it seemed shrouded in a gray veil, suddenly dimming. The entire Li estate descended into a state of lifelessness. Clearly, the fortune had departed. Ji Wushuang flew in, Master. What has happened to the Li residence? Nothing much. The century-old Li family has lost its former glory. Even if some women and children remain, it may not regain its former splendor for many years. Let us depart for the Sword Sect. Zhao Fan led Ji Wushuang out of the Li residence. He had initially intended to return to the Zhao family, but now that the Zhao family had resolved its troubles, he felt no lingering attachment. As the two walked along the street, suddenly 4 guards came striding towards them, each adorned with the character for Su family guards. Make way, make way. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, for ahead lay the Su residence. The grand entrance of the Su estate was now clearly visible, with a flower palanquin stationed at the entrance, beside which stood a young man clad in fine garments, his hair slicked back and an air of frivolity about him. Chapter 24. As long as you do not wish to marry, no one can force you. At that moment, 2 burly men emerged, holding a girl captive. The girl struggled fiercely, exclaiming, I want to marry. I absolutely refuse to marry Jiang Zixio. Jiang Zixio? Could it be the Jiang family from Haiqing? Though Haiqing is not as prominent as Qingzhou, it is significantly larger than Jiangqing, and the Jiang family reigns supreme there. The 2 cities are neighbors, separated only by a mineral vein. A century ago, the Zhao, Li, and Su families formed an alliance to contend with the Jiang family, managing to seize a mineral vein. which they then divided among themselves. In recent years, the Zhang family has grown increasingly powerful, with rumors of individuals gaining high positions within the Dao sect, one of the four major forces in Qingzhou. This has fueled the Jiang family's ambition to absorb the mineral vein of Jiangqing. Zhao Fan shook his head slightly, realizing that the Jiang family sought to ally with the Su family to dismantle the Triad Alliance. If the Jiang family knew that the alliance among the three families in Jiangcheng had already crumbled from within, one could only imagine their feelings. Lost in thought, the girl suddenly spotted Zhao Fan and paused in surprise. Fangij? After a moment's hesitation, she summoned an unexpected strength, pushing aside the two men and rushing towards Zhao Fan. She was none other than the second young lady of the Su family, Su Qiuyu. The young man in fine clothing's expression shifted dramatically upon glimpsing Zhao Fan, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qiuyu, what is the meaning of this? Although Zhao Fan had an inkling, he could not help but inquire. Fangij, father wishes to marry me off to Jiang Zixio. I do not want to marry. With that, Su Qiuyu leapt into Zhao Fan's embrace, her shoulders trembling as she wept, her tears cascading like rain upon a pear blossom, evoking pity from the heavens. Zhao Fan gently patted her frail back, sighing, do not worry, with Fangij here, as long as you do not wish to marry, no one can compel you. Jiang Zixio, witnessing their intimate exchange, seethed with rage, his eyes aflame. You there, release my woman, or I shall see to your demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan tightened his embrace, declaring defiantly, what can you do if I refuse to let you go? Jiang Zixio's face turned ashen with rage. As the eldest son of the Jiang family in Haiqing, he was accustomed to having his will enforced without question. No one dared to be so brazen before him. To him, Haiqing was a mere palm-sized territory, easily crushed underfoot. Who was this insolent fellow? Who granted him such audacity? At that moment, a man in his 50s rushed out from within the estate. Casting a glance at Zhao Fan, he repeatedly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, good son-in-law, please do not be angry. He is the young master of the Zhao family. The Zhao, Li, and Su families have been longtime friends, and their children have played together since childhood. This man was none other than Su Qiuyu's father, the head of the Su family. Zhao Fan, so you've returned from Qingzhou. I heard your mother sent you to the Sword Sect, but what of it? You have lost your spiritual bone and cannot cultivate. Zhao Fan glanced indifferently at the head of the Su family, disregarding him as he patted Su Qiuyu's shoulder and said, all right, stop crying. Su Qiuyu nodded, finally managing to stifle her sobs. So he is a waste. Someone come, cripple his limbs, and feed him to the dogs. Jiang Zixio commanded with a wave of his hand. In an instant, two burly men charged forward. Swift as a flash, two beams of sword light flickered, with Ji Wushuang standing protectively in front of Zhao Fan. The two men were swiftly dispatched, their heads severed from their bodies. What? Jiang Zixio's expression changed as he turned to Ji Wushuang. Upon seeing her valiant demeanor, he grinned broadly, exclaiming, what excellent swordsmanship. My lady, would you care to serve as my guard? Of course, during the day, at night, you understand. As long as you please me, I shall offer you double the salary. Ji Wushuang scoffed coldly, you seek death. With a flash, her sword surged towards Jiang Zixio. Impudence. An elderly man clad in gray appeared, striking at Ji Wushuang's sword with a palm. Bang! The sword was deflected, carving a long scar into the ground. Ji Wushuang was forced to retreat several steps, her expression shifting. Foundation establishment, 9th level. She realized, recognizing him as a seasoned practitioner of the Foundation Establishment realm. The gray-clad elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Ji Wushuang. I know of you. At merely 19, you've earned the title of the Ice Goddess. Quite remarkable. You might consider the young master's proposal. Should you refuse, today shall mark your demise. Are you from the Blade Sect? Ji Wushuang sensed that the elder's strength was not merely palm force, but akin to a blade's edge. Indeed, I am Mo Buki, a steward of the Blade Sect stationed in Haiqing. The elder boasted with pride. The mere mention of the Blade Sect filled him with a sense of superiority. For both the Blade Sect and the Sword Sect were revered as pinnacle powers throughout Qingzhou, especially in this small Jiang city, where the Blade Sect's influence ran rampant. And what of the Blade Sect? Ji Wushuang retorted with a cold snort. Those who dare to offend my master will only meet one fate. Death. Your master? Mo Buki glanced at Zhao Fan and burst into hearty laughter. Are you jesting? This waste from the Zhao family is your master? How ludicrous. Miss Ji, you are among the most talented swordsmen of your generation in Qingzhou. Why would you willingly degrade yourself by taking on a master devoid of spiritual bone? Silence. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully of my master again, I will surely slay you. Jiang Zixio waved his hand. Miss Ji, look at you. Always talking about killing and slashing. Do we harbor such deep animosity? Let us converse civilly. Very well, today, out of respect for you, I shall not hold this boy accountable. With that, Jiang Zixio turned to Zhao Fan. I offer you a chance. Relinquish Miss Ji to me, and I assure you, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also release Su Qiuyu. After all, you have affections for her. I grant her freedom. Ji Wushuang's delicate hand quivered, and the light of her sword shimmered threateningly. Jiang Zixio, should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall certainly take your life. Jiang Zixio's expression shifted. Zhao Fan scoffed. Jiang Zixio, Wushuang is my disciple. She will never go with you. Furthermore, if Qiuyu is unwilling, you shall not take her away. Jiang Zixio's countenance darkened, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Very well, since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Mo kill. Mo Buki nodded and lunged towards Ji Wushuang. In midair, his palms rose like blades, slicing downwards. The fierce wind howled, shattering the space before him. Indeed, it was a technique of the blade. Ji Wushuang remained unfazed. Rather, she was filled with fervor and excitement. Though she had faced challenges beyond her level before, she had never encountered someone of Mo Buki's caliber, a seasoned foundational practitioner from the Blade Sect. However, Ji Wushuang had now attained the 4th level of foundation building, her combat prowess exceeding that of before. Chasing the wind, her sword flicked, and it shimmered like a meteor. Mo Buki's expression changed drastically, suspended in the air. He found himself unable to evade, resorting instead to twisting his wrist to redirect the force of his attack outward. The sword light dissipated. Mo Buki breathed a sigh of relief, his body beginning to descend. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's second strike arrived, moon-cleaving. The sword whipped sharply. Whoosh! A crescent arc of sword light emerged, and Mo Buki's face turned pale with horror as he suddenly perceived his body drifting farther away, stunned into darkness as his head fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host's foremost disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully defeating an opponent beyond her level. Reward: 1 level of foundation building. 8th level of foundation building. Zhao Fan was elated. This was precisely why he had brought Ji Wushuang along, to provide her with an opportunity for growth and elevate his own standing. Ji Wushuang stood resolutely, her presence formidable, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Jiang Zixio. It is your turn. Jiang Zixio's expression was exceedingly grim. He had come to Jiang City intending to flaunt with Mo Buki, but never anticipated encountering a prodigy like Ji Wushuang. Do you not realize, Ji Wushuang, whom you have slain? You are in grave trouble. Ji Wushuang retorted coldly. Is it not merely the Blade Sect? Let them come. Jiang Zixio's face darkened further, his eyes darting as he addressed the head of the Su family. It seems Jiang City does not welcome me. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Zhao Fan had discerned his level. He was at the 5th level of foundation building, just above Ji Wushuang. Thus, he urged, teach him a lesson, make him concede. Jiang Zixio was taken aback. Though he was at the 5th level, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Mo Buki. If Mo Buki had lost, how could he dare to fight? No, I shall not fight. I am no match for Miss Ji. Not fighting is not an option, Zhao Fan stated calmly. Although Ji Wushuang was unaware of Zhao Fan's intentions, she nonetheless leaped to intercept Jiang Zixio's path. Is this how you intend to depart? Jiang Zixio's expression darkened. Is it unacceptable for me to abandon Su Qiuyu? No, my master has instructed me to teach you a lesson. With a swift motion of her sword, Ji Wushuang struck. Angered, Jiang Zixio retorted, you are being overly presumptuous. I am still the foremost young master of Haiqing. With that, he unleashed a palm strike. Despite being of the same foundational realm, his skills were vastly inferior to those of Mo Buki. Ji Wushuang deftly sidestepped, then delivered a punch to his chest. The impact sent Jiang Zixio tumbling several paces away. Ji Wushuang gracefully approached, her sword poised at his chest. Do you yield? I concede. Enough. Jiang Zixio scrambled to his feet, dirted and disgruntled, casting a resentful glance at Zhao Fan, confusion evident in his eyes. I had already decided to leave. Why must she strike me? I admit defeat. Is that not sufficient? This is an affront. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging a higher realm. Reward: ascension to a new level. A surge of energy coursed through him as Zhao Fan felt his chi pool expand once more. Chapter 25. The arrival of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. The emergence of the frozen, profound body. He had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. His gaze fixed upon the chi pool, he sensed it had doubled in size, the waters swirling as though a mighty river flowed within. In that moment, he was suffused with spiritual energy, surging and ebullient. With each breath, the energy poured into the pool, rapidly swirling, and a phantom inner Dan materialized at its center. A golden Dan? Indeed, at this stage, it had yet to fully form, merely existing in its nascent state. Yet, should this information be revealed, It would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the cultivation world. For one to manifest a golden Dan at the foundation establishment stage is a rarity, occurring once in a million, and is a phenomenon seldom seen in centuries. Typically, within the 9 layers of foundation establishment, the early stage is characterized by a phantom Dan, the mid-stage by a solidified Dan, and the final stage sees the Dan fully formed. Only prodigious talents are capable of manifesting such extraordinary phenomena. Known as the external golden Dan. An internal golden Dan ensures the smooth circulation of spiritual energy. The larger the Dan, the more potent the energy and the broader the foundation, leading to greater future accomplishments. Individuals possessing an external golden Dan are equally rare, with none but the most gifted among them. The manifestation of a golden Dan signifies extraordinary talent, as long as one does not falter midway. Ascension to the heavens is assured. Zhao Fan was equally astonished by the extraordinary phenomenon within his chi pool. Outside Jiang City, along the official road, a slender figure clad in blue, wearing a conical hat, suddenly came to a halt. Supporting the brim of the hat, they gazed into the distance at the city gates. Jiang City had arrived. If that lad returns to the sect, he will surely pass this way. Yes, I shall await him here. Noticing a nearby stone, the figure approached, placing their rustic blade atop it before sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, Jiang Zixio emerged from the city, accompanied by 4 guards. Muttering curses under his breath. What a day of misfortune. Zhao Fan, you are in deep trouble. This time, the Jiang family need not intervene. After you have slain Mo Buki, you shall face the wrath of the Blade Sect, which you cannot withstand. As he spoke, Jiang Zixio produced a communication stone. Uncle, Mo Buki has been slain by a man named Zhao Fan. He is a worthless individual. However, for reasons unknown, the ice goddess, Ji Wushuang, has taken him as her master. Clutching the stone, Jiang Zixio turned around and noticed a figure seated upon a nearby stone. The person, donning a bamboo hat, was meditating with closed eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Zixio felt a surge of anger. Hey kid, move aside. I, Jiang Zixio, wish to rest for a moment. I'm exhausted. To his astonishment, the figure remained unmoved. Jiang Zixio's fury rose. Did you hear my words? A guard rushed forward, attempting to grasp the shoulder of the hat-wearing figure. Unexpectedly, the figure deftly twisted their wrist, seizing the guard's arm and giving it a gentle shake. Ah! The guard screamed in agony as his arm was twisted brutally. Jiang Zixio was taken aback, thinking, what audacity. They disregard me completely. All of you attack. Bring her down. The remaining 3 guards advanced, but the figure let out a cold snort. In the blink of an eye, a blade appeared in hand, and with a swift motion, the silver light flashed. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 guards collapsed, each sporting a crimson line across their necks. Such speed. Jiang Zixio staggered back, his expression changing drastically. Young master, we must flee. This individual is not to be trifled with. The wounded guard trembled, as if confronted by a demon, his voice quaking with fear. Though Jiang Zixio's legs quivered, he maintained his bravado, declaring, what is there to fear? I am a 5th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. He pointed at the figure. I am Jiang Zixio, the young master of the Jiang family in Haiqing. Kneel and apologize at once if you know what is good for you. The eyes beneath the hat gleamed with a chilling light. Suddenly, a kick was unleashed, sending Jiang Zixio flying through the air. Young master, the remaining guard, with one arm dangling, rushed to support Jiang Zixio. You dare to harm my people and strike me? I shall kill you. Jiang Zixio shouted, lunging outward. The figure grasped the blade again. Instantly, Jiang Zixio froze and exclaimed, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Humph. The figure coldly scoffed, lowering the blade and commanding, get lost. Jiang Zixio was thoroughly vexed, thinking, am I simply cursed today? First, I was beaten by Zhao Fan, and now I am assaulted by this mysterious figure. Just as he pondered this, he felt a tightening around his neck, realizing that the figure had inexplicably approached him and seized his throat. Who did you mention earlier? The figure inquired. Jiang Zixio's voice trembled, and he hesitated to utter Zhao Fan's name, uncertain of the figure's connection to him. What if they were friends or relatives? That would spell disaster for him. Do you know Zhao Fan? The figure tightened their grip. Have you seen him recently? Jiang Zixio gasped for air, on the verge of speaking, when his gaze turned and he spotted a man and a woman emerging from the city. They have arrived. He is here. Jiang Zixio exclaimed in horror. The figure turned to look, loosening their grip. Without concern for their relationship, be it friend or foe, Jiang Zixio fled. The figure, however, blocked his path with the blade. Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang walked in tandem, suddenly halting. Ji Wushuang sensed an unprecedented aura of murderous intent. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Fan. Master, there's a murderous intent. Zhao Fan sensed it too. At that moment, The system unexpectedly chimed. Ding. Ice Phoenix profound body detected. System match rate 100. Zhao Fan was taken aback. Indeed, fortune had arrived. He had encountered a disciple. However, this disciple exuded an aura of violence. The figure beneath the conical hat glanced at Ji Wushuang, an instinct whispering that the newcomer was a formidable opponent. Both wielded their weapons, locking eyes, neither making a move at that instant. Time seemed to stand still, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A chilling air coalescing within 3 paces, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, both struck simultaneously. Clang. The clash of blades echoed in the air. A symphony of metallic sounds resonating as they exchanged 13 blows in the blink of an eye. They returned to their initial stances. Ji Wushuang's sword pointed diagonally backward, while the hat-clad figure pressed a curved blade against their left side. After a brief pause, they launched into action once more, leaping into the air. They hovered momentarily, engaging in a fierce exchange of 18 strikes. Once again, they returned to their positions, maintaining their stances. Ji Wushuang remained as steadfast as a mountain, while the figure beneath the hat bore a fresh wound on their left arm, clearly injured. I didn't expect you, with a lower realm than mine, to withstand my lightning 18 blades. You may think your blade is swift, but I possess a sword technique that matches your speed. What was the name of your previous sword move? Chasing wind. The hat-clad figure fell silent, contemplating. I cannot kill you, but this person must die. With that, they cast a glance at Zhao Fan and leapt away. Zhao Fan hastily called out, Miss, wait. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the other had already vanished into the distance. Master, this person is not simple. You must be cautious. They are here to kill you. Ji Wushuang urged. Indeed, I noticed, but I have never offended this girl. Zhao Fan replied, bewildered. Girl? Ji Wushuang was taken aback. How could you not realize after exchanging dozens of strikes? Zhao Fan questioned. Ji Wushuang shook her head. I did not observe closely. Upon reflection, it indeed seems she is a girl. Let us return to Qingzhou. Chapter 26. Another fortune stone delivery. They arrived at a fork in the road. Continuing straight led to Qingzhou, while descending would take them to Haiqing. At the intersection stood a tea stall, where a few individuals sat with peculiar expressions. In the distance, Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang approached side by side. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang waved her hand. Master, there's a murderous intent. She gripped the hilt of her sword. Zhao Fan patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. They are from the Jiang family. Activating his crimson pupil technique, Zhao Fan spotted Jiang Zixio within the tea stall. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a pallid face, exuding a gloomy demeanor. Waiter, bring tea. Zhao Fan settled at an empty table, with Ji Wushuang sitting opposite him. At that moment, a figure clad in black approached Ji Wushuang, reaching toward her shoulder. Miss, let me introduce myself. Ji Wushuang coolly replied, leave. The black-clad figure suddenly struck at Ji Wushuang. She swiftly swung her sword in response, and the assailant leapt aside. My dear girl, I never anticipated you to be a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. However, when compared to the esteemed Zhang San from your family, you still have a long way to go. Humph. Spare me your grandiose claims. I shall sever your insolent hands. Ji Wushuang rose and thrust her sword forth. The cloaked figure clapped his palms together, dissipating Ji Wushuang's sword aura, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a dozen paces away. Come on, let us battle in a more open space. With that, the figure dashed behind the tea stall. Do you think I fear you? Ji Wushuang pursued closely. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow, discerning the truth. That man's approach was merely a ruse to draw him away. Just as he pondered this, Jiang Zixio and a middle-aged man emerged. Youngster, are you the so-called waste of the Zhao family? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Zhao Fan scrutinized him. Are you the head of the Jiang family? The man straightened his posture and declared proudly, indeed, boy, you have offended the Jiang family, and you believe that with the protection of the ice goddess, we are powerless against you? Jiang Zixio interjected. Father, why waste breath on him? Let us eliminate him. The head of the Jiang family waved his hand, urging patience. Son, as the heir of the foremost power in Haizhou, you must learn to embody the presence of the elite. Take a leaf from your father's book. With that, the head of the Jiang family clasped his hands behind his back, assuming a condescending stance before Zhao Fan. Boy, I now present you with a chance to save your life. Crawl over and clean the shoes of my son and me, and swear fealty as the watchdog of the Jiang family, and I shall show mercy and allow you to live. Jiang Zixio erupted in laughter. Father, you truly are as shrewd as ever. The head of the Jiang family patted his son's shoulder. You are still young. We strive to ascend above so that we may indulge in the service of those beneath us. Boy, have you not yet grasped my words? Suddenly, the head of the Jiang family unleashed his imposing aura. Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Zhao Fan scoffed disdainfully. It seems I have been too lenient. Very well. I declare that your Jiang family shall exit the historical stage from this day forth. What did you say? Haha. The head of the Jiang family laughed, his mirth laced with mockery and derision. The four men beneath the tea stall also chuckled, gazing at Zhao Fan as if he were a fool. Jiang Zixio laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Do you have any inkling of what you were saying? Do you still hope for Ji Wushuang to rescue you? Do you know who that cloakman was? Zhang San, the foremost master in Haizhou, a being of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, on par with my father. Zhao Fan slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Jiang Zixio, and coldly remarked, have you all finished laughing? If you have, then it is time for you to depart. Jiang Zixio was taken aback. Since you seek your own demise, men, kill him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four men seated before the tea stall surged toward Zhao Fan. Humph. A chilling scoff resonated, like a thunderclap, echoing in every mind. The head of the Jiang family suddenly felt a pang of fear, realizing, why do I have this ominous premonition? Looking back at Zhao Fan, he flipped his palm, revealing a long sword that appeared in his grasp, and with a swift motion, he slashed. The sword light glimmered, fleeting like a comet. He is a highly skilled guardian of the mineral vein, hired at great expense by the Jiang family. This time, in order to confront Ji Wushuang, he brought along Elder Zhang. Yet unexpectedly, the four masters were dispatched by a single sword strike. Is this the so-called waste of the Zhao family? Zhao Fan slowly raised his sword, pointing it at the Jiang father and son. The head of the Jiang family felt a tremor in his soul, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. He struck his son across the face, exclaiming, you have brought ruin upon the Jiang family. It must be noted that the Jiang family had invested heavily in those four masters. Zhao Fan coldly declared, remember, there are some individuals you cannot offend. Once you make a choice, you must bear the consequences. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Zhao Fan swung his sword. The sword's aura surged forth, slicing through the air for several meters, tearing through space as if it were mere cloth. This was the great perfection of the Tai Xian sword technique. The head of the Jiang family summoned all his strength, unleashing a powerful circle of spiritual energy, while simultaneously shouting, son, run. The sword's energy, sharp as a blade, collided with the Jiang patriarch's palm wind, producing a sound akin to shattering fabric, instantly breaking through, and without pause, struck him directly. With a sickening thud, the man was cleaved in two, his corpse collapsing to the ground. Jiang Zixio stood utterly stunned. He heard his father's voice, yet the scene before him shattered his understanding, leaving him utterly dazed. Zhao Fan's sword swept forth. Jiang Zixio's head fell from his shoulders. Excellent. Another offering of luck stones. It seems I must pay a visit to the Jiang family. With that, Zhao Fan sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Behind the tea house, 300 paces away, sword energy roamed freely as Ji Wushuang battled fiercely against Elder Zhang. Despite Ji Wushuang's capability to challenge opponents beyond her level, Elder Zhang was no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment and had frequently undertaken lethal missions over the years, solidifying his cultivation level. At that moment, he had nearly reached the ceiling of the Golden Core realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He would surely ascend to the Golden Core stage within a month and leave Haiqing to venture into the greater expanse of Qingzhou. Thus, the two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Just then, Zhao Fan approached. Elder Zhang glanced over and suddenly froze. He was acutely aware of his mission. His role was to divert Ji Wushuang, leading her away, regardless of whether he could defeat her. As long as he could stall her for half an hour, or even the duration of a cup of tea, his task would be deemed complete. However, seeing Zhao Fan approaching alive and well filled him with doubt. Had the mission failed? How could that be? The Jiang Patriarch and his son were both foundation establishment cultivators. And there were 4 henchmen. Elder Zhang had witnessed them. Although they were far inferior to him, they were certainly not opponents that the Zhao family's waste could contend with. Even one of those individuals would suffice to eliminate a waste. With 6 cultivators, averaging out to be foundation establishment practitioners, how could he possibly let Zhao Fan walk away unscathed? Where were they? He cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Fan, who was walking towards him. No need to look further. They are all dead. Zhao Fan knew precisely what he was thinking. What? Impossible. Though he verbally denied it. His heart was struck by a thunderous realization. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's sword was upon him. The two had been evenly matched. But Zhao Fan's appearance had left Elder Zhang momentarily dazed. Masters engage in a fierce duel, where every fleeting moment demands absolute precision. With a swift motion, Ji Wushuang wielded her sword, the blade's energy slicing perilously close to Zhang Sanyi's neck. The sudden sting upon his skin jolted him back to reality. Yet it was too late. He desperately retreated, hands thrusting forward in defense. Alas, Ji Wushuang's sword energy surged forth, and despite his efforts to deflect her blade, He felt a sharp cut across his throat. Blood spurted forth like an arrow. Zhang San staggered back a few steps, clutching his neck, his complexion paling instantly. In that moment, regret consumed him. With just a month left until he ascended to the Golden Core realm, why had he ventured into this treacherous situation? He had anticipated a simple task, only to find himself risking his life. What a grave mistake. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing slightly, meeting an untimely demise. Ding. Congratulations to the host Disciple Ji Wushuang for slaying an opponent beyond her level. Reward. 1 realm advancement. Golden Core, first layer. Boom. Zhao Fan felt a sudden whirl within his chi si, as spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, instantly expanding it tenfold. This marked a significant leap in his cultivation, resulting in a tenfold increase in strength. Upon closer inspection, the chi si could no longer be likened to a mere pond. It was an expanse akin to a vast lake, stretching over 10 miles. 10 miles. Was this the extent of the Golden Core first layer? He recalled the notes from the Sword Sect's library, which stated that most individuals entering the Golden Core realm developed a chi si of only 100 meters square, and reaching 1,000 meters by the 9th layer was already commendable. Yet here he stood, with a chi si extending 10 miles at the first layer. Should this revelation be disclosed, it would be utterly terrifying. As he pondered, he noticed a faint inner core beginning to form at the center of his chi si, resembling a sun amidst the clouds. The inner core radiated with swirling spiritual energy, embodying immense power. In that instant, he felt as if a single sword strike could cleave through the very fabric of space, and a mere palm strike could obliterate a mountain. Boom. Just then, he sensed a surge of energy nearby, realizing that Ji Wushuang had also grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough after their battle, elevating her cultivation to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Master, I have broken through. Thank you. Indeed, challenging beyond one's level is the finest form of training. Ji Wushuang exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering like stars. Zhao Fan smiled gently. Let us proceed to the Jiang family. The Jiang family. Yes. My disciple seeks a particular stone. Chapter 27. I come to slay a man. Outside the Jiang family in Haiqing, a throng knelt upon the ground. Greetings, 7th senior brother. A young man with long brows and phoenix-like eyes stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a silver robe adorned with a knife emblem upon his chest. A beautifully aged broadsword was slung across his back. Rise, all of you. The 3rd elder of the Blade Sect is soon to arrive in Haiqing to investigate the death of Elder Mo. Where is the Jiang family head? Why is he not here to welcome us? What a grand display. The 7th senior brother scoffed, a chilling aura sweeping across the scene. Everyone trembled in fear. Reporting to the 7th senior brother, the family head and young master have gone to eliminate their enemies. They should be arriving shortly. Nonsense. What could possibly be more important than welcoming the 3rd elder? Never mind. Beiyan, just wait a moment. I've already sent him a message. He will return soon, I trust. Standing just a few paces behind Bei, Yen was a man in gray, seemingly in his 50s, with 3 wisps of beard under his chin, a sullen complexion, and narrowed eyes. Indeed, it was the 3rd elder. Suddenly, the 3rd elder perked up his ears and slowly turned around. Approaching from a distance was a pair of young individuals. The male with flowing long hair and the female exuding an air of courage, none other than Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang. Upon sighting the duo, the 3rd elder's eyes widened, scanning them in an attempt to penetrate their cultivation level. Are you Ji Wushuang? The 3rd elder barked. Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang halted 7 steps away from him. I am. What is it? Ji Wushuang replied tersely, her demeanor fierce. I have heard that Miss Ji has joined the Zhaoyao Peak of the Sword Sect. What a pity. What a pity. Zhao Fan frowned. Are you unwell? What is wrong with Zhaoyao Peak? The 3rd elder, unaware of Zhao Fan's identity, remarked nonchalantly. I have long heard that Zhaoyao Peak is the Sword Sect's proverbial chicken rib, something that is there but not truly valued. I believe the sect has recently appointed a new peak master named Zhao Fan, a talent deemed a waste without spiritual bones. Ha. I cannot fathom how Zhong Bugue could make such a foolish decision. Furthermore, allowing a person of Miss Ji's caliber to be placed under Zhaoyao Peak is tantamount to burying a genius. Zhao Fan snorted. You seek death, don't you? The 3rd elder fixed his gaze on Zhao Fan. Could it be that you are Zhao Fan, the master of Zhaoyao Peak? Zhao Fan replied coolly. Indeed, that is I? The 3rd elder squinted, scrutinizing Zhao Fan for a moment before shaking his head. What a pity. What a pity. I truly cannot discern anything remarkable about you. How could you possibly be the peak master? Is that so? You shall soon find out. Zhao Fan reached for the Qinghong sword. The 3rd elder's eyes narrowed as he regarded Zhao Fan's storage ring. I have heard you possess a 7th grade Dao artifact. Is that true? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. How do you know? The 3rd elder's companions, implicated in the murder of Elder Mo, declared, "We need not waste further words. Let the disciples eliminate them." Bai Yin jumped forward from behind, drawing a broadsword into his grasp. The third elder retreated a few steps. "Very well. Bai Yin, I leave Ji Wushuang to you. As for that young man, he is mine." Zhao Fan shook his head, activating the Scarlet Eye technique to discern Bai Yan's cultivation level, building foundation 7th layer. Quite underwhelming. Meanwhile, the third elder's cultivation stood at Golden Core 7th layer. Even though Ji Wushuang could challenge higher levels, she was no match for him. Now, having reached the Golden Core 1st layer himself and wielding the perfected dragon-slaying sword, defeating this elder would be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Zhao Fan addressed Ji Wushuang. "You take care of Bai Yan. I shall personally deal with the third elder." Ji Wushuang nodded, firmly grasping the hilt of her sword. Bai Yan struck with his sword, cleaving the space in two, a fierce gale swirling and spiritual energy erupting. Zhao Fan frowned, surprised that despite Bai Yan's low cultivation, his swordsmanship had achieved such formidable prowess. This was the culmination of sword energy. However, Ji Wushuang showed no fear. She did not evade but instead unleashed her sword directly. The brilliance of her blade flickered, a torrent of sword energy surging forth. Sword energy at its peak? Bai Yan's eyes widened. He too was taken aback to encounter a master wielding such sword energy. Zhao Fan nodded subtly. Indeed, Ji Wushuang was a prodigy of the sword path, having attained a remarkable mastery before even reaching the age of 20. Such talent is rare among the youth, akin to a phoenix among a multitude. Similarly, Bai Yan was also an extraordinary genius. With a resounding crash, two figures were simultaneously sent flying. The third elder's eyes widened. Ji Wushuang truly deserved the title of the Ice Goddess. My disciple is one of the 3 great talents of the Blade Sect, ranked among the top 3 in power. I never anticipated that Ji Wushuang could match him so evenly. Truly admirable. Miss Ji, what are your thoughts on the Blade Sect? Although we embrace the blade as our path, we do have practitioners of the sword among us. We possess a master who excels in both blade and sword techniques and could offer guidance to your swordsmanship. Ji Wushuang glanced at the third elder and shook her head. "I apologize, but I have a master." The third elder was taken aback and cast a glance at Zhao Fan. "You can't be referring to him, can you? He is merely a waste who cannot cultivate." "Huh? Do you think we, the Blade Sect, are unaware of his situation?" No. Among the 4 great powers of Qingzhou, any stirrings within one are known to the others. A waste? That person is merely a waste of the Sword Sect. How could a waste ascend to the position of Peak Master? Surely, there must be someone behind him. To their astonishment, the Sword Sect members also resorted to underhanded methods. The Jiang family, initially observing the spectacle, could no longer contain themselves and began to murmur among themselves. In their eyes, Zhao Fan was even less than insignificant. One young master of the Jiang family stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Fan. "Hey waste, do you believe that although I am merely at the 3rd level of muscle transformation, I could send you flying with a single punch? How about relinquishing your position as Peak Master to me?" Laughter erupted from the Jiang family members. Zhao Fan let out a cold laugh, suddenly stepping forward to unleash the instantaneous movement technique, appearing before the young master in the blink of an eye, grasping his throat. "What? How is he so fast? Am I seeing things?" All eyes turned towards Zhao Fan. In the previous instant, he was still behind Ji Wushuang, and in the next, he had appeared 30 steps away, behind the third elder. What sort of bizarre technique is this? "Let me go?" The young master was struck dumb with fear. Zhao Fan delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Release my son." An elder from the Jiang family leaped forward, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. In midair, his palm descended. Zhao Fan's eyes widened. Neo. The elder, suspended in the air, suddenly met Zhao Fan's gaze and was struck as if by lightning. Collapsing at Zhao Fan's feet, Zhao Fan kicked him away. The third elder turned sharply, witnessing this scene unfold. "Why, you can cultivate. What do you think?" Zhao Fan replied coldly. "And so what? Today, I shall end your life." He added in a hushed tone, "You are unworthy of possessing a 7th grade Dao artifact." Zhao Fan realized that news of the 7th grade Dao artifact had leaked. Initially, he had no idea that possessing such a weapon would instill fear among the people of Qingzhou. Had he known, he would have concealed it. It seems that in the eyes of the Qingzhou populace, a 7th grade Dao artifact is a rare and coveted treasure. It appears the third elder is intent on keeping this knowledge from spreading. As he pondered this, the third elder reached out towards his shoulder. Seeking death? Zhao Fan produced an invincible card but hesitated and ultimately put it away. Once the invincible card was unleashed, did this fellow still have a chance of survival? With Ji Wushuang present, why not render him incapacitated and leave the rest to her, thereby harvesting another layer of realm? Contemplating this, Zhao Fan let out a cold snort and unleashed the primordial divine fist. A single punch surged forth with the force of thunder. The fierce winds, imbued with a devastating momentum, collided directly with the third elder's arm. Boom! One of the third elder's arms exploded, flesh and blood scattering, causing him to stagger back. Staring in horror at Zhao Fan. Perfect mastery of the fist technique? You are a body cultivator? Indeed, but you have learned this too late. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Fan slowly clenched his fist, the air within a 10-foot radius crackling ominously. This scene left not only the third elder, but the entire Zhang family in a state of terror. What manner of divine ability is this? Those who had just mocked Zhao Fan were now pale, trembling uncontrollably, many collapsing to the ground in fright. The third elder was no better off at this moment. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Zhao Fan master, I concede. If you spare me, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Zhao Fan let out a cold laugh. Is he begging for mercy now? Kneel before me. His fist transformed into a massive palm, crashing down upon the third elder's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the third elder fell to his knees, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his knees shattered. It was as if a mountain had fallen upon him, causing his head to spin as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Bei Yin was struck dumb with fear. Zhao Fan, I will kill you. Whoosh. Bei Yin swung a blade towards him. Chapter 28. My lady, we meet again. Zhao Fan snorted, retaliating with a punch. Boom. The powerful gust of wind engulfed Bei Yin. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air as Bei Yin was sent flying 3 yards away. His hair disheveled and his face smeared with blood, his former arrogance extinguished. Kill him. Zhao Fan's voice was icy. Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, but hesitated no longer. With a swift stroke of her sword, the renowned third prodigy of the Blade Sect was slain. Ding! Congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for surpassing her level to slay her opponent, earning a reward of 1 realm. She had ascended to the second stage of the golden core. The golden core within her chi visibly solidified, glowing a faint red, as if one could see its fleshy essence. The vastness of her chi expanded to twice its size. 20 miles. Zhao Fan glanced at the third elder. This one, too, must be eliminated. The third elder's complexion paled significantly. You cannot kill me. I am. Ji Wushuang advanced, driving her sword into the third elder's heart. The third elder, jolted from his stupor by the pain, opened his eyes wide. Are you seeking to ignite the flames of war between our sects? Humph. You have come to kill me. Do you think I cannot retaliate? Zhao Fan, spare me. I renounce your 7th-tier Dao artifact. I shall leave at once. You cannot escape. Perish. Ji Wushuang twisted her sword. The third elder let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for surpassing her level to slay her opponent, earning a reward of 1 realm. Boom. The chi within her chi surged tumultuously, the lake-like expanse of her chi expanding exponentially once more. 40 miles. And her golden core solidified again. She had reached the 3rd stage of the golden core. Zhao Fan sensed his own power. It was overwhelmingly potent. He felt an urge to shatter this realm entirely. At this moment, even without the invincible card, armed with the supreme dragon-slaying sword technique and the ultimate primordial divine fist, Zhao Fan turned to face the Zhang family. The members of the Zhang family were so terrified that they scarcely dared to breathe. The elderly man and the young man from earlier did not even dare to lift their heads, trembling uncontrollably. Master, shall we proceed with the kill? Ji Wushuang inquired. Zhao Fan shook his head, deciding to spare them. Aside from the ordinary folks, even the cultivators of lower realms would be let go. Eliminating these individuals would not elevate his own cultivation. Moreover, having utilized the Crimson Eye technique, he discerned that none among them possessed exceptional innate talent. In terms of bloodline, they had already distanced themselves from the Jiang Patriarch and his son. Zhao Fan was unperturbed by the prospect of revenge. He gestured for Ji Wushuang to wait at the entrance while he proceeded to the Zhao family. Activating the Crimson Eye technique, he swiftly located the fortune stone of the Zhao family. Without hesitation, he claimed it and stored it within the system. The fortune displayed on the system panel increased by another line. Unfortunately, he could not find any energy crystal. In Qingzhou on the streets, Qingyan was enjoying a bowl of noodles at a stall when a shadow loomed before her. Slowly lifting her gaze, she found herself face to face with an elderly man wearing a conical hat. Rising slightly, she acknowledged, "Is it you?" The elder replied coolly, "Have you completed the task?" Qingyan shook her head. The expression beneath the hat darkened. "Qingyan, if you wish to repay your debt, you must kill Zhao Fan, and our accounts will be settled. Otherwise, return the 1,000 spirit stones you owe me within 3 days." After a moment of hesitation, Qingyan pleaded, "Please grant me another chance." The elder responded coldly, "This is your final opportunity. If you fail, bring me the spirit stones directly." With that, he turned and departed. Qingyan's left hand gripped the curved dagger on the table. Are you in dire need of funds? Just then, two familiar figures came into view. Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, for they were none other than Zhao Fan and Ji Wushuang. Furrowing her brow, she asked, when did you arrive? We've been here for a while. Not wanting to interrupt your conversation with him, we decided to wait, Zhao Fan replied, his smile radiating warmth, devoid of any trace of anger. Wasn't he supposed to be furious since she had intended to kill him? Here, this is 1,000 spirit stones, he said, handing her a storage bag. The storage bag functions similarly to a storage ring, albeit with less space. Typically, disciples who lack storage rings would carry such bags at their waists to hold daily necessities. You know I wanted to kill you. Why would you still assist me? Qingyan asked, perplexed. Zhao Fan chuckled, his face beaming with spring-like warmth, his voice resonating with kindness. I am one who acts malevolently towards the wicked and benevolently towards the virtuous. I understand that you were compelled onto the path of an assassin, and thus, I wish to save you. After all, this path is perilous. Furthermore, I have recently learned of your background. Alas, poor child, my own past is even more tragic. 3 millennia ago, I was suddenly struck by lightning, adrift in the vast expanse of the cosmos for an indeterminate span of time. Each day accompanied by the inky darkness of the void, drowning in solitude. Eventually, I was engulfed by a tempest and found myself in the Canglan Realm. In this new life, despite possessing extraordinary talents, I was tragically deprived of my spiritual essence by treacherous family members at the tender age of 12, enduring countless tribulations and humiliations thereafter. Alas, my fate is indeed a sorrowful one. As he spoke, Zhao Fan managed to squeeze out a few tears, resting his head on Qingyan's shoulder. The sight of Zhao Fan stirred a deep-seated empathy within Qingyan, evoking a sense of shared suffering. It dawned on her that his plight surpassed her own. Instinctively, she reached out and gently patted Zhao Fan's back. This scene left Ji Wushuang in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't he the girl intent on harming her master? How had she turned to comfort him instead? Well, I am fine now. I have dispelled the clouds and seen the light of day again. Let the troubles of yesterday fade into the past, don't you think? Zhao Fan lifted his head, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Qingyan. You speak truthfully, inspired by Zhao Fan's words. Qingyan felt a surge of clarity and warmth within her heart. By the way, tell me, how did you come to owe such a significant debt? Training. Qingyan replied candidly, as if regarding Zhao Fan as a close confidant with no secrets left unspoken. Training? I see, you sought to acquire resources? Indeed. I am without a sect and have relied upon ancient fragments of sword techniques discovered in a hidden locale, practicing diligently for 5 years. During this time, to elevate my prowess, I was compelled to borrow money for elixirs. I do all this in pursuit of vengeance. I am of the Qing clan from Zhongzhou. My parents were slain, and I seek retribution. Zhao Fan nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Qingyan's character. Child, encountering me is a fortuitous opportunity. I perceive that your swordsmanship has encountered obstacles. Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall not only refine your technique, but also provide you with protection in the future. Qingyan was taken aback. Can you truly restore my fragmented sword techniques? Indeed. I must confess, I am an ancient being who has lived for 3,000 years. My purpose in this mundane realm is to gather a few promising disciples. Qingyan glanced at Ji Wushuang, pondering the profundity of her swordsmanship, which, although limited by her current realm, still hinted at formidable power. Could it be that it was imparted by him? If he could indeed enhance her sword techniques, her combat prowess would significantly rise, and with the elevation of her realm, the potency of her techniques would only grow, increasing her chances for vengeance. Very well, I shall become your disciple. Master, please accept my bow. With that, Qingyan knelt on one knee and clasped her fists in respect. Is that all? So soon? Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. All right, rise. Zhao Fan felt a surge of joy. Having another martial enthusiast akin to Ji Wushuang would undoubtedly double his chances of advancing his own abilities. Notification: congratulations to the host for acquiring an Ice Phoenix Xian body disciple, granting an elevation of 1 realm. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted within his energy sea, expanding it to twice its size, the expanse now stretching an impressive 80 miles. Within the energy sea, the golden core emitted faint purple glimmers, as if being tempered by lightning. Golden core level 4. In a fleeting moment, he felt a flicker of light and shadow behind his head, yet when he turned to glance, nothing was there. Could it be an illusion? Never mind. He had reached the 4th stage of the golden core. The pinnacle of the cultivation realm in Qingzhou was the transcendent stage. Perhaps in a matter of days, he would attain it. Onward, to seek that old rascal. Chapter 29. Acquiring another female disciple in a courtyard within Qingzhou. The elder donned in a bamboo hat grasped the communication stone. Rest assured, Master Yi Feng, I have already dispatched someone to eliminate him. I assure you, he shall not return alive to the Sword Sect. Moreover, if he indeed possesses a 7th grade Dao artifact, I can waive your hiring fee. At this juncture, the elder abruptly set down the communication stone and turned to peer outside. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures stood at the entrance behind him. Besides Qing Yan, there were also a pair of young individuals. The elder immediately recalled the portrait that Yi Sanyang had given him. Are you Zhao Fan? Zhao Fan stepped forward and coolly remarked, Old man, tell me, were you just conversing with Yi Sanyang? The elder seized a knife from nearby, rising to a defensive stance, and pointed at Qing Yan. Girl, what are you waiting for? This is the one you must slay. Kill him, quickly. Once he is dead, your debt to me will be forgiven. Yet Qing Yan stood motionless. The elder was taken aback. Qing Yan, what is the matter? Do you no longer require spirit stones to purchase cultivation resources? I shall forego the 1,000 spirit stones, and additionally, I will grant you 500, provided you eliminate him. Take his storage ring, and it shall be yours. As he spoke, the elder placed a storage pouch upon the stone table before them. Qing Yan gently shook her head, approaching to place a storage pouch upon the table. Senior, this is 1,000 spirit stones. We are square now. Farewell. Stop. The elder grasped the storage pouch, glanced inside, and his expression darkened. Qing Yan, do you think you owe me merely 1,000 spirit stones? It is 2,000. No, 3,000. 5,000. Qing Yan furrowed her brow. Senior, what do you mean by this? When did I incur such a debt? The elder scowled darkly. My spirit stones accrue interest. This is merely the principal. You still owe me 4,000. Hand it over. The elder barked with authority. Zhao Fan, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward. Old man, are you courting death? The elder laughed heartily. Zhao Fan, what airs do you put on? Do you think I am unaware that you are a waste without spiritual bones? Were it not for these 2 girls, would you dare stand before me? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. Waste. Come, let me witness your prowess. Very well. Come forth. The elder's eyes gleamed as he retreated while brandishing his knife. Zhao Fan followed with hands still behind his back. Noticing that Zhao Fan had distanced himself from the 2 girls by at least 10 paces, the elder suddenly called out with malice. You are not only a waste, but also a fool. Even if those 2 girls are powerful, they cannot save you now. You are doomed. Huh. The 7th grade Dao artifact shall be mine. Waste, perish. With that, the elder swung his knife, its gleaming edge slicing through the air with a fierce gale, tearing the space around it, emitting a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Zhao Fan's head. In a sudden move, Zhao Fan extended his left hand, plunging into the torrent of blade light and wind, seizing the knife's hilt. The old man in the bamboo hat was taken aback, attempting to draw his blade, only to find it seemingly embedded in the very mountains, immovable by any means. You are a body cultivator? In an instant, fear etched across the old man's face. Body cultivators have long been regarded with trepidation, for the path they tread demands an effort tenfold, or even more, beyond that of ordinary individuals. A martial cultivator requires 5 years to attain minor success, while a sword cultivator generally needs 10 years. Yet, a body cultivator requires no less than 30 years, enduring unspeakable suffering along the way. Zhao Fan's grip on the hilt of the sword was like that of a vice, unyielding even against his own 7-fold foundation. Clearly, he had trained for at least 30 years, yet his age was unmistakably only in his 20s. A waste? I shall show you who the true waste is. With that, Zhao Fan unleashed a punch with his empty hand, striking the old man squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, the old man was launched into the air, his body arching like a shrimp, soaring backward like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed through the wall, creating a gaping hole, and tumbled inside. Zhao Fan swiftly entered, retrieving the old man with ease. Is it Yi Sanyang? Yes. She instructed me to kill you. No, she never said to kill. Only that you possess a 7th-tier Dao artifact. Zhao Fan discarded him at Ji Wushuang's feet, declaring, finish him. Ji Wushuang, perplexed as to why her master always had her deliver the final blow, did not question further. With a swift stroke of her sword, the old man met his untimely demise. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple Ji Wushuang for slaying an opponent beyond her level. Reward, 1 realm increase. Boom! The spiritual energy within the sea surged and roiled, the lake expanding once more, now extending to 160 miles. Within it, the golden elixir condensed another layer. It had reached the 5th level. Zhao Fan picked up the communication stone on the stone table, then grabbed 2 storage bags, tossing them to Qing Yan. Here, take these. Qing Yan hurriedly replied, Master, these are yours. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, there's no need for pleasantries. Consider this your welcome gift. A warmth spread through Qing Yan's heart as she accepted it. While others received gifts from their masters upon becoming disciples, she was gifted by her master upon her initiation. Master is truly wonderful. Ding. Detection of the host's fourth disciple Qingyan's increase in admiration. Reward, 1 realm increase. Boom. The golden elixir, now enveloped in dense purple qi, had gained another layer. The sea of energy surged as the lake expanded again, reaching 320 miles. Of course, this was Zhao Fan's estimation, calculated by doubling. The precise dimensions may vary slightly, but they were not far off. It had reached the 6th level. Zhao Fan was overjoyed, waving his hand to return to the mountain. Soon, he brought Ji Wushuang and Qingyan back to the Herbal Peak and summoned Qian Duoduo and Haizi to meet his junior sister. Greetings, junior sister. I am Qian Duoduo, the second in rank. Greetings, junior sister. I am the Master's third disciple. Just call me Haizi. Qingyan pays her respects to both senior brothers. Zhao Fan extended his hand. Qingyan, where is the fragment? Bring it forth. I shall assist you in perfecting it. Qingyan reverently produced a fragmented jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to her master. Zhao Fan held it with a serious demeanor. While his mind communicated with the system, assist me in deducing and perfecting this. In the midst of a simulation, ding, simulation successful. This is a fragment of the Yan Huang Absolute Blade, created by the Emperor Yan Huang. Shall it be perfected? Perfected. Perfecting in progress, ding, Yan Huang Absolute Blade perfected successfully. Shall it be cultivated? Zhao Fan focused his mind, and indeed, discovered a Yan Huang Absolute Blade added to his system backpack. Cultivate. Ding. The Imperial Grade Yan Huang Absolute Blade cultivation is complete. Imperial Grade? System. How does the Imperial Grade compare to the Sacred Grade? Host. The hierarchy of martial skills, from highest to lowest, is as follows. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Imperial. And Sacred Grades. Each grade is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and ultimate levels. Zhao Fan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, this is the Yan Huang Absolute Blade. Although the Yan Huang Absolute Blade consists of a single strike, its comprehension is elaborate and voluminous. Soon, Zhao Fan opened his eyes and turned to Qingyan, stating, the Yan Huang Absolute Blade has been perfected. You have been practicing the 18 strikes, but you have been misled. The blade technique is not confined to just 18 strikes. It could be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 strikes, or it could be just one. Observe. As he spoke, Zhao Fan took the blade from Qingyan's hand and stepped forward, gazing into an open space. Suddenly, he clenched his hand, and with a thunderous roar, a blade aura shot skyward, forming an illusory, great blade in the air. This scene left the 4 disciples behind him utterly astounded. This was the culmination of blade momentum. Indeed, only when the blade aura reaches its peak can the blade momentum manifest. Throughout Qingzhou, not to mention the blade momentum, even the blade aura was rarely achieved to perfection. Master is incredible. Not even in Zhongzhou has anyone attained the perfection of blade momentum. Has there? At that moment, Zhao Fan, grasping the simple blade, wore a solemn expression. His eyes clear, radiating an aura of law. This aura towered over 10 feet high, resembling his ethereal shadow, clutching the steel blade. Flash! The blade fell. A beam of celestial light cleaved downward. The void was rent, creating a 100-foot black chasm. Boom! A great mountain, 100 feet away, was split in two. Rocks flew. Energy scattered, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space dissolved into nothingness. The ground itself was carved into a trench 1 person wide, 3 people deep, and 100 feet long. Such was the might of a single strike. Even Zhao Fan was taken aback. After a long moment, he turned around to see the 4 disciples standing behind him like statues, clearly entranced. In their experience, they had never witnessed anyone's blade power reach such heights. What has happened to you? I have merely exerted a minuscule fraction of my strength, had I not been concerned about damaging the Sword Sect. Even a slight increase in power would have cleaved 1,000 miles. Look at you all. If you practice diligently, one day, you too will achieve such mastery as your master. Zhao Fan reclined in a wicker chair. Thank you, master. Your single strike encompasses countless transformations. Although it is but one strike, it feels as though it embodies 1,000 or even 10,000. Qingyan bowed respectfully. If previously becoming a disciple was merely an attempt, a quest for companionship in his solitude, now he felt immensely fortunate to have such a master. He must have burned incense for several lifetimes to deserve this. Do not underestimate this strike. In truth, it embodies the essence of at least 1,000 blows. Practice diligently. And when you can cleave through 100 with a single stroke, you shall have made significant progress. Indeed, master. Qingyan eagerly accepted the jade slip and the blade, excitedly seeking a place to practice her swordplay. Master, I shall also go and hone my skills with the sword. Ji Wushuang, feeling a kindred spirit, suddenly realized the necessity for her own intensified efforts, and with a slight bow, she turned and departed. Heisei gazed at Zhao Fan, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Chapter 30, 7th and 8th levels of the Golden Core. Heisei, what troubles you? Master, are you an immortal? Well, if you wish to regard it thus, then indeed I am, for Master is omnipotent. As long as you follow me, you shall inevitably become invincible. Master, I admire you immensely. Heisei suddenly exclaimed, turning and dashing away. Zhao Fan was taken aback. This fellow is remarkably sincere, his heart aligned with his words. It seems his trust in me has reached its zenith, which is indeed a good sign. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the admiration level of your third disciple, Heisei, has increased, rewarding the host with an elevation in realm. Boom. The aura surged, and the entire lake expanded once more, doubling its size. 640 miles. The waves roared like tides. The golden core was nearly enveloped in purple energy. As he pondered, that ethereal sensation returned to the back of his head, this time lingering longer. Is it a dragon? Zhao Fan sensed as if a dragon had soared past. The heat at the back of his head was palpable. He swiftly turned, and indeed, he caught sight of a dragon's silhouette gradually fading away. What is this? He suddenly recalled from the notes in the library that ancient beings, during their cultivation, exhibited extraordinary phenomena when exceptionally gifted prodigies broke through the golden core realm. This phenomenon manifests as an external golden core. Just moments ago, the manifestation of the swords might had stirred the Sword Sect. Nearly all disciples, including those in seclusion, emerged from their abodes, gazing towards the back mountain. What do you see? It appears to be a manifestation of sword might. Is a storm brewing tonight? Why don't you mention that some great being has communicated with the heavens? Nonsense. We are in Qingzhou. How could there exist such a gifted being capable of communicating with the heavens? Unless it's a prodigy from the Tianxuan Realm. Not to mention Qingzhou. Even Zhongzhou Wunti have such a being. Surely, there will be thunderstorms tonight. It is a natural occurrence. Let us all wash up and retire for the night. The next day, Zhao Fan awoke, recalling a matter. It was time to arrange disciple formalities for Qing Yin. Another blissful day of leisure lay ahead. Zhao Fan rose and stepped out of his room, surveying his surroundings. To the left, the air was filled with the essence of swordplay, as Ji Wushuang practiced diligently. To the right, the fierce energy of blade techniques emanated from Qing Yin. Ahead, the booming winds of fist techniques marked Heisei's training. Excellent, excellent. After a night's passage, Zhao Fan discovered that Heisei had indeed reached the first level of foundation establishment. This lad, he understood that although Heisei's progress was slow, his foundation was solid. Looking further back, the area designated for Qian Duoduo was now devoid of activity. That's sloth. Zhao Fan approached Qian Duoduo's room and found him sprawled on the bed, snoring like a pig. Soon, a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig shattered the tranquility of the dawn at the Zaya Peak. After roughly the duration of a fragrant incense stick, a series of gusty sounds emanated from the rear mountains of the miscellaneous medicine peak, as Qian Duoduo commenced his practice with the golden abacus. The beads of the abacus spiraled gracefully in the air, while above his head, the golden abacus twirled. Qian Duoduo's hands moved incessantly, inscribing a multitude of runes. Marvelous! Master, I adore you, he exclaimed, realizing that this was precisely what he had been yearning for. Since childhood, he had been fascinated with manipulating such formations and talismans, aspiring to integrate them into martial techniques. Elated, he continued his practice. Ding! The admiration level of the host's second disciple, Qian Duoduo, has increased, rewarding the host with a realm elevation. An increase in admiration? Zhao Fan, standing on the hillside, sensed a remarkable change. Indeed, the breadth and depth of his qi had doubled. The aura in the lake surged abundantly. Calculating the increase based on a doubling of 640 miles, it amounted to 1,280 miles. If this continues, could the qi truly transform into an ocean of energy? With each breath, the spiritual energy surged, seemingly inexhaustible. Is this the 8th level of the golden core? Enough of this. Let us depart. Zhao Fan instructed Qing Yin beside him. This was one of the recent techniques he had acquired, utilizing runes to create the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, balancing both offense and defense. To prevent Qian Duoduo from facing defeat in the upcoming competition, Zhao Fan had imparted this technique to him, naming it the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams talismans formation. Soon, Zhao Fan and Qing Yin arrived at the main peak. Just as they completed their formalities and were about to return from the rear mountain, they were suddenly greeted by a cacophony of chattering sounds from outside the grand hall. A glance revealed a small beggar being chased away by a group of inner disciples. Shoo, you think you can enter the Sword Sect's inner sanctum? Scram. This is not the time for recruiting disciples. Even if it were, Do you really think a beggar like you could join the Sword Sect? Dream on. The small beggar persisted. I have always had vivid dreams. Last night, I dreamt that I am destined to be with the Sword Sect. If I come to seek a master today, I shall enter the Sword Sect and no longer wander as a beggar. Laughter erupted. Huh? A dream, you say? Did you dream of being the king of Canglan, perhaps? The king of Canglan, ruler of the 5 domains and 81 cities. According to the records of the Sword Sect's ancestors, the king of Canglan is also a cultivator of profound depth, wielding the emperor's sword, having battled 18 great cultivators for 3 days and nights, single-handedly slaying them all. His fame was established through that battle, solidifying his royal status. At that moment, a voice called out, "What is happening here?" It was Brother Yi. "Greetings, third brother." The disciples parted to make way, bowing in respect. Zhao Fan glanced over, astonished to see Yi Kai. Yi Kai and Tianxuan approached the small beggar, and suddenly, he reached out, grasping the cloth covering the beggar's head, and yanked it off. The small beggar gasped, instinctively reaching up to cover her head, but it was too late. Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd. Zhao Fan's eyes widened. A girl. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down, revealing the dirty face of the small beggar. Zhao Fan took a moment to scrutinize her closely. Indeed, she was slender and slightly shorter than the average boy. A female beggar? How amusing. Yi Kai's voice was laced with mockery. "Little sister, how old are you this year?" 15. What of it? "Oh dear, a bit young." "Have you learned the basic etiquette of serving?" "What do you mean?" The little beggar asked timidly. "It simply means you lack food. I can point you to a place that provides meals and shelter, and you might wear silk and satin, but you must possess some basic skills, such as singing, dancing, and playing music." Laughter erupted among the disciples, filled with taunts and ridicule. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and approached. "Yi Kai, what are you doing?" The disciples, upon seeing Zhao Fan, showed no sign of reverence, but preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, parting to make way. Yi Kai turned to see him, momentarily taken aback, but remaining calm. "Zhao Peak Master, is there something you require?" The disciples exchanged glances, sensing Yi Kai's intent to confront Zhao Fan. Many were intrigued, wondering if the third senior brother intended to challenge the master of Zaya Peak. Zhao Fan ignored Yi Kai and addressed the little beggar. "Do you wish to join the Sword Sect?" "And you are?" "I am the master of Zaya Peak. If you desire to join the Sword Sect, I can accept you." The little beggar's eyes sparkled. "You are the master?" Yi Kai suddenly recalled something, chuckling. Indeed. Our Sword Sect consists of 4 peaks, in addition to the main peak. There are Longing Peak, Huxiao Peak, and Zaya Peak. This gentleman is the master of Zaya Peak. Little beggar seized this opportunity. He is indeed a master of profound mysteries. As he spoke of profound mysteries, he exaggeratedly feigned admiration. The surrounding disciples, fully aware of his intentions, struggled to contain their laughter. Many chimed in, yes. Our Zhao Peak master is indeed unfathomable. If you join him, you will soon gain fame in Qingzhou, and perhaps even venture beyond to the Canglan Realm. The little beggar appeared oblivious to their jesting, joyfully exclaiming, "My dreams have always been accurate. It seems I truly have a chance. Master, please allow me to bow before you." "Huh? Bowing to become a disciple?" Zhao Fan was taken aback. He had not intended to accept a disciple, but felt pity for the little beggar being mocked by the disciples and wished to offer her a place in Zaya Peak. Seeing Zhao Fan in a daze, Yi Kai and the others assumed he was having second thoughts and quickly urged, "Zhao Peak Master, you are a senior, a person of great stature. You cannot just watch a little girl drift aimlessly without a home. What if something were to happen? Could you live with that on your conscience? Accept her. You already have a few disciples, so one more won't make a difference." Qian, kind-hearted, tugged at Yi Kai's arm, third senior brother. Yi Kai waved his hand. "I speak the truth. I also want Zhao Peak Master to accumulate virtue and do good. We, as disciples, have no authority, but he, as a Peak Master, can take on disciples at any time, right?" Just as Zhao Fan was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, Tianqi's spirit body detected. Match rate 100. Chapter 31. Tianqi's spirit body. Devouring heaven technique. Golden core 9th layer external golden core Ah? Zhao Fan was overjoyed and immediately smiled. "Very well. I shall take you under my wing. Come with me." Notification. Congratulations. The host has received a disciple of the Tianqi spirit body. Reward. 1 level of realm. Immediately, the aura within surged again, reaching an astonishing 2,560 miles. Glancing at the system panel. Name, Zhao Fan. Age, 20 years. Realm, 9th level of golden core. Sword path. Perfect sword intent. Cultivation method. 4th rank instant 1,000 miles perfected, 10 meters per step. Supreme Holy Rank, Songlong Dominating Body Technique Beginner, Martial Techniques. 5th Rank Supreme, Tai Xian 7, Swords Perfected, Supreme Holy Rank Dragon Slayer Technique Perfected. Supreme Holy Rank Primordial Divine Fist perfected. Emperor Rank Yinhuang Absolute Blade perfected. Magic Weapons, Qinghong Sword, etc. Auxiliary Panel, activated. Fortune, 2 paths, items, brief. The golden core glowed a deep purple as a dragon shadow suddenly flickered behind him. With a resounding dragon roar, it vanished without a trace. What just transpired? In an instant, several mountain peaks, including the sect leader Zhong Buguei, as well as major peak masters, elders, and disciples, all gazed upwards. Above the Sword Sect, amidst the clouds, a golden dragon seemed to be spiraling. Is this the manifestation of a golden core? Impossible. How could it be? In Qingzhou, could a cultivator of the golden core realm truly possess such a phenomenon? Zhong Buguei and a few other powerful figures were struck with astonishment. The other disciples, however, were utterly bewildered. Yet, after a brief moment, the golden dragon dissolved into the clouds, vanishing as if it were merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan had already taken Mu Yu to handle the necessary formalities before returning to the miscellaneous herbs peak. He had reached the 9th level of golden core. Soon, he would step into the spirit transformation realm. All that was needed was for his disciples to achieve a minor victory. The speed of this advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Zhao Fan was elated. Upon returning to the miscellaneous herbs peak, he promptly summoned his 5 disciples and made introductions one by one. Mu Yu, take some time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Come to see me early tomorrow morning, and I shall tailor a cultivation method specifically for you. Yes, master. Afterward, Mu Yu claimed her residence and began to wander around the miscellaneous herbs peak. She observed her 4 senior brothers and sisters practicing their techniques, utterly awestruck. Although each senior's cultivation method was distinct, each one shattered her previous understanding, especially when she learned that these techniques were either taught or refined by her master, making her glance at him in admiration as he reclined in a rattan chair. Notification: detection of increased admiration from Disciple Mu Yu. Reward: Auxiliary Golden Core. Auxiliary Golden Core? This time, it wasn't an elevation of realm. Zhao Fan was absorbed in reviewing the items he had acquired during this period, seeking a suitable cultivation method for Mu Yu when suddenly he received the notification of a realm enhancement. The aura surged within him like a thunderous roar, akin to a wild horse that could not be restrained. The golden core shone a vibrant purple-red, resembling the rising sun in the east, suspended above his aura. Simultaneously, a red sun erupted behind him, resonating with the golden core in his dantian. Was this an external and internal dual golden core? This time, there was no reward for a realm elevation, yet the external golden core was as solid as the internal one. Zhao Fan distinctly felt that the external golden core harbored cataclysmic energy. Overjoyed, he realized that he was on the brink of entering the spirit transformation realm. Yi Sanyang, I wonder if I could effortlessly defeat you with a single slap at our equivalent realms. I possess 2 golden pills. Zhao Fan initially intended to seek revenge on Yi Sanyang upon his return, yet upon contemplating the impending sect competition, he resolved to have his disciples retaliate against her instead. System: how can there be an auxiliary golden pill? Host: in the typical cultivation hierarchy, there exists a realm of nascent soul between the golden pill and the transformation spirit realms, serving as a bridge that connects the two. To elaborate, the golden pill is generally nurtured in the lower dantian's qi si, the nascent soul in the middle dantian's heart center, and the transformation spirit in the upper dantian's spiritual platform. However, this realm seems to be subjected to some form of artificial suppression, possibly by a powerful entity deliberately restraining cultivators. Consequently, the cultivation of the nascent soul becomes impure, rendering the possibility of achieving a single soul and the reformation of the physical body unattainable. To compensate for the host, I have developed this realm, referred to as external pill, which serves as a bridge between your golden pill and transformation spirit. Could it be that this world is under the control of a formidable being? Zhao Fan harbored a vague suspicion. System: I sense the might of the external pill is formidable. Will it affect this realm? Indeed, as the host's cultivation ascends, the power of the external pill will increase exponentially, potentially leading to the collapse of this world. Zhao Fan thought of the Lingji and Snow Lotus. I must tread carefully until I leave Qingzhou, otherwise, it may turn into a hell on earth. He could disregard others, but the Yi family was also in Qingzhou. Rest assured, host. When the phenomenon of the golden pill occurs, I will assist in concealing its power, ensuring that each of your breakthroughs does not adversely affect this realm. Excellent. Zhao Fan sighed in relief. Early in the morning, Zhao Fan reclined in a wicker chair. In the distance, the brilliance of swords and the force of fists intertwined. And soon, golden abacuses levitated in the air, with beads slicing through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing whistle. What cultivation technique should I impart to Mu Yu? System: Which technique is suitable for the Tianxi spiritual body? Host. Like the ancient divine beasts such as the Qilin and Taotai, it is well suited for devouring techniques. Devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Zhao Fan's spiritual energy stirred as he suddenly glanced at the system's backpack. There lay a manual titled Heaven Devouring Technique. Since he did not need to cultivate, it had remained untouched. Could this be destiny? Haha. Zhao Fan felt a surge of pride. He also believed that his fortune had improved, allowing him to acquire 2 disciples, Qin Yin and Mu Yu. Gazing at the main panel, 3 slots were illuminated, while 6 remained grayed out. A delicate young girl, clad in a disciple's robe embroidered with the character for sword upon her chest, approached Zhao Fan. Mu Yu pays her respects to Master. Zhao Fan gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled with brightness. Upon removing the dust, Mu Yu revealed a radiant visage, with white teeth and red lips, astonishingly transforming into a beauty. Ah, you are awake. I contemplated throughout the night and have decided to impart to you the heaven-devouring technique. As he spoke, Zhao Fan revealed the manual in his palm. Go and cultivate. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask your master at any time. As Mu Yu received the martial arts manual, a mere glance struck her as if she had been struck by lightning. The text within was profoundly intricate. Not only did she find it difficult to practice, but even reading it once filled her with a sensation of ethereal energy surging towards her dantian, leaving her in a euphoric state akin to riding on clouds. Thank you, Master, she exclaimed, swiftly departing to seek a secluded hillside where she sat cross-legged, immersing herself in silent contemplation. The swallowing heaven technique, designed to absorb the essence of the universe, utilized the dantian as a cauldron and the spiritual energy as fuel. With each breath, she harnessed the energy, first guiding it through the governing vessel, then through the conception vessel. The individual became the furnace embodied within the individual, with the heavens as the grand cauldron and herself as the petite one. With 5 hearts connecting to the cosmos, she began to cultivate her essence. Before long, a resounding eruption echoed from the medicinal herb peak, signaling a breakthrough in her realm. Zhao Fan opened his eyes and gazed towards the hillside. Simultaneously, the gleaming sword light, the glint of blades, the gusts of fists, and the swirling beads of the abacus all came to a halt as Ji Wushuang and the others turned in unison to observe. There on the hillside, Mu Yu sat enshrouded in a veil of purple mist, visibly drawing the spiritual energy of the universe towards her like a tide. Her cultivation level ascended rapidly. First level of the muscle transformation realm. Second level. Third level. 9th level. Astonishingly, she reached the 9th level of the muscle transformation realm in mere moments. What? Did the junior sister consume a breaking mirror pill? Is this breakthrough as effortless as drinking water? They watched as Mu Yu gradually opened her eyes, leaping with excitement. Master, I have reached the 9th level of the muscle transformation realm. With that, she dashed toward him. Ji Wushuang and the others hurried over, exclaiming, Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations. Zhao Fan observed his little disciple rushing toward him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she was gifted beyond measure. However, he sensed a discomfort in her dantian and bloodline, a slight ache indicating she should pause her practice. You have never trained before, and such an abrupt leap of 9 levels is excessive. Your bloodline cannot adapt. You must stabilize your realm first. Allow me to impart 2 martial techniques to you. Practicing them will aid in solidifying your foundation. As he spoke, Zhao Fan produced 2 copies of the Swift Wind Sword Technique and Taishin 7 Swords. These are the fundamental and advanced sword techniques of our Sword Sect. As disciples, you all must learn them. Even those who wield blades or fists should comprehend these forms to understand both themselves and their opponents, thus discovering methods to counter them. Yes, Master. The 5 responded in unison. In the following days, the 5 disciples diligently trained at Medicinal Herb Peak. With the sect's grand competition approaching, all had made significant progress. Ji Wushuang and Qin Yan had both reached the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, while Qian Duo and He Zi attained the 3rd level. Mu Yu too excelled, reaching the 7th level of the Qi Refining Realm, while Zhao Fan remained at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. This was, of course, due to the fact that the 5 disciples had not ventured outside. He had attempted to encourage Mu Yu to challenge her seniors, but the system indicated that achievements among his disciples would not count towards rewards. Thus, Zhao Fan had to relinquish that idea. Fortunately, the grand competition was imminent. As long as his disciples could challenge themselves beyond their current limits, would they not continue to ascend? Chapter 32, The Sect's Grand Competition. No. My disciples shall advance directly to the finals. At the open space before the main hall of the Sword Sect, anticipation hung in the air. 1,000 inner and outer disciples stood in formation. A silver-gray figure descended from the sky, surveying the surroundings before commanding, Have all the inner and outer disciples arrived? Salute Elder Peng. Elder Peng nodded and responded, excellent. The grand competition is about to commence. Has Elder Y arrived? A figure emerged from behind the crowd of disciples. Akin to a great bird, gracefully alighting beside Elder Peng. Slowly turning to face the assembled disciples, he inquired, are you all prepared? Salute Elder Shui. Elder Shui nodded, exchanged a glance with Elder Peng, and turned towards the grand hall, declaring, please, Master of the Sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Four figures swept through the entrance, gliding gracefully into view. It was none other than the Sect Master Zhong Bugui, Law Elder Xingzheng, the Master of Longyin Peak Yisanyang, and the Master of Huxiao Peak Longzhan. Salute to the Sect Master. Salute to Elder Xing, Master Yi, and Master Long. The disciples' voices resounded like thunder. Zhong Bugui waved his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he scanned the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his face. Once again, we gather for the annual sect competition, a day that fills me with excitement, for it is you who inspire hope within me. This year, we welcome a new batch of disciples into the sect, and I encourage you to showcase your talents during the competition. However, I must remind you that personal grievances should not intrude upon this event. All matches are to be conducted fairly, with no intent to harm. Law Elder Xingzheng stepped forward, bowing slightly, at your service. Zhong Bugui nodded. As in previous years, you shall oversee the proceedings. Indeed, Xingzheng affirmed. Zhong Bugui's gaze swept across the crowd, his brow furrowing slightly. Is there no disciple from the Herbal Peak? Yi Sanyang stepped forward, stating, Sect Master. The Herbal Peak has traditionally refrained from participating in the sect competition. Zhong Bugui smiled faintly. This year is different. I have heard that Master Zhao has taken on 5 disciples. Yi Sanyang raised an eyebrow, pondering. So the Sect Master is well informed. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Sect Master, Master Zhao descended the mountain recently and reportedly offended the Knife Sect, even slaying their 3rd elder and the steward stationed in Haiqing. It is feared that he may have incurred their wrath, potentially facing dire consequences. Is that so? Zhong Bugui's expression shifted slightly. How does Master Yi know such intricate details? Yi Sanyang opened her mouth to respond, but at that moment, a soft voice interjected, because she is the one who bribed the assassin to seize my treasures. The assembly turned to see 6 figures approaching along the courtyard wall, the foremost clad in a white sect robe, elegant and poised, none other than Zhao Fan. Following closely behind were Ji Wushuang, Qian Duo, Haizi, Qingyan, and Mu Yu. Greetings, Sect Master. Zhao Fan stepped forward, offering a slight nod. Zhong Bugui acknowledged him. Master Zhao. What do you mean by your earlier statement? Yi Sanyang's expression darkened. Sect Master, do not heed his nonsense. Zhao Fan struck her across the face with a swift motion. His gaze icy. Yi Sanyang, do you dare to act but not speak? Yi Sanyang covered her face, and upon meeting his piercing gaze, felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively retreating a few steps, thinking to herself, why do I sense such a terrifying aura? Zhao Fan, you have slain members of the Knife Sect. Do you still wish to live? The Knife Sect's foundation is not inferior to that of the Sword Sect, and they harbor great terror. You possess a 7-tiered Dao artifact. Do you comprehend the adage that a man is blameless yet bears the weight of a precious gem? This time, your demise is inevitable. Though I harbor no desire to slay you, this is a predicament of your own making. Who compelled you to disregard the name of the Sword Sect? You have forged enmity with the Blade Sect. Even the Sword Sect cannot shield you now. Zhao Fan cast a cold glance at her, unwilling to destroy her. Yi Sanyang, once the tournament concludes, I shall settle the accounts with you. Master, let us defer this matter until after the tournament, Zhong Bugui interjected. I do not wish for personal grievances to overshadow the significant affairs of our sect. Zhong Bugui regarded him deeply and nodded. Very well, let us proceed with the competition. Zhao Fengzhu, will your disciples also partake in the tournament? Zhao Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Not only will they participate, but all of them shall compete. Zhong Bugui smiled slightly. Excellent. Let them draw lots together then. No. Zhao Fan gestured dismissively. My disciples shall directly enter the finals. Yi Sanyang snorted. Zhao Fan, what do you mean by this? It is already commendable that the master has permitted your disciples to enter the tournament. Do you now demand they bypass to the finals? Zhao Fan cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly. I seek no favoritism. Rather, I believe allowing my disciples to compete in the preliminary rounds would be unfair to the others. At least 5 of them would be deprived of the chance to reach the finals. Nonsense. Are you belittling all our inner and outer disciples based solely on one Ji Wushuang? Long Zhan interjected, his anger palpable. Zhao Fengzhu, what is your intent? Do you look down upon us? My disciples have all been diligently nurtured. What do you, a mere peak master of the mixed herb peak, have to compare? Zhao Fan scoffed. Long Fengzhu, my actions are for your benefit. Do you truly wish for my disciples to enter the preliminary rounds? Fortunately, I possess only 5 disciples. Had I 10, none of you would stand a chance. Every year, the sect tournament showcases the 10 prodigies of the Sword Sect. Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan were incensed. Zhao Fan's demeanor clearly indicated his disregard for them. Preposterous. Outrageous. Zhong Bugui raised his hand, silencing the 3 quarrelsome peaks. Enough. Do you not fear the laughter of your disciples in witnessing such discord among you 3? Let us acquiesce to Zhao Fengzhu. Every year. Do you not hold competitions among the inner and outer sects? Let you compete first, and once the top 10 are determined, we shall allow Zhao Fengzhu's disciples to engage in a friendly exchange afterward. Though Zhong Bugui held high hopes for Ji Wushuang, he harbored no illusions about Qian Duoduo, Haizi, and others. He was particularly familiar with Qian Duoduo, the son of the city lord, who was indolent and unworthy of admission to the Sword Sect. By the sect's criteria for selecting disciples, Qian Duoduo was simply not a fit. He also recalled Haizi, a candidate unwanted by both inner and outer sections. As for Qin Yin and Mu Yu, they had not registered on his radar, as they were strangers to him. Zhong Bugui had spoken, and Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan could hardly argue further. Clearly, the Master's intent was to diminish the significance of the mixed herb peak, emphasizing that the tournament would primarily focus on the inner and outer sects, while the mixed herb peak would merely make a brief appearance at the end. This realization pleased Yi Sanyang, for it was evident that the master considered Zhao Fan as 5 disciples unworthy of participating in the sect tournament. Perhaps the master's initial inquiry about the mixed herb peak disciples' participation stemmed from a desire to prevent their involvement altogether. Yi Sanyang smiled, mockingly curling her lips at Zhao Fan. You bring shame upon yourself, Zhao. Zhao Fan, however, paid her no heed and took a seat at the end of a row of chairs on the viewing platform. Yi Sanyang, your time is limited. After the competition, I shall settle the score with you. For now, let us grant the sect master the courtesy of allowing the competition to proceed. Ji Wushuang and the other 4 did not take their seats among the disciples, but instead stood behind Zhao Fan. Zhong Bugui and the others settled into their chairs as the grand competition was about to commence. Zhao Fan initially presumed it would be a contest between the inner and outer sects, but as the event unfolded, he quickly realized it was a free-for-all. There was no distinction between the inner and outer sects. All participants drew lots, competing in pairs based on odd and even numbers. Due to the limited space, the inner and outer elders had already marked out 30 circles in the arena, each measuring 3 yards square. According to the numbers drawn, from 1 to 60, the disciples would face off 2 by 2. The sounds of combat echoed through the air, thuds and hisses, fists and palms clashing. Swords drawn and parried. 30 pairs of disciples engaged in fierce battles. Most of these disciples were demonstrating the fundamental techniques of their sect. The swift wind sword technique was the most prevalent, with occasional displays of the Talisman 7 swords, though the majority could only manage to execute the 3rd sword form. Nevertheless, this was enough to astonish Zhao Fan. It seemed the sect had loosened its restrictions for the competition. Indeed, Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan had dedicated themselves to imparting knowledge without reservation, even sharing the Talisman 7 swords with their disciples. However, due to limitations in talent and time, even those who managed to perform the 3rd form could not unleash even a fraction of its true power. Master, why are there so many flaws in their execution of the swift wind sword technique and the Talisman 7 swords? Suddenly, a dissonant voice rang out from the crowd. The onlookers turned to see it was a disciple from the Herbal Peak. Zhao Fan cast a glance at the speaker, Mu Yu, and chuckled. Because you are learning a perfected version from your master. Many shook their heads, deeming the duo merely seeking attention, and ignored them. An hour later, the competition progressed into its 3rd wave. Zhao Fan spotted 2 familiar figures, Lin Hu and Qian Qian. In such a short span, Lin Hu had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment, while Qian Qian had even broken through to the 3rd level. Their opponents were merely at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement, clearly indicating the sect's preferential treatment towards elite disciples. As the 2 appeared, the gazes of the watching disciples were drawn irresistibly towards them. It's brother Lin and sister Qian Qian. The disciples looked upon them with admiration. Within both the inner and outer sects, they had amassed considerable prestige. The 2 did not disappoint their peers, as Lin Hu stepped onto the stage. He unsheathed his sword and addressed his opponent. Junior brother, please. The disciple nodded, inviting brother Lin to offer his guidance. With that, he struck with the 1st form of the Talisman 7 swords. Lin Hu smiled slightly. Junior brother, you have made an error in your execution of the 1st form. With that, he suddenly spun, positioning himself beside his opponent's sword, cleaving it to the ground, and continued his motion, arriving at his opponent's side to deliver another decisive blow. The pace was too swift. The fellow disciples scarcely had time to react. The gleaming sword approached with ferocity, compelling one to shut their eyes and relinquish resistance. However, after a brief moment, an inexplicable calm enveloped them. Upon reopening their eyes, they beheld Lin, whose sword halting mere inches above their head. "Brother Lin," the disciple murmured. "You have triumphed." Lin, who smiled faintly, sheathing his sword and stepping back. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lin." The disciple retrieved their sword and leapt outside the ring. Rejoining the ranks, Elder Xing's voice boomed. "Lin who wins and advances to the next round." At that moment, Qianqian's slender sword was slowly raised, angled backward. The disciple set to duel her was a young man, perhaps a few years her senior, either a latecomer or of lesser cultivation. Thus he addressed her as sister. "Please, sister, offer your insights." As he spoke, the young disciple executed a strike, mirroring the first form of the Taishian seven swords. The wind howled, and the sword energy surged like a rainbow. Qianqian's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Impressive," she declared, suddenly flicking her sword upward in a graceful motion, transitioning into the second form of the Taishian seven swords. With a sharp clang, their swords clashed, and Qianqian's blade deftly deflected the young man's sword. Holding her sword with one hand, she stepped forward, her left hand forming a gesture as her sword continued its momentum, slashing downward from the air, seamlessly shifting from the second form into the first. The force of her strike intensified magnificently. The young man hastily raised his sword to defend himself. With another clash, his wrist faltered, blood seeping from his grasp as he stumbled backward. Qianqian, with a diagonal slice, unexpectedly transitioned into the fourth form. Alarmed, the young man gripped his sword with both hands, raising it defensively. With yet another collision, he was sent sprawling. "Sister, I concede," he stammered, his hands trembling. Unable to maintain his grip on the sword, Qianqian nodded graciously, while fought. She then sheathed her sword and retreated. The disciples erupted into applause, clearly impressed. Lin Hu and Qianqian had not disappointed them, for they were indeed the sect's prized students, earning their genuine admiration. Mu Yu shook his head repeatedly. "Master, if that sister were to employ your perfected sword techniques, she would have won with her first strike, wouldn't she?" Zhao Fan smiled, but refrained from responding. Around them, countless scornful gazes were cast. Is there truly such arrogance? The competition continued. As the fifth round commenced, an excited shout pierced the air. "Senior brother!" Zhao Fan turned to see a figure emerging from the ranks. Tall and graceful, with a countenance like polished jade, the man appeared to be in his mid-20s. Clad in a white disciple's robe, he radiated an otherworldly charm. The female disciples gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, their fervent glances unmistakable. The male disciples, too, were filled with awe. Zhao Fan sighed softly. In terms of appearance, was he not equally handsome? Yet, why did he sit here unnoticed? While few female disciples looked upon him with such admiration, alas, to these individuals, he was merely a talentless waste, devoid of spiritual roots, incapable of cultivation. Such is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. They forever revered the strong, for even a pig transformed into a sage could command their reverence. It appears that I can no longer remain inconspicuous. It is time to rise with strength by challenging Yi Sanyang. Tremble, Sword Sect. With his cultivation at the 9th level of Golden Core, coupled with the perfected Taishian 7 swords, the dragon-slaying technique, the primal divine fist, and the Flame Huang ultimate blade, he is destined to be invincible in Qingzhou. Why should I continue to be low-key? Contemplating this, he could not resist casting a sidelong glance at Yi Sanyang. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Yi Sanyang turned her head, and upon meeting Zhao Fan's eyes, her heart quaked. In that instant, she felt as though she were being scrutinized by an ancient divine beast, sending shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Zhao Fan merely glanced at her before shifting his attention back to the battlefield. What is wrong with this young man? Why do I feel this way? Though puzzled, Yi Sanyang dismissed her thoughts and gazed towards the battlefield. As Guy made his appearance, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Even the other disciples engaged in combat paused, for the arrival of the senior brother was a rare spectacle not to be missed. Guy positioned himself at the left side of the circle, hands clasped behind his back, calmly surveying his opponent across from him, a youthful disciple of about 18 or 19 years. The young disciple bowed and cupped his fists in respect, acknowledging the senior brother. Guy nodded slightly and made a sound of acknowledgement. Although they were fellow disciples, he stood exalted as the senior brother, second only to the peak master in status. It could be said that throughout the inner sect, even the outer disciples showed him due reverence. Guy had long grown accustomed to such displays of respect. "Show me your swordsmanship," he commanded, his voice brimming with confidence. "Please, senior brother, enlighten me." With that, the young disciple thrust forth his sword. This strike was a technique from the Gale sword art. Guy shifted his stance slightly, and with a gentle clap of his left hand, a formidable gust of wind descended like a mountain, resulting in a sharp clang as the young disciple lost his grip, and his sword clattered to the ground. Guy remarked coolly, "Do you understand where you faltered?" The young disciple hastily replied, "Senior brother, your cultivation is at the 9th level of foundation establishment. I am not your equal." Guy shook his head. "No, it is because you lacked confidence from the very beginning. The Sword Sect's techniques, even the most fundamental Gale sword art, can slay enemies when wielded effectively. Observe." With a concave gesture of his palm, the fallen sword soared into his grasp, and he suddenly thrust it skyward. Instantly, a surge of sword energy erupted, extending for 10 zhang, shattering the space around it, and creating a black hole. Not only the young disciple, but even the other onlookers were left astounded. Sword energy. This is the consummation of sword energy. Yi Sanyang beamed with pride. Elders Peng and Shui exchanged knowing glances. Zhong Bugui smiled and nodded in approval. Indeed, the sword energy is perfected. Guy is truly a rare genius of swordsmanship in our sword sect over the past century. Zhao Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow in intrigue. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I concede. I shall practice my swordsmanship diligently." The young disciple bowed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Guy tossed the sword back to him and returned to his position. "Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother is invincible. Senior brother is the most handsome." A voice rang out from the crowd, and soon a chorus of praises echoed throughout. However, Muyu called out again, "What is happening?" Everyone. The sword technique, riddled with flaws, was unexpectedly praised by others. If it were not for the sword energy reaching a certain mastery, one might question the admiration. At this moment, Muyu realized that everyone was looking at her oddly, prompting her to promptly close her mouth. "Very well, let the competition resume." Xingzheng gestured for the match to continue. As the subsequent rounds unfolded, excitement mounted, reaching a crescendo by noon. Second senior sister. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld a radiant woman stepping onto the stage. Her appearance exuded an implicit aura, suggesting a fusion of person and sword. Zhao Fan was taken aback, astonished that Lian Hongchang had actually cultivated a sword intent, though merely a novice. She displayed the nascent form of the union between person and sword. Brotherly? It was unexpected that Brotherly would face second senior sister. Li Fei, a disciple of the inner sect, was pitted against the second senior sister, instantly capturing the attention of all the disciples. Likewise, upon Lian Hongchang's entrance, other ongoing matches ceased. As all eyes turned towards her. "Fourth junior brother, we are quite familiar with one another. Typically, it takes 30 moves to determine a victor. But today is a grand competition. I hope you shall not hold back and give it your all." "Very well, second senior sister, please," Li Fei replied, his expression turning serious as he thrust his long sword forward. Although it was merely the ordinary Gale sword technique, it resonated with the sounds of wind and thunder. Wherever the sword light reached, the space shattered, and the sword energy radiated outward. To everyone's astonishment, fourth senior brother had also achieved mastery over sword energy. The disciples gazed in envy, their eyes wide with awe. Remaining calm and composed, Lian Hongchang's expression was serene. As the sword energy approached within half a step, she abruptly flicked her sword, executing the second form of the Talisman 7 swords. Following this, she seamlessly transitioned into the third form. Li Fei, true to his reputation as fourth senior brother, altered his sword technique, flicking it outward, then spinning to deliver a slicing strike. He utilized the sixth form, the Chao technique, and the fourth form, the Xiao technique, from the Talisman 7 swords. Lian Hongchang was neither hasty nor slow, raising her sword vertically and deftly blocking to the left and right. With 2 resonant clashes, she effortlessly countered Li Fei's 2 strikes using the third form of the Talisman 7 swords. The two, well acquainted, exchanged numerous blows in the blink of an eye. The sword light flickered like lightning as the duel progressed through several more exchanges. Finally, after more than 70 moves, Lian Hongchang, no longer hesitant, forcefully flicked her right hand, unleashing a formidable sword intent that spiraled forth, extending beyond the sword energy's reach and compelling the surrounding space towards Li Fei. This was sword intent. On the spectator's platform, Long Zhan rose in astonishment. Yi Sanyang glanced at him and calmly remarked, "What are you panicking about?" To her surprise, Lian's swordsmanship had indeed reached the realm of sword intent. She truly was a prodigy in the art of the sword. Even Ji Wushuang and Qing Yin could not help but be captivated. Zhao Fan seemed to sense the change in their demeanor and smiled faintly. "It is merely that." Yi Sanyang shot him a glance. "What did you say?" Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, "I said it is merely that." Yi Sanyang smirked slightly, snorted, and chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Li Fei, overwhelmed by the powerful sword intent, found himself spinning midair and was propelled outwards. Rising to his feet, he clasped his fists in a bow, acknowledging, "I have lost. The second senior sister is indeed formidable. Should her sword intent reach mastery, or even a minor success? I fear I would be reduced to mere pulp by that technique. Lian Hongchang bowed slightly, and the fourth junior brother displayed humility. The two retreated, and the competition continued. The grand tournament persisted until dusk, with 1,000 disciples finally having completed their matches, determining the top 10 of the Sword Sect. As anticipated, Gu Yi claimed the first position, with Lian Hongchang following in second, and Yi Kai in third, succeeded by Li Fei, Qian Qian, Lin Hu, and Mo. Additionally, two new disciples, Ling Feng and Yu Yu, emerged, both having participated in the trials alongside Zhao Fan and showing rapid advancement, having reached the foundational first realm. Chapter 34. The Disciples Grand Tournament. The students challenge beyond their ranks. Well then, this year's intersect competition comes to a close, Xing Zheng announced with a cough, his voice resonating. Wait. Zhao Fan stood up. Elder Xing, do not rush. The disciples from the Mixed Herbs Peak have yet to compete. Xing Zheng turned his gaze towards Zhong Bugui. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Bugui replied, does the Peak Master truly wish to compete? Zhao Fan responded nonchalantly, as agreed, we must proceed. Zhong Bugui glanced at Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan. Very well, if that is the case, let Ji Wushuang step forth for a match. Zhao Fan chuckled. What do you mean by that, Sect Master? The Mixed Herbs Peak does not have just one disciple. I have 5. Zhong Bugui was taken aback. Did the Peak Master mean they all wish to compete? Zhao Fan nodded. Naturally, they all should, especially Qin Yin and Mu Yu. As for Qian Duo and He Zi, it mattered little. Their challenges beyond their ranks would not aid their cultivation even if victorious, but the other 3 were different. Very well, Zhong Bugui acquiesced. After all, they were fellow disciples. A little sparring would be beneficial. Zhao Fan looked at Ji Wushuang, Qin Yin, and Mu Yu. Wushuang, Qin Yin, Mu Yu, you are aware of their realms, yes? Go forth and challenge beyond your ranks. As for you, Xiao Pang and He, you may challenge whomever you wish. Yes, master. The 5 of them stepped forward. Zhao Fan initially intended to grant each an invincible card to ensure their victories. However, upon reflection, as long as they gave their all, their chances of success were considerable, rendering the cards unnecessary. It would be better for them to gain experience. Relying too much on invincibility could foster complacency. Ji Wushuang approached Gu Yi, declaring, Gu Yi, I challenge you. Gu Yi was taken aback. The entire assembly of disciples was stunned. What? Ji Wushuang intends to challenge the senior brother? Has she lost her mind? At that moment, Qin Yin approached Lian Hongchang, stating, Lian Hongchang, I challenge you. Ah, am I hearing correctly? Who is that girl? She dares to challenge the second senior sister? Before the crowd could recover, Mu Yu stood before Yi Kai and announced, Yi Kai, I challenge you. Boom. The audience was once again in shock. Is that little girl out of her mind? She dares to challenge the third senior brother? Wait, isn't that the little beggar? Yes, it is her. Who would have thought she would grow so beautiful? But what use is beauty? That is the third senior brother, a being of foundational 6th realm. At that moment, He Zi approached Li Fei, declaring, Li Fei, I challenge you. Qian Duo glanced from one contender to the next before walking towards the last of the top 10. Yu Yu, junior sister, I challenge you. Zhao Fan shook his head slightly. Qian Duo, can't you be a bit more confident? Are you picking the softest persimmons? Are you challenging me? He gazed at Ji Wushuang in the dim light of the night. Ji Wushuang replied coolly, What? Are you ready to concede? Gu Yi burst into laughter. So you are Ji Wushuang? I have indeed heard of your name, the Ice Goddess. A grand name. Yet regrettably, you are unworthy to engage with me. Ji Wushuang's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Gu Yi, if you are afraid, just admit defeat in public. Gu Yi's expression shifted. Ji Wushuang, are you seeking death? Ji Wushuang let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then let us battle. Very well. Gu Yi stepped forward into a circle, and Ji Wushuang swiftly appeared before him. Gu Yi was taken aback. What swift footwork! Ji Wushuang gripped her sword. Draw your blade. Gu Yi replied nonchalantly. You are not worthy of me drawing my sword. Ji Wushuang frowned, her tone assertive. Then prepare to receive a blow from my sword. With that, she thrust her sword forward, as swift as lightning. The sword energy surging forth, causing the air to tremble violently. With a sharp sound, a black hole split open, and the sword energy rushed towards Gu Yi in the blink of an eye. The sword energy is perfect. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gu Yi hastily drew his long sword, slashing at the oncoming force while retreating a step back, his expression grave as he regarded Ji Wushuang. Did you not say you wouldn't draw your sword? Ji Wushuang mocked. Gu Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. I did not anticipate your swordsmanship reaching such perfection. Go ahead. It seems you are worthy of my blade. With that, Gu Yi lunged forward, his own sword energy surging forth. Meanwhile, Qin Yin and Lian Hongshang had also begun their confrontation. As their weapons clashed, They exchanged dozens of blows in mere moments. The sword energy is perfect. Upon witnessing Qin Yan's prowess, every member of the Sword Sect was filled with astonishment. Some couldn't help but glance at Zhao Fan. Nobody expected that the mixed medicine peak would produce not one, but two masters of perfect sword and knife energy. Others turned their attention to Yi Kai and Mu Yu. Their astonishment renewed. Yi Kai, the nephew of Yi Sanyang and the third senior brother of the Sword Sect, ranked just below Gu Yi and Lian Hongshang in terms of realm and combat prowess. Yet, Mu Yu, despite being merely at the Foundation Establishment first level, was enveloped in a swirl of spiritual energy, exhibiting remarkable agility. In another part of the arena, the battle between He Zi and Li Fei unfolded. He Zi, stout and unassuming, faced Li Fei, who was rugged and fierce. Their styles were similar, relying on straightforward combat without any frills. From the outset, they clashed head-on. He Zi's iron fists whistled through the air, colliding with Li Fei's long sword, producing a resounding clamor of metal striking metal that left the onlookers awestruck. Is he a body cultivator? I recall him. He chose the mixed medicine peak after being rejected by both the inner and outer sects. Hearing this, some could not help but glance at Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan. Is this not the disciple that the former peak masters turned away? Now he is locked in a fierce battle with the fourth senior brother of the Sword Sect. Was Zhao Fan truly a failure? Yet, each of his disciples exhibited extraordinary talent. Finally, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Qian Duo. Many recognized his identity as the son of the Lord of Qingzhou City. Known for his laziness and inability to endure hardship. By all accounts, he should be incapable, right? As the crowd turned their gaze towards him, they discovered him standing within the circle, a golden abacus spinning slowly above his head, emitting streams of runes. 91 beads transformed into a flurry of hidden weapons, darting towards Yue, leaving her overwhelmed. Thud! 2 beads struck Yue, sending her flying to the ground. Qian Duo extended his hand, and the beads fell back onto the abacus. With another gesture, the abacus returned to his grasp. I concede. Qian Duo clasped his fists, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Yue gradually rose, her cheeks flushed, and also clasped her fists, admitting, I have lost. In a life-and-death battle, this would not count, as Yue still possessed the strength to fight. However, in the context of the sex competition, losing even a single bout constituted a defeat, and Yue could not deny the outcome. The crowd was in disbelief as Qian Duo had actually triumphed over the 10th-ranked Yue, leaving them momentarily in a dreamlike state, questioning the reality of it all. Qian Duo returned to stand behind Zhao Fan, who claims I am lazy and indulgent. Though I chose the weakest opponent, I still emerged victorious. He could not help but puff out his chest, casting a glance towards Yi Sanyang, who huffed in response. Meanwhile, He Zi, witnessing Qian Duo's victory, felt a surge of urgency and swung his fists in rapid succession, unleashing 3 powerful blows. Bam! The second punch sent Li Fei's sword flying, while the third struck his shoulder, causing Li Fei to grunt in pain as he stumbled backward, wincing. Despite his attempts to evade, he was caught in the wake of the powerful punches. I have lost, Li Fei admitted reluctantly, yet the truth was undeniable. This was the legendary Hongwang Divine Fist. Had He Zi possessed a higher level of mastery, he could have obliterated a mountain. Once again, a wave of astonishment swept through the arena. He Zi returned to Zhao Fan's side and exchanged high fives with Qian Duo. Senior sister, 4th junior sister, 5th junior sister, give it your all. Qian Duo shouted enthusiastically. In the arena, Ji Wushuang and Gu Yi were engaged in a fierce struggle, while Qin Yan and Lian Hongshang were evenly matched. Only Mu Yu found herself at a disadvantage against Yi Kai's sword energy, relying on her agility to dodge in circles. Nevertheless, her nimble movements left Yi Kai momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang changed her tactics, conjuring a brilliant sword light to execute the dragon-slaying technique. Gale. Moon Slashing. Heaven's Judgment. Chapter 35. Golden Core Level 10, Level 11, Level 12. 3 successive strikes, each one exponentially more powerful than the last. Clang. The first strike forced Gu Yi back several steps. Clang. The second strike nearly cleaved his shoulder. Clang. The third strike sent Gu Ye's sword crashing to the ground, leaving him sitting in defeat. As the sword energy receded, Ji Wushuang's blade rested upon his shoulder, coldly declaring, You have lost. In that moment, everyone, apart from the 2 battling pairs and Zhao Fan with his 3 disciples, fell into a stunned silence. The senior brother had been defeated. The disciples struggled to accept this reality, especially those female disciples whose eyes had once sparkled with admiration. How could the senior brother possibly lose? Yet, regardless of their acceptance, the truth stood before them. Gu Yi bit his lip, his head drooping, utterly dejected. I lost. I actually lost. How is this possible? No, I refuse to accept this. He pushed aside Ji Wushuang's long sword, leaped into the air, grasped the sword, and was about to strike again. The voice of Zhong Bugue echoed, "Guy, step back. You have already lost." Guy was taken aback, dejectedly retreating. Ding! Congratulations to the host's primary disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. Will the host choose to elevate the major realm, or continue to consolidate the golden core realm? What does this mean? Host, the system has detected your exceptional talent. If you choose to elevate the major realm, you may ascend to the first level of the transformation realm at this moment. However, if you opt not to enter the transformation realm, you may continue to consolidate the golden core realm, reaching the 10th level of the golden core. What are the benefits of continuing to consolidate the golden core realm? Indeed, with your talent, the host has the potential to transcend the heavenly gates and attain the status of an immortal emperor in the future. Yet, if you tread a conventional path, you may only become an immortal emperor of average caliber. By consolidating the golden core realm, your foundation will be extraordinary, and when you ascend to the immortal emperor status, you shall become the unrivaled champion of the ages. Considering that the host's golden core phenomenon can still be solidified, it is advised that the host not rush into the transformation realm. Zhao Fan contemplated and decided to continue consolidating. Boom! The reservoir of qi within him surged, the spiritual energy multiplying at least twofold. 5,120 miles. Let us consider it 5,000 miles. Upon glancing back, the golden core resembled a blazing sun, once again transcending in size, with a golden dragon soaring within. Waves of pressure seemed capable of shattering the very world itself. Observing the system panel, it confirmed his golden core at the 10th level. Zhao Fan exhaled, feeling an overwhelming strength. Just then, it seemed that everyone in the Sword Sect sensed something, turning their gazes skyward. Although the system had obscured the phenomenon, Zhong Bugue and the others still bore expressions of terror. They witnessed the faint emergence of a powerful vortex in the sky. The surrounding mountains roared with fierce winds, akin to a tiger's roar. The ground trembled. What was happening? Why had the Sword Sect been experiencing such anomalous occurrences lately, and with increasing intensity? However, it soon subsided. The crowd looked back toward the battlefield. Yi Sanyang's expression was exceedingly grim. Her prideful disciple had been defeated. Moreover, it was at the hands of Zhao Fan's disciple, whom she loathed the most. The onlookers shook their heads, casting their gazes toward the arena. Qing Yan quickened her pace. The blade danced with ferocity, the Yanhuang absolute blade creating fleeting afterimages. Suddenly, she bellowed, 100-blade slash. One strike cleaved forth. Clang! It sent Lian Hongshang flying. Upon landing, Lian Hongshang's hands were drenched in blood, her hair disheveled, and her pallid face looked horrified as she gazed at Qing Yan. What kind of sword technique is this? Zhong Bugue and the others stood up. At that moment, the air seemed to linger with the shadow of the blade. If I am not mistaken, this was not one strike, but dozens layered together. No, at least 100 strikes. I never anticipated she could unleash 100 strikes in an instant. In that moment, all eyes turned toward Qing Yan. This unfamiliar girl had overturned their understanding. I have lost. Lian Hongshang's eyes turned red. She had not expected that, having cultivated a trace of sword intent, she would still be outmatched by Qing Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Qing Yan, for successfully challenging beyond her level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. Rumble. The Qi Si and Dan Tian have once again expanded. The lakes have assumed the form of an ocean, and the spiritual energy surges like tidal waves, relentless and powerful. A vast expanse of lakes. No, a boundless ocean. The external golden Dan has grown even larger and more solid. The blazing sun casts its fervent rays, and the heat waves roll forth. It feels as though merely a thought could incinerate this realm. The crimson dragon coils, and faintly, one can hear the sound of its roar. Behold the panel. The golden Dan has reached the 11th level. Zhao Fan contemplated. The 11th level of the golden Dan should be equivalent to the 2nd level of the transformation god stage. With his extraordinary talent, would it be unreasonable to challenge those of higher realms? Confronting a practitioner at the 5th level of transformation god should be effortlessly achievable. Moreover, with his extraordinary Qi Si, possessing both an internal and external golden Dan is akin to wielding two. He firmly believes that even 2 5th-level transformation god practitioners would not pose a threat to him. With the enhancement of various perfected martial techniques, he is confident that he could even triumph over a 9th-level transformation god practitioner. What is that sound? Many individuals gazed skyward. In just a brief span, the heavens once again exhibited a strange phenomenon. Although the manifestation of the golden Dan was veiled by the system, the sky still retained an echo of its might. This time, the phenomenon lasted longer, and after 3 breaths, the clouds gradually returned to their natural state. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Zhong Bugui withdrew his gaze, concerned that Lien Hongshang's heart might shatter, and hastily remarked, Lien Hongshang. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Though you have lost, it is remarkable that you are the first disciple in a century to cultivate the sword intent. Only Mu Yu remained in the arena, engaged in a fierce battle with Ye Kai. Do you think our third senior brother will win? At this juncture, many disciples have begun to lose faith in Ye Kai. Initially, they would have confidently asserted that Ye Kai could not possibly lose. But witnessing the defeats of both the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister has shaken their convictions. Their gazes towards Zhao Fan have grown increasingly complex. Once, they felt it a disgrace to join the miscellaneous medicine peak, yet now, many suddenly yearn for it. Looking back at Mu Yu, though still evading attacks, she appeared increasingly at ease, while Ye Kai was exhausting his spiritual energy, the potency of his sword qi waning. As time passed, the sword qi became insufficient to affect Mu Yu, who, with the heavenly devouring technique, could replenish her spiritual energy at any moment. A balance of loss and gain became evident. Admit defeat. Sensing the opportune moment, Mu Yu suddenly lunged forward with a sword aimed at Ye Kai. Ye Kai swung his sword to defend. Clang. Mu Yu's strike met his long sword, and the surging sword qi sent Ye Kai flying. What? This is the 7th style of the Tianxuan 7 swords, the stabbing character technique. How could it feel 100 times more powerful than what the peak master taught? Indeed, this is the sword technique of the Tianxuan 7 swords, but it has been significantly enhanced. All eyes turned towards Mu Yu and then to Zhao Fan, for they understood that Zhao Fan was Mu Yu's master. Many recalled when Mu Yu first arrived, a mere beggar with nothing to her name. Now, she has astonishingly defeated the third senior brother, Ye Kai. The expressions of Zhong Bugui and the higher-ups were imbued with complexity. Has the Tianxuan 7 swords been perfected? In truth, they had long been aware of the flaws within the Tianxuan 7 swords, yet constrained by their own talents over the years. They were unable to rectify it. But now, they have witnessed its evolution. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Zhao Fan? After Ye Kai landed, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He looked up at Mu Yu, utterly astonished. Why is your spiritual energy so formidable? Mu Yu smiled and replied, It's not that my spiritual energy is abundant. Rather, you have exhausted too much of yours. It was then that Ye Kai realized he had depleted nearly 70% of his own spiritual energy. Ye Kai, you have lost. Step down. Zhong Bugui commanded sternly. Though Ye Kai was reluctant to concede defeat, he understood that continuing the fight would yield no victory. He could not fathom why, despite their prolonged battle. Mu Yu not only maintained his energy, but appeared increasingly invigorated. I never anticipated that you had cultivated a technique to replenish your spiritual energy. Yi Senyang gazed at Mu Yu, feeling an inexplicable sense of frustration. Mu Yu cupped his fists toward the stands and humbly acknowledged, I have embarrassed myself. With that, he excitedly soared to Zhao Fan's side, asking, Master, did I bring you shame? Zhao Fan chuckled. Well done, very well done. Ding, congratulations to the host's disciple, Mu Yu, for successfully challenging beyond his level. Reward, 1 realm advancement. In an instant, Zhao Fan's energy sea expanded once more, 20,000 miles. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the external sky once again. The 12th stage of the Golden Core. Amidst the gasps and astonishment of the crowd, Zhao Fan gazed contentedly at the system panel. Just then, a voice called from below the mountain, Zhong Bugui, hand over the murderer. Otherwise, my Blade Sect will declare war on your Sword Sect. Chapter 36. The Blade Sect seeks vengeance. Zhao Fan slays 3 heads. 3 figures descended through the air. An immense pressure rolled like thunder, causing the surrounding stones to tumble. The disciples staggered, nearly losing their footing. Zhong Bugui, Yi Senyang, and Long Zhanqi hovered in midair, releasing the aura of transformation stage cultivators, barely countering the overwhelming force. The disciples retreated behind their sect leaders. The figures that landed were 3 cultivators clad in long robes adorned with knife symbols, each around 50 years of age, exuding the aura of first-stage transformation cultivators. The leader had even attained the 3rd stage of transformation. Zhao Fan shook his head slightly. This world truly lacks any nascent soul cultivators. What could be the reason? Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at the sky, sensing an eerie presence. This fleeting glance evoked a sense of nausea or breathlessness, akin to plunging into a filthy pool of water. Is this realm somehow restricted? Zhong Bugui, you have allowed others to slay my Blade Sect's elder, and yet you offer me no explanation. Zhong Bugui furrowed his brow, replying, Sect Master Jiang, I do not quite understand your words. When have I ever permitted anyone to kill members of the Blade Sect? Sect Master Jiang sneered. You still refuse to acknowledge it? My Blade Sect's 3rd elder, Disciple Bai Yan, and the steward of Zhuhai City all perished at the hands of your Medicine Peak's leader. Zhang Bugui could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Fan, then addressed Sect Master Jiang. If you claim it was the doing of another peak leader, I might believe you, but Zhao Peak Master could not possibly be involved. The crowd was taken aback to learn that the Blade Sect had come seeking trouble with the leader of Medicine Peak. When had Zhao Peak Master ever slain members of the Blade Sect? It was simply inconceivable, especially regarding the third elder. Indeed, I know that Bei Yin is a prodigious disciple of the Blade Sect. With his foundation establishment cultivation, how could Zhao Peak Master have possibly killed him? He probably couldn't even defeat me. With a cold sneer, Lord Jiang uttered, Zhang Bugui, since you choose to shield your subordinates, I shall take matters into my own hands. Who is Zhao Fan? The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhao Fan. Lord Jiang's eyes settled upon Zhao Fan's face. So it is you, Zhao Fan? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Yes, that is I. What of it? Lord Jiang retorted icily. You have slain my men, and you dare to inquire what of it? I now offer you a chance for atonement. Surrender the 7th-tier Dao artifact in your possession, and I shall let the past remain in the past. Zhao Fan laughed heartily. Ah, so you have come for the 7th-tier Dao artifact, have you? Indeed, I possess such an artifact, but what gives you the right to demand it from me? Through gritted teeth, Lord Jiang declared, if you refuse to comply, then prepare to meet your demise. With that, he struck forth with a palm. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, causing the very space around them to shatter with an explosive sound. Zhang Bugui's expression shifted, and he swiftly countered with a palm of his own. The two forces collided with a deafening roar. The air swirled violently around them, creating a tempest at their center. Zhang Bugui staggered back a few paces, his aura momentarily stifled. Typically, under equal talent, each minor realm advancement results in a doubling of combat strength. Lord Jiang, being at the 3rd level of the Transformation God Realm, was comparable to Zhang Bugui. However, due to Zhang Bugui's hasty response, he was unable to exert his full power and was thus forced back by a single strike. Lord Jiang's countenance darkened as he growled, Do you dare to obstruct me? Eldest Elder, 2nd Elder, engage. 2 individuals beside Lord Jiang leaped into the air. Zhang Bugui, his face grave, called out, Master Yi, Master Long, defend against them. Yi Sanyang hesitated momentarily. Upon seeing this, Xing Zheng soared into the air, confronting one opponent, while Long Zhan faced the other. Boom, boom. The 4 powerful energies clashed, sending them all reeling back. Zhang Bugui, do you wish for our 2 sects to go to war? I advise you to surrender the culprit immediately, allowing me to take him away. Otherwise, my Blade Sect will not hesitate to engage in a bloody conflict. Lord Jiang shouted sternly. Zhang Bugui's expression grew exceedingly grim. As one of the 4 major powers of Qingzhou, the Sword Sect certainly wished to avoid war with the Blade Sect. The strengths of both sects were comparable, and should a battle ensue, it would inevitably result in mutual destruction. If both sects were to weaken, the other 2 forces, Bloodslaughter Sect and Shadow Sect, would seize the opportunity to encroach upon the territories of the Sword and Blade sects. In that event, the sect's 300-year legacies would be at great risk. Lord Jiang, your actions are merely providing opportunities for the Bloodslaughter Sect and Shadow Sect. Zhang Bugui exclaimed emphatically. He understood the necessity of cautioning his adversary to prevent him from being blinded by vengeance. I care not. Today, you must surrender the culprit, or I will wash the Sword Sect in blood. Lord Zhang's expression was dark, his teeth clenched in fury. Zhang Bugui wished to say more, but Zhao Fan stood up and declared, Lord, this matter originated with me. Allow me to resolve it myself. Zhang Bugui glanced at him. Master Zhao, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident. The deaths of the 3rd Elder and Bei Yin cannot be solely attributed to you. They coveted your treasures, and that was inherently wrong. I refuse to believe that Lord Jiang is an unreasonable man. Zhao Fan smiled faintly. Do you see? The people of the Blade Sect are here to reason with us. In this world, strength reigns supreme. It is the fist that dictates reason, is it not? Zhang Bugui sighed with a wry smile. You speak the truth, but should our 2 sects engage in war, the consequences are burdens too great for either of us to bear. Zhao Fan shook his head, asserting that the situation was not as intricate as it appeared. With a casual gesture, he approached the 3 leaders of the Jiang sect, speaking in a calm, yet commanding tone. Jiang sect leader, are you truly intent on avenging your fallen comrades? I offer you a chance to reconsider. Haha, what are you saying, kid? My disciples from the Blade Sect have been slain by you, and you expect me not to retaliate? Nevertheless, I reiterate my offer. Surrender the 7th-tier Dao weapon, and I shall let go of our grievances. Jiang responded indifferently. Zhao Fan shook his head, retorting, a 7th-tier Dao weapon? I have already stated my refusal. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. Hand over the 7th-tier Dao weapon and take your own life, or I will unleash a bloodbath upon the Sword Sect. Zhang's palms surged with swirling energy, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang appeared beside Zhao Fan, declaring, "Master, I was the one who killed them. Let me handle this." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Hand me the sword." Ji Wushuang complied, passing her longsword to him. The surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances. What? Is Sect Master Zhao really going to intervene? He is overestimating his abilities. After all, he faces the leader of the Blade Sect. It seems he is courting death, they murmured. Zhao Fan's actions appeared to be an attempt to avert a bloody conflict between the two sections. Yi Sanyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged, "Zhao Fan, what are you hesitating for? Do you wish to witness a catastrophic battle between the two sects on your behalf? Take your life now. Self-immolate. Self-immolate." Yi Kai and Yi Feng echoed her sentiments. Rallying behind her, Zhao Fan, however, paid them no mind. Gripping the longsword, he cast a cold glance at the three leaders of the Jiang sect. "Since you are determined to court death, allow me to fulfill your wish. Perish." With that declaration, he unleashed a swift strike. This swordplay was none other than the fourth form of the Tai Xian Seven Swords. The brilliance of the swords surged forth, radiating a formidable aura. An indescribable sword intent enveloped the area, locking onto the three leaders of the Jiang sect. Sword intent. This is the pinnacle of sword intent. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone froze in shock, including the three leaders of the Jiang sect, who turned pale with fear. This is not good. They attempted to retreat, yet found themselves ensnared by the sword intent, with no escape possible. They could only hastily prepare their defenses. Simultaneously, they unleashed their full power, striking with their palms. However, the sword light, imbued with an unstoppable force, shattered their defenses, slicing through with ease. In an instant, three heads soared into the air, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in a state of shock. One sword strike had severed the heads of three transforming God Realm cultivators, including the Blade Sect leader, who had previously been deemed weak. Could this truly be the waste they had spoken of? Moreover, he wielded but an ordinary longsword. All the high-ranking members of the sects, including Zhong Bugui, stared blankly at Zhao Fan, unable to comprehend the surreal reality unfolding before them. It felt as if they were trapped in a dream, struggling to accept the impossibility of the moment. Only Ji Wushuang and her four companions found the event entirely reasonable, for in their eyes, their master was invincible. As Zhao Fan executed his strike, his cultivation level was revealed. He was at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhao Fan was far beyond that, continuing to expand his capabilities. Although this realm is not entirely unattainable, the power of that single sword strike instilled a profound sense of danger in all present. Even they found themselves at a loss for defense in the face of such might. The sword intent, indeed, it was the pinnacle of perfection. For disciples of the Sword Sect who pursue the path of the sword, this level seems utterly out of reach. Yi Sanyang and Long Zhan often remind their disciples that a sword cultivator who can attain the great perfection of sword qi in their lifetime is already a genius. A common person, even after a century, may never touch such heights. Yet, Zhao Fan not only surpassed the realm of sword qi, but also reached the great perfection of sword intent. Sword qi, sword intent, sword will, sword domain, and sword realm. These constitute the 5 great realms of the sword path. Each realm further divides into 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. A common individual may spend their entire life wandering within the domain of sword qi. A genius might catch a glimpse of the realm of sword intent, but it has never been heard that anyone has achieved the great perfection, except perhaps for those prodigious talents from the eastern region. Amidst the crowd, Yi Sanyang suddenly recalled something and attempted to slip away. Zhao Fan turned sharply, exclaiming, "Yi Sanyang, halt." Chapter 37. Yi Sanyang. "Master Zhao, I was wrong." Yi Sanyang trembled, slowly turning around with a smile plastered on her face. "Master Zhao, what guidance do you have for me?" Zhao Fan replied coldly, "What? Have you forgotten everything that just transpired?" Yi Sanyang feigned confusion. "I do not understand." "Master Zhao, could you be mistaken? What just happened has nothing to do with me, right?" Zhong Bugui observed the two. "Master Zhao, what is going on?" He could sense Zhao Fan's displeasure. Evidently, Yi Sanyang had committed an offense. Zhao Fan continued icily. "Did I not tell you, after the competition, we would discuss this matter properly? Yi Fengzhu, while I was descending the mountain, you bribed an assassin to steal my treasure. Moreover, I suspect that the news of my 7th tier artifact was also disseminated by you, correct?" "What?" Zhong Bugui's expression changed. "Yi Fengzhu, is this true?" Yi Sanyang hurriedly responded. "Master, this matter." Zhao Fan shot her a glare. Yi Sanyang reluctantly conceded, I, Master Zhao, I was wrong. It was all my pettiness. Please, let us not dwell on it. You are well, after all, and have not encountered any misfortune. Zhao Fan sneered. Yi Sanyang, I am indeed well, thanks to my means of self-preservation. But what about you? Will your excessive actions simply be overlooked? Zhong Bugui discerned that Yi Sanyang had indeed overstepped. However, she was an essential pillar of the sect. Master Zhao, how about this? Please grant me a favor regarding this matter. Zhong Bugui understood that Yi Sanyang was at fault, yet she had made substantial contributions to the Sword Sect. Zhao Fan's gaze crackled with intensity as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Bugui. Upon meeting Zhao Fan's eyes, Zhong Bugui's soul quivered. Such a terrifying gaze. Master, this is not the first time for Yi Sanyang. Do you know why she insisted I lead the team during our trials? She had already conspired with Yi Kai to take action against me during the experience. Had I not possessed certain means, I would have long fallen into her trap. Zhong Bugui's expression shifted as he turned to Yi Sanyang. Yi Sanyang, do you recognize your fault? Yi Sanyang knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Sect leader, I acknowledge my mistakes. For the sake of my dedication in nurturing disciples for the sect, please spare me. Zhao Fengzhu, grant me another chance, and I shall surely amend my ways. As she spoke, Yi Sanyang knelt before Zhao Fan. With a clenched fist, Zhao Fan unleashed a tremendous force, causing the very space around him to tremble. Yi Sanyang coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Such terrifying power. All gazes turned towards Zhao Fan, filled with trepidation. Could it be that Zhao Fengzhu had achieved mastery in both swordsmanship and physical prowess? Zhao Fengzhu, please spare my aunt. I am willing to die in her stead. Yi Kai knelt, pleading fervently. In a swift motion, nearly all inner disciples followed suit. Even Gu Yi and Lian Hongshang joined them in kneeling. Zhao Fengzhu, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for Yi Fengzhu. These were all disciples nurtured by Yi Sanyang, unwilling to witness their master's demise. Yet who was Zhao Fan? Did they seek death? With a single hand pressed down, an overwhelming force enveloped them all. One must take responsibility for their wrongdoings. Today, I shall only slay Yi Sanyang, Yi Kai, and Yi Feng. As for the rest, I shall spare you for the sake of the sect's efforts in your training. Those who wish to live, stand up. With that, Zhao Fan withdrew his hand. The disciples gradually rose, while the high-ranking members exchanged wary glances, hesitant to speak further. Yi Sanyang gritted her teeth, acknowledging her fate. I know I deserve death. Please grant me a swift end. Yi Fengzhu. Zhao Fan placed his palm upon her head. Die. Remember, in your next life. Do not be so arrogant. After uttering these words, he turned to Yi Kai, quickly grasping the necks of both Yi Kai and Yi Feng, crushing their throats with a swift motion, discarding their lifeless bodies without a second glance. Wushuang, you shall accompany me down the mountain. Yes, master. Ji Wushuang and the other 4 disciples took their place behind Zhao Fan. Zhao Fengzhu, where are you headed? Zhong Bugui inquired. To annihilate the Blade Sect. I prefer to eradicate threats at their roots, ensuring no future troubles arise. With that declaration, Zhao Fan led his 5 disciples down the mountain. As darkness enveloped the sky, the silhouettes of the 6 figures vanished into the night, but Zhao Fan's chilling voice lingered atop the peak, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Annihilate the sect? Those who had once mocked and disparaged Zhao Fan felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, reflecting upon his words, they knew he was correct. If the Blade Sect was not eradicated today, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Not good. Zhao Fengzhu. It is rumored that the Ancestor of the Blade Sect has reached the 9th level of the Transformation God Realm and is currently in seclusion. Striving to break through to the Mingtai Realm, Zhong Bugui shouted, uncertain if Zhao Fan had heard him. Outside the Grand Hall, Zhong Bugui's face bore a look of concern. At that moment, Xing Zheng had signaled for the disciples to retreat, yet some high-ranking officials remained. Sect leader, are you worried about Zhao Fengzhu? Xing Zheng asked. Zhao Fengzhu possesses dual mastery of sword and body, far from ordinary, yet his cultivation is still at the 9th level of the Golden Core. If he encounters the Ancestor of the Blade Sect, I fear for him. Zhong Bugui sighed. Long Zhan proclaimed loudly, Sect leader. Why not take this opportunity to eradicate the Blade Sect? The 3 elders of the Blade Sect have perished, and with the sect leader also gone, their overall strength has been halved. Why not take decisive action? Zhong Bugui sighed in resignation. Like the Sword Sect, the Blade Sect has a history spanning 3 centuries. Would annihilating them not be a transgression against the heavens? Long Zhan was taken aback. Inside the Grand Hall of the Blade Sect, 3 elders sat uneasily. The sect leader had been away for quite some time, and their concerns were palpable. The Law Elder reassured them, stating that although the sect leader was at a comparable level to Zhong Bugui, his combat prowess exceeded it. Surely, 3 Transformation Realm cultivators could instill fear in the Sword Sect. Moreover, the Sword Sect would hesitate to engage in an all-out war with the Blade Sect and would undoubtedly surrender the murderer and the 7th tier artifact. Let us hope so. Now, let us prepare food and drink to celebrate the sect leader's return. I am certain he will bring back the head of the murderer. Furthermore, I am eager to see what this 7th tier artifact truly is. At that moment, a voice from outside interjected, "Alas, your sect leader's head remains with the Sword Sect. However, you may behold the 7th tier artifact. Who dares?" The 3 elders sprang to their feet. Outside the grand hall stood 6 figures, the leader appearing to be in his 20s. With sharp eyebrows and striking features, exuding an air of elegance in a light blue robe adorned with a sword emblem on his chest. "Is that a member of the Sword Sect?" An elder bellowed. "Indeed, I am Zhao Fan of the Sword Sect, the one who has slain your 3 elders and Bei Yan. So you are the murderer." The elders exclaimed in outrage. Men, with a swift motion, dozens of disciples encircled them, each wielding steel blades, glaring fiercely at Zhao Fan and his companions. Such numbers? No matter, not everyone is worthy to witness the 7th tier artifact. With that, Zhao Fan revealed an ordinary 3rd tier longsword in his hand. "You dare to make a move? Lay down your sword and kneel in submission." "Kneel in submission? You must be dreaming. I have come to kill." With that declaration, Zhao Fan swung his longsword, unleashing a blade of energy that surged forward. Ugh! The leading elder emitted a muffled groan as both his arms and legs were severed. The remaining 2 elders' expressions shifted dramatically, boldly daring to harm our law elder. "You shall die." They each drew short daggers and lunged at Zhao Fan. The clash of blades created a cacophony, but Zhao Fan merely chuckled coldly, seeking death. With another swing of his longsword, he shattered their attacks, and the 2 elders, upon landing, found themselves similarly disarmed, reduced to armless and legless figures. Witnessing the swift demise of their elders, the disciples retreated in alarm. "Wushuang, eliminate them all." Ji Wushuang leaped forward, swinging her sword decisively. Though the 3 elders were Transformation Realm cultivators, they were rendered defenseless without their limbs, and in an instant, they met their untimely end. Ding! Congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging above her level, rewarded with 1 realm increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging above her level, rewarded with 1 realm increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for successfully challenging above her level, rewarded with 1 realm increase. Golden Core level 13. Golden Core level 14. Golden Core level 15. 40,000 miles. 80,000 miles. 160,000 miles. The Qi expanded continuously, vast as the ocean. And Zhao Fan felt an infinite power coursing through his body. The realm of transformation seemed to have diminished to that of mere ants. Suddenly, Zhao Fan turned to face the disciples of the Sword Sect. "I have no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent today. I will count to several. And those who choose to depart from the Sword Sect may live. Those who remain shall meet their demise." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the Sword Sect. 10, 9, 8, 7. With a rush, a group of disciples turned and fled. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 38. Slaying the Ancestor of the Sword Sect. Bestowed the title of Supreme Elder moments later, the number of Sword Sect disciples had dwindled to less than 100. At the forefront stood a young man with a scruffy beard, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What has become of our sect leader, the scoundrel from the Sword Sect?" Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, "He has already been slain by me. Do you wish to avenge him? Pray tell, who are you?" "I am Lei Ming, the eldest disciple of the Sword Sect." Zhao Fan glanced behind him. "And I am Shui Lihong, the 2nd disciple." "I am Lang Hao, the 4th disciple." "I am Yun Mo, the 5th disciple." Zhao Fan nodded. "Very well. You are all commendable disciples of the Sword Sect. I should not strike down disciples such as yourselves, who possess flesh and blood. However, should I spare your lives, you will inevitably seek vengeance for your sect in the future. I fear not your retribution. Yet I despise trouble. Thus, I shall send you on your way today." Zhao Fan raised his sword, pointing it toward the heavens. A resounding boom echoed as a streak of sword light pierced the sky, illuminating the night. The formidable sword intent burgeoned, enveloping the firmament like a sea of clouds. With a decisive strike, Zhao Fan cleaved downward. Where the sword light passed, the very fabric of space was rendered void. Lei Ming and the other disciples brandished their weapons in futile resistance. In an instant, they were engulfed by the sword light. After a brief moment, silence fell over the scene, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Zhao Fan slowly turned, gazing into the depths of the night. At the 15th level of the Golden Core, his perception had grown immensely. He sensed a profound aura hidden within the nearby pavilion. "Come forth. I know you are there." With a surge, an aura transcending that of Zhong Bugue and others erupted into the sky, followed by a fierce wind. An elder clad in gray appeared, hovering 10 paces before Zhao Fan. 9th level of transformation. "No, half a step into the realm of clarity. Just a thread away from the realm of clarity. Perhaps with another year, or even a month, he could break through. You wretch, why have you slain so many of my Sword Sect? That is a question for your sect leader. He sought to kill me, and thus, I had no choice but to eliminate him. So you are the one who killed the third elder in Beiyin? Indeed. Are you the ancestor of the Sword Sect? 3 centuries have passed, and I never thought anyone would remember me. Indeed, I am the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect. But I never imagined that the sect I built with my own hands would be destroyed by you. Therefore, today, you shall all perish. As he spoke, the ancestor of the Sword Sect slowly raised his palms. A powerful aura surged forth, slicing through the surrounding air, producing sharp, crackling sounds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 6 figures descended from the sky, landing beside Zhao Fan and the others. Elder, please cease. I am Zhong Bugue of the Sword Sect, seeking a proper discussion with you. We, the Sword Sect, are willing to make amends for today's events. Zhao Fan cast a glance and realized that Zhong Bugue had arrived with Xing Zhong, Long Zhan, and others. Zhong Bugue, the leader of the Sword Sect? Humph, just take a look for yourself. Is there anything left to discuss today? The ancestor of the Blade Sect had not ceased his actions, but rather was gathering strength. Zhong Bugue and the others glanced down and were taken aback. Although it was night, they could still see the corpses of 3 elderly men. Additionally, there lay dozens of disciples sprawled across the ground in disarray. It was over. They had arrived too late, and everything was irretrievable. Zhong Bugue wore a bitter smile. The ancestor of the Blade Sect bellowed, leaping into the air. No. Your arrival is fortuitous. I shall take vengeance for my disciples. Everyone die. He slammed his palms downward with tremendous force. A colossal wave of energy surged forth. Overwhelming as a landslide. Zhong Bugue's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, Leader Zhao, retreat quickly. I will hold him off. Zhao Fan replied indifferently. A mere half-step into the enlightened realm is nothing to me. Perish. As he spoke, Zhao Fan discreetly gripped an invincibility card with his left hand, ready for use. While his right hand brandished his sword, the sword light pierced the air like a rainbow shooting through the sun, instantly penetrating the gust of palm wind. Thud. The sword pierced the heart. The sword energy penetrated the chest of the Blade Sect ancestor, shooting toward the heavens. The clouds were torn asunder by the sword energy, illuminating the sky as if lightning had struck. Bang! The Blade Sect ancestor crashed to the ground. His body convulsed a few times before he closed his eyes. Yi Tian shook his head slightly, realizing that he wouldn't even need to use the invincibility card. His realm had risen too swiftly. This scene utterly stunned Zhong Bugue and the others. A formidable being at the 9th level of the transformation stage, merely a half-step away from the enlightened realm, was slain by a single sword strike. Zhao Fan. Yet he was merely at the golden core stage. What was his limit? Leader Zhao? I have said that I would annihilate the Blade Sect, and as you can see, Zhao Fan declared, activating his Scarlet Eye technique and scanning the surroundings. Although it was nighttime, he quickly located the Fortune Stone. It lay directly beneath the mountain gate archway. Zhao Fan approached, and with a thought, the vines on his wrist extended like a keen blade into the earth, swiftly extracting a Fortune Stone, which was then absorbed into the system. The Chaos Tree shifted once more, returning to Zhao Fan's wrist. The entire process took less than a breath's time, so that when Zhong Bugue and the others approached, they were unaware of his actions. They assumed he had slain someone hidden underground. Observing the system panel, 3 strands of fortune cloud patterns appeared. Let us return to the sect. Along the way, Zhong Bugue, Long Zhan, and the 3 elders felt somewhat uneasy. The presence of this individual was too terrifying, too formidable. His decisiveness in battle and ruthless nature made them anxious that a careless mistake might offend him, leading to the annihilation of the Sword Sect. Leader Zhao, I have made a decision. I shall appoint you as the vice sect leader. Upon arriving outside the grand hall of the Sword Sect, Zhong Bugue halted and expressed his thoughts that he had been contemplating during the journey. No need for that. Zhao Fan declined outright. Indeed. How could a vice sect leader befit someone of Zhao Fan's profound cultivation? From today onward, you shall be the supreme elder of our Sword Sect. Supreme elder? What does that mean? The elder and the sect leader are of the same rank, or rather, the elder's status surpasses even that of the sect leader. You need not concern yourself with any duties for the sect, yet you shall enjoy privileges that exceed those of the sect leader. It is your choice. However, I prefer to dwell in the tranquility of the miscellaneous Herb Peak. Very well, since the elder wishes to reside at the miscellaneous Herb Peak. Let it be so for the time being. When you tire of it, you may relocate to the main peak, and I shall arrange a courtyard for you. No need. The miscellaneous Herb Peak is quite satisfactory. Now, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. With that, Zhao Fan led Ji Wushuang and the others towards the back mountain, honoring the elder's departure. Behind them, Zhong Bugue respectfully bowed in farewell. Upon reaching the back mountain, Zhao Fan suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from his storage ring. He retrieved a sound transmission talisman, listened intently, and his expression darkened. Very well, I shall return immediately. The voice of old Zhao resonated within the talisman, informing him that the former family head had emerged from seclusion, and his uncle's family was forcefully pressuring him, claiming that their lineage lacked successors, thus usurping his father's position as the family head. His parents, succumbing to pressure, had vacated the Zhao family estate and moved to a secondary residence. However, to prevent future complications, his uncle and third uncle were scheming to ensure the permanent disappearance of his parents and their family. Though Zhao Fan harbored discontent towards his father, he recognized his mother's commendable character. Besides her, there was also his younger sister, Zhao Linger. Having traversed into this realm and acquired this body, he felt a profound responsibility to safeguard his kin. Thus, Zhao Fan addressed Ji Wushuang and the others, stating that he had personal matters to attend to. During his absence, he urged them to refrain from causing trouble. However, should anyone provoke them, they were to retaliate without leniency. It is essential to understand that in this world, if you indulge others, they will frequently bully you. When faced with those beyond your capacity to confront, seek me out. With that, Zhao Fan produced 5 sound transmission talismans from his storage ring, imprinting his soul mark upon them before entrusting them to Ji Wushuang and the others. After offering a few more instructions, he ascended into the air alone. Although, in principle, one cannot fly until reaching the transformation realm, Zhao Fan's Qi was 100-fold stronger than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to soar effortlessly without feeling the lack of spiritual energy. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Jiang City. Subsequently, he oriented himself towards the Zhao family estate. Chapter 39. Brother, is that you? Is it truly you? Step aside. What more do you desire? Is it not enough that we have left the main estate? Must we also vacate the secondary residence? A girl's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. You are correct. I intend to expel you from the secondary residence. Without a future heir, the family will not retain you. An unfeeling voice commanded. Inside the secondary residence, Zhao Longwei and his wife clung tightly to one another, while a girl of about 16 or 17 stood defiantly at the entrance. Before her stood a man in his mid-20s, his face etched with ferocity as he glared menacingly at them. Behind the man stood 2 enforcers of the Zhao family. What are you standing there for? Drag them out. Yes, young master. As the 2 enforcers advanced, a chilling voice interjected, I dare anyone to try. The girl looked up, momentarily stunned, before a smile broke through her sorrowful expression. Brother, is it really you? Is it truly you? With that, the girl leapt into the embrace of the newcomer. The girl is none other than Zhao Fan's sister, Zhao Linger. Zhao Fan embraced his sister, feeling her frail form, gently cradling her face in his hands. He noticed her complexion was somewhat sallow, clearly a result of malnutrition. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the imposing figure of Zhao Yifeng, exclaiming, You seek death. Zhao Yifeng was the son of Zhao Fan's uncle, Zhao Longyan. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan grasped his neck and applied a gentle squeeze. Instantly, Zhao Yifeng felt a constriction in his throat. Zhao Fan, release me. If you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you. Humph. Still defiant even at death's door, I shall send you to the netherworld. Upon witnessing this, Mrs. Zhao hurriedly approached and grasped her son's arm, imploring, Fanner, do not act foolishly. Release him at once. Zhao Linger, equally terrified, cried out, Brother, don't commit murder. If you do, they will kill our parents. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Zhao, her son's formidable power was a source of concern, fearing he might invite disaster upon himself. Zhao Fan, however, did not care for Zhao Yifeng. With a series of resounding slaps, he swiftly left Zhao Yifeng's face swollen, followed by a powerful kick that sent him flying. Get lost. Zhao Yifeng sprang to his feet, clutching his abdomen, exclaiming, Zhao Fan, how dare you strike me? Suddenly, Zhao Longwei stood up, bellowing, Enough. Yifeng, do you truly wish to provoke me into action? Zhao Yifeng retreated a few steps, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Pointing a finger at Zhao Fan, he declared, You wait and see. This is far from over. With that, he stormed off in indignation. Zhao Fan chuckled coldly and turned his attention to the other courtyard, his brow furrowing. The home contained only a few simple furnishings, and a pot held a few chunks of sweet potato. Is this all you eat? Zhao Fan was taken aback. Mrs. Zhao sighed. It is already a blessing. Our family has been forsaken by the head of the household, and with no income, how can we afford to buy food? Zhao Fan shot a glance at Zhao Longwei, questioning, Is this how you fulfill your role as a parent? You are the esteemed second heir of the Zhao family. How can you allow your wife and daughter to endure such hardship? What kind of guardian are you? Zhao Longwei lowered his head, rendered speechless. Enough, Fanner. Do not speak further. Your father has his own burdens. Mrs. Zhao gently pulled her son aside to sit down. Having not seen her son for a long time, she was filled with concern and couldn't help but scrutinize him, relieved to see he appeared fair and healthy. It seemed that life at the Sword Sect was treating him well. Although her son could not cultivate, old Fan was indeed a reliable figure. What burdens could a grown man possibly have? Zhao Fan remained relentless. He understood that if his father had been capable of standing tall in the family, he would not have been sent to the Sword Sect by his mother and entrusted to old Fan. Of course, perhaps it was not so simple. He might not be the person he was today. Contemplating this, Zhao Fan fell silent. Brother, have you eaten? I will heat some sweet potatoes for you. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Let's tidy up. I will take you both out for breakfast. Soon, dawn broke. Zhao Fan and his sister walked alongside their mother towards the street, while Zhao Longwei trailed behind, listless. Son, your father has been in a foul mood lately. Do not criticize him too often. Ever since your grandfather returned, your uncle's family has grown arrogant, opposing us at every turn. Your father refuses to sever ties with his brothers. Madame Zhao observed her son's pallid complexion and whispered, I understand. Although Zhao Fan resented his father's lack of resolve, he recognized that if not for the coercion from his grandfather and uncle, their family would not have descended into such dire straits. Soon, the four of them arrived outside a bun shop in Jiangxing. Buns, freshly steamed and piping hot. The shopkeeper's voice resonated from behind the steaming bamboo steamer. Zhao Fan paused and exclaimed, Mother, Linger, let us indulge in some buns. Zhao Fan, purchasing buns requires money, does it not? She inquired. Fear not, I have sufficient funds. He reassured her. Rest assured, I am, after all, a disciple of the Sword Sect. Madame Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. The family settled under the awning outside the bun shop. Shopkeeper, 1 serving of buns, please. Certainly. The shopkeeper approached with a serving, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the four seated there. Oh, it's you? I'm afraid I cannot sell to you. As the shopkeeper turned to retreat, Zhao Fan stood and grasped the shopkeeper by the throat. What do you mean? Why refuse us buns? You are Zhao Fan. I know you, the young master without spirit bones from the Zhao family, right? Let go of me. Let go. The shopkeeper struggled, gripping Zhao Fan's collar in a desperate attempt to free himself. Zhao Fan tightened his grip, demanding, Answer me. Why will you not sell us buns? What do you intend to do? Release me. The shopkeeper's face turned crimson with rage. Madame Zhao and Zhao Linger hurriedly intervened, pulling Zhao Fan away. Fanner, do not act impulsively. Turning to the shopkeeper, she added, My son possesses wealth. Wealth? What of it? The head of the family has decreed that anyone who dares to assist your family shall meet their demise. As a small business owner, I wish to avoid trouble. Leave. Quickly, the shopkeeper urged, attempting to dismiss them. Zhao Fan gritted his teeth. It is Zhao Longyan again. What does he truly desire? Zhao Linger retorted angrily. He aims to drive our family to the brink. Since the annihilation of the Li family, the Zhao family's standing in Jiangxing had risen, compelling even the Su family to bow their heads. Now, who in Jiangxing did not fear their uncle and third uncle? Zhao Fan bellowed, Bring the buns over, or I shall ensure your demise this very moment. The shopkeeper, feeling the weight of Zhao Fan's gaze, was struck with terror. All right, I shall fetch them. He had an instinctive realization that catering to Zhao Longwei's family might provoke Zhao Longyan's ire, but that was a concern for another day. If he refused service now, this young man could very well ensure his immediate misfortune. Weighing his options, the shopkeeper decided it was wiser to avoid confrontation. He hastily returned with the buns. Rest assured, eat freely, I am here. Zhao Fan took 2 buns, offering one each to his mother and sister. Watching his wife and daughter savor the sweet delicacies, Zhao Longwei sheepishly approached Zhao Fan. Son, I am hungry, may I try one? Zhao Fan ignored him. Zhao Linger offered a bun to their father, and Zhao Longwei devoured it eagerly, leaving grease stains all over his clothing. A family was enjoying their meal when suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the street. A voice shouted, Make way, Miss Su is coming. Zhao Fan looked up and indeed saw Su Qiuxiang approaching from the far end of the street, flanked by 4 bodyguards. What brings Su Qiuxiang here so early? Zhao Fan wondered, for this was the territory of the Zhao family. Zhao Linger whispered, Brother. After grandfather emerged from seclusion, he summoned the head of the Su family, and the head has promised Su Qiuxiang to Zhao Yifeng. What? Zhao Fan's brows furrowed. In his memory, he had a betrothal with Su Qiuxiang. Madame Zhao glanced at her son and said, Fanner, your engagement with Miss Su has been annulled. It was your father's decision. Zhao Fan shot a glance at his father, although he was never fond of the marriage. The abruptness of Su Qiuxiang breaking their engagement only to form a new one with Zhao Yifeng left him feeling quite perturbed. Zhao Fan, there is nothing I can do. After all, you lack the spirit bone. The moment your grandfather emerged from seclusion, he began to consider the Zhao family's legacy. Zhao Yifeng has already been designated as the future heir. It is expected that once your grandfather steps down, Yifeng will take over. As they spoke, Su Qiuxiang and her entourage approached. Suddenly, she halted and cast her gaze upon Zhao Fan and his family. Oh, it's you? I didn't expect your family to be living so well that you're out enjoying steamed buns. I heard you were banished to the other courtyard? Madame Zhao quickly rose and bowed. Greetings, Miss Su. Zhao Longwei also inclined his head. Good day, Miss Su. Zhao Linger stood silently behind her brother. Zhao Fan, having not eaten, remained unfazed. As a cultivator of the 15th level of the Golden Core stage, he could absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth with each breath, rendering food unnecessary even for a month. Hey, Zhao Fan, are you listening to me? Su Qiuxiang's voice rose in irritation. Zhao Fan leisurely lifted a tea bowl and sipped. Is there something you wish to discuss? Why are you ignoring me? Zhao Fan chuckled and glanced at her mockingly. Are you a queen or an immortal? Even if you were either, I could choose to engage or not engage. Besides, you are neither. Who do you think you are? Furious, Su Qiuxiang retorted. You're asking for trouble. Her delicate fists clenched. A formidable aura enveloped the entire bun shop. The shopkeeper, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, Miss Su, please spare me. As an ordinary businessman, he understood that a single blow from Su Qiuxiang could ruin his establishment. Zhao Fan frowned and swiftly slapped her, sending Su Qiuxiang staggering back. Zhao Fan, how dare you strike me? You're courting death. Su Qiuxiang seethed, ready to retaliate. Madame Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Su Qiuxiang's arm. Miss Su, please don't be angry. He has this temperament. Su Qiuxiang coldly remarked, I see, Zhao Fan. Are you upset to hear of my impending engagement to Zhao Yifeng? Haha. You lack a spirit bone, cannot cultivate, and yet you still cling to thoughts of our engagement. Who do you think you are? Do you still believe you are worthy of me? Remember, we are fundamentally from different worlds. With that, Su Qiuxiang waved her hand and declared, let us head to the Zhao residence. Zhao Fan's gaze turned icy as he abruptly stood. Mrs. Zhao quickly pressed her son down. Zhao Fan looked at his mother and asked, what does she need to go to the Zhao family for so early in the day? Mrs. Zhao hurriedly replied, I just recalled, today is the day for the Zhao family's offspring to test their talents. Test their talents? Indeed. Although the old patriarch has verbally appointed Yifeng as the young master, the Zhao family has numerous descendants. There's your uncle's daughter, Zhao Man'er, your third uncle's son, Zhao Yiyan, and your aunt Zhao Longkue. Strictly speaking, Miss Su should also be considered a member of the Zhao family. Moreover, there are the children from other branches of the Zhao family. What about us? Haven't we received any notification? We are deemed unqualified. Who says we are unqualified? We are also part of the Zhao lineage. Come, let us go and see. Zhao Fan snorted. Mrs. Zhao glanced at her son. Zhao Fan smiled and patted his mother's hand, saying, Mother, we are all Zhao family members. Why should we not be present? Mrs. Zhao contemplated for a moment and replied, You are right. Let us go and observe. But remember, once we are there, we shall remain silent. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. After dinner, the family of four arrived at the Zhao family's main courtyard. As they entered, they heard an elderly voice announce, the talent testing for the younger generation of the Zhao family will now commence. Zhao Fan looked up to see an imposing elder seated at the head of the hall, with a long beard and hair that had turned gray. It was the old patriarch, Zhao Zhengong. Flanking him were two couples, Zhao Longyan and Zhao Longku. Zhao Fan clenched his fists, a chilling aura enveloping the hall as it turned as frigid as a crypt. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. What has happened? Why has it suddenly turned so cold? The Zhao family members trembled, their faces pale. Mrs. Zhao, frail in health, leaned against Zhao Fan for support. Zhao Fan suppressed his murderous intent, contemplating that he would have lingered take his mother away before seeking revenge. Killing in front of his mother might leave her with psychological scars. With a flicker of thought, a deep rumble of thunder echoed outside. Is today truly an auspicious day for the family offspring to commence their tests? Zhao Zhengong quavered. Fortunately, Zhao Fan managed to quell his fury, and the weather soon returned to normal. Behind Zhao Longyan and his wife stood two young men and women, aside from Zhao Yifeng. One of them was the red-clad Zhao Man'er. Seated lower down was Zhao Longyan's wife, a woman in her 30s with a pale complexion. She was Zhao Fan's aunt, Zhao Longkue, while the other was none other than Su Qiuxiang, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Zhao Fan was astonished to find that the Zhao family had even offered Su Qiuxiang a seat. On the opposite side, beside Zhao Longku and his wife, stood a robust young man, about 22 or 23 years old. He was Zhao Longku's son, Zhao Yan. At the center of the hall was a table upon which lay an energy crystal the size of a bowl. An energy crystal? Zhao Fan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected such a small Zhao family to possess an energy crystal. As Zhao Fan and his family entered, Zhao Zhengong and the others took notice. What brings you here? Zhao Yifeng called out, descending a few steps with an authoritative tone. Why? Are we not members of the Zhao family? Or is today's test not meant for the descendants of the Zhao clan? Zhao Fan spoke coldly. Without a spiritual bone. Does participating in such a test hold any significance? Zhao Yifeng mocked. With his words, the others cast disdainful glances at Zhao Fan. Zhao Manor and Zhao Yin even erupted in laughter. Su Qiuxiang shot a scornful glance at Zhao Fan and chose to ignore him, for this was the Zhao family, and she preferred to refrain from speaking further. Madame Zhao inclined her body toward the esteemed Zhao Zhengang, saying, although our family resides in a separate courtyard, we are still Zhao family members. We wish to witness the talent test of the Zhao descendants. Enough. What business do you have here? Leave. Zhao Manor barked sharply. Zhao Zhengang waved his hand. All right, since you're here, just stand to the side. Zhao Fan remarked indifferently. What? Is there no seating for my family? Zhao Yifeng sneered at him. You still wish for a seat? Zhao Fan's fists clenched slowly, sensing her son's change in demeanor. Madame Zhao couldn't help but glance at him. At that moment, the steward, old Zhao, brought over several stools. Zhao Fan assisted his mother in taking a seat. The test begins. Zhao Longkue announced as she leapt forward. As an elder, I shall go first. Though she was an elder, her passion for cultivation had kept her unmarried, residing within the Zhao family all these years. Clearly, she coveted the position of the family head. With her right hand's fingers splayed, she placed them upon the energy crystal. Sizzle. The energy crystal shimmered, and suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky. Boom. Another beam followed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of beams erupted, totaling 6. Indeed, my younger sister's talent is astonishing. With effort, she will surely become a grand cultivator of the Mingdao realm. Zhao Longyan nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhao Fan's bewilderment, Zhao Linger whispered, the talent test essentially assesses the potential of one's spiritual bone. The greater the potential, the higher the future cultivation capacity. 1 beam corresponds to the Yijin realm, 2 beams to the Qi refinement realm, 3 beams to the foundation establishment realm, 4 beams to the golden core realm, 5 beams to the spirit transformation realm, and 6 beams to the Mingdao realm, and so forth. The activation of 6 beams by my aunt indicates her potential to become a grand cultivator of the Mingdao realm. Zhao Zhengang stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, the bloodline of our Zhao family surpasses that of ordinary folk. It's worth noting that in the entire Jiang city, there hasn't been a grand cultivator of the Mingdao realm in a millennium. Longkue, strive hard. Your father has high hopes for you. Zhao Longkue bowed and clasped her fists. Yes, father, I will not disappoint you. Now it's my turn. Zhao Manor declared as she jumped down. Zhao Longkue stepped back, observing her niece. Zhao Manor slapped her palm against the energy crystal. Boom, boom, boom. 3 beams shot up into the sky. However, after the third, it came to a halt. Zhao Manor's expression changed. Gritting her teeth, she pushed forcefully. Boom. Another beam activated. 4 beams. Manor, you have done quite well. 4 beams correspond to the golden core realm, meaning that with relentless effort, Zhao Manor could eventually become a cultivator of the golden core realm. Why can't I become a grand cultivator? I refuse to accept this. Zhao Manor pouted as she walked down. The realm below the generalization of divine states is referred to as the realm of practitioners, while those above the enlightenment realm are deemed great practitioners. Zhao Yifeng hastily comforted his sister, saying, it's all right, you've done well. Compared to those devoid of spiritual bones, you stand atop the summit. Zhao Manor felt her spirits lift slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Fan, as if to say, see, even if I'm lacking, I am still 100 times superior to someone. Zhao Fan scoffed, don't be hasty. Soon, I shall compel you to retract your words. Zhao Yin approached. Brother Yifeng, shall we have a contest? Zhao Yifeng descended as well, replying, as you wish. The two positioned themselves before the energy crystal, standing opposite each other, and placed their palms upon it. Boom, boom. They simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, with one activating 2 beams of light. Once more, come at me. Boom, boom. They each activated 2 more beams. Brother Yifeng, is this not your limit? Zhao Yin taunted. And what of you, Yin? Is this all you can muster? Who said that? Watch me. With that, Zhao Yin forcefully pushed. Boom. A beam shot skyward. 5 beams. Zhao Yin looked at Zhao Yifeng with a smirk. Brother Yifeng, don't let me defeat you. His words were laden with meaning. Zhao Yifeng glanced at his parents and grandfather, gritted his teeth, and shouted, ascend. Boom. Zhao Yifeng finally activated his 5th beam of light. Zhao Longyan and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Today's test was, in essence, a contest for the future head of the family. Though Zhao Longyan appeared to have a good relationship with his elder brother, he secretly wished for his own son to ascend as the family head. As for Zhao Jingong, he supported whichever grandson proved to be superior, though he had a slight bias towards the eldest due to Zhao Yifeng's constant presence by his side since childhood. Is that all? I'm not done yet. With that, Zhao Yan suddenly pressed down hard, and boom. Another beam shot into the sky. 6 beams. Zhao Longyan stood up in shock, momentarily frozen. Meanwhile, Zhao Longyan and his wife were expressions of joy. Zhao Yifeng shouted, exerting all his strength to press, but alas, 5 beams were his pinnacle. Yifeng stepped down. Zhao Zhengang's expression was grim. After all, he had verbally promised his eldest grandson, yet today, he found himself embarrassed. This left him in a difficult position. Should he retract his words? At that moment, Su Qiuxiang suddenly stood up and walked towards the energy crystal. What? Miss Su also wishes to test her abilities? Indeed, as the future daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, she had every right. All eyes turned to Miss Su, who had long been recognized as the pride of the Su family, yet her true talent remained unknown. Rather than directly testing, Su Qiuxiang approached Zhao Fan, mocking. Watch closely and see just how high my talents soar. Chapter 41. Have you always harbored discontent towards me? Get lost. Zhao Fan barked. If she drew any closer, he would not hesitate to deliver a slap. Haha, you can only hurl insults. With that, Su Qiuxiang positioned herself before the energy crystal, casting a glance at Zhao Fan, and lightly placed her hand upon it. Zhao Fan, have you always felt discontent towards me? Do you believe I have tarnished our engagement, thus injuring your pride? Today, I shall reveal to you the chasm that lies between us. Without your spiritual essence, you are unworthy to stand beside me. I, Su Qiuxiang, the pride of the Su family, am an entity you can only gaze upon from afar. As she spoke, she forcefully pressed her palm down. Boom, boom, boom. 5 beams of light soared into the sky. Su Qiuxiang gazed triumphantly at the pillars of light in the air, coldly commanding, once more. Boom. 2 more beams shot upwards. 7 in total. It was astonishing that Miss Su possessed 7 beams of light. If memory serves, even the Ancestor had only awakened 7 beams, right? The path of enlightenment. A future grand cultivator. Everyone, save for Zhao Fan, was rendered speechless. Even Zhao Zhengang stood, his face alight with excitement. Of course, talent merely signifies one's potential. The realization of that potential hinges upon one's diligence, opportunities, and the investment of one's family or sect in their cultivation. Indeed, worthy of being my Zhao family's future granddaughter-in-law. Su Qiuxiang waved her left hand, halting in midair, making a gesture for silence. What? Does she intend to attempt further? How could that be? Is it possible for her to awaken 8 beams? That is inconceivable. 8 beams signify the talent of transcending realms, a future where one can perceive the universe. As Su Qiuxiang suddenly wore a serious expression, her beautiful eyes fixated upon the energy crystal, she commanded with authority, unleash. Boom. Another beam ascended. The 8 beams instantly melded into one, piercing through the roof, soaring into the heavens, forming a wondrous spectacle in the sky that lingered endlessly. Transcendent talent? Zhao Zhengang staggered. His countenance profoundly moved, bowing deeply to Su Qiuxiang, greeting the grand cultivator. Although Su Qiuxiang remained at the foundational level, her future was unfathomable. With the right resources and support from a grand sect, becoming a transcendent grand cultivator was merely a matter of time. Such talent, such genius, is a rarity in Jiangxing. Occurring once in a millennium, Zhao Zhengang was not foolish. This was an opportunity to forge a connection with the grand cultivator. While she presently agreed to the union with the Zhao family, after witnessing her talent, it was clear to all that the decision-making power would rest in Su Qiuxiang's hands. To put it plainly, Zhao Yifeng was no longer worthy of being Su Qiuxiang's partner. This woman is destined to become a ruler in Jiangxing, Qingzhou, and even Zhongzhou. Observing Zhao Zhenggang's respectful gesture, the other members of the Zhao family began to bow, some even kneeling in reverence. When they turned their gazes towards Su Qiuxiang, there was a newfound respect and caution in their expressions. Rise. Su Qiuxiang gently waved her hand, turning once again to Zhao Fan, saying, Do you perceive the disparity between us? Zhao Fan replied coolly, Are you finished with your performance? If so, step aside and let me through. Su Qiuxiang laughed heartily. What? Are you jesting? Can you not discern reality? You and I belong to entirely different worlds. From this day forth, I shall ascend effortlessly, while you shall remain beneath my feet, forever. Zhao Fan struck her across the face. Su Qiuxiang, are you out of your mind? What? You dare to strike me? Su Qiuxiang's eyes were icy as she covered her face, but after a moment, she laughed scornfully once more. Zhao Fan, do you think I fear to kill you within the Zhao family? Just as she spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky outside. A wave of immense pressure swept through the hall, causing everyone present to tremble, many bending over like shrimp, while some even knelt on the ground. A powerful being from the transformation realm has arrived. Zhao Zhengang exclaimed in alarm. Whoosh! A figure descended into the hall, scanning the surroundings before calling out. who awakened the 8 pillars of talent. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in gray, his expression grim, with a dark insignia embroidered on his chest. The Shadow Gate? Zhao Zhengong hurriedly stepped forward, bowing. I am Zhao Zhengong, the elder of the Zhao family, and I pay my respects to the esteemed one from the Shadow Gate. Though Zhao Zhengong appeared older than the gray-clad elder, the latter was a formidable being of the Transformation Realm, deserving of respect. The gray-clad elder seemed to disregard Zhao Zhengong entirely, his gaze sweeping around until it landed on Su Qiuxiang. She stood before the energy crystal, radiating a powerful aura. Did you activate the Spirit Stone, triggering the 8 pillars of light? Su Qiuxiang was unaware of the elder's identity. Yet the pressure he emanated made her realize he was a formidable figure. Is it me? And you are? I am Ingsan, the 3rd elder of the Shadow Gate. I just completed a mission and passed through Jiang City, where I witnessed the phenomenon you caused. Young lady, what is your name? I am Su Qiuxiang of the Su family in Jiang City. The Su family of Jiang City? I have indeed heard of it. Young lady, would you like to become my disciple and join the Shadow Gate? Su Qiuxiang's heart leaped with joy. Esteemed elder, I am willing. Ingsan laughed heartily. Excellent. I did not expect to gain such an unexpected harvest on this outing. Qiuxiang, quickly attend to your matters here and come with me. Su Qiuxiang nodded, looking around at the Zhao family, and then turned to Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng, it is evident that our relationship is no longer feasible. The distance between us will only grow. Therefore, let our engagement be annulled from this day forth. Not even the presence of Ingsen could provoke a dissenting word from the Zhao family. Yes. Zhao Yifeng dared not utter a single objection. Su Qiuxiang glanced at Ingsan. It's settled then, let us depart. I will use a communication stone to inform my family. If my parents learn that I have joined the Shadow Gate, they will surely be delighted. Very well. The Shadow Gate is one of the 3 major powers of Qingzhou. No. With the Sword Sect having been destroyed, it is now one of the 3 remaining powers. For your Su family to have someone enter the 3 major forces of Qingzhou is indeed a stroke of luck. Let us go. As they spoke, Ingsan led Su Qiuxiang out. We bid farewell to the 3rd elder. Zhao Zhengong and the others bowed respectfully. Wait. Su Qiuxiang suddenly paused, recalling something, and looked towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, do you see this? This is talent. Remember, there are heights some people can never hope to reach in this lifetime. As for our fates, here is my advice. Marry a girl from an ordinary family. Do not dream of me. Is that so? Zhao Fan regarded her with the amusement one would reserve for a jester. Su Qiuxiang, I wonder who has instilled in you this sense of superiority, allowing you to speak to me in this manner repeatedly. Su Qiuxiang furrowed her brows, exclaiming, how is it that you still fail to recognize your own shortcomings? I do this for your own good. I wish for you to clearly see yourself. I remember when we were young, our families were closely connected, and you were exceptional. For a time, I regarded you as the embodiment of my aspirations. However, as time went on, your spiritual essence withered and you could no longer cultivate, which revealed to me that I am, in fact, superior to you. I am the one you should look up to. We are 2 beings, one in the heavens and the other on the ground. It is impossible for us to be on the same level in this lifetime. Zhao Fan sent Su Qiuxiang sprawling with a swift slap, sneering, isn't this all just a talent test? You seem so arrogant. Yet you have lost sight of who you truly are. You. Su Qiuxiang sprang up, poised to retaliate. But Zhao Fan's piercing glare caused her soul to tremble, leaving her icy and frozen in place. Zhao Fan stepped closer to the energy crystal, dismissing the 8 beams of light with disdain. What if I said these 8 are nothing but trash? Zhao's mother's face shifted in alarm as she rushed to grab her son, shaking her head in concern. Little did she know that her son had undergone a remarkable transformation. She feared he might invite calamity upon himself. Zhao Ling'er also hurried over, grasping her brother's hand tightly. Zhao Yifeng and others watched Zhao Fan with mocking amusement, thinking, wonderful. This boy must have been provoked. Let the chaos ensue. Perhaps grandfather will be so enraged that he will break your legs and expel your entire family from the Zhao clan. Mother, Ling'er, fret not. I am capable of cultivation now. Before your son, these individuals are but ants, Zhao Fan declared, pointing at Su Qiuxiang and the others. Zhao's mother, unable to believe him, thought her son was merely trying to save face after being provoked by Su Qiuxiang. My dear son, we must accept our fate. Miss Su and you are indeed worlds apart. It is simply impossible. At that moment, Zhao Zhengong's fury erupted. Zhao Fan, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to disgrace the Zhao family before the 3rd elder and Miss Su? Zhao Fan approached with a cold smirk, asserting, very well, then. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Chapter 42. Kneel before me. Zhao Fan advanced toward the testing stone, casting a cold glare at the Zhao family. You have truly disappointed me. You are merciless toward your own kin, driving my entire family from the main residence. Yet you treat an arrogant outsider with courtesy and show deference to an old foreigner. You have utterly tarnished the honor of our ancestors. Boom. Zhao Fan's words left the Zhao family in shock. What? Has Zhao Fan been driven mad by Su Qiuxiang? How can he utter such things? Zhao's mother's expression darkened, and she whispered, Fanner, cease this talk at once. Let us leave. Leave. Zhao Zhengang scoffed. Do you think you can simply walk away today? Zhao Ling'er hastily interjected. Grandfather, brother is just confused at the moment. We will persuade him to leave. Zhao Zhengang snorted in response. While it may be acceptable for Zhao Fan to insult me as his grandfather, he must not disrespect Miss Su or offend the third elder. Therefore, today, he must kneel and apologize. With that, Zhao Zhengang bowed slightly to Elder Ing San and Miss Su, saying, Esteemed third elder, Miss Su, I implore you to temper your anger. I shall ensure that Zhao Fan offers his apologies. He then pointed at Zhao Fan, commanding, Rebellious grandson, kneel at once. Zhao Fan gazed at him calmly. I ask you, why do you turn a blind eye to Su Qiuxiang's repeated mockery of me? I merely scolded her once. And you demand I kneel? Zhao Zhengang retorted angrily, Silence. How can you compare yourself to Miss Su? She is a prodigy with 8 innate talents, destined to become a great practitioner in the future. Ah, so this is what you value very well. Saying this, Zhao Fan suddenly struck the energy crystal with his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions filled the air as beams of light shot up into the sky. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. The entire hall was ablaze with dazzling colors, blinding to the eye. My goodness, what is happening? Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. He possesses no spiritual bones. How could he awaken so many beams of light? 11 beams. This signifies the innate talent of the Tianxuan Realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion. Zhao Zhengang. The Zhao Longyan family, the Zhao Longku family, Zhao Longwei and his wife, Zhao Ling'er, Zhao Longkue, Su Qiuxiang, and Ing San, each wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes intricate. Especially Su Qiuxiang, her complexion shifting constantly, murmuring, How did he achieve this? No, it must be that the energy crystal is defective. Ing San raised an eyebrow, as if he had glimpsed a new world. Zhao Fan turned to Zhao Zhengang. Old man, now what do you say? Should I apologize to them? Or should they apologize to me? Zhao Zhengang pointed at his grandson. You, how did you accomplish this? This is impossible. What is impossible? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. Just watch. With that, Zhao Fan pressed down once more. Boom. Several more beams shot up into the heavens. 12, 13, 14, 15. With a crack, the energy crystal shattered, unable to withstand Zhao Fan's testing power. Zhao Fan waved his palm, storing the energy crystal into his storage ring. 15 beams. And the energy crystal has shattered. Could it possibly awaken without breaking? Who knows what 15 beams signify? I don't know either. I've only heard of the Tianxuan Realm, but I have never witnessed it myself. In an instant, the Zhao family members looked at Zhao Fan, their expressions complex. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today has yielded immense rewards. A prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy of Qingzhou. Young man, would you consider taking me as your master? Ing San approached. Zhao Fan replied coolly, Why should I take you as my master? Ing San was taken aback and quickly said, With your exceptional talent, and as the third elder of the Shadow Sect, should you not honor me as your master? By the way, are you unaware of the Shadow Sect? It is one of the 3 major powers in Qingzhou. Entering the sect, I guarantee your future will be limitless. Zhao Fan scoffed. Sorry, not interested. Ing San's expression darkened. Young man, no one has ever dared to refuse me. Remember, high talent does not equate to great ability. Without resources and support, you are nothing. Zhao Fan shouted, Get lost. Ing San retorted angrily. Young man, you are far too arrogant. Su Qiuxiang stepped forward. Zhao Fan. I admit you have surprised me, but what my master said is true. High talent does not equate to great ability. Without resources and guidance, you shall find it impossible to stand out. You might as well apprentice under me, and together we could cultivate. Perhaps even rekindle our bond as Dao partners is not beyond the realm of possibility. Observing Zhao Fan's extraordinary talent, Su Qiuxiang's thoughts shifted, contemplating that being alongside Zhao Fan might not be a poor choice after all. Zhao Fan let out a cold laugh. Su Qiuxiang, you wish to be my Dao partner? Let me be frank with you. You are simply not worthy. Su Qiuxiang's face turned as cold as frost, gritting her teeth. Zhao Fan, you seek death. Do you believe I want to kill you right now? Zhao Fan scoffed. Is that so? Can't you still see the vast chasm between us? With a furious shout, Su Qiuxiang struck out with her palm. However, Zhao Fan swiftly raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap that sent her flying. Thud! Su Qiuxiang crashed against the wall, her expression shifting dramatically. You struck me? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. A woman so unaware of her own limitations deserves to be taught a lesson. I will kill you. Su Qiuxiang suddenly conjured a long sword in her palm, launching herself at Zhao Fan with a blade of light that pierced the air, aimed directly at him. "Fanner, be careful!" Zhao Madam cried out in alarm. Zhao Fan merely shook his head. "No need to worry." Thud! Zhao Fan reached out and seized Su Qiuxiang's longsword, his grip as unyielding as iron. The onlookers stared in shock at his fingers, their faces pale with disbelief. A body cultivator? He is indeed a body cultivator. Suspended in midair, Su Qiuxiang felt her sword as if it were caught in an iron vice, utterly immovable. "Is this all you have?" Zhao Fan flicked his wrist lightly, sending Su Qiuxiang hurtling through the air once more, crashing against the wall. This time, the impact was severe, and she landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantly. As a prodigy of the Su family, she had never endured such humiliation in public. Her eyes glinted with hatred as she glared at Zhao Fan, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Die!" she exclaimed, suddenly leaping to her feet, channeling her foundational energy into a thrusting sword strike. The sword light arched like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed straight at Zhao Fan. "Son! Brother!" Zhao Madam and her daughter attempted to intervene, but were restrained by Zhao Longwei's grip. "Stay back. It's dangerous." Looking at Zhao Fan, he stood with his hands behind his back, regarding Su Qiuxiang with disdain. The sword light halted just 3 feet from Zhao Fan, regardless of how hard Su Qiuxiang pushed. She could not advance even a fraction. Is this protective vital energy? The spectators were left in a daze. Zhao Fan had not even lifted a finger, yet Su Qiuxiang, at the foundational level, could not penetrate his protective barrier, clearly indicating the immense disparity in their levels. A body cultivator? Do you still doubt my ability to harness spiritual energy? Watch this. Zhao Fan clenched his fists, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. "Get out of my way." Ding! The longsword shattered, and Su Qiuxiang was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground once more. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was undoubtedly spiritual energy. How could he merely be a body cultivator? Su Qiuxiang lay despondently on the ground, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Ingsen approached. "Regardless, she is my disciple, and if you dare to harm her, you strike a blow to the honor of the Shadow Sect." Zhao Fan replied with a cold laugh. "I am indeed striking your honor. What will you do about it?" Ingsen retorted angrily. "You possess considerable talent, but you should not defy me. Kneel before me." As he spoke, Ingsen reached out towards Zhao Fan's shoulder. A fierce wind howled, instantly enveloping Zhao Fan, causing the entire hall to resonate with a thunderous roar. The power of the transformation practitioner's strike was indeed formidable. Zhao Fan let out a cold laugh, thinking, "If you enjoy kneeling so much, then kneel for me." He pressed his palm down, and with a resounding thud, Ingsen suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. Chapter 43. The Zhao Family. All bow to Zhao Fan. What? Everyone was once again taken aback. A practitioner of the first level of transformation actually knelt before Zhao Fan. No one would be foolish enough to believe that Ingsen would willingly submit. Clearly, Zhao Fan's prowess surpassed that of his opponent, forcing him to bow down. But how could he be so powerful? Zhao Longyan gazed intently at his nephew, his facial muscles quivering, growing paler by the moment. Trembling all over, he unexpectedly found himself kneeling as well. Years ago, he had personally removed his nephew's spiritual bone, while Zhao Zhengong was still in seclusion. He did this solely because Zhao Fan was too exceptional enough to pose a threat to him. If Zhao Fan continued to excel, his son Zhao Yifeng would forever remain in the shadows. Such dark thoughts. Yet, this was not the only reason. He had eliminated the greatest genius of the Zhao family, causing Zhao Fan to plummet from grace and become a pariah, looked down upon even by the servants. Within the Zhao family, aside from Madame Zhao, Zhao Linger, and the butler old Zhao, even his biological father despised him. Yet now, unexpectedly, he had soared like a dragon, becoming a figure of exalted status. Sensing her husband's despair, his wife collapsed to the ground in despondency. It was over, utterly over. Zhao Yifeng and Zhao Man'er, the siblings, were also left in disbelief. They understood that Zhao Fan's rise signified their own impending downfall. "You dare, boy? Release me at once, or the Shadow Gate will have a vendetta against you." Ingsen bellowed in anger. "Is that so? Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Summon everyone from the Shadow Gate who can fight." Zhao Fan retorted disdainfully. At this moment, he suddenly found himself reluctant to eliminate Ingsen right away. Taking out a communication stone, Zhao Fan called out, "Wu Shuang, come to the Zhao family in Jiangcheng." This was a splendid opportunity for elevation, and Zhao Fan did not wish to squander it. "Boy, are you calling for help?" Ingsen shouted. "Fear not, you can also summon assistance. Don't say I haven't given you the chance. Are you sure you want me to call for help? Go ahead and summon them," Zhao Fan said. Stepping back a few paces, Ingsen leaped up and promptly took out his communication stone. "Master, something has happened." I've encountered a troublesome youth who has struck me. The reputation of the Shadow Gate is at stake. Please send someone to the Zhao family in Jiangxing immediately. Zhao Fan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Su Qiuxiang. Now, tell me, what gives you the audacity? Do you not realize that in my eyes, you are but an ant? Not even worthy enough to be compared to a frog at the bottom of a well. Arrogant, haughty, and utterly blind to your own limitations. You have yet to see the heavens, and look at how proud you are. Tears welled in Su Qiuxiang's eyes. In that moment, she recognized the vast chasm between herself and Zhao Fan. In terms of talent and strength, she fell woefully short. Regret consumed her as she pondered why she had engaged in so much conversation with him. Why had she allowed their relationship to sour? In the innocence of childhood, how delightful it was to frolic together. Yet, she found herself unable to restrain her own feelings, for as the years progressed, she perceived her own excellence growing ever more pronounced. In her eyes, Zhao Fan increasingly seemed unworthy of her. Little did she know, the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Zhao Fan cast his gaze towards Zhao Zhengang and the others. Strictly speaking, Zhao Zhengang was not his true grandfather. Moreover, this man, lacking in respect for his elders, had treated Zhao Fan's family with excessive disdain, resulting in Zhao Fan's aversion towards him. It is now your turn. Zhao Fan suddenly unleashed an aura of pressure. Although he was merely at the golden core stage, the spiritual energy emanating from him surged like a vast ocean, causing all present to feel as though a colossal mountain weighed heavily upon them. One by one, the Zhao family members collapsed to their knees. I was wrong. I have grown senile. Zhao Zhengang head hung low. Zhao Fan, I apologize, dear nephew. I do not seek to preserve my own life, but I implore you to spare Yifeng and Manner. Zhao Longyan wore a despondent expression. No, dear brother Zhao Fan, my father acted for my sake. I beg you, allow me to die. Zhao Yifeng crawled forward a few paces, his face a mask of pleading. Zhao Fan slowly raised his hand, concentrating his spiritual energy within his palm. In that moment, the weight upon everyone's heads intensified, and they were suddenly acutely aware of death's imminent approach. Fan misses. Zhao approached, gripping her son's arm, and gently shook her head. Mother, do not dissuade me. These individuals deserve to die. Zhao Fan responded, shaking his head resolutely. Fan I recognize your accomplishments. You possess the capability to slay them, yet they are your closest kin, Mrs. Zhao urged earnestly. No. The grudge of having my bones picked must be avenged, Zhao Fan declared with unwavering determination. As he spoke, he pressed his palm down, poised to strike lethally. Zhao Fan. Mrs. Zhao shook her head at her son. Very well, I shall not counsel you further. Indeed, you have suffered too greatly. Zhao Linger sighed in sympathy. At this moment, regardless of Zhao Fan's actions, they felt it was entirely justified. Zhao Fan's gaze remained icy as he regarded the Zhao family. All present felt a chill within their hearts, each one filled with profound regret. After a long pause, Zhao Fan declared, for the violation of my spiritual bones, you shall pay tenfold. With that, Zhao Fan gestured towards Zhao Longyan and his wife, as well as Zhao Yifeng and Zhao Manner. The pain is unbearable. Zhao Yifeng was the first to crumble under the torment. Naturally, Zhao Fan's punishment was most severe for him, followed by Zhao Longyan. Zhao Fan employed the technique of severing tendons and breaking bones, leaving Zhao Longyan and his wife each with broken limbs. As for Zhao Yifeng and Zhao Manner, all 10 of their fingers were severed. Subsequently, Zhao Fan clapped his hands together, and with a series of sharp sounds, he directly incapacitated their dantians. Deprived of their dantians, the 4 of them instantly lost their spiritual energy, rendered completely powerless. Now as the broken beings they were, how could they endure such excruciating pain? One by one, they collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Zhao Fan, just kill me. I no longer wish to live. Zhao Fan, grant my brother a swift end. Zhao Fan, I cannot bear it any longer. I beseech you, anyone, in my life. Witnessing this scene, the others were filled with trepidation and unease, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. But who could they blame? Every action, no matter how small, is predetermined. All of this is but retribution. Soon, all 4 of them succumbed to pain and fainted. Zhao Fan cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhengang and the others, declaring that from this day forth, anyone who dares to provoke him shall not blame him for his ruthlessness. Furthermore, from now on, the Zhao family will be governed by my branch. Zhao Zhengang rose and said, Zhao Fan, from today onward, you shall be the head of the family. I will make arrangements for your family to return to the main courtyard immediately. Someone, quickly clear out the best courtyard. Old Zhao bowed and replied, yes. I shall attend to this at once. He sighed in relief and hurriedly departed. Zhao Fan waved his hand, stating, returning to the main courtyard is fine. But I do not wish to take on the role of head of the family. I will not remain in Jiangxing. Indeed. Zhao Fan, a dragon among men. cannot possibly be confined to this small place of Jiangqing. Your future lies in Qingzhou, no, in Zhongzhou, or even the eastern domain. Then let the second son take over the position of head of the family. Erzi, Zhao Zhengang hastily added. Zhao Longwei was taken aback but stepped forward, saying, Father. Zhao Zhengang pulled his son onto the main seat. Erzi, from today onward, you are the head of the family. Everyone, pay your respects to the head of the family. Pay respects to the head of the family. Zhao Longwei's family, including Zhao Longkui, all bowed in reverence. However, Zhao Longyan's family was unable to pay their respects, as they had already fainted. Zhao Longwei glanced at his son. Zhao Fan remarked indifferently, Why do you look at me? If I say you can take it, then take it. Can you not handle such a trivial position as head of the family? Yes. Zhao Longwei straightened his posture. All right, everyone rise. From today onward, the Zhao family will unite as one and stand firm against external threats. As he spoke, Zhao Longwei recalled something and turned to Shadow 3, descending from the main seat. That third elder, you see, today's incident stems from issues within our Zhao family. Can we not shake hands and make amends? Shadow 3 snorted. Your Zhao family may be able to reconcile, but here, it is absolutely impossible. He then turned to Zhao Fan. Kid, you want me to kneel? When my people from the Shadow Gate arrive, you shall repay my humiliation tenfold. Zhao Fan let out a cold laugh. Shadow 3, do you truly believe that your Shadow Gate holds a candle to the Blade Sect? Shadow 3, perplexed by Zhao Fan's words, responded, the Blade Sect was once among the 4 great powers of Qingzhou, naturally on par with us. Zhao Fan looked at him with a hint of mockery. So, what you are implying is that if I could destroy the Blade Sect, I could also obliterate your Shadow Gate? What did you say? Shadow 3 suddenly realized a terrifying thought. Were you the one who destroyed the Blade Sect? Zhao Fan nodded. Indeed. Shadow 3 regarded Zhao Fan with astonishment. The Zhao family, upon hearing this, exchanged glances of disbelief. Son, I heard that the Blade Sect was annihilated by a mysterious figure. Could it be that this person is you? Zhao Longwei inquired. As the others turned their gazes towards Zhao Fan. It was I. Even the ancestor of the Blade Sect met his demise at my hands. Zhao Fan spoke with a calmness that suggested he was merely recounting an inconsequential event. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence as they regarded Zhao Fan. Shadow 3 repeatedly insisted, Impossible. This cannot be. You are so young. I sensed just moments ago that you are merely at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, possessing only a strong physique. How could you have killed the ancestor of the Blade Sect? No. I heard that the Blade Sect was destroyed due to a 7th rank Dao artifact. Could it be that you are the one in possession of the 7th rank Dao artifact? Zhao Fan smiled, acknowledging the correctness of the answer, yet lamenting the absence of a reward. As he spoke, his gaze drifted outside, where visitors were arriving at a steady pace. With a thought, he commanded the system to absorb the energy crystals. Energy crystals are being absorbed. Absorption complete. Which skill does the host wish to enhance? Can the energy crystals enhance all skills? Indeed, when the system cannot reach perfection in cultivation, energy crystals are required for enhancement. Which skill would the host like to improve? Enhance the skill of instant movement. Instant movement enhancement in progress. A moment later, a notification chimed. Ding. Instant movement enhancement successful. Current distance per step, 20 meters. 20 meters? Just a doubling of distance? The host possesses a limited number of energy crystals. Thus only a single enhancement of distance is possible. Understood. Zhao Fan stepped forward, swiftly leaving the hall. With a series of leaps, he moved like lightning to the outside of the Zhao family's courtyard. Behind him, Shadow 3 and the Zhao family members poured out. Zhao Fan looked up at the sky, where 4 figures emerged. Chapter 44. Girl, grant me a swift end. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 2 elders, both at the first level of the divine transformation realm. 2 young men, both at the foundation establishment realm. Shadow 3 hurried over, eldest grand elder, second grand elder. The foremost elder, naturally the eldest grand elder, wore an impatient expression and said, Third grand elder, what on earth happened? How could you falter in such a small place as Jiang City? Speak. Who caused you to lose face? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the Zhao family members, landing on Zhao Jingang's face. Was it him? Shadow 3 shook his head and pointed at Zhao Fan. It's him. Him? The eldest grand elder regarded Zhao Fan with a condescending gaze, examining him for signs of cultivation. Surely he could not be a mere mortal? Shadow 3 quickly interjected. 9th level of the Golden Core realm? Ah. The eldest grand elder's eyes widened. It turned out he had concealed his aura with a secret method. A Golden Core cultivator so young was indeed a rarity in Qingzhou, rivaling the young geniuses of Zhongzhou. Boy, speak. How would you prefer to die? Zhao Fan chuckled. Old man, has your Shadow Sect always been so arrogant? A young man beside the eldest grand elder shouted, Impudent. This youth, with powerful limbs and a tall stature, looked quite striking, yet his expression bore a sinister air, making him appear unapproachable. Zhao Fan glanced at him and suddenly slapped forward. I'm speaking with your eldest Grand Elder. Silence yourself. Crack. Another young man, stout in build, changed color and hastily extended his hands to catch him. Little did he know, he had underestimated Zhao Fan's strength and was sent tumbling backward. Witnessing the humiliation of his disciples, the 3 Grand Elders wore displeased expressions. Young man, you are quite arrogant to strike my disciple in my presence. I, the Great Shadow, shall personally teach you a lesson. The eldest Grand Elder slowly clenched his fist. He realized that the youth before him indeed possessed some skill. As his 2 disciples had been outmatched, the 3rd Grand Elder had already been defeated, and given that the 2nd and 3rd Grand Elders were of similar realms, they likely would not suffice either. He would have to take matters into his own hands. Although he too was at the first level of the Divine Transformation Realm, his prowess was unmatched compared to the 2nd and 3rd Grand Elders. He had broken through to the Divine Transformation Realm 15 years ago. For the past 15 years, he has maintained a formidable presence. It can be said that in the realm of transformation, he is capable of matching 2 opponents single-handedly. Shadow Master? It seems that the names within your Shadow Sect are indeed ranked. Indeed, I am Shadow 1, the 2nd Elder is Shadow 2, and the 3rd Elder is Shadow 3. Our disciples are also designated in accordance with this hierarchy. These 2 disciples, Dark 1 and Dark 2, are our top-ranked students, and I have brought them out for training. As he spoke, Shadow 1 struck with his palm. With a mere motion of his hand, the space before him trembled, and a distinct imprint surged forward. Spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. The Zhao family members staggered backward. Even though the strike was not aimed at them, they sensed the overwhelming pressure and imminent danger. Fenger, be cautious. Mrs. Zhao could not help but voice her concern. Despite her awareness of her son's extraordinary capabilities, worry still gnawed at her heart. Mother, do not fret. Myrians pose no threat to me. With that, Zhao Fan unleashed a punch. Boom. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted, shattering Shadow 1's arm. Shadow 1 was sent crashing to the ground. What kind of power is this to obliterate the arm of a transformation practitioner? Are you a body cultivator? With the support of Shadows 2 and 3, Shadow 1 slowly regained his footing, his gaze towards Zhao Fan, now filled with trepidation. Zhao Fan coldly replied, What do you think? Shadow 1 intoned gravely, Young man, do not presume that your physical strength grants you the audacity to provoke the Shadow Sect. The foundation of our sect is beyond your comprehension. Is that so? Zhao Fan gradually clenched his fist, rumbling. Within a 3-meter radius, the space shattered. The immense pressure enveloped Shadow 1 and the other 4. Thud, thud. Dark 1 and Dark 2 were the first to succumb, kneeling on the ground, spewing blood. Soon, Shadows 2 and 3's bones creaked, their faces contorted in agony, as they too fell to their knees. Only Shadow 1 remained, still attempting to withstand Zhao Fan's overwhelming force. Young man, do you truly wish to oppose the Shadow Sect? Oppose you? Zhao Fan scoffed. This is my Zhao family. I am peacefully residing in my home. And it is your Shadow Sect that has come here to flaunt its might. Who is truly in conflict with whom? Shadow 1's expression darkened. Unable to suppress a glare at Shadow 3. What were you thinking coming to Jiang City? Shadow 3 exclaimed. Elder, what purpose does it serve to discuss this now? The Shadow Sect cannot be bullied. We must report to the Sect Master and request reinforcements. Shadow 1, with only one arm remaining, found it impossible to retrieve the communication stone. Moreover, he hesitated, contemplating whether to escalate the situation. Just then, several figures dashed forth. Ji Wushuang, Qing Yan, Qian Duo, Hei Zi, and Mu Yu. Master, we greet you, Master. Ji Wushuang and the others clasped their fists in respect. The 5 had not disguised themselves and were clad in the robes of the Sword Sect. Everyone present was taken aback. Master? These individuals are clearly disciples of the Sword Sect. When did Zhao Fan become their master? Although puzzled, the Zhao family refrained from questioning further. Zhao Fan nodded. You arrived just in time. Mu Yu, eliminate them all. Mu Yu was taken aback. Master, are we to kill? Mu Yu, being a spirit entity, possesses a certain innocence and harbors little malice within her heart. Zhao Fan nodded. He chose to let Mu Yu take action upon observing that an Yi and an Air were of a lower realm than Ji Wushuang and Qing Yan. It would be a waste of 2 opportunities for elevation in realm to have either Ji Wushuang or Qing Yan intervene. Comparatively, Mu Yu was the lowest in cultivation among the 5, making her the most suitable candidate to act. Ji Wushuang glanced at Mu Yu and said, Junior sister, if the master instructs you to kill, then do it. Qian Duo chimed in. Indeed, junior sister, you need to practice your character. It's merely a matter of taking a life. If it weren't for the master's intention to hone your skills, I would have stepped in myself. Of course, Qian Duo was merely voicing his thoughts. He sensed that among the 5 opponents, 3 exuded a profound aura of age and were formidable. Hence, if it truly came to him intervening, he would feel trepidation. As for Qing Yan, she was not fond of conversation, and upon arrival, she stood beside Zhao Fan, gazing indifferently at the people from the Shadow Gate. If the master commanded her to act, she would strike without hesitation. Master, let me take care of this. Hey Z. Noticing Mu Yu's hesitation, clenched his fist, ready to intervene. Zhao Fan firmly grasped his arm, commanding, "You step back." There was no way he would allow him to act. The system does not grant elevation in realm for those who challenge beyond their level or take lives. Zhao Fan was determined not to squander this opportunity. He glanced at Mu Yu and said, "Mu Yu, this is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. If you do not take the lives of others, they will take yours. Proceed." "Yes, master." Although Mu Yu was reluctant to engage, she dared not defy her master's orders. Gripping a long sword, she lunged at An Yi, aiming for him. However, lacking the intent to kill, her strike merely grazed An Yi's shoulder. An Yi let out a pained cry. "Master, I'm sorry. My aim was off. Let me try again." Swish. Another sword thrust landed on his chest, but it was shallow and avoided any vital points. An Yi cried out again. "I'm sorry, let me try once more." Yet again, the sword struck, still failing to deliver a fatal blow. An Yi's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Girl, do me a favor and put me out of my misery." Clearly, despite Mu Yu's reluctance to kill, An Yi was suffering greatly and suspected her of doing it on purpose. Gritting her teeth, Mu Yu delivered a decisive strike to his heart. An Yi collapsed to the ground. Stepping back a few paces, Mu Yu stared at the sword in her hand, then at An Yi, bewildered. "Did I kill someone?" "Hey, don't play dead, get up." An Yi, under the oppressive aura of Zhao Fan, could not rise, and at this moment, he was hanging by a thread. "You vile woman." He coughed up blood and breathed his last, convinced that Mu Yu was not kind-hearted but rather toying with him. It was a profound humiliation. Mu Yu stood in a daze. "I killed someone. Was this truly my doing?" An heir roared in fury. "You wretched girl, stop pretending. Kill me, go ahead. Kill me." Chapter 45. I am here to exterminate the clan. Mu Yu looked at an heir and suggested, "How about you plead for mercy from my master? I want to kill you, all right?" An heir scoffed. "No one from the Shadow Gate fears death." With a determined bite of her lip, Mu Yu declared, "Then I shall grant you your wish." With that, she thrust her sword, striking true to an heiress' heart. With the experience of the first encounter, Mu Yu hesitated no longer and struck decisively at the vital point of Dark 2. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed. System notification: congratulations to the host Disciple Mu Yu for defeating a foe beyond his level. A reward of 1 realm has been granted. System notification: congratulations to the host Disciple Mu Yu for defeating a foe beyond his level. A reward of 1 realm has been granted. Boom. 16th level of Golden Core. 17th level of Golden Core. Zhao Fan's Qi expanded successively, reaching 32,000 miles, then 64,000 miles. The inner and outer golden cores ascended in tandem. The Qi gleamed crimson, nearly bursting forth with spiritual energy. Behind him, the external core formed a halo more than 3 times the size of a human body, with purple mist swirling around it, and a red dragon soaring within, its roar resonating through heaven and earth. Had the system not obscured the phenomenon, the very ground within 100 miles would likely have trembled. "You dare to slay the prodigy of the Shadow Sect. We shall not coexist," roared the Shadow. Zhao Fan coldly regarded him, declaring, "You need not concern yourself with our enmity. I shall personally visit and eradicate the Shadow Sect." "What?" The Shadow was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant. You are merely at the 9th level of Golden Core. What gives you the audacity to disdain the Shadow Sect? Do you believe the Sword Sect will support you?" Indeed, the Sword Sect was on par with the Shadow Sect. Yet Zhao Fan did not believe a sect of 300 years would wage war for him against the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect and the Sword Sect held similar power, and although they had dominated the 4 great forces in recent years, a conflict between the two would lead to mutual destruction. Thus, the Shadow dared to wager that the Sword Sect would not shield Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan shook his head slightly. "You are mistaken. I alone am sufficient to annihilate your Shadow Sect." With that, he commanded, "Mu Yu, step back. Qing Yan, eliminate them all." "Yes, master." Qing Yan grasped her broadsword and stepped forward. With a swift motion, the heads of Shadow 2 and Shadow 3 rolled to the ground. The strike was so rapid that not even the glint of the blade was perceived. The 2 elders met their untimely demise. What a ruthless woman. The Zhao family members watched in horror. System notification: congratulations to the host Disciple Qing Yan for defeating a foe beyond her level. A reward of 1 realm has been granted. Boom. The Qi within her expanded once more. 128,000 miles. 18th level of Golden Core. System notification: Congratulations to the host Disciple Qingyan for defeating a foe beyond her level. A reward of 1 realm has been granted. The host's golden core realm is now fully stabilized. From this day forth, you shall enter the transformation realm. Boom. A surge of formidable spiritual energy rushed towards her crown, emitting a piercing shriek, as the space above her head was instantly penetrated. She had reached the first level of transformation. With a gentle clasp of her hands, a desire to shatter this very realm surged within her. She felt immensely powerful, her intuition suggesting she was 10 times stronger than at the 18th level of Golden Core. However, due to the system's concealment, despite Zhao Fan's breakthrough generating a tremendous impact, others remained wholly unaware. With a thud, the shadow fell to his knees. My young friend, please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he was so defiant, yet now he cowers? It seems he is merely a coward at heart. Serve me like a beast? You are unworthy. Kill him. Zhao Fan, empowered beyond measure, found no value in having a transformation realm waste serve him as a menial. Young friend, no, please spare me, my lord. With a swift motion, Qingyan effortlessly severed the head of Shadow Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host Disciple Qingyan for slaying an opponent beyond their level. Reward: ascension to the 2nd stage of the transformation realm. Having entered the transformation realm, Zhao Fan felt a surge of power coursing through him. Though his qi and external elixirs would no longer expand, the density of spiritual energy around him began to intensify. As he savored his newfound strength, his gaze drifted toward the Shadow Gate, declaring, from this day forth, its existence is rendered unnecessary. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Su Qiuxiang. Ah, right? Weren't you eager to enter the Shadow Gate? Unfortunately, you shall have no opportunity to do so. Su Qiuxiang looked at Zhao Fan, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could scarcely fathom that this boy she had once discarded had transformed into a dragon. Moreover, his status within the Sword Sect seemed quite elevated. Initially, she had believed that her beauty could win back his heart. But upon the arrival of Ji Wushuang and her companions, her hopes swiftly crumbled. The 3 women among them were each strikingly beautiful, surpassing her by a margin. In their presence, she felt utterly eclipsed. What do you intend to do? Su Qiuxiang retreated a few steps, fearing for her life. Zhao Fan detected a glimmer of fear in her eyes. However, he chose not to take her life. After all, with such a significant elevation in his realm, his spirits were soaring. Besides, a mere girl had already been trampled beneath his feet. Let her witness his relentless growth. Let her live in fear of him. Begone. I have no desire to behold your wretched visage. Zhao Fan stated coolly. Su Qiuxiang was taken aback. He wants me to leave? He truly exhibits no sentiment. How could he have forgotten their childhood bond? With a resentful glare, she turned and departed. Zhao Fan perceived her animosity, yet he remained indifferent. To him, Su Qiuxiang was nothing more than a jester. You handle the aftermath here. Wushuang, accompany me. With that, Zhao Fan summoned old Zhao to procure a carriage. Setting forth toward the Shadow Gate, Madame Zhao, watching her son's receding figure, wept tears of joy. Well done, my son. You have finally emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhengang and the others remained in a daze, trembling as if still caught in a dream. They pondered the implications of Zhao Fan's esteemed position within the Sword Sect and the presence of several formidable disciples. The Zhao family had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Deep within a towering mountain, a grand hall stood, the very stronghold of the Shadow Gate. Inside, a middle-aged man paced, hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed in concern. What troubles me today? Why do I feel such unease, as if calamity looms? Suddenly, he halted and addressed the several young men beside him. Are Dark 3, Dark 4, Dark 5, and Dark 6 back yet? One stepped forward and replied, Master, they have not yet returned. The Shadow Gate Master gazed anxiously at the entrance. Had they encountered trouble? The leader of the Shadow Sect need not worry. With the combined strength of the Elder and his 2 companions, along with the 2 Shadows, they could easily navigate even the Sword Sect and return unscathed, let alone a mere Jiang city. One disciple remarked, No, I have never felt such unease as I do today. I have weathered many storms, yet today feels particularly ominous. Come, let us venture outside. With that, the leader of the Shadow Sect, accompanied by 6 disciples, exited the grand hall. In the distance, a carriage came into view. A carriage? Who would dare drive a carriage into the depths of the mountains? The leader of the Shadow Sect felt an unsettling sensation rise within him once more. Leader, it is likely they come for a mission. I shall inquire. The Shadow Sect typically accepted assassination assignments for monetary rewards. Shadow 3 leapt forward to block their path. Who dares intrude upon the Shadow Sect? Halt the carriage. The carriage came to a stop, and Zhao Fan descended, accompanied by Ji Wushuang and other disciples. Are you from the Sword Sect? Shadow 3 furrowed his brow. Although the Shadow Sect is one of the 4 major powers, there has never been any intersection between the 2 sects. Speak, what brings you to the Shadow Sect? Are you here on a mission? A mission? Zhao Fan replied with a slight pause, I suppose so. He then shifted his gaze past Shadow 3, briefly scanning the faces of Shadow 4 and the others before settling on the leader of the Shadow Sect. You must be the leader of the Shadow Sect? The leader nodded, indeed. I am curious as to the purpose of the Sword Sect disciples visiting the Shadow Sect. As Zhao Fan appraised them, the leader of the Shadow Sect was also assessing his visitors. The realm of Ji Wushuang and the other disciples was transparent to him, and he felt no pressure from them. However, he could not discern the depth of the young man at the forefront. Despite the absence of a visible aura, he could not dismiss the notion that this youth was an unassuming mortal devoid of cultivation. On the contrary, such individuals are often more perilous. Now, pray tell, what brings you to the Shadow Sect? I have come to eradicate your sect. Zhao Fan's gaze suddenly turned icy. What? The others exclaimed. Huh, what did he say? To eradicate our sect? Is he offering his head as a gift? This is the most ludicrous jest I've heard this year. Shadow 3 and the others erupted in laughter, their expressions rife with disdain as they regarded Zhao Fan. Have you finished laughing? Zhao Fan unleashed his aura with a thunderous intensity. A colossal pressure descended upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down, forcing Shadow 3 and the others to their knees. What? The second realm of transformation? Shadow 3 and the others turned pale with shock. Ji Wushuang and the other disciples exchanged glances, contemplating. Isn't Master at the 9th realm of Golden Core? Indeed, Master is low-key. How could he possibly be at the 9th realm? Perhaps he is purposefully suppressing his realm. Cease this. The leader of the Shadow Sect staggered back a few steps, clenching his fists in an attempt to resist Zhao Fan's overwhelming pressure. However, the immense force surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against him. With a cough, he spat blood. The leader of the Shadow Sect could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt before Zhao Fan. What? How is this possible? I am at the 3rd realm of transformation. How can you suppress me? The leader raised his head, gazing at Zhao Fan with trepidation. Zhao Fan, with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly subdued the Shadow Sect master merely through his imposing presence. This spectacle caused Ji Wushuang and the others to exchange glances once more. Muyu, eliminate them. Zhao Fan cast a sidelong glance at his young disciple. He discerned that the realms of the Dark 3 range from the 3rd to the 5th level of foundation establishment, while Ji Wushuang and Qin Yin were at the 7th level. Engaging them would yield no advantage for him. After a moment's hesitation, Muyu approached with her long sword in hand. With swift precision, the heads of Dark 3, Dark 4, Dark 5, and Dark 6 fell to the ground. In this instance, Muyu acted with newfound confidence. Wushuang, the Shadow Sect Master, is yours. Zhao Fan stated calmly. Yes, Master. Ji Wushuang unsheathed her sword and advanced. The Shadow Sect Master shouted, What do you intend to do? With a swift flash of her sword, blood erupted, and the Shadow Sect Master's head rolled away. Subsequently, a series of chimes echoed from the system. 3rd level of transformation, 4th level of transformation, 5th level of transformation, 6th level of transformation, 7th level of transformation. Already at the 7th level of transformation? Zhao Fan chuckled. This head was a mere gift. I do not seek conflict, but should you provoke me, I assure you, I am no saint. Just as he pondered this, ominous clouds gathered, and a powerful sound of something tearing through the air resonated, followed by an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Impudent wretch. An aged, furious voice thundered as a figure appeared above the hall, a gray-clad elder. His gaze swept over the corpses of the Shadow Sect Master and the others, turning icy. Did you kill them? He demanded in a deep voice. Indeed. Zhao Fan glanced at the elder, recognizing him as a 7th level transformation cultivator. However, in his eyes, this elder's strength was as insignificant as that of an ant. Why? Because your Shadow Sect has provoked me. What an arrogant youth. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of regret. Prepare to die. The elder lunged forward, his enormous hand striking down. A tremendous force shattered the space around him, enveloping Zhao Fan entirely. Zhao Fan released his aura, slowly extending his hand upward. Wherever his hand reached, the force dissipated. 7th level of transformation? Ji Wushuang and the other disciples exchanged glances once more, nodding in agreement. It was evident, their master was simply playing it cool, adjusting his tactics according to the opponent's strength. As the adversary was at the 7th level of transformation, he too ascended to that very realm. What? The elder's expression shifted, fear gripping his heart. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan grasped the elder by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. You are quite the boastful one. Young friend, no, esteemed sir, spare me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Serve like a beast? You are undeserving. Zhao Fan restrained the elder's aura, casting him to the ground. Eliminate him. Yes. Hazy delivered a powerful punch, shattering the Elder's skull. Zhao Fan glanced at Hazy. Did I permit you to act? Hazy was taken aback. Master, such menial tasks should not fall to the junior sisters. Allow me to handle them from now on. Zhao Fan's expression darkened. In the future, do not steal kills. Yes. Master. Hazy scratched his head, puzzled by his master's ire. Zhao Fan felt a tinge of regret, but refrained from assigning blame. After all, Hazy had acted with good intentions. He shook his head, activating his crimson-eyed technique, swiftly locating the fortune stone. Suddenly, the chaotic vines burrowed into the ground, and a stone emerged from below, promptly absorbed by the system. For paths completed, Zhao Fan chuckled, realizing he was not far from his goal of acquiring 9 female disciples. He wondered where the next one might be. At that moment, a vibration emanated from his storage ring, revealing a message stone. To his surprise, it was from Su Qiuyu. What could she want? He answered the call. Brother Fan, hurry, someone is trying to kill you. Kill me? Zhao Fan laughed. That would be most welcome. Wu Shuang, you all return to the Sword Sect and focus on your training. I shall make a brief visit to Jiang City. With that, Zhao Fan mounted his carriage, personally steering it toward Jiang City. Nightfall in Jiang City, at the Su residence. Su Qiuyu paced anxiously in the hall, while Su Qiuxiang sat silently in a chair. Sister, you must think of something. That person is here for Brother Fan. After all, you are betrothed. Do you truly believe that person can kill Zhao Fan? Su Qiuxiang glanced at her sister. What do you mean by that? Brother Fan has no cultivation. Even an ordinary noble could easily defeat him. It seems you are quite ignorant of your Brother Fan's true nature. Su Qiuxiang contemplated revealing Zhao Fan's formidable prowess, but chose to remain silent. Is this girl beginning to harbor feelings for Zhao Fan? Why should I inform her? Once she discovers his true strength, she may indeed fall for him. No. I must go to the Zhao family. With that thought, Su Qiuyu lifted her leg to leave. Stop. Su Qiuxiang said coolly. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Outside the city. I must intercept Brother Fan. He cannot return home. Forget it. I shall go instead. Your cultivation is too weak. I cannot risk your safety at night, or our parents will blame me. Saying this, Su Qiuxiang stepped outside. However, instead of heading to the city's outskirts, she arrived at the Zhao residence. From a distance, she spotted a slender figure standing there. It was a woman clad in black, her face shrouded in mystery, resembling a specter. Though they were separated by a distance, a palpable sense of danger emanated from her. Halt! The black-clad woman heard the footsteps and slowly raised her head, her gaze fixating on Su Qiuxiang. Su Qiuxiang assessed her. She appeared to be in her 40s. Her complexion pale as snow, exuding an eerie aura. Suddenly, she slipped forward, instantly appearing before Su Qiuxiang. With a swift motion, she grasped Su Qiuxiang's neck. Tell me, who are you? I have no ties to the Zhao family. I have come seeking you. Su Qiuxiang replied hastily. You must be the infamous Tianxuan Realm of the blood-killing sect, am I correct? You know of me? The woman in black inquired. Su Qiuxiang quickly continued. I am Su Qiuxiang, the eldest daughter of the Su family. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation and wish to become your disciple. Tianxuan Realm scrutinized Su Qiuxiang from head to toe. You possess decent talent. But why should I take you under my wing? In a lowered voice, Su Qiuxiang said. May I inquire why you seek Zhao Fan? This young man is not to be underestimated. I hope you will not put yourself in peril. Tianxuan Realm chuckled softly. Not to be underestimated? I have heard that he is nothing more than a worthless being devoid of spirit. What danger could I possibly face? My dear, stand aside. And once I obtain the 7th tier artifact, I shall take you up the mountain. At this moment, her brow arched, and she gazed down the street. In the shroud of night, a carriage approached at a leisurely pace. Chapter 47. Are you waiting for me? The sinister woman turned her head, her eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. As the carriage came to a gradual halt, a young man clad in black leaped down. It was Zhao Fan. He gave the horse a gentle pat, and the steed, pulling the carriage, made its way autonomously to the Zhao family's gate. Zhao Fan stood with his arms crossed behind him, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qiuxiang before his gaze settled on the sinister woman's face. At the first level of the transformation realm, so feeble, with his continuously rising cultivation, Zhao Fan could now discern the realm of others with clarity, even without employing his crimsonite technique. Merely by the faint aura emanating from her, he could ascertain her level of power. A cultivator in the transformation realm was originally the pinnacle of this world's hierarchy, yet now, in Zhao Fan's eyes, she appeared as weak as an ant. Are you waiting for me? Zhao Fan inquired, his expression serene. You are Zhao Fan. The sinister woman nodded. Indeed. You are from the Bloodslaughter sect? Let me guess. You have come for the 7th tier artifact? Zhao Fan did not recognize her, but the blood character embroidered on her attire immediately revealed her origins. Correct. I am the sinister woman, the transmission elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. Her gaze scrutinized Zhao Fan, attempting to discern what made him different. So calm. This boy is unsettlingly composed. By all accounts, upon learning her identity, an ordinary person would have already knelt before her. Yet he remained eerily calm. A vague sense of danger enveloped Zhao Fan, prompting her to ask, "You wish to take away my 7th-tier artifact?" Zhao Fan regarded her with a faint smile. The sinister woman recalled Su Qiuxiang's earlier words, but could not resist nodding in agreement. Indeed, if he were to obediently surrender it, she would spare his life. Not all members of the Bloodslaughter sect are merciless killers. Zhao Fan chuckled. In truth, I am not a killer by nature. I never take the initiative to slay. Save for those who provoke me, such as the Blade sect that was recently annihilated, or the Shadow sect that just met its demise. What did you say? The sinister woman sensed something amiss. You destroyed the Blade sect? The Shadow sect is no more? How could this be? Despite the inexplicable sensation Zhao Fan evoked within her, she found it hard to believe that he could have eradicated both the Blade sect and the Shadow sect. At that moment, the sinister woman received a message. Grasping the communication stone, she listened intently, and her expression shifted. The Shadow sect was indeed gone. Suddenly, she looked up at Zhao Fan. You came from the direction of the Shadow sect. Could it be? Zhao Fan did not answer her question, but simply stated, I do possess the 7th-tier artifact. However, I must caution you. Those who sought to seize it have already perished. Are you certain? As he spoke, a chill flickered in his eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, the sinister woman felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. No, this is a misunderstanding. I must take my leave. In that instant, the sinister woman resolved that it was not worth the risk. At this moment, she felt a significant sense of foreboding. Believing that the other party was indeed a formidable terror, Zhao Fan was about to speak when someone rushed from the distance, repeatedly bowing to Lady Yin Sha, pleading, Esteemed elder, I implore you, spare Brother Fan. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. Su Qiuyu, how did she arrive here? Lady Yin Sha was slightly taken aback, but said nothing. Instructing Su Qiuxiang, let us depart. Yes, master. Su Qiuxiang followed closely behind Lady Yin Sha, hastily leaving. Su Qiuyu was momentarily stunned. Master? Has my sister actually taken this esteemed elder as her mentor? All is well now. Zhao Fan gently shook his head, recognizing her concern for his safety. Brother Fan, has that esteemed elder truly departed? Su Qiuyu inquired anxiously. Indeed, Zhao Fan nodded. I never anticipated that my sister harbored such feelings for you. She actually sought to take this esteemed elder as her mentor to assist you, unaware of the circumstances. Su Qiuyu believed that the imposing elder had left solely due to her sister's influence. She did not think her humble supplication would suffice to persuade such a powerful figure. Zhao Fan chose not to clarify the situation. Brother Fan, come with me to the Su residence. It is unsafe for you to remain at the Zhao house. With that, Su Qiuyu grasped Zhao Fan's hand and led him away. He found himself momentarily yielding to her gentle touch, following her without protest. Soon, they arrived at a bun shop and paused. Su Qiuyu patted her chest, exclaiming, that was terrifying. All is well now, Brother Fan. Did I not send you a message? Why did you return? Zhao Fan chuckled. I am unscathed. But how can you be unscathed? I have heard that Zhao Yifeng and Zhao Yin are both targeting you. Especially Zhao Yifeng, who wishes to marry my sister. However, you and my sister have an engagement, and he will not let you off easily. From now on, stay by my side. With the protection of the Su family, Zhao Yifeng will not dare to trouble you. Zhao Fan merely responded with a grunt. The two ordered a basket of buns and began to eat leisurely. At that moment, Su Qiuyu suddenly received a transmission message. She picked up the transmission stone and listened before addressing Zhao Fan. Brother Fan, young Master Li is returning. And father has asked me to pay my respects at the Li residence. Li Buchuan? Is he not in Zhongzhou? Indeed. Li Buchuan has been sent to Zhongzhou since childhood to train under my grandfather. He must be returning to seek vengeance for his family, as the Li family was annihilated. And both the Li family head and the elder met untimely deaths. I believe Li Buchuan's return is to investigate this matter. Zhao Fan nodded. I shall accompany you. Su Qiuyu smiled. Let us go. The two returned to the Su residence to pay their respects to the family head. Upon seeing Zhao Fan accompanying his youngest daughter, the family head's expression darkened. Zhao Fan, what brings you here? Your bond with the Su family has come to an end. Leave. Su Qiuyu hurriedly interjected. Father. What do you mean by that? Brother Fan has grown up alongside me. We are as close as siblings. How can you drive him away? The family head snorted. Brat. Remember this. My two daughters are exceptional among mortals, so keep your distance. Zhao Fan replied calmly. Uncle Su, rest assured, I harbor no covetous intentions towards the Su family. The family head tossed a storage ring to Su Qiuyu, saying, this is a gift for young Master Li. Ensure you handle it well. Remember, young Master Li comes from a powerful background and has returned from Zhongzhou. You must cultivate a good relationship with him. By the way, where is your sister? She should accompany you. Su Qiyu hurriedly replied, my sister has become a disciple of a senior from the Bloodslaughter sect and has gone with her. What? The head of the Su family exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. Qiu Xiang has caught the attention of an elder from the Bloodslaughter sect. This is a stroke of fortune for our Su family. And what about the Zhao family? It seems Zhao Yifeng is no longer worthy of being our son-in-law. I shall go and withdraw the engagement. Su Qiyu sighed. Father, I am leaving. She disapproved of her father's materialistic attitude and took Zhao Fan with her. After a short while, Zhao Fan and Su Qiyu arrived outside the Li residence. Observing the ominous atmosphere surrounding the Li house, Su Qiyu furrowed her brow. Wondering what was amiss with the Li family, as they always exuded a chilling aura, Zhao Fan remained silent. For the fortunes of the Li family had already been altered by him, and he could not reveal to Su Qiyu that he had taken their luck stone. As they entered through the main gate, they heard a voice in the hall stating, in Jiangqing, counting the Li family, there are only 3 reputable families. I have already informed the Su family, now I will notify the Zhao family. Just as they were speaking, Zhao Fan and Su Qiyu stepped inside. Zhao Fan looked up to see a pair of young men and women seated within. The man was tall and handsome, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, around 23 or 24. Zhao Fan recognized the man as Li Buqiuan, who had ventured out of Jiangqing. But he had never seen the young woman before. Su Qiyu informed him that she was Li Buqiuan's cousin, Shimin Bingxue. Zhao Fan, what brings you here? Your timing is impeccable, as I was just about to inform you that the Zhao family intends to pay a visit. This saves me the trouble of sending a message. Li Buqiuan inquired. Su Qiyu, is that you? Where is your sister? He asked. Su Qiyu stepped forward and said, I have met young Master Li. My sister has gone with the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, so my father sent me to pay our respects. Saying this, she presented a storage ring. This is a token of our appreciation, please accept it. Li Buqiuan reached out, and the storage ring in Su Qiyu's palm was drawn towards him. After a brief glance, he placed it into his own storage ring. I acknowledge the Su family's goodwill, but what about the Zhao family? Have they made any offerings? Li Buqiuan looked at Zhao Fan, his expression slightly displeased. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, I came here as Su Qiyu's companion. The implication was clear. Had it not been for Su Qiyu, he would not have attended at all. Li Buqiuan's gaze turned icy. Su Qiyu quickly interjected, young Master Li, please do not be upset. This is my fault. We arrived in haste, and Brother Fan has not returned home. Could we possibly make amends next time? Please, have a seat. Li Buqiuan waved his hand. Zhao Fan and Su Qiyu took their seats beside him. Wait. Shimin Bingxue looked at Zhao Fan and coldly remarked, since you have not offered any tribute and are merely a follower, how can you sit here? Stand up. Zhao Fan replied coldly. Could you repeat that? Shimin Bingxue suddenly stood up. Are you seeking death? Chapter 48. Are you seeking death? Hey, are you seeking death? Shimin Bingxue repeated. For Shimin Bingxue, who hailed from Zhongzhou, the young man before her was nothing more than an insignificant insect to be toyed with. Not to mention Jiangqing, even Qingzhou was beneath her notice. This is the sense of superiority that comes from being born into a powerful family. Su Qiyu, startled, grasped Zhao Fan's arm and whispered, Brother Fan. Miss Shimin hails from a formidable force in Zhongzhou. We cannot afford to provoke her. Zhao Fan scoffed. Cannot provoke? Zhongzhou is it? Very well. I shall pay a visit to Zhongzhou, perhaps even to the Shimin family. If they harbor murderous intent against me, then I shall annihilate them. He turned to the girl. Your family has quite a few cultivators, I presume? How many surpass the transformation stage? I will make an exception and allow you to return alive to deliver a message. Let them prepare for my arrival. Zhao Fan inquired nonchalantly. What did you say? Shimin Bingxue was utterly enraged. She had grown up without anyone daring to speak to her in such a manner. Now at once. Kneel down and slap yourself 100 times, or I shall have your skin flayed. Shimin Bingxue threatened fiercely, pointing at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan's gaze suddenly turned icy. Repeat that, I said. Kneel down immediately and slap yourself 100 times, or I will ensure your demise. Furthermore, anyone connected to you shall perish. Shimin Bingxue shouted vehemently. Su Qiyu, terrified, quickly interposed herself before Zhao Fan. Miss Shimin, Brother Fan didn't mean it. Please don't be angry with him. I apologize on his behalf. As she spoke, Su Qiyu began to kneel, but Zhao Fan pulled her back. Qiyu, you need not apologize to this brainless woman. We are in the right. She is simply too arrogant. Su Qiyu, frightened, quickly covered Zhao Fan's mouth. Brother Fan, please do not speak. Do you not realize? The Shimin family is vast and terrifying. Even a single individual from there could obliterate Jiangqing. Not to mention Jiangqing, even the 4 great powers of Qingzhou are nothing in the eyes of the Shimin family. Zhao Fan was taken aback. Is the Shimin family truly that formidable? Suddenly, he recalled the fortune stone. A family of such stature must possess immense fortune. If he could absorb the Shimin family's fortune stone, he wondered how much his own fortune might enhance. In recent days, he had encountered no individuals with extraordinary bloodlines. Perhaps Qingzhou was simply too small. Should he venture into Zhongzhou? If the Shimin family did not provoke him, all would be well. However, should they dare to cross him, he would not hesitate to seize their fortune stone. Seeing Zhao Fan in a daze, Shimin Bingxue mistakenly believed he was intimidated by Su Qiuyu's introduction. So, you finally know fear? Kneel down before me, and in consideration of your shared hometown with my cousin, I shall spare your life. Zhao Fan cast her a dispassionate glance. Shimin Bingxue, are you unwell? Why don't you kneel before me instead? You're courting death. Shimin Bingxue bellowed, raising her hand to strike, but Su Qiuyu spread her arms, shielding Zhao Fan. Seeing this, Li Buchuan hurriedly interjected, Cousin, do not harm Miss Su. Shimin Bingxue paused, glancing at Li Buchuan, who regarded Su Qiuyu with a somewhat ambiguous expression. Cousin, how can you harbor improper thoughts for someone from a mere small family in Jiangqing? Li Buchuan quickly replied, Cousin, that is not the case. We are merely childhood friends. Moreover, she is here to pay her respects today. If you injure her, it would tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Shimin Bingxue, filled with fury, pointed accusingly at Su Qiuyu and Zhao Fan, declaring, Remember, after today, I will ensure your demise. Zhao Fan was about to retort when Su Qiuyu pulled him away. Brother Fan, you terrified me just now. Once outside, Su Qiuyu exhaled in relief. Zhao Fan, dismissively, replied, No matter, who dares to provoke me shall face death. Brother Fan, Shimin Bingxue is vengeful. She will seek retribution against you. Unaware of Zhao Fan's true capabilities, Su Qiuyu was understandably concerned. However, Zhao Fan was intent on visiting Zhongzhou, having already dealt with the major powers of Qingzhou, save for the Bloodslaughter sect. Next on his agenda was Zhongzhou, particularly the Shimin family. Since a grudge had been established, it was prudent to eradicate the root of the problem. Yet before that, he resolved to deal with the arrogant Shimin Bingxue. Su Qiuyu, observing him, said, Never mind, I shall accompany you to Zhongzhou. My aunt resides there and holds a respectable position. With her protection, Shimin Bingxue will not dare to harm you. With that, Su Qiuyu took Zhao Fan's hand and urged him forward. Zhao Fan felt a surge of determination. Since they were heading to Zhongzhou, he would wait for Shimin Bingxue's return and dismantle the entire Shimin family. By evening, the two had distanced themselves from Jiangqing, embarking on the road to Zhongzhou. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously. Is it about to rain? Brother Fan, I recall there is a dilapidated temple ahead. Let us hasten our steps. As they hurried, indeed, a crumbling temple soon came into view. Just as they entered, the rain began to pour. That was close. Su Qiuyu sighed in relief, only to abruptly turn her gaze outside, her eyes widening in terror. Before them, the rain parted, revealing a pathway, along which a figure approached leisurely. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a dignified visage, clad in a cerulean robe, a long sword sheathed at his back. Impressive. Su Qiuyu grasped Zhao Fan's hand anxiously. Fear not. I am merely a traveler, the elder said with a gentle smile, leaning against a pillar. With a casual motion of his hand, a gourd of wine appeared, and he took a generous swig before glancing at Zhao Fan. Young brother, care for a drink? Zhao Fan shook his head. It was not that he abstained from alcohol, but rather the man was too unfamiliar. No spiritual bones? The elder's penetrating gaze had already discerned the essence of Zhao Fan's being. Su Qiuyu quickly interjected, Brother Fan indeed possesses spiritual bones of high caliber. He was recognized as a genius of the Zhao family until he was wrongfully implicated at the age of 12 and subsequently purged. The elder regarded Su Qiuyu with interest. A body of Xianin? I never imagined to encounter a girl of such rare constitution in this small Qingzhou. Would you care to take me as your master? Zhao Fan was taken aback. Xianin body? Why did the system not notify me? It dawned on him that perhaps Su Qiuyu's lineage had yet to reach a level worthy of the system's recognition. Turning to the elder, Su Qiuyu asked, Senior, may I know your name? King Mingzi of the Sword Sect, he replied. Sword Sect? Su Qiuyu murmured, her body trembling with realization. You are from the eastern region's Sword Sect? Indeed. It seems you are quite knowledgeable to recognize the Sword Sect. My aunt resides in Zhongzhou, and she has shared with me tales of the formidable powers in the eastern domain. Esteemed elder, are you truly willing to accept me as your disciple? Certainly. King Mingzi smiled faintly and, noticing my excitement, inquired if I harbored any aspirations to fulfill after my cultivation. Su Qiuyu suddenly cast a glance at Zhao Fan and nodded, expressing her desire to diligently cultivate under the elder's guidance and to protect Brother Fan. Zhao Fan was taken aback. Did she truly wish to become a disciple solely to safeguard me? King Mingzi was equally astonished. My dear girl, each individual possesses their own destiny. I perceive that this young man is not fated for an early demise, You need not worry. Come, let us return to the Sword Sect for your training. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qiuyu asked, Elder, may I take Brother Fan along on this journey? King Mingzi gently shook his head. I have mentioned that everyone has their own path. His journey must be undertaken by him alone. Su Qiuyu felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly added, would it be possible for him to accompany us, at least until we reach Zhongzhou? Concerned that Shimin Bingxue might pursue them. She hoped King Mingzi could ensure Zhao Fan's safe passage. Very well. I have completed my affairs at the Sword Sect, and since there is nothing pressing, I shall take a detour to escort him. King Mingzi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Elder, you are heading to the Sword Sect? Zhao Fan glanced at him. King Mingzi had previously shut his eyes, but upon hearing this, he opened them and replied, Indeed, the Sword Sect is a branch of the Sword Gate in Qingzhou. Although there are not many prodigies here, the headquarters has not forgotten this place and conducts a selection of disciples every decade to join the main sect. Zhao Fan responded with an "oh," his lips parting as if to inquire about the selection results. Yet he reconsidered and fell silent. Noticing his reticence, King Mingzi closed his eyes again to meditate. Around dawn, Zhao Fan suddenly heard a fierce wind howling from a distance, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Soon after, King Mingzi opened his eyes, exclaiming, This is bad. We must leave. He then seized Zhao Fan's arm with one hand and Su Qiuyu's arm with the other, swiftly moving outside. By then, the rain had ceased, and the sky was beginning to brighten. King Mingzi stepped into the void, soaring through the air with the wind. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, declaring, King Mingzi, I have spotted you. Chapter 49. Grandfather, I shall slay that wretch. Zhao Fan glanced back in surprise, witnessing an old man with a flowing beard chasing them alongside two others, Li Buchuan and Shimin Bingxue. Shimin Bingxue also recognized Zhao Fan. It's him. Quick, pursue. Grandfather, I want to kill that wretch. The bearded elder leaped into the air, moving like a comet. However, King Mingzi was not slow either. The two flew past each other, separated by 1,000 steps. An hour later, a vast city loomed ahead. King Mingzi concentrated his spiritual energy to its peak and dashed into a thicket, landing softly. Little brother, I can only escort you thus far. I will divert Shimin's old ghost. May fortune favor you. With that, King Mingzi lifted Su Qiuyu and took to the winds once more. The voice of Su Qiuyu echoed in Zhao Fan's ears. Brother Fan, ahead lies Zhongzhou. Remember to seek out my aunt, Nie Shaoqing, at the Morong family. As the voice faded, a figure swiftly passed by, the old man with a curled beard pursuing closely behind. Zhao Fan retrieved a communication stone and sent a message to Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, please come to Zhongzhou. Yes, master. Ji Wushuang quickly replied. It was time to unleash a wave of violence in Zhongzhou. Although the immediate target was the Shimin family, the opportunity to elevate his own cultivation could not be missed. Therefore, Wu Shuang and her companions must come. Zhao Fan pocketed the communication stone and made his way towards the city of Zhongzhou. Indeed, Zhongzhou was vastly larger than Qingzhou, and the spiritual energy in the air was palpably more robust. No wonder it was Zhongzhou. He decided to find a place to stay until Wu Shuang and the others arrived before taking action. After a brief incense sticks time, Zhao Fan settled into an inn and then proceeded to the hall below, ordering 2 dishes and a jug of wine, beginning to pour for himself. He wasn't genuinely drinking. Rather, he was using the opportunity to gather information about Zhongzhou. Through his inquiries, he quickly learned that the most formidable force in Zhongzhou was the Wan Jian villa, followed by the Shimin family, and then the Morong family. The pinnacle of cultivation for practitioners in Zhongzhou was the Tianxuan Realm. Just then, a cackling laughter resonated from the street. My dear girl, I see your unique physique and wish to take you as my disciple. What say you? A woman's voice responded. Senior Shimin, my talent is far too lacking. I fear I would bring you shame. You should choose another. The strange laughter chimed back. No, no, no. It is you whom I have my eyes on. Come back with me. The woman's voice continued. Senior, to be frank, I already have a master. Suddenly, 2 figures entered the inn in quick succession. A girl in a yellow dress was retreating, pursued by an old man whose face was covered in warts. Senior Shimin, please do not pressure me. I truly have a master. The yellow-dressed girl had backed herself against Zhao Fan's side. You have taken a master? Who is it? The old man pressed on. It is he. He is my master. The girl exclaimed, suddenly clutching Zhao Fan's arm. Zhao Fan was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected the Qingtian body, matching degree 100. The Qingtian body? Zhao Fan smiled. It seemed that fortune indeed had a hand in this, leading him right to the door. Indeed, he is my disciple, Zhao Fan declared, placing the girl safely behind him and smiling at the old man. At that moment, Zhao Fan felt a surge of joy, even finding the old man from the Shimin family endearing. The old man regarded Zhao Fan with bewilderment. Brat, what are you saying? You are merely a mortal. How could you be the master of Morongyu? Zhao Fan's eyes widened. Why can't I be her master? The old man felt a shiver at Zhao Fan's gaze and instinctively took a step back, a sense of danger creeping into his heart. Very well. Since Murong Yu already has a master, I shall not press her further. Farewell. With that, the old man hurriedly departed. Zhao Fan turned to Murong Yu and asked, Are you of the Murong family? Murong Yu nodded. I am Murong Yu, and I am truly grateful to this noble young man for his gallant rescue. I bid you farewell. Wait a moment. Zhao Fan hurriedly interjected. I hail from Jiangqing. Murong Yu was taken aback. What did you say? Are you Zhao indeed? I am Zhao Fan. Murong Yu's face lit up with joy. I came out to receive you, Zhao Gongzi. My cousin sent me a message, informing me of your arrival in Zhongzhou, and I was to come and greet you. I never expected to encounter that scoundrel, Shimin Zhong, right away. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Why is Shimin Zhong pursuing you? The Shimin family consists of 4 brothers, Shimin Bo, Shimin Zhong, Shimin Shu, and Shimin Ji. Among them, only Shimin Zhong possesses a meager talent and low cultivation. Yet, he exploits the family's influence, masquerading as a collector of female disciples, and bullies innocent girls. Zhao Fan understood, realizing that Shimin Zhong was indeed a lecherous scoundrel. Zhao Gongzi, let us depart. Although the Murong family lacks the power of the Shimin family, my mother provides protection, and Shimin Zhong would not dare to come knocking. Zhao Fan nodded. Initially, he had no intention of visiting the Murong residence. But upon discovering that Murong Yu possessed the auspicious physique of a Qingwan, he reconsidered. The two left the inn, walking along the street in succession. Soon, they arrived in front of a residence. However, though the dwelling was not overly modest, it lacked the grandeur typical of a prominent family, resembling merely a traditional courtyard. Is this the Murong family? I thought they were a powerful clan. Zhao Fan asked, puzzled. Murong Yu sighed softly. This is not the Murong family south main estate, but rather where my mother and I reside. Alas, a few years ago, my father took a young and beautiful concubine who knows how to charm him. Gradually, he grew indifferent to my mother, and in her frustration, she brought me here. Zhao Fan comprehended the situation. Is that you returned? A middle-aged woman emerged from the room, her gaze falling upon Zhao Fan. Is this young man the Zhao Gongzi your cousin mentioned? Mother, this is Zhao Gongzi. Murong Yu replied. Zhao Fan bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Child, I have heard from Qiu Yu that you were childhood companions, and that you share a betrothal with Qiu Xiang, correct? Do not stand on ceremony. Consider this place your home from now on. The middle-aged woman spoke warmly. Zhao Fan had already learned from Su Qiu Yu that her mother was named Nie Xiao Zi, and her concubine was Nie Xiao Qing. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed elder. Zhao Fan bowed again. Subsequently, Nie Xiao Qing instructed Murong Yu to take Zhao Fan to a guest room, arranging for him a place to stay. By the way, I am going out to buy some groceries. Since Zhao Gongzi has just arrived, let us prepare a delightful lunch. You chat with Zhao Gongzi in the meantime. With that, Nie Xiao Qing departed. Murong Yu sat down before Zhao Fan. Zhao Gongzi, how did you come to have enmity with Shimin Bingxue? Zhao Fan recounted the events that transpired. Murong Yu, filled with indignation, exclaimed that Shimin Bingxue is insufferably arrogant, relying on her family's power. She has long been notorious in Zhongzhou. One day, someone will teach her a lesson. Miss Murong, could you enlighten me about the Shimin family situation? Of course. The Shimin family's primary support comes from Shimin Bo, who once joined the East Domain Sword Sect. However, due to his unscrupulous behavior, it is said that he was reported by King Mingzi and subsequently expelled back to Zhongzhou by the sect leader. However, he had attained the 7th level of the Profound Understanding Realm, a pinnacle existence in Zhongzhou. As for the individual you encountered, Shimin Zhong, he stood at the 9th level of the Enlightened Path Realm. Yet, due to Shimin Bo's prolonged absence, he, being the second eldest, assumed the role of the Shimin family head. Shimin Shu and Shimin Ji were at the 3rd and 1st levels of the Profound Understanding Realm, respectively. The Shimin family, boasting 3 members at the Profound Understanding level, was extraordinarily formidable, rendering others far less intimidating. Zhao Fan assessed his own strength. He believed he could contend with Shimin Ji at the 1st level, but Shimin Shu remained uncertain. It appeared that once Ji Wushuang and the others arrived, he would need to elevate his realm to the Enlightened Path. Once he reached the Enlightened Path realm, he would be invincible in Zhongzhou. At noon, Nie Xiaoqing indeed prepared several sumptuous dishes. However, both she and Murong Yu were cultivators and had little need for mundane fare. Thus the mother and daughter incessantly urged Zhao Fan to eat more. In their eyes, Zhao Fan was merely a mortal. Zhao Fan could not refuse and ended up with a full stomach. After the meal, he engaged in conversation with Murong Yu and her daughter about matters in Jiangsheng before retreating to his room to rest. That evening, he received a transmission from Ji Wushuang and quietly made his way outside to the street. Ji Wushuang and her companions had already settled into an inn. Upon their reunion, Zhao Fan led them to a nearby apothecary. He had already inquired from Murong Yu and her daughter, discovering that this apothecary was a property of the Shimin family. And the physician inside was Shimin Bingshue's uncle at the 9th level of foundational establishment. Moreover, he learned from Murong Yu that the physician had a notoriously bad character, having caused the demise of at least a dozen lives. Zhao Fan resolved to take action against him. He understood that having offended Shimin Bingshue, even if he wished to spare the Shimin family, they would not extend the same courtesy to him. Thus, it was better to strike preemptively. Besides, this physician of the Shimin family deserved punishment. The apothecary's door was already shut. Zhao Fan gestured for Qian Duoduo to step forward and knock. Qian Duoduo rapped on the door, and after a moment, the candle inside flickered to life, followed by a voice demanding, "Who is it? It's late. If you need a doctor, come back tomorrow." Qian Duoduo feigned a high-pitched voice, saying, "Doctor, my stomach hurts." Zhao Fan nearly burst into laughter. Qian Duoduo's tone indeed resembled that of a girl. Soon, the voice from within replied, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After a brief interval, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a lecherous expression. "My dear, let me take your pulse." Zhao Fan swiftly reached out, seizing the man's throat and thrusting him inside. "What are you doing?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, his complexion shifting. "Nothing. Tell me, who else is in the apothecary?" "There's an apprentice, but he has already gone home." "Who are you?" "This is Shimin family property." Zhao Fan tightened his grip. The middle-aged man huffed. "Since you know this is the Shimin family's property, how dare you break in and commit misdeeds? Get out." Zhao Fan responded with a fierce punch to his abdomen. The man immediately felt his dantian shatter, his expression transforming in horror. You have crippled my cultivation?" Zhao Fan pushed him to the ground, coldly stating, "Kill him." Ji Wushuang swiftly drew her sword and severed the middle-aged man's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her limits. Reward: ascension to a new realm. Immediately, Zhao Fan felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, marking an elevation in his cultivation level. He had reached the 8th stage of the transformation realm. Let us proceed to the West Gate Stone Pavilion. Chapter 50. The 10th stage of transformation. The West Gate Stone Pavilion was not far from the apothecary, but remained open. Through the ajar door, Zhao Fan observed 2 individuals seated within, indulging in drinks. Abruptly, he halted, sensing an overwhelming aura. According to the information gleaned from Murong Yu and her daughter, the proprietor of the pavilion should possess the 1st stage of the Golden Core realm, yet the other individual appeared to be at the transformation realm. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Fan stepped inside. After all, he was on familiar terms with the pavilion's owner, who was hardly a virtuous character. This stone pavilion originally belonged to the Zhang family. Over a decade ago, the Shimin family had mercilessly slaughtered the Zhang clan in one night, seizing their property to establish this very establishment. Upon hearing footsteps, the 2 patrons halted their revelry and turned their gazes toward Zhao Fan. Both appeared to be in their 40s. One was plump with small, shifty eyes, exuding a sinister glow, while the other bore a prominent scar on his forehead, his face marred by an abundance of flesh. "Hey, the pavilion is closed. Get out and do not disturb my drinking," the plump man bellowed. Zhao Fan, undeterred, pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite them, with Ji Wushuang and the others standing loyally behind their master. Observing Zhao Fan, who exuded no discernible aura, he appeared as an ordinary mortal, while the others merely exhibited foundational cultivation. The plump man and the scarred one exchanged glances, intrigued. "Since you refuse to leave, the man shall die, and the women will entertain us." The scarred man rose, clearly having been stirred by Ji Wushuang's beauty. As he lunged toward her, Zhao Fan swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Thud! The scarred man doubled over, clutching his midsection, his aura dissipating as if a deflated balloon. "You have crippled my cultivation?" he gasped, a mix of shock and fury evident in his voice. The plump man, who had remained seated with a smug smile, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "What a clever boy, concealing your aura, seeking death." With that, he launched a punch toward Zhao Fan. A fierce wind erupted, sending the nearby table flying and shattering the dishes. Zhao Fan, unwilling to waste time, let out a cold snort and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The impact shattered the plump man's arm, sending him careening backward into a pile of stones, crashing to the ground. Zhao Fan then placed his foot upon the man's abdomen, similarly crippling his cultivation. Wushuang, finish them. "Yes, master." Ji Wushuang advanced, her swords flashing as she decapitated the 2 men with swift precision. Boom, boom. A rush of potent energy filled Zhao Fan's being, his cultivation ascending once more. The 9th stage of transformation. The 10th stage of transformation. What? Have I reached the 10th stage? How is this akin to the Golden Core realm? System, what is going on? Host. Because you chose to broaden your realm within the Golden Core stage, I hope you will continue to do so in the Transformation realm. Very well. Zhao Fan chose to remain silent thereafter, because he understood that broadening one's horizons and elevating one's realm were essentially indistinguishable, although the realm appeared unchanged. One's strength was indeed multiplied. In terms of realm, he should now be at the first level of Mingdao. Moreover, he far surpassed the average cultivator at this level. Having chosen to expand his realm during the Golden Core stage, he had risen a total of 18 levels. No, there was also one level for auxiliary realms. Had he not chosen this path of expansion, he would now be equivalent to the first level of the Tianxuan Realm. As he pondered this, suddenly, Ji Wushuang's long sword flicked towards the palm of the rotund man. Master, did he send out a communication stone? Zhao Fan noticed that the man, just before his demise, had clutched a communication stone in his palm, evidently having already sent a message. They arrived with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Fan glanced outside, stepping forth. A fierce wind howled through the air, and a figure lunged towards him from above. Who dares to come to the Shimin family's estate to commit murder? Shimin Bo? Zhao Fan's heart tightened as he beheld the descending elder with a flowing beard, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be the most formidable member of the Shimin family, at the 7th level of Tongxian. Seeing Ji Wushuang and the others emerge, he whispered, "Keep your distance. This individual is a formidable cultivator of the Tianxuan realm." Ji Wushuang and the others retreated 10 paces away. "It's you?" Shimin Bo evidently recognized Zhao Fan. "Indeed, it is I. You clever boy, you've concealed yourself well. However, to me, you are merely an insignificant ant. Now tell me, why did you kill members of the Shimin family?" Shimin Bo had already seen the decapitated corpse through the open door. "That would be a question for your granddaughter. She was so eager to kill me. How could I deny her a surprise? Do you comprehend the repercussions of provoking the Shimin family? And are you aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath? You audacious boy, prepare to die." Shimin Bo's fury erupted as he struck downwards. A colossal shadow of a palm loomed in the air, descending like a small mountain. Even before the palm reached him, Zhao Fan's hair stood on end and his clothes fluttered violently. "Break for me." Zhao Fan refrained from using his invincible card or the chaos tree. He wished to ascertain the extent of his own strength, meeting Shimin Bo's attack with a punch. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. The powerful energy surged outward from the two, enveloping the surroundings. Zhao Fan staggered back several steps, while Shimin Bo was thrown to the ground. 9th level of Huashan. Shimin Bo furrowed his brow, astonished that a cultivator of the 9th level of Huashan could withstand the strike of a great cultivator of the Tianxuan realm. In truth, Zhao Fan had already reached the 10th level of Huashan. Yet, to outsiders, he still appeared as merely the 9th level. Zhao Fan felt a slight tingling in his wrist. He had used 50% of his strength in that previous punch. Nevertheless, he knew that Shimin Bo had not exerted his full might either. "You audacious boy. Take another strike from me." Shimin Bo struck down once more. This time, he unleashed 80% of his spiritual energy. With a flick of his wrist, the air erupted with a thunderous roar as a fierce wind rushed forth. As he pressed down, the space tore apart, and the gale surged, hurtling towards Zhao Fan like a torrential storm. Zhao Fan also gathered his spiritual energy and retaliated with a punch. Break. Boom. Once again, a tremendous roar erupted as a massive gust of air surged outward, tearing the space apart and creating numerous black holes, while the earth itself opened into a colossal chasm. The two combatants staggered backward, yet remained evenly matched. Zhao Fan exhaled in relief, recognizing that his current strength was equivalent to the 7th level of the Profound Realm. "You are the only junior who has forced me to unleash 3 palms, but this is where it ends. I will not grant you another opportunity." With that, Shimin Bo flicked his wrist, revealing a serpentine-long sword in his grasp. The blade gleamed ominously, radiating with spiritual energy, a 7th-tier Dao artifact. To his surprise, Shimin Bo possessed a 7th-tier Dao artifact as well. "Master, shall I eliminate him?" came the voice of the Chaos Tree, who had evidently sensed the formidable power of the opponent. No need. Though Zhao Fan felt a tremor of trepidation, he too wielded a 7th-tier Dao artifact, along with an invincible card. With a swift motion, he summoned the Qinghong's sword into his hand. "What? A 7th-tier Dao artifact?" Shimin Bo's expression shifted. Although 7th-tier Dao artifacts were not particularly rare in Zhongzhou, they were not commonplace either, prompting a flicker of surprise from Shimin Bo. "Kid, I did not expect you to possess a 7th-tier artifact. Today, fortune smiles upon me. If I slay you, your sword shall be mine." With that, Shimin Bo lunged forward with his sword. The blade struck like a venomous serpent, swiftly closing in on Zhao Fan. The tip quivered, and the sword light flickered, as if it possessed 72 transformations. locking onto 72 acupoints around Zhao Fan's body. Zhao Fan drew upon his Dantian energy and bellowed, unleashing the dragon-slaying sword technique. The sword aura cascaded like a celestial river, shattering Shimin Bo's sword strikes and enveloping him in a radiant glow. Shimin Bo's face paled in horror as his long sword clashed repeatedly, producing a series of crisp sounds, before he was forced to retreat. A look of dread etched across his features. What kind of swordsmanship is this? You are not worthy to know, Zhao Fan retorted, striking again. With the enhancement of the dragon-slaying sword, Shimin Bo soon found himself on the defensive. This is bad. Shimin Bo turned to flee. But Zhao Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. Suddenly, he executed the instantaneous step and pursued Shimin Bo, delivering a powerful slash reminiscent of the Yanhuang Absolute Blade. With a sickening thud, Shimin Bo was struck in the back, the blade piercing deep enough to reveal bone, eliciting a scream of agony as he collapsed to the ground. Master, let me handle this. The spirit of the chaos tree transformed into a deadly blade, slicing through the air. It severed Shimin Bo's left arm with precision. Having observed for days, the spirit understood that Zhao Fan needed to allow his disciple to transcend and slay the opponent to elevate his own realm. Thus, she refrained from decapitating Shimin Bo. Next, she delivered another strike, severing his right arm, causing the serpentine-long sword to clatter to the ground. Subsequently, the spirit of the chaos tree returned to Zhao Fan's wrist. He sheathed the long sword and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The blow struck Shimin Bo squarely in the abdomen, crippling his cultivation and nearly incapacitating him. Wushuang, finish him. Zhao Fan picked up Shimin Bo's serpentine sword. Noticing the words Dragon Spirit inscribed on the hilt, it was revealed to be the Dragon Spirit sword, not a serpentine sword. At this moment, Ji Wushuang had also arrived. Having slain Shimin Bo, Zhao Fan presented his long sword to her, declaring, "This sword now belongs to you. However, until your realm elevates, I advise against its use. For I fear you may not be able to safeguard it." "Yes, master," Ji Wushuang replied, accepting the Dragon Spirit sword with great delight. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host's foremost disciple, Ji Wushuang, for successfully challenging beyond her limits. Reward, 1 realm enhancement. Feeling a significant surge in power, she glanced at her status panel. She had reached the 11th level of the transformation realm. "Master, why do you always allow your disciples to strike the final blow?" she inquired. "Moreover, just now, I sensed an incredibly formidable sword aura, powerful enough to obliterate this world." "What was that?" Ji Wushuang voiced her curiosity. "Oh, that was merely a sword aura, a hidden card of mine. As for permitting you to engage, it is essential that you continuously vanquish foes stronger than yourself to cultivate an indomitable spirit. Thus, I must reserve such opportunities for you," Zhao Fan replied, fabricating a tale. For he could not divulge the existence of the minor chaos. "Now, return home. Our evening concludes here. Master, there is one matter I have yet to report. Senior Qingming from the Sword Sect has visited the Sword Clan, specifically requesting for several of us to train there." Ah, Zhao Fan had anticipated this. With Ji Wushuang and her companion's talents, they would undoubtedly not go unnoticed. "What are your thoughts? With our master present, we shall not venture to the Sword Clan." "Indeed, you are correct. However, I cannot allow you to be disappointed. Here, each of you shall receive a breaking realm pill. Come, I shall take you beyond the city." Subsequently, Zhao Fan led Ji Wushuang and the other 5 disciples to a secluded spot outside the city, bestowing upon each a breaking realm pill to facilitate their ascension. These pills were indeed rewards from the system. Naturally, they could not be acquired without effort. Zhao Fan employed the conversion function. Initially, in pursuit of his own elevation, he had been reluctant to allow them to advance too swiftly, as their ascension would diminish their opportunities for challenging higher realms, which would be disadvantageous for him. However, given the multitude of powerful beings in Central Continent, their low realms posed greater dangers. Thus Zhao Fan could not afford to be selfish. Half an hour later, the 5 disciples successfully broke through. Ji Wushuang and Qing Yan reached the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm. Qian Duo attained the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Haizi reached the 6th level, and Mu Yu achieved the 5th level. Witnessing their substantial enhancement, the 5 disciples were elated. "All right, return to the inn. If anything arises, we shall communicate via the sound transmission stone." With that, Zhao Fan's form melded into the void, returning to Murong Yu's abode. Chapter 51. Who is it? I shall kill him. Boom. In the early hours of the morning, the Shimin family hall was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming force, sending the gathered family members sprawling outwards. Unconscious and motionless upon the ground, the opulent hall, stripped of its ceiling and walls, remained only a single intact chair. Seated upon it was an elderly man. His hair and beard as white as snow, his eyes a fierce crimson. He He was none other than the ancestral patriarch of the Shimin family, Shimin Shuifeng. Under his stewardship, the Shimin family had risen from a mere ordinary power to become the second strongest force in Central Continent. At this moment, his remaining 3 sons, Shimin Zhong, Shimin Shu, and Shimin Ji, stood before him, heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Additionally, there were several pairs of middle-aged couples and a few young men and women. Among the latter stood Shimin Bingxue, mingling with the youth. Investigate. I demand to know who is targeting the Shimin family's assets. Who is responsible for the death of my eldest son? The eldest son, Shimin Bo, had been the pride of the Shimin family. Although he had been expelled from the eastern domain by the Sword Sect, his existence in the central state remained unaffected. For years, the Shimin patriarch had been striving to reach the Dongshu realm. He had dwelled in the Tongshan ninth layer for a century, and since no one in the entire central state had yet achieved the Dongshu realm, he remained patient. There was still a significant gap to the Tribulation Crossing realm, and he understood that, as a cultivator, solidifying the foundation at each level would facilitate a smoother transition during the tribulation. The Tribulation Crossing was, after all, a choice between life and death, ascend to immortality or live with eternal regret. To enhance the success rate of this arduous trial, many would solidify their foundations and strengthen their abilities before the crossing. Shimin Shuifeng was one such individual. For a century, he had refrained from hastily entering the Dongshu realm, intent on fortifying his Tongshan foundation to the utmost. However, just last night, a piece of news shattered his seclusion. His eldest son was dead. Among his 4 sons, he held the highest regard for the eldest. Thus, upon receiving this news, he nearly overturned his household. The wrath of a Tongshan cultivator could obliterate an entire realm. When he unleashed his fury, those of lesser realms bore the brunt of the consequences. Fortunately, his 3 sons shielded their family from harm. Patriarch, the steward has dispatched individuals to investigate, and we expect news shortly. Shimin Zhong stepped forward and bowed slightly. Report. At that moment, an elder rushed in, exclaiming, Patriarch, we have uncovered the identity of the culprit. According to witnesses, it was a youth named Zhao Fan. Steward, are you certain it was that worthless individual? Shimin Bingxue gasped. The Shimin patriarch turned his gaze toward the acknowledged prodigy of the younger generation. Girl, do you know him? Shimin Bingxue nodded. Patriarch. He hails from Jiangcheng and is a waste who has lost his spiritual bones. There is no way he could have committed such an act. A waste? The Shimin patriarch shook his head slightly. Child, you are still young. One must realize that there are individuals who prefer to remain low profile. Perhaps the so-called waste in your eyes is, in fact, a hidden genius. Shimin Shuifeng directed his attention to the steward. Steward, where does this boy reside? What else have you discovered? The steward promptly replied. The old servant has looked into it. That boy is with the head wife of the Murong family, Nie Xiaoqing. Nie Xiaoqing? Shimin Zhong suddenly clenched his fist. I understand now. It must have been Nie Xiaoqing who killed my eldest. The Shimin patriarch coldly inquired. What realm is Nie Xiaoqing at? After a moment's thought, Shimin Zhong responded. She should be at the 5th layer of the Mingdao realm. Shimin Bingxue interjected. She has a daughter named Murong Yu, who is at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm. Shimin Shuifeng's face darkened with murderous intent. To dare kill a member of the Shimin family, they must die. At the Nie residence, in a side chamber, Zhao Fan was meditating when suddenly, he furrowed his brow, leapt from his bed, and rushed to the door. A formidable aura surged forth, approaching swiftly. Nie Xiaoqing, prepare to meet your end. In the air, Shimin Shuifeng descended with a powerful palm strike. Whoosh! Nie Xiaoqing and Mu Rongyu flew out of the room. This is bad. It's Shimin Laozu. Quickly, take young Master Zhao and flee. Nie Xiaoqing pushed her daughter towards Zhao Fan. Mu Rongyu grasped Zhao Fan's hand and dashed outside. Nie Xiaoqing faced the oncoming gust from Shimin Shuifeng's palm. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Nie Xiaoqing was propelled backward through the air, seizing the opportunity to pursue her daughter. The vast courtyard had been reduced to ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, Shimin Shuifeng roared, Where do you think you're going? With a flick of his sleeve, he chased after them. Nie Xiaoqing caught up with her daughter and Zhao Fan, gripping their wrists as they navigated through the streets. Above them, Shimin Shuifeng intermittently unleashed palm strikes, reducing everything in their wake to rubble. Countless innocent citizens lost their lives in the dead of night. Caught in their slumber, Zhao Fan felt a surge of fear. He realized that this man's cultivation far surpassed that of Shimin Bo. Although he had ascended to a higher realm, he only had a 30% chance of victory against this formidable opponent. Fortunately, Nie Xiaoqing led them through the alleys instead of soaring through the air, making it difficult for Shimin Shuifeng to locate them in the haze. Eventually, Shimin Shuifeng recognized this and ceased his palm strikes, instead honing in on their presence and landing to pursue them. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them, 3 in the front and 1 behind, exited Zhongzhou and reached the woods where Zhao Fan had previously lingered. Has Shimin gone mad? Why has he suddenly resorted to violence? Nie Xiaoqing wore a grave expression, unaware of the events that transpired last night with Shimin Bo and the others. Zhao Fan cast her an apologetic glance, realizing he had embroiled her in this turmoil. Nie Xiaoqing, you cannot escape. Boom. A formidable aura enveloped them, sealing off the entire forest. Shimin, Nie Xiaoqing, do not believe I have offended you. Why do you resort to such malice? Shadows entered the woods, shattering trees in their path. In an instant, Shimin Shui Feng stood before Nie Xiaoqing and the others, rendering the area desolate. Nie Xiaoqing, tell me, did you kill my eldest son? Shimin Bo? Senior, is Shimin Bo dead? How can this be? I, Nie Xiaoqing, have no enmity with the Shimin family. Moreover, even if I wished to strike, how could I slay your eldest son? Shimin Shui Feng's gaze bore down on the trio, firmly locking onto their essence. You are correct. You are indeed far from capable of killing my son. However, what if you employed despicable means? Senior, murder requires motive. Why would I oppose the Shimin family? Shimin Shui Feng fell silent, suddenly turning his attention to Zhao Fan. You are the waste from Jiang City. Zhao Fan gazed coolly at Shimin Shui Feng. Though the opponents might impose pressure upon him, he was not intimidated. With his ability to traverse vast distances in an instant, his perfected sacred techniques, and his unparalleled swordsmanship, he had no fear. I know who killed your eldest son. Shimin Shui Feng's eyes flashed like lightning. Speak. Zhao Fan shook his head. This matter does not concern them. Let them go. Nie Xiaoqing and Mu Rong, you were momentarily stunned. Zhao Fan whispered. You both leave first. I will find a way to extricate myself. Young Master Zhao, rest assured, I believe he would not go so far as to trouble a junior. No, young Master Zhao, I have promised Qiuyu to protect you. Senior Nie, do we have any chance of escape by remaining here? This old wretch clearly does not intend to let us go. Even if he makes a mistake, he will not allow our departure. You all go first, do not worry. I will be fine. Nie Xiaoqing nodded. All right, let us gather outside the Morong family. With that, Nie Xiaoqing seized her daughter and dashed away. Young man, now you may speak. Shimin Shui Feng remarked casually as Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter had already distanced themselves. Zhao Fan smiled. In truth, it was I who killed him. Shimin Shui Feng was taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, You deceived me. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Who told you, Shimin girl, to provoke me? Those who provoke me shall perish. Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly blazed with cold light. Shimin Shui Feng's eyelids twitched. What a clever boy, you hide quite well. Prepare to die. With a single palm strike, a fierce gale surged as a phantom hand descended from above. Chapter 52. No? Let me test the power of the invincible card. Zhao Fan felt a destructive force pressing down upon him from above. In that instant, it felt as if his entire body was on the verge of exploding, and he sensed the imminent danger of death. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. Zhao Fan unleashed all his might into a punch. His spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward Shimin Shui Feng. Boom. The force of the punch collided with the palm strike, producing a thunderous sound. After a breath's time, the punch was overwhelmed by the palm's might, which swept toward him. Bang! Zhao Fan was sent flying. Upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his ribcage had collapsed and his organs were ablaze. He hastily retrieved a healing talisman from his system backpack and pressed it against himself. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy enveloped his body, and in an instant, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Master, let me take over. The Chaos Tree spirit communicated with Zhao Fan. No. It is rare to encounter a formidable enemy. Let me test the power of the invincible card. Zhao Fan stood up, flipping his right hand to reveal the Qinghong sword, while his left hand clenched to manifest the invincible card. As he grasped the card, it transformed into boundless power, filling his entire being. The system rewards him daily with an item, and both the healing talisman and the invincible card are products of the system. Feeling an enormous surge of strength coursing through him, Zhao Fan exuded an overwhelming aura of destruction. Die for me. He swung the long sword. A brilliant arc carved through the air, reducing all in its path to dust, the very space warping into a black hole, which took a while to restore. Meanwhile, Shimin Shui Feng had already been obliterated by the sword light, reduced to ashes. Zhao Fan rejoiced. Although his realm had not yet reached the level to annihilate such an experienced practitioner of the 9th layer of the profound realm, he had effortlessly triumphed thanks to the system's rewards. The system's products are indeed top-notch. Excellent, excellent. System, tonight I shall treat you to chicken legs. Zhao Fan laughed heartily, glanced in the direction, and flew away on the wind, leaving the scene. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Zhao Fan departed, several figures descended, namely Shimin Zhong, Uncle Shimin, Shimin Ji, and Shimin Bingxue. There has just been a fight here. What? Is this the power of a Transcendence Realm cultivator? Looking at the sprawling ruins stretching for thousands of feet, the four individuals could still sense the lingering aura of the sword energy. How could this be possible? When did the Central Plains witness the emergence of a Transcendence Realm master? Where is the Ancestor? His presence cannot be felt any longer. The invincible card naturally transcends the mere power of the Transcendence Realm. However, the comprehension of these individuals is limited to that realm alone. The four were somewhat alarmed, searching frantically and finally uncovering a dozen fragments in the debris. Ancestor. The four of them fell to their knees, overwhelmed. Shimin Shuifeng is the cornerstone of the Shimin family. With the passing of the Ancestor, the Shimin family will surely plummet. Who could have done this? This is beyond what Nie Xiaoqing and her mother could accomplish. Could it be that a powerful transcendence expert intends to target our Shimin family? Shimin Zhong suddenly turned to Shimin Bingxue. Bingxue, clarify for us. Have you offended any terrifying entities? Shimin Bingxue shook her head repeatedly. Second uncle, I haven't. I merely visited Jiang City recently. I haven't provoked anyone. Shimin Zhong recalled Zhao Fan. Are you certain that Zhao Fan is a waste? Does he not have any formidable backing? Shimin Bingxue quickly replied, absolutely not. My cousin is a childhood friend of his, and he is thoroughly familiar with him. He is merely a waste who has been stripped of his spiritual bones, and the Zhao family does not possess any fearsome background. Let us go. We must return. The Shimin family must prepare. At the entrance of the Morong family, Zhao Fan approached. Halt. This is the Morong family. Idle people should leave at once. A family guard barked. Zhao Fan slightly bowed. I am here to seek Miss Morongyu. You seek Morongyu? The guard cast a glance at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan felt perplexed as the guard addressed Morongyu by her name. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a servant. Although Morongyu's mother might have fallen out of favor, Morongyu herself is the esteemed young lady of the Morong family. This individual clearly displayed a lack of respect for the young lady. Indeed, kindly relay my message. Zhao Fan nodded. Suddenly, the guard's expression turned cold, barking, seize him. In an instant, a dozen family attendants rushed forth, led by an elderly man with a profound aura, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Fan's face. The earlier guard whispered something in the elder's ear. The elder's eyes gleamed. So, he is one of the madam's people, since he has come to us. Let us detain him as well. Wait. Zhao Fan, noticing their intent to act, quickly interjected, I am here to find someone, not to engage in a fight. The elder snorted, since you are affiliated with the madam, do not blame us for being impolite. Both the madam and the young lady have been placed under house arrest. As you are one of them, you shall accompany them. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say they have returned to the family and have been placed under house arrest? Indeed. To speak frankly, the family head is in seclusion, and the Morong family is currently under the control of the second madam and the young master. If you wish to avoid disaster, it would be wise to surrender quietly. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment. You need not lay hands on me. I will go with you willingly. The elder waved his hand, and the attendants parted to create a path, two in front, two behind, escorting Zhao Fan inward, with the elder leading the way. Soon, a group of individuals arrived before a rockery in the backyard. The elder waved his palm, and mystical runes appeared around the rockery, subsequently forming a portal. Step inside. The elder grasped Zhao Fan's shoulder and propelled him through the entrance. With another wave of his hand, the runes stirred and then fell into tranquility. Is this a formation? Zhao Fan paid little heed to it. His gaze shifted, and he soon spotted Nie Xiaoqing and Morongyu seated cross-legged nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, the two opened their eyes. Young Master Zhao? Elder Nie, Miss Morong. Zhao Fan approached them, relieved to see they were unharmed. I apologize, young Master Zhao. It is our fault for involving you. We should not have summoned you here, Nie Xiaoqing sighed. Zhao Fan offered a faint smile. It's all right. What exactly is happening? Is the second madam trying to harm you? Nie Xiaoqing nodded. The woman, Lan Hu, is ruthless, taking advantage of the master's seclusion. She intends to eliminate both me and my daughter. Zhao Fan regarded the two women thoughtfully. May I inquire if families such as the Morong and the Shimin possess energy crystal stones? The mother and daughter exchanged glances, surprised by his question. Nie Xiaoqing replied, certainly. Energy crystal stones can reinforce certain formations. For instance, the grand formation outside relies on them for sustenance. What? Zhao Fan winced at the thought of such waste. Activating his Crimson Eye technique, he turned and indeed spotted 3 energy crystal stones at the core of the formation. A thought sparked in his mind. I can dismantle this formation. Follow me. The two women hesitated but then followed closely behind Zhao Fan. He delved into his system, retrieving a destruction talisman from his backpack. Although he was uncertain of its effectiveness, he had complete faith in the system's products. Sure enough, when he crushed the destruction talisman, A surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, and the formation S patterns dissolved like bubbles. Zhao Fan approached the core, and with a mere thought, the chaos tree spirit swiftly extended forth, seizing the energy crystal stones and drawing them into the system. System, enhance my instantaneous movement. Ding! Instantaneous movement has been upgraded by 1 level. The current distance is 30 meters per step. 3 stones barely enhanced it by less than a full measure. When will it reach 100 meters per step? Host, please be patient. Furthermore, after 100 steps, the grade of instantaneous movement will be elevated to the 5th tier. 5th tier? It can be upgraded further? However, the demand for energy crystal stones troubled Zhao Fan. Families like the Zhao and Li only possessed 1 each. He wondered if the Murong family had any left. At this moment, he found himself hoping that the second Madam, Lan Hu, would appear soon, ideally provoking him, so he would have a reason to retaliate against the Murong family. Unexpectedly, you have managed to breach the family's entrapment. Just as the 3 exited the rockery, they were confronted by a group of individuals. In addition to the elder who had brought Zhao Fan and the household servants, there was a woman in her 30s. The woman bore an alluring expression, her figure voluptuous and strikingly captivating. It seemed she was indeed Lan Hu, a veritable femme fatale for mature men. No wonder the head of the Murong family had grown cold toward Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter for her sake. Chapter 53, Successful Apprenticeship Blue Fox. I regret to inform you that your attempts to entrap us have failed. Fate has not conspired to fulfill your desires. But what does it matter? Do you truly believe you can escape the clutches of the Murong family? Butler, seize her. Yes, madam. As the elder advanced, he reached out with a grasping hand. Nie Xiaoqing responded with a swift palm strike. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as both combatants were forced to retreat several steps. Ah, the 6th level of the Ming Dao? Zhao Fan discerned that the butler's cultivation surpassed that of Nie Xiaoqing by a full tier. My apologies, madam. Guarding her, the butler suddenly elevated his spiritual energy to its zenith, striking down towards Nie Xiaoqing's shoulder. In an instant, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain bore down upon her. The disparity of a single realm equated to a significant advantage. Moreover, the butler was an experienced practitioner of the Ming Dao, his stability far surpassing that of Nie Xiaoqing. As this strike descended, she felt as if her entire being was ensnared. With gritted teeth, she summoned all her strength and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Seeing her mother in peril, Murong Yu, despite her own lower cultivation, threw herself into the fray, both hands thrusting forward in a fierce attack. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of spiritual energies erupted in a cacophony of sound. The butler staggered back a step, while Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter were forced back several paces. Their arms hanging limply, trembling uncontrollably, their combat effectiveness diminished in an instant. Blue Fox, Xiao Gongzi is innocent. We can remain, but I implore you to let him go. Nie Xiaoqing pleaded. Haha, you cannot even protect yourselves, yet you think of others? Alas, I am not a merciful soul. All those connected to you shall perish. As she spoke, Blue Fox turned her gaze upon Zhao Fan. Boy, it is not cruelty that drives me, but the desire to eradicate future threats. Zhao Fan scoffed. Well, those who seek their own demise shall find no refuge even in the afterlife. With that, he flipped his palm, revealing an invincibility card, which he handed to Murong Yu. Murong Xiaoya, this is an invincibility card. Shatter it, and you will briefly possess the power of a transcendent cultivator. Is this for real? Murong Yu asked, receiving the card, which was inscribed with intricate runes, her skepticism evident. Are these high-tier runes? Trust me, I am a master of talismans. Zhao Fan replied with a grin. With a firm grasp, Murong Yu shattered the invincibility card, and simultaneously, a terrifying surge of power flooded her being. Her eyes sparkled with intensity as she exclaimed, I feel as though I could shatter this world. Boom. A formidable aura erupted, instantly reducing the surrounding structures to ruins. Nie Xiaoqing had already clutched Zhao Fan's arm, retreating a considerable distance. Meanwhile, Blue Fox and the butler hastily withdrew. Regrettably, the servants were caught off guard, each one swept away by the spiritual energy, reduced to ashes. What? Blue Fox gazed in horror at Murong Yu, now transformed into an overwhelming force. It seemed a single punch could obliterate her. How is this possible? Are you affiliated with the Talisman Masters Guild? Blue Fox inquired, looking at Zhao Fan. The Talisman Masters Guild? What do I know of such organizations? Zhao Fan retorted. For his talismans were all crafted by the system. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Zhao Fan snorted coldly. Seeing Blue Fox appear to fear the Talisman Masters Guild, Zhao Fan ambiguously replied, neither confirming nor denying the association. Yet, it was evident that Blue Fox had chosen to believe him. The Azure Fox, unaware of the esteemed presence of the Talisman Master, fell to the ground in despair. Alas! Alas! With a thud, The Azure Fox knelt down. The steward hastily exclaimed, "Madam, is he truly a dignitary of the Talisman Masters Guild? It cannot be. The guild resides far in the eastern domain. How could he possibly be here in Central State? Moreover, he appears too youthful to have crafted formidable talismans." The Azure Fox shook her head. "Steward, though he may be young, perhaps his master is a powerful figure within the guild. Do you not recall that he effortlessly breached our Morong family's confinement array? What else is beyond his capabilities? Clearly, offending the Talisman Masters Guild was not something the Morong family could afford." The steward, recalling the confinement array, changed color and promptly knelt on the ground. "This old servant is at fault for not recognizing the presence of a talisman master. Please forgive me." Zhao Fan coldly responded, "Humph, is an apology sufficient after offending me?" The Azure Fox and the steward trembled in fear. Zhao Fan glanced at Nie Xiaoqing. "Elder Nie, what do you propose we do with them?" Nie Xiaoqing stared blankly at Zhao Fan. "Are you truly a member of the Talisman Masters Guild?" Zhao Fan smiled faintly. "Did you not witness me effortlessly dismantling the confinement array?" He deftly sidestepped the topic. Nie Xiaoqing hurriedly knelt down. "I, Nie Xiaoqing, pay my respects to the Talisman Master." Yuer quickly kneel. Morong Yu, curiously observing Zhao Fan, hesitated but ultimately knelt as well. Zhao Fan waved his hand. "All right, no need for such formalities. Tell me, shall these two live or perish?" The Azure Fox's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, "Sister, it was merely a moment of folly on my part that led to my offense. I implore you, for the sake of the family head, forgive me this once. From now on, I shall regard you with the utmost respect and dare not offend again." Nie Xiaoqing looked at Zhao Fan. "Talismaster, it is of no consequence to us mother and daughter. Let this matter be resolved." Zhao Fan nodded. "Azure Fox, have you heard? Elder Nie is kind-hearted and does not wish to pursue your transgressions. However, your offense against me cannot be so easily overlooked. How about this? Does your Morong family possess any energy crystals?" Yes, we have 15. 15? Bring them all to me. But, esteemed Talisman Master, the energy crystals are essential for maintaining the confinement array. If we relinquish them all, I fear for the family head upon his return." The Azure Fox hesitated. "Be silent. Do you seek death? All right, I will fetch them." With a wave of her hand, the Azure Fox instructed the steward to retrieve them. Soon, he returned with a storage ring. Zhao Fan seized it, examining its contents. Indeed, there were 15 energy crystals. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to absorb them. System, enhance instantaneous movement. Enhancing instantaneous movement. Ding. Instantaneous movement enhanced. Current range 50 meters. 15 energy crystals elevated the range by 20 meters. The system seemed to lack uniformity. Perhaps it was due to the varying sizes of the energy crystals. Not too shabby. I wonder how many the Shiman family possesses. Alas, considering the favor of Nie Xiaoqing and Morong Yu, I cannot seize their fortune stones. Elder Nie, let us depart. With that, Zhao Fan strode toward the exit, followed closely by Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter. "Sister, why not stay with the family? We could reside together." "Never mind. I seek a place to gather my thoughts." Nie Xiaoqing naturally did not wish to linger, as the matter ultimately depended on the head of the family's attitude. Should the head reconsider, she might indeed return. After a brief interval, the trio arrived at a street corner and halted. Zhao Fan glanced at Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter, inquiring, "Elder Nie, Miss Morong, may I ask where you intend to go next?" Nie Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and replied, "I wish to return to the Nie family first." Zhao Fan nodded and turned to Morong Yu, asking, "Miss Morong, might you be inclined to accept me as your master?" Morong Yu was taken aback and instinctively glanced at her mother. Overjoyed, Nie Xiaoqing urged, "Yuer, the master talismonger holds you in high regard. Why not accept his offer without delay?" Morong Yu smiled wryly and said, "Mother, but I know nothing of talisman crafting. Besides, I only wish to practice swordsmanship." Nie Xiaoqing quickly responded, "Silly child, the Talismonger Guild is one of the 3 great powers of the Eastern Domain, on par with the Sword Sect and the Pill Valley. Furthermore, the guild does not neglect martial training." Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, by following me, you may continue your cultivation. I shall not compel you to craft talismans if it does not please you." After a moment of contemplation, Morong Yu knelt before him, exclaiming, "Master, I pay my respects." Zhao Fan chuckled, waving his hand, "Rise." Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 disciple of the Azure Luan body. Reward, realm ascended by 1 level. Boom. The aura within him surged, doubling in intensity, and the system interface transformed once more. He had reached the 12th level of divine transformation. Among the 9 figurine slots, for had been illuminated, Ji Wu Shuang, Qing Yan, Mu Yu, and Morong Yu. Additionally, the auxiliary panel displayed illuminated figurines for Qian Duo Duo and Haizi. Upon reviewing the information panel, name, Zhao Fan, age, 20, realm, divine transformation 12th level, sword path, sword intent perfected, techniques, 4th tier swift as the wind perfected, 50 meters per step. Holy tier ultimate Songlong dominating body technique initiated, martial skills, 5th tier ultimate Tai Xian 7, swords perfected, holy tier ultimate dragon slaying technique perfected, holy tier ultimate primal god fist perfected. Emperor tier ultimate flame Huang absolute blade perfected, magic tools, azure rainbow sword, etc. Auxiliary panel, activated, fate, for paths, items, celestial emperor card, etc. Chapter 54, Young Brother. Please wait, master. I shall first visit my grandmother with my mother. Then we will reunite. Zhao Fan replied, very well. We shall communicate via the communication stone. With that, he handed a communication stone to Muronyu. As he watched the mother and daughter make their way down the street, Zhao Fan intended to head to the inn to meet Ji Wushuang and the others. Just then, he was called from behind. Young brother, please wait. Turning around, Zhao Fan saw an elderly man with a goatee, clad in a violet robe adorned with an embroidered talisman character on his chest. Is there something you need? Zhao Fan asked, hands clasped behind his back, regarding him with a measured gaze. The old man squinted, scrutinizing Zhao Fan before speaking. I have just come from outside the city, where it seems a great battle has unfolded. Among those present, I sensed an aura that must belong to you, correct? Zhao Fan studied him intently. And if it is indeed me, what is it that you seek? The old man quickly replied, young brother, do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no malice. I merely detected remnants of runes from the battle outside the city, and the level of talisman crafting involved was quite advanced. I wish to know if you have witnessed anything. Zhao Fan replied calmly, you need not inquire further. It is I who crafted the talisman. What? The elderly man staggered back a few steps. Who is your master? Could it be a member of the Talisman Masters Guild? Zhao Fan shook his head. I have not joined the Talisman Masters Guild. The elder shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Based on the runic energy of that talisman, it must be at least of the 7th tier, and 7th tier talisman masters are among the elite in the Eastern Domain. How could you not be affiliated with the Talisman Masters Guild? Zhao Fan flipped his palm and produced a binding talisman. The elder reached out eagerly, his eyes widening in astonishment as his expression rapidly changed. 7th tier? No, 8th tier. No, this is a 9th tier talisman. Young man, where did you acquire this talisman? Naturally, I crafted it myself. What? The elder suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, Lo Qianshou pays respects to the Ancestor. Ancestor? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. Senior, please rise. You must be mistaken. No. The only one capable of crafting a 9th tier talisman is the founding ancestor of our Talisman Masters Guild. You must be the reincarnation of the Ancestor. Reincarnation? Indeed. Many years ago, the Ancestor left a prophecy stating that if he were to reappear in this world, it would undoubtedly be in the form of a reincarnation. Zhao Fan hurriedly insisted, No. I am truly not your ancestor. Please do not mistake me. Lo Qianshou remained on the ground, refusing to rise. Ancestor, you lost your memories upon reincarnation, but under ordinary circumstances, no one else could possibly create a 9th tier talisman. Very well, since you are so convinced, I shall temporarily accept this title of ancestor. However, should your true ancestor reappear someday, do not blame me. I am unaware of my own identity. Zhao Fan feared that one day, another 9th tier talisman master would indeed emerge. Lo Qianshou was elated, quickly rising to retrieve a communication stone and sending out a message. Ancestor, our Talisman Masters Guild has a liaison office in Zhongzhou. Come, allow me to show you. All right. Zhao Fan understood that he could not extricate himself at that moment. So he followed Lo Qianshou to a grand estate. Outside the estate stood 2 talisman guards, both adorned in yellow garments. Upon seeing Lo Qianshou, they both bowed respectfully. Greetings. Vice President. Lo Qianshou nodded in acknowledgement. Have you not greeted the Ancestor? Ancestor. The 2 men looked at Zhao Fan in surprise. How dare you? Are you deaf? Greet the Ancestor. Though they harbored doubts, they dared not disregard the Vice President's words and quickly bowed. Zhao Fan waved his hand. Please, rise. Subsequently, Zhao Fan accompanied Lo Qianshou into the main hall. The liaison office was sparsely populated. Throughout their journey, Lo Qianshou introduced Zhao Fan to the Talisman Masters Guild. The Talisman Masters Guild, along with the Sword Sect and the Pill Valley, is renowned as one of the 3 great powers in the Eastern Domain. The entire guild is essentially under the control of the 3 brothers of the Lo family. 1,000 years ago, the Lo family obtained an ancient tome on talismans, prompting the Ancestor to establish the Talisman Masters Guild. In Lo Qianshou's generation, there are 3 brothers in total. Lo Wanshou, the eldest, at the first level of the Tribulation Realm, serves as the president. Lo Qianshou, the second brother, at the 8th level of the Void Realm, holds the position of vice president. Luo Baishou, the youngest, at the 6th level of the Void Realm, is the elder of internal affairs. Over the years, the Talisman Master Guild has absorbed approximately 3,000 Talisman Masters. In ordinary times, the three brothers of the Luo family preside over the Eastern Domain, and this time, Luo Qinshu has come to the Central State for inspection. By chance, he witnessed the residual power of a high-level talisman and, following the aura of the individuals present, located Zhao Fan. After taking his seat and sipping a cup of tea, two formidable presences emerged outside. A voice inquired, "Second brother, where is the Ancestor?" Subsequently, two elders rushed in, their gazes fixated upon Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan returned their gaze, noticing that their appearances bore a striking resemblance to Luo Qinshu, sharing the same goat-like beard. However, distinctions were apparent. Luo Qinshu had a balanced physique, while the eldest, Luo Wanshou, was slightly plump, and the other, Luo Baishou, was somewhat shorter and younger. "Big brother, third brother, this is the Ancestor. Quickly pay your respects." As Luo Baishou was about to kneel, he was halted by Luo Wanshou. With a puzzled expression, Luo Wanshou scrutinized Zhao Fan, questioning, "You claim to be the Ancestor, but what proof do you possess?" Zhao Fan smiled gently, responding, "In truth, I am uncertain of my identity as your Ancestor. It is your second brother who has stated so." Luo Qinshu hastily interjected. "The Ancestor has been reincarnated and carries no memories of his past life. Hence he is unaware of his identity, but he is capable of crafting 9th-tier talismans." "What? 9th-tier talismans? Young brother, may I see the talismans you have crafted?" Luo Wanshou refrained from addressing him as Ancestor, evidently exercising caution. Zhao Fan turned his palm, revealing a dozen talismans. Upon grasping them, Luo Wanshou's expression shifted dramatically after a mere glance. "Indeed, these are all 9th-tier talismans." He then bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Ancestor." With a thud, Luo Wanshou knelt on the ground, his demeanor earnest and voice respectful. Luo Baishou followed suit and also knelt. Zhao Fan remarked nonchalantly, "Is it merely because of these talismans that you believe me to be the Ancestor?" "Ancestor, across the vast world, there exists only one person capable of crafting 9th-tier talismans. You. Other families lack such a legacy. Even if they did, 9th-tier talismancers would not emerge," Luo Wanshou asserted. Zhao Fan smiled subtly. "How can you be certain these talismans were not crafted by your Ancestor in the past?" Luo Wanshou quickly replied, "Ancestor, these talismans are evidently newly made, their aura still fresh, unmistakably of your creation." Zhao Fan replied coolly, "I cannot confirm whether I am indeed your Ancestor. But since you insist on this identity, I shall temporarily accept it. If your Ancestor returns one day, I shall yield my position." Luo Wanshou hurriedly said, "Ancestor, you jest. This is the clothing and token left by the Ancestor on that day." As he spoke, Luo Wanshou produced a storage ring and presented it to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan glanced inside, discovering a golden robe embroidered with talismanic characters, alongside a similarly colored token inscribed with a talisman. He accepted the storage ring into his own, saying, "Very well, I shall accept this for now. Will the Ancestor accompany us back to the Eastern Domain?" "No, I have matters to attend to in the Central State. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall certainly make my way to the Eastern Domain. Ancestor, now that we brothers have arrived, allow us to assist you. We are willing to share your burdens." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. I have ventured out this time to seek experience. You need not accompany me." The three brothers exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty. Zhao Fan spoke indifferently. "What is it?" "Your esteemed Ancestor is a 9th-tier talisman master. Even in the face of a transcendent being, I could vanquish him with my talismans. What do you have to fear?" Indeed, our Ancestor is formidable. We have been overly concerned. We shall return to the Eastern Domain and await his return," Luo Wan said with a hint of eagerness. Zhao Fan nodded. "That is well. I shall take my leave now." Luo Wan handed him a sound transmission talisman, and together with the second and third elders, they respectfully escorted Zhao Fan out. Chapter 55. Disciples, let us extinguish a rival clan. Outside the inn, Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly, Ji Wushuang, Qin Yan, Qian Duo, Hei Zi, and Mu Yu emerged. "Disciples, let us go and extinguish a rival clan," Zhao Fan proclaimed, leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Shiman family. At this moment, the Shiman family was in a state of turmoil, with their ancestor slain. Shiman Zhong and the others were filled with dread. What should we do? Should we flee the central continent as a family? Flee? Is that even useful? The one who could slay the Ancestor, do you think we can escape? What then? Shall we simply wait for death? Inside the hall, the members of the Shiman family were in heated discussion. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Shiman Zhong, Shiman Bingxue, come out and face your doom." The Shiman family members froze. Who is it? Swish. Shiman Zhong, Shiman Bingxue, and others flew out to confront the intruder. It's you? Shimin Bingxue frowned upon seeing Zhao Fan standing at the entrance. She could not associate the person before her with the one who had slain their ancestor. Kid, I have yet to seek you out, and you dare come knocking. Shimin Bingxue coldly retorted. Shimin Bingxue, it seems that all of you from the Shimin family wear frowns. Are you perhaps afraid? Zhao Fan teased as he glanced mockingly at them. What do you want, Zhao Fan? You have offended my granddaughter. Had it not been for pressing family matters these past few days, you would have long since lost your life. Yet you come seeking death. Shimin Zhong bellowed. Zhao Fan chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Shimin Zhong. Even your esteemed ancestor has perished at my hands. I wonder what gives you the audacity to challenge me. What did you say? You killed the ancestor? That is impossible. The faces of the Shimin family members paled, disbelief washing over them as they shook their heads. They simply could not fathom that their ancestor had fallen to the one before them. Haha. Shimin Bingxue laughed heartily. Zhao Fan, I did not expect you to be not only a waste, but also a braggart. Since you have delivered yourself to me today, I shall end your life. With that, Shimin Bingxue lunged towards Zhao Fan from the air. In a swift motion, Zhao Fan raised his hand and struck out with a resounding slap. Smack! Shimin Bingxue was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground. What? At this moment, the expressions of the Shimin family members shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of Shimin Bingxue's cultivation level. Though she was young, she was a first-tier transformation god, a prodigy nurtured by the family. Yet, astonishingly, this so-called waste had sent her flying with a mere slap. How could this be? Could it be that he is not a waste? Boom. Shimin Bingxue was enraged. With her fists clenched, she unleashed a formidable aura and roared, I will kill you. In an instant, Zhao Fan's left hand darted forward, piercing through layers of turbulent energy, and appeared before Shimin Bingxue with a sudden thud, seizing her by the throat before delivering a crushing blow. The impact shattered her dantian, causing her spiritual energy to dissipate like a deflating balloon, leaving Shimin Bingxue bereft of her cultivation. Subsequently, Zhao Fan tossed her aside, and Mu Shuang was ready, swiftly drawing her sword to execute a clean strike. With a swift hiss, Shimin Bingxue's head fell to the ground. Boom! Zhao Fan's internal energy surged, elevating his realm once more to the 13th level of god transformation. Swear! Shimin Zhong bellowed furiously, how dare you kill my granddaughter? Just as he prepared to act, a middle-aged couple emerged from behind him, their eyes ablaze with rage. Two potent auras erupted, akin to twin tornadoes. They were Shimin Bingxue's parents, one at the 3rd level of the Ming Dao realm and the other at the 1st level. Such levels appeared utterly insignificant in Zhao Fan's eyes. With a cold smirk, Zhao Fan swiftly reached out, seizing both of their necks. 2 talismans were pressed against their foreheads. Seal. These talismans were binding seals, and upon contact, the couple's spiritual energy was instantly confined. Zhao Fan hurled them away, and with a swift flick, their heads fell to the ground. Boom, boom. The system immediately responded, and Zhao Fan's realm ascended successively to the 14th and 15th levels of god transformation, although he had only reached the 15th level. Having effectively undergone a repeated cultivation akin to the 6th level of the Xian realm, coupled with his mastery of saint-level martial arts, sword techniques, and imperial-level blade skills, he slaughtered the Shimin clan members with ease. This did not even account for his trump cards, the Chaos Tree Spirit and the Invincible card. Are you from the Talisman Guild? Shimin Shu and Shimin Ji's expressions shifted drastically upon seeing Zhao Fan produce 2 binding seals. Old 4, let us strike together. Shimin Shu exchanged a glance with Shimin Ji, and both leapt into action, only to be sent hurtling backward like shooting stars, attempting to flee. This scene left the Shimin clan members in utter disbelief. What? The esteemed 3rd and 4th of the Shimin clan are afraid? However, just as Shimin Shu and Shimin Ji managed to escape 100 yards, 3 elderly figures appeared in midair. A rune manifested, instantly binding the 2. In a rush, 2 large hands reached out, capturing them. The 3 elders descended rapidly, arriving before Zhao Fan, and tossing Shimin Shu and Shimin Ji to the ground. They bowed, saying, Ancestor, we have brought them to you. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. You haven't left? Ancestor, as juniors, how could we dare not stand guard for you? Zhao Fan nodded slightly and remarked, very well, you have indeed accomplished something. Henceforth, you shall seal off the retreat of the Shimin family. I shall take care of the rest myself. Understood, esteemed ancestor. Rest assured, we shall not let a single member of the Shimin family escape. We shall present their heads to you. With that, Luo Wanshou and his companions swiftly took their positions, flanking the area. Shimin Zhong was utterly stunned. Isn't this the esteemed President Luo of the East Domain Talismans Association? Luo Wanshou replied nonchalantly, indeed, it is I. Shimin Zhong fell to his knees in desperation, exclaiming, we, the Shimin family, are unaware of how we have offended President Luo. I implore you, considering the heavy casualties we have suffered, to grant us mercy. Luo Wanshou scoffed. Shimin Zhong, you have not offended us. Had it been us, there might have been room for negotiation. You have offended my ancestor. What? Your ancestor? Shimin Zhong turned to Zhao Fan in disbelief. You are the ancestor of the Luo family? Zhao Fan replied coolly, Shimin Zhong. I initially held no enmity towards your family. However, Shimin Bingxue was excessively arrogant and insisted on provoking me. I am not one to instigate conflict. But those who dare to challenge me shall learn the folly of their actions. Shimin Zhong hastily clasped his fists and said, Young brother, no, esteemed ancestor. Shimin Bingxue is dead, and our family has suffered devastating losses. You have already slain those from the Shui clan. Might we end matters here? We are willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. Zhao Fan shook his head. I abhor complications. If I were to spare you, there might come a day when you seek vengeance against me. Thus, today, the Shimin family must be annihilated. Wushuang, eliminate those two. With a swift motion, Ji Wushuang drew her swords and severed the heads of Shimin Shu and Shimin Ji in an instant. Boom, boom. Zhao Fan's cultivation level surged once more. Transformation into God. 16th level. Transformation into God. 17th level. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Zhao Fan sensed that with a mere clench of his fist, he could obliterate anything. Despite possessing a multitude of talismans in his bag, he desired to test his own strength. Children of the Shimin family, engage the enemy. At that moment, Shimin Zhong was engulfed in despair. He realized that pleading was futile. Even in death, he sought to take a few down with him. Attack. Dozens surged forth, charging at Zhao Fan. Chapter 56. The five disciples ascend together. Zhao Fan smiled. Suddenly, he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. He then executed the instantaneous movement technique, moving with the swiftness of light, appearing and disappearing in a blink. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch he unleashed, one adversary after another fell to the ground. In less than 10 breaths, the members of the Shimin family, including Shimin Zhong, the steward, and the second and third generations of the family, were all struck down. Their dantians shattered, rendering them powerless. In the next instant, Zhao Fan returned to his original position, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This scene left not only the Shimin family in utter shock, but also left Luo Wanshou and his brothers in a state of astonishment. Judging by his cultivation level, their ancestor seemed to be at the 9th level of transformation into God, yet his power was so formidable that even someone like Shimin Zhong, at the 9th level of Ming Dao, was easily defeated with a single punch. His martial arts are undoubtedly formidable, and his footwork is equally enigmatic and extraordinary. The venerable ancestor exudes an impressive aura. The three exchanged glances, subtly nodding in agreement. Initially, they harbored doubts, but witnessing the ancestor's combat prowess, along with the ability to craft 9th-tier talismans, they pondered, who in the world could possibly threaten him? Surely, he could traverse the entire eastern domain with ease. Ji Wushuang and the other 4 disciples also exchanged looks, contemplating. Has our master truly reached such a level of strength? Moreover, the 3 elderly figures standing in the air were evidently powerful and fearsome entities who addressed their master as the venerable ancestor. I had suspected it all along. Our master could not merely be a supreme elder of the Qingzhou Sword Sect. He is, in fact, a formidable being from the eastern domain. Now, their faith solidified. They believed their master to be a terrifying powerhouse who had lived for 3,000 years. Wushuang, Qingyan, Muyu, eliminate all those who surpass your realms. Allow the lower-ranked servants to leave. Furthermore, spare the elderly, women, and children. Although Zhao Fan was not a saint, he could not bring himself to harm even the innocents. Even if some children belonged to the direct line of the Shimin family, he remained indifferent. With the system at his disposal, he felt invincible. Understood, master. The 3 acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of heads rolled. Only about 20 elders, women, and children remained, all kneeling in terror, their faces stricken with fear. Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes. He spoke not a word, and those present dared not depart, each fearing a sudden change of heart from him. In truth, Zhao Fan was not hesitant. He was reveling in the joy of his ascendant realm. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of potent energy surged forth, each stronger than the last, to the point where Zhao Fan feared he might burst from the pressure. At this moment, he truly appreciated the benefits of a robust Qi and Dantian. The repeated cultivation within the Golden Core realm had proven to be no deception. He understood that if it weren't for the system masking his energy, he would have likely shaken the entire central continent. Others could not perceive it, but he could. Streams of energy soared higher, piercing the heavens, ascending to the 9th sky. Transformation of the divine, 18 layers. Transformation of the divine, 19 layers. System. 19 layers of transformation of the divine. Shouldn't it be the first layer of enlightenment? Zhao Fan recalled that after 2 repetitions in the Golden Core Realm, he had begun to enter the first layer of transformation of the divine after reaching the 18th layer. Why was the transformation of the divine still continuing? Host. If you wish to enter the enlightenment realm, it is not impossible. I can convert the 19 layers of transformation of the divine into the first layer of enlightenment. Zhao Fan sighed in relief, understanding that he could switch at will. Indeed, host. However, there are advantages to this. You can continue to maintain your facade. If some powerful beings see you, they might assume you are in the transformation of the divine realm, thus more likely to provoke you. Once they do, you would have a legitimate reason to act against them, facilitating your breakthrough, wouldn't it? Imagine, if you effortlessly ascend to the profound realm. Who would dare to provoke you lightly? Once you reach that point, further enhancement would become a challenge. Zhao Fan pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, as a practitioner at the transformation realm, he appeared as a mere fledgling in the eyes of formidable cultivators at the enlightenment and profound understanding realms, making him susceptible to their attention. However, the means by which such enhancement was achieved seemed rather insidious. No, while I am a being of slaughter, there exists a doctrine to my violence. This bears no direct correlation to the heights of one's cultivation. I cannot lead others astray into wrongdoing. Yet, he understood that a more solid foundation would inherently elevate the pinnacle of one's cultivation. It is akin to erecting a building. The sturdier the foundation, the higher the structure can ascend. Very well, in light of this, I shall remain within the confines of the transformation realm. Transformation realm, 20-fold. Transformation realm, 21-fold. Transformation realm, 22-fold. Transformation realm, 33-fold. 33-fold. How does it feel as though I possess the strength of a tribulation-level cultivator? Although Zhao Fan had never engaged in battle with a tribulation-level master, he had once wielded an invincible card. The devastation he had witnessed bore the potency of such a formidable being. At this moment, he felt entirely capable of erasing an entire city with a single stroke of his sword. Though his swordsmanship had yet to reach the pinnacle of perfection, his actual prowess had long since transcended countless times. This exemplified the adage, great strength yields miraculous results. A singular force can dismantle myriad laws. You all wait here. With a decisive step, Zhao Fan entered the grand estate of the Shiman family. Activating the Crimson Eye technique, he swiftly located the fortune stone of the Shiman clan. Without a hint of hesitation, he communicated with the spirit of the chaos tree and extracted it, depositing it into the system. The system interface displayed yet another auspicious cloud. With the elevation of Zhao Fan's cultivation, he found himself in a state of invincibility, even without the invincible card. He felt a twinge of guilt towards the spirit of the chaos tree, having a dignified celestial being toil as a mere excavator for him. Instantly, a pall of gloom enveloped the skies above the Shiman estate, casting an air of darkness over the entire courtyard. Although those kneeling outside remained oblivious to the unfolding events, they dared not inquire. Zhao Fan continued his exploration and ultimately stumbled upon energy crystals within a hidden chamber. Upon counting, he discovered more than 50. Truly, the second most powerful force in the central continent lived up to its reputation. Zhao Fan unceremoniously commanded the tree's spirit to retrieve them and store them within the system. System, enhance my instantaneous step to 1,000 miles. Instantaneous step enhancement in progress. Ding. Instantaneous step upgraded to 100 meters per stride. Rank elevated to 5. System. Is the instantaneous step rather superfluous? Given my current realm, a mere step could achieve a distance of a kilometer. Why would I require the instantaneous step? The host expends spiritual energy when stepping with their cultivation, whereas instantaneous step is a martial technique that consumes no spiritual energy during movement. With my vast reservoir of spiritual energy, should I truly fear its expenditure? Very well, martial techniques hold their merit. Zhao Fan paid it no mind. With a determined stride, he indeed traversed 100 meters in an instant. Not only did he cover great distance, but his speed also soared dramatically, akin to that of lightning itself. Behold the system panel. Name, Zhao Fan. Age, 20 years. Realm, transformation stage. 33rd level, swordsmanship, perfected sword intent. Techniques, 5th grade supreme instantaneous movement perfected. 1 step equals 100 meters. Holy grade supreme Songlong dominance technique at the entry level. Martial skills, 5th grade supreme Tai Xian 7 swords perfected. Holy grade supreme dragon slayer technique perfected. Holy grade supreme primal divine fist perfected. Emperor grade supreme Yanhuang absolute blade perfected. Magical artifacts, azure rainbow sword, etc. Auxiliary panel, activated. Fortune, 5 paths, items, Immortal Emperor card, etc. In the next moment, Zhao Fan stepped outside and observed those kneeling before him. You may leave now, he declared, unwilling to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. The kneeling individuals promptly departed. At that moment, a young man stood at the alley's entrance. It was Li Buchuan from the Li family of Jiangqing. He had accompanied Shimin Bingshuang to Zhongzhou, yet was taken aback by Zhao Fan's formidable presence. Consequently, upon arriving in Zhongzhou, he was assigned by Shimin Zhong to a shop for an experience, thereby narrowly escaping the bloodshed. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and quietly departed. Zhao Fan, oblivious to Li Buchuan's presence, turned to Luo Wanshou and the other three, saying, "You should return to the eastern domain. I plan to remain in Zhongzhou for a while longer." Luo Wanshou and his companions clasped their fists in respect and swiftly departed. Subsequently, Zhao Fan led Ji Wushuang and the other five towards the outskirts of the city. His intention to linger was twofold: to take Murongyu with him and to visit the prestigious Wanjian Mountain Manor. As the foremost power in Zhongzhou, it would be a pity not to pay a visit. Of course, as they had not provoked him, he had no desire to annihilate their clan, which would contradict his principles. Instead, he merely wished to pay a visit and broaden his horizons. Before long, Zhao Fan and his 5 disciples arrived at a secluded spot outside the city. He recalled that Murongyu had reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm, and as her senior brothers and sisters, Ji Wushuang and the others could not be lacking in strength. Thus, he produced a set of upgrade talismans. These were all enhancement symbols. Since they were of no use to him, he decided to reward them to his disciples. Not all items were upgrade symbols, however. The system possessed a formidable function: conversion. It could transform other items into upgrade symbols. Here, each of you shall receive 3 talismans. Let us elevate your realms. I will provide you protection. The rewards Zhao Fan accrued were not solely from daily automatic bonuses, but also included rewards from Haizi and Qianduoduo during their realm advancements. Although Haizi and Qianduoduo could not assist Zhao Fan in elevating his own realm, each level they ascended would grant him additional rewards. Boom, boom, boom. With the application of the upgrade symbols, Ji Wushuang and the others unconditionally advanced, each achieving 3 levels. Ji Wushuang and Qin Yan attained the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. Qianduoduo reached the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm. Haizi achieved the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, while Mu Yu attained the 8th level. The 5 disciples were elated, kneeling in gratitude to their master. Zhao Fan waved his hand. "Let us go. I shall take you to visit Wanjian Mountain Manor." Chapter 57. The Betrothal of Murongyu at Wanjian Mountain Manor, Nia Family. Main Hall. A group of individuals knelt on the ground, among them Nia Shaoqing and Murongyu. Upon the grand throne before them sat a youth clad in resplendent attire, appearing to be around 20 years of age, with an expression of haughty disdain. He cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling figure before him, nostrils slightly elevated, and languidly inquired, "What do you think of the opportunity one have bestowed upon your Nia family? Although the Murong family is also of notable stature, you are well aware that we, the Wan Sword Manor, exist on an entirely different echelon." An elderly man with silver hair clasped his hands in deference. "Young master, we are grateful for your regard towards my daughter, Yuer. However, she is not entirely free in this matter. From a tender age, she has already been marked by another, a person whom our Nia family cannot afford to provoke." "What?" The youth in splendid garments scoffed. "Nia family head. You dare to say that your family cannot contend with him? Do you believe that Wan Sword Manor fears him? Pray tell, who is this individual?" The Nia family head hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. "I apologize, but he is a terrifying existence, and I dare not disclose his identity." Suddenly, the youth rose to his feet. "Nia, it appears you are merely stalling. I shall take Murongyu with me today." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and in an instant, Murongyu was lifted from the ground, soaring to stand before him. He placed a firm hand upon her shoulder, commanding, "You will accompany me." "No, no." The Nia family head's countenance turned pale in horror. "Young master, you cannot. That individual has declared he will come to take her upon her 18th birthday, to claim her as his Dao companion." "Haha." The youth laughed heartily. "A Dao companion? Does that fearsome being hail from the eastern region? Or perhaps an even grander central region?" The Nia family head forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "Young master, I cannot divulge." With a sudden clenching of his fist, the youth unleashed a tremendous aura, sending the Nia family head and others hurtling through the air. "I am determined to take Murongyu away today. Let us see who dares to obstruct me." What audacious words! "If you wish to take my disciple, you must first pass through me." A group entered, led by a striking figure with flowing hair, sword-like brows, and captivating eyes, clad in an ethereal black robe, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. This was none other than Zhao Fan and his companions. Master, Murongyu, akin to a drowning soul grasping a lifeline, hurriedly retreated behind Zhao Fan. "Who are you, boy?" The youth in splendid attire regarded Zhao Fan with indifference. Zhao Fan unleashed his crimson-eyed technique, instantly discerning the youth's level of cultivation. First layer of Mingdao. Not bad for one so young. It is clear you are backed by a significant power. I am Murong Yu's master. Do you intend to take my disciple? Haha. The youth laughed derisively. Do you have any idea what you are saying? You are nothing but a worthless wretch. Murong Yu is mine, begone. Before the youth's words could fully escape his lips, Zhao Fan swiftly reached out and seized his neck. Is that so? Who granted you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me? This scene caused not only the youth in splendid attire to change his expression, but even Nie Xiaoqing and others were taken aback. Although they were aware that Zhao Fan might possess ties to formidable powers behind the scenes, they had not anticipated him to be capable of subduing the youth, especially given that he was a first layer of Mingdao practitioner. You dare to ambush me? Release me, or I shall ensure the demise of you and those connected to you. Zhao Fan chuckled, unfazed by the threat. Do you not realize that every individual who has dared to offend me is now but a memory beneath the grass of their graves? Young Master Zhao. He hails from the 10,000 Swords Manor. Nie Xiaoqing interjected, her voice laced with concern. While the Symbolist Association wielded immense power, the 10,000 Swords Manor stood as the preeminent force in the central continent. It was evident that Nie Xiaoqing feared Zhao Fan's recklessness. The 10,000 Swords Manor? Zhao Fan mused, surprised by the unexpected intersection of his ambitions and this formidable entity. Haha, are you frightened, boy? Kneel before my ancestor, and with the hand that dared to offend me, sever it yourself. Otherwise, I shall bring about your end. The young man in fine clothing proclaimed loudly. Despite being at Zhao Fan's mercy, he exhibited no fear, believing Zhao Fan's moment of contemplation indicated trepidation. Zhao Fan's gaze turned icy. I offer you a chance. Summon your support. The young man in fine clothing sneered. You? Need I call upon my allies? Release me, and I could crush you with a single slap. Zhao Fan regarded him with a mocking expression. So confident, are we? Very well, I grant you this opportunity. With that, Zhao Fan loosened his grip on the young man's neck and turned away, stating, let us proceed outside. A mere 10 breaths later, they stood at the entrance of the Nie residence. Zhao Fan positioned himself 3 paces away from the young man. Prepare to meet your end. The young man sneered, sweeping his hand with force. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, forming an ethereal giant hand that descended menacingly towards Zhao Fan. The members of the Nie family turned pale with dread. Young master, spare him, Nie Xiaoqing implored, fearing that if the young man were to slay Zhao Fan, it would cement an irrevocable enmity between their families, stripping her daughter of the backing of the Symbolist Association and potentially incurring their wrath upon the Nie family as well. Yet, the young man only reveled in Nie Xiaoqing's plea, intensifying the spiritual energy behind his strike. The looming hand cast an ominous shadow, akin to a mountain crashing down, fracturing the surrounding space and creating a vast black hole, as though a monstrous beast sought to consume Zhao Fan. Master, be careful, Murong Yu exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Fan smiled at her, dismissing the threat with a wave of his hand. A mere practitioner at the Bright Path realm is no more significant than an ant in my eyes. With a graceful motion of his right hand, he unleashed a powerful wave. With a resounding crash, the young man's attack dissipated entirely. What? Gasped the onlookers, including Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter, who were taken aback. Although she had placed her daughter under Zhao Fan's tutelage, she had anticipated he would rely on talismans for defense. Little did she know that with a mere flick of his wrist, he had nullified the strike of a formidable cultivator at the Bright Path realm. It became clear that he possessed considerable prowess. 9th level of the Transformation God realm. So you have concealed your aura. But even at the 9th level, you are but refuse in my eyes. Understand, the chasm between realms is vast, and the gulf separating us is monumental. You are worlds apart from me. Listen closely. Young man, I offer you a chance. Kneel and sever one of your arms, then obediently allow me to take away Murong Yu. Or else, death shall be your only fate today. The young man in splendid attire felt emboldened upon discerning Zhao Fan's true prowess. Humph, with your audacity, I surmise the disciples of the Wanjian Manor are not much different. In that case, I shall proceed with confidence. Come with me to Wanjian Manor. As he spoke, Zhao Fan swiftly advanced, appearing before the young man in a heartbeat, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Let us go. Zhao Fan constrained the young man, while Ji Wushuang and others, along with members of the Nie family, trailed behind. Master Zhao, will you not inform those behind you of this matter? Nie Xiaoqing approached Zhao Fan and whispered, behind me? There is no one. Zhao Fan replied with a faint smile. Nie Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Master Zhao, it may not be wise for you to head to Wanjian Manor without your allies. Zhao Fan shook his head resolutely. Today, I shall annihilate this so-called foremost force of Zhongzhou. Nie Xiaoqing exchanged glances with her daughter. It seemed that he possessed an invincible card. one that bore the strength of a tribulation-level cultivator, indeed capable of overpowering Wanjian Manor. Realizing this, the mother and daughter duo ceased their hesitation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the power of the invincible card had no limits. The stronger the opponent, the stronger it became, as gentle winds caressed the mountain ridge. The invincible card would always remain slightly more formidable than any given realm. Moreover, the realm of understanding that Nie Xiaoqing and her daughter possessed was quite limited, leading them to believe that the invincible card was merely a manifestation of tribulation-level potency. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain outside Zhongzhou City. Wanjian Manor lay upon the slope, encased in crimson walls, showcasing rows of buildings. It was vast, seemingly capable of accommodating hundreds. Listen well, people of Wanjian Manor. Your kin are in my grasp. Zhao Fan bellowed as they approached the manor's entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen guards rushed forth, the foremost among them. An elder clad in green, momentarily paused upon seeing the young man in splendid attire being held captive by Zhao Fan. He cast a glance at the individuals behind Zhao Fan and exclaimed, "Are you from the Nie family? How bold you are! Do you not realize this is Wanjian Manor? Now, at once, release the young master." Chapter 58, Steward Wan. This is a misunderstanding. Nie Xiaoqing hastily clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. Steward Wan. This is a misunderstanding. Steward Wan waved his hand dismissively. Nie Xiaoqing, are you speaking as a member of the Nie family or the Morong family? Regardless of which, you should understand that even combined, the Nie and Morong families are insignificant before Wanjian Manor. Nie Xiaoqing wished to say more, but Zhao Fan interjected, Elder Nie. There is no need for further discussion. It seems the Wan family is unwilling to reason. With that, Zhao Fan sealed the young man's aura and hurled him behind him. Kill him. What? Aside from Ji Wushuang and her companions, the others, including Steward Wan, were momentarily stunned. Then, Steward Wan burst into laughter. Young man, I would give you 100 chances, yet you would not dare to harm someone from the Wan family. Kneel. The young man in splendid attire also laughed heartily. Do you dare to kill me? You may try. However, before they could finish their taunts, a swift motion resulted into the master's words or commands. Execute without hesitation. The Nie family members were taken aback. Ding! Congratulations to the host's senior disciple, Ji Wushuang, for slaying an opponent beyond his level, rewarded with an elevation in realm. Upon checking the panel, he found himself at the 34th level of the Transformation Realm. Feeling a surge of strength, Zhao Fan clasped his hands behind his back, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Housekeeper Wan's face darkened with fury as he bellowed, You seek death. With his left hand behind his back, Zhao Fan beckoned with his right. Do you wish to avenge your young master? Then come at me. Seeing Zhao Fan's disdainful gaze, Housekeeper Wan roared and lunged forward, his right hand reaching out to seize Zhao Fan's neck. Boom. A torrent of powerful spiritual energy engulfed Zhao Fan in an instant. The third level of the Enlightenment Realm. Zhao Fan nodded. A mere housekeeper, yet he was a formidable cultivator at the Enlightenment level. The Wansword Manor was indeed impressive. With this thought, he reached out with his palm, piercing through layers of energy, and with a sudden grip, he seized Housekeeper Wan's neck. The energy dissipated, revealing the two figures. What? The Nie family members were dumbfounded to witness a distinguished cultivator of the third level of the Enlightenment Realm being restrained by Zhao Fan. What was happening? Wasn't he at the 9th level of the Transformation Realm? If the attack on the well-dressed youth was considered a sneak attack, then this confrontation with Housekeeper Wan could hardly be categorized as such, given that Housekeeper Wan had struck first. Nie Xiaoqing whispered to her daughter, Your master is extraordinary. We underestimated him. Although he is only at the 9th level of the Transformation Realm, he can challenge opponents above his level. His true combat prowess must be around the 5th level of the Enlightenment Realm. She believed that only cultivators above the 5th level of the Enlightenment Realm could defeat those at the 3rd level in an instant. Release the housekeeper. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the manor, an imposing presence that compressed the space into a series of black holes. It was the third master, Wan Jiaqing. Nie Xiaoqing's expression shifted, exclaiming, This is a formidable opponent at the 1st level of the Profound Realm. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Zhao Fan. Concern etched on her face. Zhao Fan cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a brocade robe, resembling the deceased well-dressed youth. You expect me to release him just because you say so? Zhao Fan replied mockingly. The young master is dead. What? At that moment, Wan Jiaqing finally noticed his son's headless corpse on the ground. Who killed my son? Boom. Wan Jiaqing clenched his fists, his fury soaring. The immense pressure shattered the surrounding space. The several guards behind him were thrown back by the shockwave. The Nie family members staggered backwards. Fearing the repercussions of his overwhelming aura, Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, It was I? Die. Wang Jiaqing unleashed a palm strike towards Zhao Fan. This strike obscured the heavens, the colossal gust of air causing the space to tremble violently. Zhao Fan locked on a Housekeeper 1's aura and flung him backward. Kill him. Swish. Ji Wushuang wasted no time, her sword descending to sever Housekeeper 1's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's senior disciple, Ji Wushuang, for slaying an opponent beyond her level. Rewarded with an elevation in realm. She reached the 35th level of the transformation realm. A smile danced on Zhao Fan's lips. Had the wand sword manner not provoked him, he would not have taken action. However, it now appears that an unending confrontation is inevitable. The Fate Stone, the Energy Crystal. Just wait, I am coming for you. As Wang Jiaqing launched a formidable strike, Zhao Fan did not retreat, with his left hand reversed and his right hand reaching out. He declared, come to me. What? Everyone, including Ji Wushuang and the 5 major disciples, was momentarily stunned. That was a formidable expert at the first level of the Enlightenment stage. Their master was actually attempting to seize him? In the midst of their astonishment, Zhao Fan's hand pierced through layers of force and arrived before Wang Jiaqing. Wang Jiaqing, horrified, began to retreat, but Zhao Fan's foot pressed down, moving with the speed of a shadow, far surpassing Wang Jiaqing's pace. Boom! Wang Jiaqing's neck was ensnared. His entire being's aura instantly diminished, akin to a deflated balloon. Let me go? I am the 3rd master of the Wanjian Mountain Manor. And what of it? Zhao Fan regarded him with indifference. The might of my elder brother and second brother is beyond your capacity to contend with. Release me, and we may find common ground. Otherwise, a relentless feud awaits us. Wang Jiaqing implored. Zhao Fan smiled. What I seek is precisely this unending conflict. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his head, sensing 2 powerful auras approaching. 2 figures soared from the manor, standing in the void. On the right stood a middle-aged scholar, with an ancient, splendid long sword at his back. On the left was a middle-aged man with a beard, surprisingly wielding a knife. It turned out that the Wanjian Mountain Manor practiced not only swordsmanship, but also the art of the blade. Instinctively, Zhao Fan recognized that both the sword and knife were 7th-tier Dao artifacts. Perfect. Just right for Qingyan and Muyu. Zhao Fan chuckled. Young man, release my 3rd brother. I am Wan Jiao, the head of the Wan family, and this is my 2nd brother, Wan Jiao. Let us speak civilly. The middle-aged scholar stated. I came to converse amicably, but your manor's steward denied me the opportunity. Therefore, I apologize, but I no longer wish to engage in dialogue. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Do you wish to fight or reason? Such things do not coexist in this world. The enmity is established, and the Wan family shall seek retribution sooner or later. The nature of great powers is well understood by Zhao Fan. With this thought, he locked onto Wang Jiaqing's aura and hurled him backward, proclaiming, kill him. Uft! Ji Wushuang's sword descended. Wang Jiaqing's head rolled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 level of cultivation. The transformation into the 36th stage of the transformation god. Zhao Fan's heart rejoiced, a smile gracing his face. He beamed at the 2 figures in the air. Head of the Wan family, 2nd master, I now believe we might contemplate reconciliation. Might I inquire if you are amenable? With the key figure disposed of, Zhao Fan was not inclined to pursue absolute destruction if the opponent sought peace. Presumptuous. To dare slay my 2nd brother, reconciliation is unattainable. You and your allies shall perish. Wang Jiao roared, charging at Zhao Fan. The force surged like a tidal wave from the heavens, as if the Milky Way were in reverse. It was an unstoppable force. The Nia family members turned pale. It was over. The fury of the Enlightenment stage was earth-shattering. Zhao Fan suddenly stamped his feet and leapt forward to confront Wang Jiao. What? Wang Jiao is indeed at the 5th realm of the transcendent stage. Nia Shaoqing parted her lips, intending to offer a warning. She had initially assumed that Zhao Fan was merely at the 5th level of the Mingdao stage. But after witnessing him capture Wang Jiaqing with a single move, she realized he must possess at least the strength of the 3rd level of transcendence. At that moment, seeing him charge towards Wang Jiao, she felt a surge of fear. What power does young Master Zhao truly possess? Morongyu, gripped by anxiety, clutched her mother's hand and whispered, Mother, what if our master cannot prevail? Nia Shaoqing replied softly, He won't. He is not an impulsive person. He must have an invincible card up his sleeve. Morongyu shook her head, worry etched across her face. But he hasn't used it. Indeed, Zhao Fan had not invoked his invincible card. Could it be that he was simply that confident? As mother and daughter pondered this, suddenly, the pressure in the air dissipated, and Zhao Fan landed on the ground. To their astonishment, he had indeed captured Wang Jiao. What? In that moment, the Nia family members were left speechless. Even Ji Wushuang and the other 4 exchanged glances. Master is incredible. Master is invincible. Master, I adore you. Duo exclaimed, raising his arms in celebration. Zhao Fan had repeatedly shattered their preconceived notions. It turned out that their master was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was far from merely a 9th-level alchemist, effortlessly subduing a formidable master of the 5th realm of transcendence. This was a remarkable feat, transcending 2 major realms with ease. Duo became even more convinced that their master was an ancient monster from 3,000 years ago. Qingyan, kill him. That knife is yours. Chapter 59, You Don't Follow the Rules. Zhao Fan did not hesitate. He directly locked onto Wan Jiayu's aura and tossed him aside. He would not provoke anyone. But those who harbored murderous intent against him would meet their end. Yes, master, Qingyan exclaimed joyfully, as someone fond of blades. She had already noticed the knife behind Wan Jiayu. With a swift strike, she severed his head, and then she grasped the knife in her hand. With a gentle pull, the blade shimmered like liquid mercury, a vivid blue hue radiating as the aura of the knife spread, chilling the hearts of onlookers. A magnificent blade. It was a pity for Wan Jiayu, who had not even had the chance to draw his weapon before his demise. The hilt bore 2 clear characters, Dragon Slayer Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host Disciple Qingyan for slaying an opponent beyond her level. Reward, 1 realm upgrade. She had now reached the 37th level of the alchemy stage. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, Zhao Fan would have laughed heartily. He turned his gaze toward Wan Jiayu in the air. Wan Zhuozhu, what about you? Will you seek vengeance for them? He assumed that with the loss of 2 brothers and a nephew, Wan Jiayu would be eager to descend and retaliate. However, to his surprise, Wan Jiayu merely adjusted his expression and clasped his hands. Little brother, I understand that it was my inept nephew who offended you. Since you have slain him, along with his father and second uncle, are you not satisfied? Zhao Fan was taken aback, thinking, what is happening? You are not adhering to the script. Witnessing Wan Jiayu's capitulation, not only Zhao Fan but also the Nye family and the emerging members of the Wan family were left astonished. Head of the family. This cannot be. The 2nd and 3rd estate masters have been killed by this person. Why should we submit? Kill him. Kill him. For the sake of our 2 estate masters. From the crowd emerged 2 middle-aged women, accompanied by a young couple, all of whom charged furiously towards Zhao Fan. It was evident that they were the wives and children of Wan Jiayu and Wan Jiacheng. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan pressed down, and one by one, all 4 individuals, regardless of their cultivation levels, collapsed to the ground, their breaths restrained, rendered incapable of retaliating. Zhao Fan then reached out, seizing them in midair and casting them aside, eliminating them with ruthless efficiency. Thud, 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 thud. For severed heads rolled onto the ground. Witnessing Zhao Fan's brutal display, the members of the Wan Sword Manor were momentarily paralyzed with shock. When had the Wan Sword Manor ever been subjected to such humiliation? Boom, 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 boom. The system notifications rang out consecutively, signaling Zhao Fan's ascension in cultivation, 38th level of transformation, 39th level, 40th level, 41st level. As he felt the successive strengthening of his body, an instinct told Zhao Fan that his true cultivation had reached the void realm, and he was undoubtedly nearing the crossing tribulation realm. Yet, in terms of actual combat prowess, he had already attained the late stage of the crossing tribulation realm. Dear Manor Master, you see, it is not my desire to eliminate them. Rather, they sought to kill me. This is merely self-defense. Do you understand? Wan Jiayu's gaze flickered with complexity. Though consumed by hatred, he repeatedly affirmed, I understand, I understand. The members of the Wan Sword Manor, witnessing this, had lost faith in their leader, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, who is unafraid of death? This man was terrifying. While he appeared to be at the 9th level of transformation, the true extent of his combat power was inscrutable. Any attempt to engage him, even with all 4 combined, resulted in instant annihilation. Manor Master Wan, since you wish for reconciliation, you must demonstrate a willingness to do so. Now then, how many energy crystals does the Wan family possess? Energy crystals? Perhaps 150? Wan Jiayu stared at Zhao Fan. Little brother, do you have an affinity for energy crystals? Very well, I shall gift you 10. As he spoke, Wan Jiayu waved his palm, summoning 10 energy crystals into the air. Zhao Fan, with keen eyes, noticed a storage ring adorning his finger. With a flick of his hand, the 10 energy crystals were drawn towards him and vanished into the system. 10 is hardly sufficient. I am in need of 150, Manor Master Wan. All of them, if you please. Wan Jiayu's expression shifted dramatically. Little brother, energy crystals are of considerable value. Each one costs 100,000 spirit stones. And even with spirit stones, acquiring crystals is not guaranteed. Are you attempting to coerce me? Zhao Fan chuckled. What is the matter? Does Manor Master Wan refuse? Wan Jiayu's demeanor grew increasingly grim. It seems you are determined to annihilate my family. If that is the case, I shall experience your esteemed prowess. With that, Wan Jiayu slowly drew the sword from behind him. The blade glimmered like a thread of light, illuminating the sky above. Prepare to die? With an assertive stance, the sword light pierced through the space, ascending 100 feet before lunging towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled. He suddenly stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Wan Jiayu, reaching out and gripping his neck. Manor Master, since you wish to take my life, I regret to inform you that the Wan family shall be eradicated. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Yet again, it was a single move, with a single maneuver. He has taken control of Wan Jiayu. What kind of power is this? From the aura recently released by Wan Jiayu. It should be an entity at the 8th layer of the Transcendence Realm. The 8th layer of Transcendence. Only second to the revered ancestor of the Shiman clan. Mu Yu. Eliminate him. This precious sword is now yours. As he spoke, Zhao Fan stepped into the void and returned to his original position, casting Wan Jiayu, whose aura he had locked onto, at Mu Yu's feet. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment, her gaze falling upon the longsword. The sword measured 2 feet and 8 inches in length and 2.5 inches in width, its entire body of vivid green, faintly radiating a crimson glow. Indeed, it is a 7th-tier Dao artifact. Thank you, Master. Stealing her heart, Mu Yu swung the sword, severing Wan Jiayu's head, and grasped the weapon tightly. Noticing the 2 characters Qi Yun engraved on the hilt. Notification: congratulations to the Disciple Mu Yu for defeating an opponent of a higher tier. A realm upgrade reward has been granted. Boom. A powerful aura surged into the heavens, piercing the void and forming a massive black hole. She has reached the 42nd layer of the Transformation Realm. Zhao Fan wore a smile, but suddenly turned to gaze at the members of the Wan family, his expression turning icy. The Wan family members, upon meeting Zhao Fan's gaze, recoiled in fear. Those of you wishing to avenge the master, feel free to step forward. All were trembling, their bodies quaking in terror as they regarded Zhao Fan. Too frightened to utter a word or make a move, Zhao Fan grew anxious. Among these individuals, at least half were cultivators, and 1/3 exceeded the realms of his disciples. What a valuable opportunity for heads. Of course, these individuals were merely from the Wan Sword Manor, and not necessarily relatives of the Wan family, akin to villagers. He had no reason to annihilate the entire village. Come on, those seeking vengeance, step forward. Are you all cowards? The master of the manor has treated you fairly, has he not? The Wan family has protected you. How can you not desire vengeance for the master's death? Zhao Fan earnestly implored, feeling somewhat despicable. Am I being a bit excessive for the sake of heads? Is this inducing crime? Yet, these people were not foolish. If even the master could not contend with Zhao Fan, who would dare approach? Esteemed elder, we are not closely related to the head of the Wan family. Nor are we even kin. Indeed, please feel free to kill. We shall not seek revenge. Esteemed elder, my surname is Qian, not Wan. Zhao Fan, somewhat dejected, was about to let them go when suddenly, an immense aura erupted from within the manor, accompanied by a chilling voice. You dare to kill my people from the Wan Sword Manor, taking advantage of my ancestor's seclusion? Chapter 60, the ancestor of the Wan family. Half step into the void realm. Boom, boom, boom. A figure appeared in the void, dark clouds swirling, and powerful energy suffusing the air. The earth trembled violently, as if this realm could not bear the weight of this person's aura. The ancestor of the Wan family? This is the 9th layer of transcendence? No. He has reached the half step into the void realm. Nie Xiaoqing's countenance turned pale with shock. She looked toward Zhao Fan, her expression grave. Yet, Zhao Fan remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the elder in the void. Are you not coming down? Brat, it was you who killed my people from the Wan family? The 9th layer of transformation? How is that possible? The elder stood in the void, looking down, his brow furrowing. Zhao Fan nodded, acknowledging, indeed. I am the one who has slain the master of Wanzhuan. Qian Duo stepped forward, pointing to the sky. Old man, my master is addressing you. Don't you dare remain up there. The elder looked at Qian Duo, his brow furrowing once again. A first-level golden core? How feeble. Even the gatekeeper of Wanjian Mountain is of a higher realm than you. Qian Duo's face flushed with indignation. Who are you calling weak? Do you believe I cannot flatten you with a single slap? The elder roared in fury. You seek death. With a sweeping gesture, he launched a powerful strike downward. Boom. A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth, sweeping across the area and shattering the very fabric of space. This was an indiscriminate attack. While the target was Qian Duo, all those in proximity were within its destructive range. Our ancestral master is mighty. Our ancestral master is invincible. Master, avenge the Lord. A few who had previously claimed no connection to the Wan master suddenly emerged, crying out for vengeance. Zhao Fan glanced at these individuals before shifting his gaze skyward. He understood that if this blow were to land, it would reduce everyone to mere pulp. With a swift motion, he reached into the void. What? Nie Xiaoqing gasped, covering her mouth. Half step into the void. Even in the eastern domain, one would have a place of standing. In the central continent, it is an existence at the pinnacle. However, when she looked back, her astonishment deepened. Zhao Fan's hand had suddenly elongated to dozens of feet, and the previously surging spiritual energy was obliterated into nothingness. Not only were Nie Xiaoqing and the others flabbergasted, but even the elder from the Wan family stood frozen in disbelief. Is this a practitioner at the 9th level of the divine transformation? If so, even 1% of their might would be unbearable. I would have turned to dust long ago. In the midst of their shock, Zhao Fan's ethereal hand swiftly grasped the elder's neck. It wasn't that the elder wished to evade. It was simply that the opponent was too swift and had him locked in, rendering escape impossible. Come down. With a resounding thud, the elder of the Wan family was hurled to the ground. Simultaneously, a half step into the void aura was captured. Zhao Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Had this old man emerged earlier, he might not have dared to act so brazenly. Yet now, with a mere flick of his hand, he had brought the elder down. My young friend, no, esteemed elder, I believe this is a misunderstanding. Esteemed elder? No. I am merely 20 years old. Such a title does not suit you. The elder chuckled nervously. You must be a formidable being who has cultivated for 3 millennia. It is an honor for the Wan family to have you here. Surely, it must have been the younger generation of the Wan family who offended you. They deserve punishment. Do you think that merely uttering these words will spare you from death? You have offended me as well. No, please do not kill me. I am a half-step void practitioner. I can serve you like a beast of burden. You are unworthy. Wu Shuang, finish him. Had it been anyone else, Zhao Fan might have truly spared their life. But the Wan family was different. This was a matter of life and death. The elder's pleas for mercy did not guarantee he would not seek revenge in the future. Moreover, Zhao Fan had no shortage of followers. Keeping him alive would be less advantageous than enhancing his own cultivation. After all, true strength lies in one's own power. Serving as a beast of burden. If I wished to create an immortal emperor, I could forge 100. He recalled his Immortal Emperor card and pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to conjure a batch of immortal emperors to dazzle the world. However, with an immortal emperor by his side, who would dare provoke me? If no one dares to confront me, how can I claim their heads? Without claiming heads, how can I elevate my realm? Suddenly, behind him, Ji Wushuang swept through with a sword, causing the old man's head to roll. You dare to kill me? Once I reconstruct my physical form, I shall return to exact vengeance upon you. A phantom emerged in the void, attempting to escape. This old wretch's primordial spirit. I hadn't anticipated that someone at the half-step void realm would have refined a primordial spirit. Though it appeared somewhat insubstantial, it was still formidable. Zhao Fan reached out and grasped the air, his fingers closing around it. With a sound, the primordial spirit was extinguished. Notification: congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. He reached the 43rd level of the transformation stage. Wushuang annihilated the physical body, and I extinguished the primordial spirit. Do I also receive a reward? Am I being cheated, system? I originally intended to spare you. But since you dared to threaten me, you shall face utter destruction. With that, Zhao Fan turned his gaze toward the remaining members of the Wan family. Upon witnessing their ancestors' defeat, they trembled in fear, particularly those who had boasted earlier, now hanging their heads and too terrified to look up. Zhao Fan extended his hand, swiftly locking the breaths of over a dozen individuals, casting them behind him. Kill them. Thud, thud, thud. One head after another fell to the ground. Notification: congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. Notification: congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. Notification: congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. Notification: congratulations to the host's primary disciple Ji Wushuang for defeating an opponent beyond their level. Reward: 1 realm elevation. He reached the 44th level of the transformation stage, the 45th level, the 46th level, the 50th level. Among the group, several individuals were of a lower realm than Ji Wushuang, allowing the system to elevate him by 7 levels consecutively. Notification: congratulations. The host realm has reached the 50th level of the transformation stage, surpassing the Tribulation Realm and attaining the Myriad Laws Realm, gaining the ability to enact law with mere words. Zhao Fan felt a surge of joy within, gazing upward into the void. I wonder if I can break through the heavenly gate at this moment? The 50th level of the transformation stage, by the delineation of realms, should indeed surpass the tribulation realm. Furthermore, with my internal and external golden elixirs, I possess the strength to contend in the myriad laws realm. Almost there. Just a little longer. After all, who knows what awaits beyond the heavenly gate? With that thought, he withdrew his gaze and addressed the remaining members of the Wan family. What are you still doing here? Depart. Upon hearing this, they rejoiced, realizing they had narrowly escaped death, and hurriedly fled. The Wan Sword manner is nothing but this. Zhao Fan's gaze lingered for a moment on Nie Xiaoqing's face, and he said, extending his hand to collect the storage rings from the Wan family, "You wait here. I shall return shortly." Whoosh. Zhao Fan stepped forward and entered the manor. Simultaneously, he withdrew all the energy stones, offering them to the system for absorption. Indeed, there were a total of 150 stones. System, grant me the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant. In a moment. 1,000 miles enhanced. In a moment, enhanced to the 6th level. A step of 1,000 meters, 1,000 meters? With a single step, one instantly finds oneself a kilometer away. Indeed, it requires no gathering of energy nor expends spiritual force. This technique is rather intriguing. Activating the red-eye technique in conjunction with the instantaneous 1,000 miles, I soon discovered the fateful stone hidden beneath the ancestral hall at the back of the villa. My apologies, Master Wan and the Wan family. It is regrettable that your kin provoked me. With this thought, I reached out, and the fateful stone soared from the earth, entering the system. In an instant, an auspicious cloud appeared on the system panel, its purity surpassing that of the previous ones. Upon reviewing the system information, name, Zhao Fan, age, 20 years, realm, transformation god. 50th layer, divine ability, words manifest as law, sword path, perfected sword intent, cultivation method, 6th rank supreme instantaneous 1,000 miles perfected, a step of 1,000 meters. Holy rank supreme, Songlong dominance technique beginner, martial skills, 5th rank supreme, Tai Xian 7 swords perfected, holy rank supreme dragon slaying technique perfected. Holy rank supreme primordial divine fist perfected, emperor rank supreme, Yin Huang absolute blade perfected. Magical artifacts, green rainbow sword, etc. Auxiliary panel, activated, fortune, 6 paths, items, Immortal Emperor card, etc. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Fan rejoiced and swept out. As he departed, ominous clouds enveloped One Sword Villa, transforming the entire estate into a watercolor painting. A heavy gloom settled. At this moment, within a great mountain in the eastern region, a crimson-haired youth seated in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow in the direction of Zhongzhou. What has transpired? Why do I sense that something is amiss at the villa? Chapter 61. The second use of the Immortal Emperor card outside One Sword Villa. Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With the departure of the Wan family, the clouds parted and the mist cleared. Layers of spiritual energy once again enveloped the skies above One Sword Villa. Quite intriguing. Zhao Fan realized that the villa's location had been wisely chosen. After the Wan family's exit, this place no longer belonged to them. Thus their fortune could no longer influence it. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Why not relocate the Zhao family to Zhongzhou? The Zhao family is merely a clan from Jiangcheng and Qingzhou, far less capable of rapid development than in Zhongzhou. With this thought, Zhao Fan retrieved the communication stone. Subsequently, he activated the stone and beheld the Chaos Tree spirit upon his wrist. Since the Chaos Tree can give birth to a tree spirit, surely the Green Rainbow Sword can as well. With a flicker of intent, the Green Rainbow Sword was in hand. Elevate my realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Green Rainbow Sword has been upgraded to the 11th rank. 11th rank? Let us see if it can nurture a sword spirit. With this thought, Zhao Fan pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the blade. Buzz. The sword energy shimmered, and the blade resonated. Soon, a translucent figure of a woman clad in green emerged from the Green Rainbow Sword. I pay my respects to my master. You are the sword spirit? Splendid. From this day forth, I shall call you Honger. Moreover, I shall assist in elevating your realm. You and Little Chaos shall be my protective trump cards. With that, Zhao Fan took out an Immortal Emperor card and pressed it upon the sword spirit Honger. Instantly, spiritual energy enveloped Honger in a shimmering embrace. Before long, it became evident that Honger was steadily advancing in her realm. Originally at the 11th level, she ascended successively through the stages of Sage, Infinite, Unity, and ultimately reached the human immortal realm, for significant realms in a single leap. In the eastern domain, at the Blood Sect, within a vast pool of blood, a woman was gracefully moving her hands. As she swung her arms, waves of blood energy spiraled like a crimson dragon. Standing at the edge of the pool was a middle-aged woman. Observing this scene, She was the Insha matriarch of the Bloodslaughter sect. The woman cultivating in the pool was none other than her disciple, Su Qiuxiang. Excellent, Qiuxiang. I never imagined that within a mere 7 days, you would attain the first level of spirit transformation and cultivate the Bloodslaughter divine art to the 5th level. It can be said that in the entire Blood sect, apart from my eldest disciple, Wan Yi, you are the foremost. You now have hope for your revenge. With a swift motion, Su Qiuxiang landed beside the pool and bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for bringing me to the Eastern Domain. The Insha matriarch replied, my elder brother, Blood Dizzy, is the sect master of the Blood sect in the Eastern Domain. He has long told me that if he discovered a remarkable talent, he would certainly provide for them. Thus, you need not thank me. It is due to your innate constitution that is perfectly suited for the cultivation of the Bloodslaughter divine art, which is precisely why I left the Eastern Domain, as I could not cultivate it myself. With her fists clenched, Su Qiuxiang gazed towards Jiang City, declaring, Zhao Fan, wait for me. I shall personally end your life. At that moment, a resounding boom erupted from the distance, and a surge of blood energy shot skyward. It is Wan Yi, your elder brother. Let us go and see. The two soared through the air, soon arriving at a hillside where a young man with fiery red hair stood, clad in a crimson robe that billowed dramatically. Surrounding him was a swirling aura of blood energy, and in the air danced countless crimson hand shadows. Within a 30 zhang radius around him, the ground lay in ruins. What has transpired? A deep voice echoed, and a red-haired man stepped through the air, landing on the hillside. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, brother. Wan Yi, Su Qiuxiang. And the Insha matriarch bowed in respect. The red-haired man surveyed the surrounding devastation. Have you reached the 7th level of the Bloodslaughter divine art? Indeed, Master. Wan Yi nodded affirmatively. Excellent. You are advancing much faster than I did in my youth. I reached the 7th level in my 30s. The red-haired man was none other than Blood Dizzy, the sect master of the Blood sect, and the Insha matriarch's elder brother. His gaze fell upon Su Qiuxiang. Remarkable. I did not anticipate that your innate constitution would be so extraordinary. In just a few days, you have reached the 5th level of the Bloodslaughter divine art. However, the subsequent levels will prove to be increasingly challenging, and the hardships you will endure will also intensify. Be prepared for that. Su Qiuxiang nodded. Rest assured, Master. I can endure any hardship. Wan Yi clasped his fists and spoke. Master, I wish to return to Zhongzhou. Is something amiss? Blood Dizzy observed Wan Yi's troubled expression. Yes. My bloodline feels obstructed today, and I am restless. Perhaps there is an issue at Wanjian Villa. I attempted to send a message back, but neither my father nor my second and third uncles responded. Wan Yi's brow furrowed with concern. Well, your blood fiend technique has reached the 7th level. It is time to descend the mountain for training, to nourish your blood essence with the blood of your enemies. This will aid in your cultivation of the 8th level. Go down the mountain, and autumn fragrance. You too should descend for your training. Furthermore, take the sect's divine beast with you. It will expedite your journey. Yes, Master. Wan Yi and Su Qiuxiang clasped their fists in respect and bowed slightly to Mistress Insha before departing from the Blood Sect. In the Qingzhou Sword Sect, at the rear mountain within a secluded cave, Fan Dachu and the elder in the gray garb were enjoying tea. Suddenly, a figure approached from outside. Junior seeks an audience with the two esteemed elders. Come in. A person entered, the Sword Sect's master, Zhong Bugui. Master, please take a seat. Fan Dachu nodded. Zhong Bugui sat before them and said, I have news to share with you both. Zhao Fan has ventured to Zhongzhou and has annihilated the first and second powers there. What? The elder in gray, Pei Yin, glanced at Fan Dachu. Your young master is quite remarkable. Fan Dachu smiled wryly. I did not anticipate such a surprise from him. It seems the time to return to the family is not far off. As he spoke, he gazed longingly towards the cave's entrance. Zhong Bugui clasped his fists. Junior takes his leave. Meanwhile, in Zhongzhou, Zhao Fan sat in the hall of the Wanjian Villa, accompanied by a plump middle-aged man. Qian Duoduo's uncle and the head of the Shui family, who had been invited by Qian Duoduo. Zhao Fan intended to relocate the Zhao family and take over the Shi Min family's business. However, such a vast enterprise required someone proficient in management. Thus, Qian Duoduo brought his uncle to assist. Although Zhao Fan had little interest in management, he did not wish to impose upon the Shui family without compensation. So he allocated a portion of the Shi Min family's assets to them. The Shui family, being a second-tier force, was naturally elated to unexpectedly acquire such significant resources. Soon, members of the Zhao family arrived. This time, not all of them moved. The elder patriarch, Zhao Jingang, and his daughter Zhao Longkui remained in Jiangcheng, while his 3 sons, Zhao Longwei, Zhao Longyan, and Zhao Longku, brought their children to Zhongzhou. The steward, old Zhao, also made the journey. Upon arriving at the Wanjian Villa, Zhao Yifeng, Zhao Manor, Zhao Yan, and Zhao Linger were all filled with excitement. They had never imagined that Zhao Fan would carve out such a domain in Zhongzhou. Most touched was old Zhao. He had not expected his young master to achieve such heights. As the family gathered in the hall, Zhao Fan stood up. He addressed Zhao Longwei with a sense of calm, though he still refrained from calling him father. Familiarize yourselves with the environment, and then communicate with the Shui family head to expedite the takeover of the assets. With that, Zhao Fan left the hall. Zhao Linger followed him. Brother. Zhao Fan paused. Linger, is there something you need? Zhao Linger hurriedly replied. Father has been quite regretful these past few days. Please don't be stern with him, all right? Zhao Fan contemplated for a moment and nodded. I bear no grudges. Just tell him to manage the Zhao family well. As he spoke, Zhao Fan led Ji Wushuang and the others away from the villa, delving deep into the mountains. He intended to elevate their realms once more. After all, this was Zhongzhou. Although he had become invincible within Zhongzhou, the eastern domain lay just beyond. Before departing, Nie Shaoqing had disclosed an important piece of information. The master of Wanzhuang had a son, Wan Yi, who was cultivating in the blood sect of the eastern domain and was rumored to be a prodigy, already the sect's foremost disciple. The blood sect, being second only to the Sword Sect, the Pill Valley, and the Talisman's Guild, was a force to be reckoned with. Zhao Fan, however, held little concern for Wan Yi. Nevertheless, with the blood sect's backing, he understood the necessity of caution, as he still lacked comprehensive knowledge about the eastern domain's powers and did not wish to underestimate them. Upon reaching a secluded valley, Zhao Fan retrieved a broken mirror pill, looking at Ji Wushuang, Qing Yin, Qian Duoduo, He Zi, Mo Yu, and the accompanying Morong Yu. Each would receive 3 pills to ensure a swift breakthrough and subsequent stabilization of their realms. He flicked his fingers, and the broken mirror pills fell into their hands. The 6 of them immediately settled into a meditative posture, consuming the pills. Before long, Ji Wushuang and the others achieved their breakthroughs in succession. A series of powerful auras surged into the sky. After an hour, Ji Wushuang and Qing Yin reached the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, while Morong Yu attained the 6th, and Qian Duoduo, He Zi, and Mu Yu reached the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd levels, respectively. Now, stabilize your realms, Zhao Fan instructed. Although the broken mirror pill was a product of the system and posed no side effects, a rapid elevation could hinder Ji Wushuang and the others' comprehension of each realm's nuances. Thus, they remained in the valley to solidify their advancements. Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a rock, suddenly casting his gaze into the distance. A flash of red appeared in the sky. Was it heading towards Wanjin Villa? He glanced at Ji Wushuang and the others. Continue your cultivation here. I will investigate the villa. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. At the villa, Zhao Longwei and the others were busy arranging for their family members to claim their residences. Suddenly, a tumultuous aura erupted in the distant sky, prompting everyone to exit the villa and gaze upward. What could it be? Zhao Linger observed a dark speck that grew increasingly larger, eventually transforming into a massive red bird. It is a divine beast. The patriarch of the Shui family, being more experienced, recognized it. There is someone atop the divine beast. Zhao Linger exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 62. All major forces come to kneel and welcome. The people of Zhongzhou heard a clear voice resonating from the blood sect's foremost disciple, Wan Yi, proclaiming, all major forces, come forth and kneel and welcome. The sound reverberated through the skies, reaching every corner of Zhongzhou. The eastern domain, the blood sect, these were colossal entities for Zhongzhou. In an instant, the heads of the major forces in Zhongzhou, accompanied by their juniors, hastened to pay their respects. Just as Zhao Fan returned to the villa and witnessed the scene, he furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased by the ostentation displayed. Indeed, following the destruction of the Shimin family and Wanjian villa, the only forces that could be deemed significant were the Morong family, the Shui family, and the Nie family. Members of these several factions soon appeared at the foot of the mountain, kneeling one by one in reverence to the young master. Wan Yi reveled in the awe of the multitude, casting a glance at Su Qiuxiang beside him and proclaiming, "Do you see? This epitomizes the significance of a grand sect's existence." However, an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. He looked downward and realized that the entire Wan Sword Manor was devoid of any familiar presence. Where are the people of Wan Sword Manor? Wan Yi bellowed in fury. The crowd below trembled in fear. Many families were already aware of Wan Sword Manor's annihilation, yet none dared to speak, wary of inciting Wan Yi's wrath. Where are they? Despite being a junior within Wan Sword Manor, Wan Yi held the esteemed title of the blood sect's eldest disciple, engendering an unspoken sense of superiority. And he yearned for the elders of his clan to come forth and welcome. At that moment, a figure emerged from the throng below, exclaiming, "Young Master Wan. Wan Sword Manor has been destroyed." What? Wan Yi swiftly grasped the speaker, lifting him into the air and placing him upon the divine beast. Li Xiao? Su Qiuxiang was taken aback. The individual was none other than Li Buqiuan. Although panic graced his features, he had discerned that the woman beside Wan Yi was Su Qiuxiang, which emboldened him to approach. Junior sister, do you know him? Senior brother, he is my fellow townsman, Li Buqiuan, from Jiangxing. Brotherly, what did you just say? Li Buqiuan pointed at a group standing before the manor. It was he, the one in the center, Zhao Fan, who slaughtered them. He is responsible for the demise of the Shiman family and the people of Wan's Sword Manor. At that moment, Su Qiuxiang's gaze fell upon Zhao Fan, her eyes widening in fury. Zhao Fan, I shall kill you. She leapt down with the force of a mountain, charging toward him. Zhao Fan, with his hands behind his back, regarded her with a mocking expression. Begone. With a thunderous command, Su Qiuxiang found herself ensnared by an overwhelming force, abruptly halting in midair. In the blink of an eye, as if a tempest had arisen, she was hurled backward, rolling until she returned to the divine beast. Is this the power of spoken intent? Indeed, once words are uttered, the laws follow. Zhao Fan merely sought to test the waters, yet was astonished to see her truly cast away. Her beautiful eyes, now filled with astonishment, questioned, what manner of skill is this? The power of spoken intent? No, it cannot be. How could one so young possess such cultivation? The ability to command the laws is said to be the province of those who have attained the realm of myriad laws. Yet how old is he? Realizing her underestimation, she resolved to strike again. With determination, Su Qiuxiang descended, channeling the 5th level of Blood Fiend Divine Art in midair, her entire form glowing crimson, the surrounding air turning a deep scarlet. Like a colossal fireball, she surged downward, and as she neared Zhao Fan, within 10 paces, she suddenly extended her hand, unleashing a blazing palm strike. Seeking death, Zhao Fan swiftly countered, conjuring an ethereal hand that breached the distance and seized Su Qiuxiang by the throat. In an instant, Su Qiuxiang was immobilized, unable to wield the Blood Fiend Divine Art any longer. Her expression shifted to one of horror as she realized that despite having reached the 1st level of Divine Transformation and mastering the 5th level of Blood Fiend Divine Art, she was utterly defenseless against Zhao Fan's grip. What realm is he at? Spare me. Su Qiuxiang was utterly terrified, hastily pleading, you won't kill me, will you? Are you really going to let me live until the new year? Zhao Fan sneered. Little Fan, I was wrong. We grew up together as childhood friends. Please grant me one more chance. I assure you I will never provoke you again. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly brimmed in Su Qiuxiang's eyes. Get lost. Zhao Fan forcefully slapped Su Qiuxiang away. She stumbled aside, covering her face, her expression filled with resentment as she exclaimed, Master Wan, kill him. In the air, Wan Yi slowly rose from the divine beast, gazing at Zhao Fan. Did you truly annihilate my Wan family? Indeed, Zhao Fan responded, hands clasped behind his back as he looked up at him defiantly. Wan Yi chuckled coldly. Impossible. My Wan family is the foremost power in Central State, teeming with formidable warriors. How could a mere 9th level transformation spirit practitioner achieve such a feat? I understand now. You must have employed despicable means. Regardless, you shall die today. Brother, I trust you to handle this. With that, Wan Yi patted the divine beast beneath him. This divine beast, a 3,000-year-old great eagle, was originally the mount of Shue Dizzy. However, as Shue Dizzy had not emerged from the mountains in years, the divine beast accompanied the eldest disciple this time. On one hand, the beast was eager to stretch its wings. On the other, it served as a guardian for the disciple. After all, Shue Dizzy had invested much effort into the eldest disciple, not wishing for any mishap to befall him. With a piercing cry, the great eagle spread its wings wide and swooped down towards the ground. Wherever it passed, fierce winds howled like a tempest, the space shattered, and the air was sliced apart, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, the onlookers below were so frightened that they instinctively recoiled. It was terrifying. This was a divine beast on par with a great practitioner of the profound realm. It was over. That young man was doomed. This divine beast hailed from the Eastern Domain's Blood Sect. How could he, a mere youth, contend against it? They could only wonder how he had managed to scheme against the Wan family. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, today would be his end. Kill him. Kill him. Eliminate them all. In a show of reverence for the Eastern Domain's Blood Sect, many began to raise their arms and shout enthusiastically. These individuals had already concocted plans to ingratiate themselves with Wan Yi. As the divine beast attacked, they intended to rush in, cleaning up the aftermath for the young Master Wan. After all, Zhao Fan's companions were of no consequence. He had already discerned their levels, the highest being Golden Core, while most were merely Foundation Establishment practitioners. The howling winds engulfed Zhao Fan entirely. Kill! Hundreds charged towards the hillside. However, at that moment, Zhao Fan suddenly shouted, Hunger Strike. A brilliant green rainbow instantly sliced through the air. The divine beast, at the profound realm, was cleaved in two, subsequently exploding into a shower of blood. What just transpired? Witnessing the rain of blood cascade, the crowd that had just surged forward halted in bewilderment, staring in shock. As the fierce winds subsided, Zhao Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of majestic pride. Although he had effortlessly dispatched the opponent using his own cultivation, he was eager to test Hunger's power. To his astonishment, the sword spirit's first strike resulted in an instant annihilation. In that moment, to all present, Zhao Fan appeared to be a deity incarnate. Zhao Fan cast a glance down the hillside, and in that moment, those individuals felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, abruptly halting in their tracks, rendered utterly immobile. Wu Shuang, Qing Yan, Mu Yu Air. Go and eliminate them, Zhao Fan commanded, having already spotted Ji Wu Shuang and the others hastening towards him from a distance. He showed no mercy towards those who harbored murderous intent against him. With swift motions, Ji Wu Shuang and her companions descended the slope, and within 10 breaths, over 300 would-be sycophants of 1E met their demise. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple Ji Wu Shuang for successfully challenging a higher rank. Reward: 1 level increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Qing Yan for successfully challenging a higher rank. Reward: 1 level increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Mu Yu for successfully challenging a higher rank. Reward: 1 level increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Mu Rong Yu for successfully challenging a higher rank. Reward: 1 level increase. The ascensions were staggering. The 5th level of transformation, the 6th, the 7th, and the 91st level. Although over half of the 300 were ineffective kills, the remaining few still afforded Zhao Fan an unprecedented enhancement. When the system panel finally displayed the words 91st level of transformation, Zhao Fan felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. He lifted his gaze to his surroundings, perceiving every individual and object as minuscule as ants. The heavens above appeared as if crafted from paper, and the mountains, lakes, and all creation seemed as fragile as porcelain. With but a thought, he could obliterate this realm with a single punch. Extending his consciousness towards the horizon, his sight traversed 100,000 miles. Arriving at a chaotic domain. Was this the edge of the heavens? Zhao Fan understood that beyond this chaotic realm might lie the fabled celestial world. Yet within this chaotic domain, he felt again as if he were ensnared in a mire, trapped within this realm. Chapter 63. Is this the power of the 91st level of transformation? Zhao Fan slowly withdrew his gaze, settling it upon Wan Yi. At that moment, Wan Yi was rendered speechless. No matter how formidable he believed himself to be, he could never contend with a divine beast of the transcendental realm. Zhao Fan had not even lifted a finger. A mere command had caused the divine eagle to explode in a burst of energy. What divine technique was this? Not even his master, the blood drop, could achieve such a feat. He pondered the concept of words manifesting reality, but that was a legendary realm. Not just in the Eastern Domain, but throughout the entire Canglan Realm, no one could accomplish such a thing. Who exactly was he? Could he truly be a fellow townsman of his junior sister from Jiang City? Unable to contain himself, he glanced towards Su Qiuxiang, who stood below. She too was in a state of disbelief. She could never have imagined Zhao Fan possessed such terrifying power. No, it was impossible. He must have employed some secret method. Although she was unaware of its nature, her master had once told her that, for instance, the Rune Masters Guild could create mysterious talismans capable of vanquishing transcendental beings without direct confrontation. However, crafting such talismans was exceedingly intricate, requiring at least a 7th-tier rune master. Even a 7th-tier rune master would need to expend considerable mental and spiritual energy to produce a talisman capable of annihilating a formidable transcendental cultivator. Master. He must be relying on some secret technique or talisman. Do not fear him. Such talismans are exceedingly expensive, and he will undoubtedly not possess a second. Su Qiuxiang, worried that Wan Yi might waver, quickly interjected. Wan Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it must be a talisman. How could I have overlooked that? Had it not been for my junior sister's reminder, I would have brought shame upon the Wan family today. Young man, I know not where you acquired that talisman. But having annihilated both Shiman and the Wan family, and slain the divine beast of my blood sect, you must have exhausted your talisman, am I right? Now, kneel and prepare to meet your demise. As Wan Yi departed, those around him began to awaken from their shock, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it had to be a talisman. Otherwise, he could never have dispatched a divine beast of the Transcendence Realm with such ease. Many, upon reaching this conclusion, were about to cheer for Wan Yi, but suddenly remembered to stifle their voices. After all, the remaining individuals were rational or clever folk. They did not wish to follow in the footsteps of those who had spoken out before them. Zhao Fan, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Wan Yi with a serene demeanor. Since you so enjoy kneeling, then kneel for me. With a single command, Wan Yi felt as though an immense weight had suddenly descended upon him, causing him to collapse from the void. With a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground, cracking the very stones beneath him. What? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Su Qiuxiang retreated several paces, a gut feeling telling her that today was over. Flee. Seizing an opportunity while Zhao Fan was distracted, she turned to escape. Li Buchuan, momentarily stunned, quickly realized the situation and pursued Su Qiuxiang. Zhao Fan's gaze remained fixed upon Wan Yi. How does it feel to kneel? Let me go? Otherwise, my master will kill you. Your master? Indeed. The Blood Sect's blood drop assassins are my masters, formidable cultivators at the half-step tribulation realm. Are you frightened yet? The blood drop assassins of the Blood Sect? Very well. I shall remember that. You may now die. With a snap of his fingers, Wan Yi's body erupted into nothingness, vanishing into the void. How intriguing. A subtle smile danced upon Zhao Fan's lips. This is true power. As his realm ascended, he increasingly felt the strength coursing through him. With a mere utterance, the laws of nature obeyed his will. Was he destined to dominate the heavens? Where is Su Qiuxiang and Li Buchuan? Oh, they have taken advantage of the chaos to flee. Zhao Fan, intentionally refraining from locking onto their presence with his divine sense, knew that if he had, their every movement would be under his command. Suddenly, he cast his gaze toward the mountainside, a flicker in his eyes. Are you not leaving yet? The spectators, frightened, began to disperse. The Morong family, the Nia family, the Shui family, along with others familiar with Zhao Fan, all bowed and clasped their fists in respect before retreating. Turning around, Zhao Fan noticed that the expressions of those around him had shifted. Regardless of age, they regarded him with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Your realms are too low. In the central continent, you are insufficient to protect yourselves. All of you must strive for improvement. With that thought, the spiritual energy of the world surged toward him like a tidal wave. Boom, boom. Amidst the tumultuous echoes, the Zhao family members, Zhao Longwei, Zhao Longku, Zhao Manor, Zhao Linger, Zhao Yan, Old Zhao, Madam Zhao, Second Madam, and Third Madam, experienced a remarkable elevation in their realms, as if caught in a dream. What extraordinary means were at play? Zhao Fan had ascended to divinity. In the next moment, the gaze directed towards Zhao Fan brimmed with intensified admiration. Naturally, Zhao Fan did not neglect Ji Wushuang and the others. Initially, he contemplated preserving their realms to reap the benefits of challenging opponents beyond their level. However, upon reflection, he sensed an ineffable feeling of transcendence, as if this world could no longer contain him. Thus, he decided to send his disciples out for training. Yet, considering their current levels, the risks of such endeavors were considerable. After some contemplation, he unleashed layers of spiritual energy that enveloped Ji Wushuang and her 5 companions like crashing waves. The air reverberated with thunderous sounds. One by one, Ji Wushuang, Qingyan, Qian Duo, Haizi, Muyu, and Murong Yu experienced remarkable advancements. After a considerable duration, the enhancements gradually subsided. Zhao Longwei reached the 5th level of transformation. Zhao Longku attained the 3rd. Zhao Manor and Zhao Linger achieved the 1st level of Golden Core, and Zhao Yiyan ascended to the 2nd level of Golden Core. Old Zhao reached the 1st level of transformation. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang and Qingyan attained the 9th level of transformation, while Murong Yu and Mu Yu reached the 7th level. And Qian Duo and Haizi achieved the 5th level. All eyes turned to Zhao Fan, their faces alight with fervent admiration. Very well, from here on, you are on your own. Wushuang, it is time for you 6 to embark on your journey of training. The best growth occurs through battle. I have elevated you significantly during this time, yet your understanding of realms has been somewhat diminished. Go forth and gain insight through experience. Yes, master. Ji Wushuang and the others discerned their master's intent to depart. Wushuang, Qingyan, you each shall receive a Divine Emperor card. With that, Zhao Fan produced 2 Divine Emperor cards. The onlookers gazed at the cards in astonishment. Master, are these meant for forging Divine Emperors? Ji Wushuang inquired. Zhao Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Upon usage, you shall ascend directly to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Ji Wushuang pondered for a moment and replied, Master, I believe our foundation is not yet solid enough. We require further training. The Divine Emperor card might disrupt my invincible resolve. I shall refrain from using it for now. She returned the card. Qingyan also pushed it back, saying, Master, I have heard that realms beneath the tribulation stage are of utmost importance, and I wish to comprehend the nuances through gradual elevation. Zhao Fan nodded with satisfaction. I am pleased to hear your thoughts. Once your foundations are firmly established, I shall present them to you. Qian Duo eagerly interjected, Master. Grant it to me. I do not cultivate the invincible resolve. Zhao Fan kicked Qian Duo aside, exclaiming, lack of ambition. How can you, as the second senior brother, not set a proper example? This realm is not yet sufficient to accommodate a powerful divine emperor. If you cannot wield such power with ease, do you wish to bring ruin to my estate? Very well, at the appropriate time, I shall bestow one upon each of you. With a sweeping glance at the group, Zhao Fan nodded slightly, and, with a firm step, vanished before them. Senior sister, where shall we go next? I am aware of a place known as the Valley of Beasts. Come, let us venture forth. Subsequently, Ji Wushuang and the other 5 bade farewell to the Zhao family and departed. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, there lies a quaint town, home to a tea house. At this moment, beneath the awning outside the tea house, sits a young man cloaked in black, his long hair flowing gracefully, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His pearly white teeth and rosy lips create a striking visage that compels passers-by to glance his way, particularly the young women, who gaze upon him with admiration. This young man is none other than Zhao Fan. He has not left Zhongzhou, as he wishes to explore the area, hoping to seize upon fortune and perhaps take on another disciple. He does not wish to miss any opportunity. Look at that handsome young man. One girl exclaimed. Senior sister. He is my type. Don't you dare compete with me. Junior sister. There you go again, falling for the charm. Another replied. What notable young man could there possibly be in this little town? I suggest you save your efforts. He is merely toying with the idea, not genuinely interested. Upon overhearing the conversation of the 2 young women, Zhao Fan leisurely turned his head, holding a cup of steaming tea. Chapter 64. The Hall of Heavenly Principles. Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. These 2 girls exuded a distinct aura. Not only were they ethereal and refined, but they also possessed an indescribable quality. They appeared to be in their early 20s, with skin as smooth as jade and features as picturesque as a painting, radiating an essence that was unlike mere spiritual energy. This was the aura of Tao. Had it been a day prior, Zhao Fan might not have sensed the peculiarity of this aura. However, now he wielded the power to command this realm. He perceived the breath of the universe, the essence of the great Tao, the laws of nature. One girl donned green attire, while the other was clad in red. Both were enveloped in the aura of the great Tao and were indeed spiritual entities. Young man. All alone, are we? The girl in red giggled, as she approached Zhao Fan, sitting beside him and lightly caressing his chin with her delicate fingers. The gesture was somewhat suggestive, yet the girl in red seemed unconcerned. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, Is there something you need? Oh, you're rather aloof. Do you not realize that it is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you? Is that so? Then are you aware that your proximity to me brings you misfortune? Just as the red-clad girl was about to respond, she was pulled away by the girl in green. All right, Honger, must you cause a ruckus on my territory? Sister Qinger, if I am here as a guest, must I not be a little more casual? Qinger, pulling Honger aside, whispered, We have secretly come from the mundane realm. If the elder sister finds out, she will hold us accountable. Honger chuckled softly, I couldn't care less. At that moment, the 2 of them seemed to hear something and turned to glance at the clouds above. In the next instant, they vanished from Zhao Fan's sight. Zhao Fan smiled faintly, intrigued. I am eager to discover who you truly are. With that thought, he set down his teacup and vanished as well. In the heavens, there stood a grand hall. Within this hall, a woman clad in yellow sat, while before her stood a woman in white and another in black. All 3 possessed an innate beauty, manifesting as spiritual entities. Where are Bayer, Heyer, Qinger, and Honger? They descended, and Honger, upon her arrival in the eastern region, requested Qinger to show her around. That Honger, always so restless. Just then, a voice from outside laughed. Sister Huanger, have we not returned? In a fleeting moment, Honger and Qinger entered. Greetings, Sister Huang. The 2 women bowed as they entered. Huanger nodded. All right, let us speak of serious matters. I have come to discuss a significant issue with you. As representatives of the 5 realms, Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central, we bear the responsibility of maintaining order among the realms. However, today, an extraordinary power has emerged in the Eastern region. It appears that someone has reached the Heavenly Gate realm. What? Qinger, Honger, Bayer, and Heyer exchanged incredulous glances. Sister Huanger, this is impossible. Unless it is from the Central region, how could there be a practitioner of the Heavenly Gate realm? Furthermore, this realm cannot possibly withstand the presence of such a formidable being. Indeed, Sister Huanger, within the 5 realms, only the 3 eminent practitioners from the Sword Gate, Dan Valley, and the Talisman's Guild surpass the Tribulation realm, let alone a being of the Heavenly Gate realm. Surely there isn't even one from the 10,000 Laws realm. Each is sent through the stages, e.g., refining Qi, foundation establishment, golden core, divine transformation, enlightenment, profound connection, void crossing, tribulation, 10,000 laws, and Heavenly Gate, becomes exponentially more challenging, increasing tenfold with each level. Transitioning from the Tribulation Realm to the Heavenly Gate Realm would require at least a millennium. It is simply impossible. Qing'er, Hong'er, and Bai'er all chimed in. You speak the truth. Huang'er pondered before continuing. Preliminary estimates suggest that this individual has not yet attained the Heavenly Gate Realm, but their actual combat prowess has reached that level, which explains why we have been unable to capture them. Qing'er and the others shook their heads in disbelief. This cannot be. The spatial constraints of the 5 realms make the emergence of a Heavenly Gate power impossible. Qing'er insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Just as Huang'er was about to respond, she sensed something and gazed outward. With a swift motion, she found herself in the void outside the hall. The 4 girls exchanged glances and floated out as well. Outside stood a youth clad in black, with long hair, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the plaque above the hall. Heavenly Dao Hall. Heavenly Dao? So, those 2 spirit girls are manifestations of the Heavenly Dao. As she contemplated this, 5 figures gracefully emerged from within the hall. Among them were Qing'er and Hong'er. It's you? Hong'er was taken aback. Do you know him? Huang'er inquired. I. Hong'er's face flushed, unsure of how to respond. Qing'er whispered a few words in Huang'er's ear. Huang'er responded with a sound of understanding, her gaze fixated on Zhao Fan. You are quite mysterious. Hong'er curiously assessed Zhao Fan. I assumed you were an ordinary person? Zhao Fan looked at her with a playful glint. And now? Hong'er quickly replied. Your ability to track us to the void certainly marks you as no ordinary individual. Zhao Fan cast a sidelong glance at the Heavenly Dao Hall. Is this a moving hall? Are you all manifestations of the Heavenly Dao? Indeed. We are the manifestations of the Heavenly Dao from the 5 realms, East, West, South, North, and Central. However, we typically remain concealed in the void, never interacting with the mundane world. You are the only human we have encountered in the past 3,000 years. Zhao Fan nodded. Since I have met you, I have a question. What lies beyond this realm? As Zhao Fan spoke, he pointed towards the sky. The 5 women looked at him in astonishment. Is my question too perplexing? Zhao Fan inquired. Huang'er shook her head. No. For us, this question is quite simple. What surprises us is why you would pose such a query. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Because I wish to break through this world and glimpse what lies beyond. The 5 women were once again taken aback. What did you say? That is impossible. Not only do you lack the ability, but even if you possessed it, we would not permit you to rupture the void. Hong'er stepped forward and exclaimed. Zhao Fan glanced at her. Why not? Huang'er raised her hand to silence Hong'er and explained. Every realm possesses its own order, and the tiers of each realm vary. Much like the cultivation world, the further out you go, the higher the grade. Just imagine, if a heavenly gate were breached and a powerful cultivator from a high realm entered a lower realm, it would result in an unequal massacre. Thus, our presence as embodiments of the heavenly order is to maintain the equilibrium of each realm. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment and asked, then tell me, what lies beyond the 5 realms? Huang'er replied, the realm we inhabit is called the Canglan Realm, spanning millions of miles, divided into 5 regions, East, West, South, North, and Central. Zhao Fan mused. So, if I traversed the 5 realms, I would essentially have journeyed through the entirety of the Canglan Realm. Hong'er interjected. The Central region belongs to the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain is a part of the Canglan Realm, and you should understand how naive your previous statement was. Zhao Fan recognized she was referring to the matter of breaching the Heavenly Gate. He paid no heed to her tone and continued to inquire. What realm exists beyond the Canglan Realm? For millennia, there have been legends of the Heavenly Xian Realm, but their veracity remains uncertain. Huang'er gazed at him with curiosity, pondering why he asked so many questions. As manifestations of the Heavenly Order, they were acutely aware that many cultivators spend their entire lives within the Canglan Realm, never even stepping beyond their own domain. Heavenly Xian Realm? Zhao Fan murmured, then asked, are you familiar with the Blue Star? The 5 women exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Clearly, this concept was beyond their comprehension. Zhao Fan withdrew his gaze from their faces, casting it towards the distant horizon. It seemed that this place was far removed from the Blue Star. Alas, he wondered where the Blue Star could be. He understood that the universe was vast enough to measure distances in light years, and even if he could traverse thousands of miles in an instant, it might take him a millennium to return to the Blue Star. By the way, does the Canglan Realm also possess a heavenly order? Zhao Fan's heart stirred as he asked. The Canglan Realm is personally overseen by our master, though her temperament is peculiar. We haven't seen her in a millennium. If you wish to seek her, it would be wise to abandon that thought. Huang'er kindly cautioned. Zhao Fan smiled faintly. If I truly wish to find her, it likely wouldn't be so difficult. As he spoke, he extended his consciousness outward. Chapter 65. the celestial master in a vast expanse of nothingness. A middle-aged beauty sat cross-legged in meditation. Surrounding her was a swirling aura of profound Tao energy. She is the embodiment of the heavenly order in the Canglan Realm, revered as the celestial master. Suddenly, she lifted her head, sensing a gaze sweeping across the distant horizon, and thus their eyes met across the void. So young? The celestial master suddenly noticed the resplendent youth with long hair standing before the celestial hall. Unable to restrain herself, she rose to her feet and, with a single step, instantly appeared in the void outside the celestial hall. Outside the celestial hall, Huang Er and the 5 maidens observed Zhao Fan gazing into the emptiness, puzzled by his actions. At that moment, the space trembled, and a familiar figure emerged. Master? The 5 maidens knelt in the void. The celestial master nodded, her gaze fixed upon Zhao Fan's face. An instinct telling her that this youth was extraordinary, especially since he could meet her gaze across the vast expanse. His cultivation had evidently surpassed the tribulation stage. However, she had a record of all the significant cultivators within the Canglan Realm who had achieved the tribulation stage. For each great cultivator must endure the trials of the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation. You are quite unfamiliar. I find it difficult to perceive you, the celestial master remarked. You are the heavenly Tao of the Canglan Realm? Insolence. This is our esteemed master, revered in the cultivation world as the celestial master. Do not fail to pay your respects. Huang Er admonished. Zhao Fan chuckled. She is your master, not mine. Why should I pay my respects? Huang Er retorted angrily, audacious. The celestial master is a revered existence among all cultivators in the Canglan Realm. Do you dare to be disrespectful? Kneel. Zhao Fan suddenly raised his hand, commanding kneel. Such a domineering girl, Zhao Fan would not indulge. With a thud, Huang Er felt as if a colossal star had pressed down upon her back, and she could not help but kneel in the void. What? Huang Er and the others changed their expressions, for they knew Huang Er's cultivation was comparable to theirs. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, she naturally should have the upper hand over any great cultivator. To maintain the order of cultivation in a realm, one must possess extraordinary qualities. Huang Er and the others were all great cultivators of the myriad laws. Essentially, they were invincible within the 5 domains. The celestial master was a great cultivator of the heavenly gate. As the heavenly Tao of the Canglan Realm, she possessed the power to open the heavenly gate. Otherwise, she could not suppress this continent. Seeing Huang Er being forced down, losing her ability to resist, the celestial master furrowed her brow. Master, this person defies the heavenly Tao. A crime unforgivable. Master, swiftly eliminate her. Though subdued, Huang Er still protested. It is known that all great cultivators should revere the heavenly Tao as if it were divine. How dare one defy it? This youth before her was utterly detestable. You may be handsome, but does being handsome grant you the right to act recklessly? The celestial master's delicate hand gradually clenched. Zhao Fan sensed her fury and calmly remarked, Do you wish to strike at her? The celestial master frowned. Young man, I am the celestial master. They are the heavenly Tao of this realm, a symbol of supreme status. Suppressing her is a provocation to the entire celestial hall. It is an act against the heavens. Zhao Fan coldly replied, And what of it? The celestial master hesitated. Master, please give your command. There is no need for you to take action. We shall subdue this boy. Huang Er and the 4 maidens surrounded Zhao Fan. The might of the heavenly Tao cannot be defied. In a bid to uphold her authority, Huang Er resolved to take action. The celestial master pondered momentarily before giving a slight nod. On one hand, she wished to maintain the sanctity of the heavenly order. On the other, she was eager to gauge Zhao Fan's prowess. He had subdued Huang Er with a single strike, yet his methods remained elusive. Perhaps he had employed a secret technique. Thus, she sought to leverage the powers of Huang Er and her companions to unveil the truth. The 4 women exchanged wary glances, not daring to underestimate the situation, and united in their assault. As 4 formidable cultivators of the myriad laws, each wielding the power of the celestial order, their collective effort manifested as a cage that seemed to bind Zhao Fan within the very fabric of reality. Constrain him, Huang Er commanded. An overwhelming force surged from all directions toward Zhao Fan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Fan felt the might of the 4 women. Was this all they could muster? A smile crept upon his face as he suddenly clenched his fists and exclaimed, Begone! In an instant, a tremendous momentum erupted like a tidal wave, dispersing the celestial energies of the 4 women, shattering their defenses. The women, along with the kneeling Huang Er, were swept away by an indescribable force. Blood spurted from their lips as they stood in shock. What manner of formidable being was this? Even without striking a blow, he had injured them merely through his aura. I shall confront you. Huang Er, having regained her freedom, attempted to advance, but was halted by the Celestial Master's authoritative command. Step back, Hong Air. The Celestial Master raised her hand, restraining the 5 women. She had discerned that the youth before her possessed powers that transcended the realm of myriad laws. Even she had felt an overwhelming sense of peril moments ago. Young man, you dwell within the 5 domains and must adhere to the celestial order of these realms. This is non-negotiable. Is that so? I shall forge my own path, regardless of your constraints. Let me see if you can surpass the shackles of the heavenly order. As she spoke, the Celestial Master formed seals with her hands, sending forth a cascade of runes into the air. Suddenly, the vast expanse of the sky trembled, the fabric of space warped, and torrents of celestial power surged forth towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan sensed a modicum of pressure. Now, this was becoming intriguing. He chuckled, clenched his fists, and declared, "Shatter." With a series of sharp cracks, visible ripples emanated from him, fracturing the space around him into a myriad of black holes. The Celestial Master's expression shifted as she retreated 100 paces, staring at Zhao Fan in astonishment. "You have surpassed the Heavenly Gate realm? What?" The 5 celestial maidens gazed at Zhao Fan, their faces awash with disbelief and profound trepidation. "I am uncertain of my exact realm. However, I can assure you, I have not faced defeat since my descent from the mountain." Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he pressed his palm forward and declared, "The heavenly order is but this." Boom. A surge of annihilating power filled the space, and the Celestial Master along with the 5 celestial maidens found themselves ensnared by this overwhelming force. Their expressions transformed. Fear etched upon their faces, for in that moment, all 6 felt an acute sense of danger, a life-and-death sensation. They believed that with a mere thought, Zhao Fan could reduce them to nothingness, leaving no trace of their souls. "Please, esteemed one, hold. We concede. From this moment forth, you may traverse any corner of the Canglan Realm at your leisure." The Celestial Master was compelled to relinquish her pride and yield. If they were to perish, the entire Canglan Realm would descend into chaos. Observing the 6 individuals with their heads drooping and expressions of despair, Zhao Fan was disinclined to eradicate them completely. After all, this was the Tao of Heaven, and this realm still required their guardianship. "Remember your words. Do not provoke me again." With that, Zhao Fan gradually withdrew the constraining power from the cosmos, turned, and vanished into the void. After a prolonged silence, the 6 figures in the void finally exhaled. The girl in red pouted. "Master, have we truly acquiesced to him? What if he disrupts the order of the cultivation world? Must we bend to his will?" The Celestial Master replied, "What other choice do we have? Can you contend with him? Furthermore, beings of such caliber will never recklessly disturb the order of the 5 domains. He cannot be contained here, and one day, he shall depart." As she spoke, the Celestial Master cast a glance at the horizon. "That is reassuring." Honger sighed in relief. "He should leave soon and not bring calamity upon us in the 5 domains. It would be best if he opened the heavenly gate and departed from the Canglan Realm." Huanger suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Master, his current realm appears to be the 9th level of the transformation stage. What could account for this?" The Celestial Master shook her head. "We cannot fathom the thoughts of such a formidable being. Perhaps he is merely suppressing his realm to create an impression." Qinger asked, "If this senior were to elevate his realm and one day face tribulation, what should we do? Should we unleash the heavenly tribulation?" The Celestial Master shot her a fierce glare. "Are you seeking death?" Qinger shivered, silenced by fear. Chapter 66. Has fortune come into play? In the tranquil morning, by a serene lakeside, a rattan chair was placed. Reclining upon it was a youthful figure, though he bore an air of premature wisdom. At that moment, the young man sat with one leg crossed, leisurely sipping from a wine gourd. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding, Xianfeng Divine Body detected, system compatibility 100 host. This girl is the reincarnation of the heavenly Xian Empress." Zhao Fan's eyes brightened. Could this be a stroke of luck? While he pondered, several figures swiftly approached from the distance. At the forefront, a young girl hurriedly ran, closely pursued by 4 silver-armored youths. "Young master, save me," she cried, collapsing at Zhao Fan's feet, utterly drained of strength. The 4 silver-armored youths surrounded Zhao Fan and the girl. "Brat, get lost. Otherwise, you will meet your end alongside her," barked the leading silver-armored youth. Zhao Fan replied coolly, "You wish to kill me? Very well, since you harbor murderous intent." Just as he was about to act, an elder suddenly materialized from the void, stepping forth and commanding, "Release the young lady." With that, a tremendous force descended from above. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 silver-armored youths were instantly obliterated. The elder stepped forward and bowed before the girl. "I am late, and I apologize for causing you distress, young lady." The girl sighed in relief and slowly rose. "Chun Bo, you have arrived just in time. Let us depart." "Wait." Zhao Fan, having finally discovered a divine body. Could not allow them to leave so easily. The girl cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Fan. Young master, do you have business with us? Zhao Fan scrutinized her from head to toe. Despite her disheveled appearance and the chaos of her flight, her demeanor exuded an unyielding, frosty elegance. Her eyes resembled ancient, tranquil pools, their gaze as frigid as water. Her countenance, touched by frost, embodied an exquisite beauty, yet she emanated an aura of aloofness and pride. Alas, I sense that departing now would be perilous for you. It would be wiser to stay. I can offer my protection. Zhao Fan thought it inappropriate to simply propose taking her as a disciple, especially given her extraordinary presence, which felt too frigid for casual conversation. As anticipated, the young woman replied coolly, "Thank you, but Chun Bo will protect me. Let us leave." Chun Bo nodded, casting a wary glance at Zhao Fan, and the pair prepared to depart. Just then, a formidable energy surged forth. "Leave? Sima-chan, Sima-chun, where do you think you are going? Do you intend to return to the Sima family?" A middle-aged man descended from the air, his hands clasped behind him. His overwhelming aura, emanating from the 7th level of the Tianxuan Realm, sealed off the surrounding space for dozens of feet. Upon recognizing him, Sima-chun and Sima-chan's expressions turned grave. "Jiang Hanjian, so it is you pursuing the young lady. You were sent by the matron, were you not?" Sima-chun bellowed. "You are correct. Since you are aware, there is even less reason to allow you to return alive today." Jiang Hanjian looked at Sima-chun with disdain, clearly confident of his victory. As for Zhao Fan, seated comfortably in a rattan chair, he had long been dismissed from consideration. Zhao Fan felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering. It appears that my lack of action has led others to perceive me as a mere sickly cat. Although the trio heard his words, they paid him no heed. Sima-chun clenched his fists, declaring, "Jiang Hanjian, I will fight you." He unleashed a palm strike that shattered the void before him. 3rd level of Tongxian? Unfortunately, that is insufficient. Jiang Hanjian extended his hand, countering Sima-chun's strike. A thunderous clash erupted, echoing like the collision of two colossal mountains. Jiang Hanjian remained steady in the air, while Sima-chun was sent reeling, nearly collapsing. Clutching his chest, he coughed up blood, his complexion paling instantaneously. Sima-chun gritted her teeth, drawing a long sword, exclaiming, "If you wish to kill me, it won't be so easy." In a sudden motion, Jiang Hanjian reached out, effortlessly drawing the long sword from her grasp, and with a flick of his wrist, shattered it into several fragments. "Sima-chan, you are simply unworthy to challenge me. Now, I offer you a chance. End your own lives, and I will allow you to retain your forms. Otherwise, I shall personally reduce you to mere pulp." Sima-chun moved to stand beside Sima-chan, gritting his teeth. "Young lady, you must flee. I will sacrifice myself to block his attack." Sima-chan shook her head. "It is futile. We cannot escape. Young lady, you cannot perish. If you die, the Sima family will fall to the Jiang siblings." Sima-chun exclaimed, filled with urgency. Sima-chan mirrored his concern. Jiang Hanjian slowly raised his hand, his palm gradually forming a grip, as a powerful current of energy coiled around Sima-chan and Sima-chun, enveloping them in its grasp. "Since you are unwilling to take your own life, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, he slowly raised his hand into the air, a colossal palm gradually materializing. Just as it was about to descend, a voice sighed, "Hey, don't you see that I'm still lying here?" The three turned their gazes towards Zhao Fan. Jiang Hanjian furrowed his brows. "Kid, this is none of your concern." Zhao Fan pointed towards the confined space around him. "You have even imprisoned me within your oppressive aura, and yet you claim it has nothing to do with me?" Jiang Hanjian coldly replied, "That is merely your bad luck. Who told you to lie here? You should perish as well." With that, Jiang Hanjian pressed his palm downwards. The colossal palm instantly loomed above the three. Thud, thud. Sima-chan and Sima-chun were utterly unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the enormous palm, and were immediately crushed to the ground. The force of the palm grew increasingly potent and ominously close. The ground around them began to fissure. Boom. A vast pit opened up in the earth. "I believe I possess quite the fortune. Thus, it is you who is destined to perish." With that, Zhao Fan abruptly extended his hand, conjuring a massive palm from his spiritual energy, which swiftly appeared before Jiang Hanjian, fingers splayed wide, seizing his neck and yanking him down from the void, forcefully bringing him before him. "I shall put an end to your arrogance." Bang! The impact shattered Jiang Hanjian's body, his organs obliterated, and simultaneously shattered the confined space around them. Sima-chun and Sima-chan instantly regained their freedom, staring at Zhao Fan in stunned disbelief. Jiang Hanjian was equally taken aback. Who are you?" Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly, "I am someone you cannot provoke. I was simply enjoying the scenery here, and yet you dared to challenge me. Therefore, perish." With a swift motion, he crushed Jiang Hanzhan to pieces. Zhao Fan slowly turned his gaze towards Sima Chun and Sima Chan. My dear friends, I warned you of the impending danger. Why did you not heed my words? Sima Chun lowered his head, trembling. Senior, we were blind to your worth. Sima Chan, however, retained her aloof demeanor. What? You saved me, yet you do not even receive a word of thanks. Zhao Fan glanced at her. Your salvation was merely for your own benefit. Why should I thank you? Sima Chan retorted coldly. Zhao Fan found himself momentarily speechless. Let us depart. With that, Sima Chan turned on her heel and left with Sima Chun, not even glancing back. Damn, is it truly that cold? Well, since you refuse to bow down, I shall take the initiative. I suspect your troubles have yet to be resolved. With that thought, Zhao Fan stowed away his chair, took a sip from his flask, and followed after them. Chapter 67. The formation of the Sima family in a certain part of Central Continent, at the Sima residence. In the hall, a stunningly beautiful woman paced back and forth, when suddenly, someone rushed in. Madam, the young lady and spring uncle have returned. Oh, could it be that my elder brother has failed? The enchanting woman was none other than Jiang Hanyue, sister of Jiang Hanzhan and the matriarch of the Sima family. Come with me, she commanded. Yes, madam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 silver-armored guards followed Jiang Hanyue as they stepped outside. Within the Sima family courtyard, Sima Chan and Sima Chun advanced cautiously. Something felt amiss. Be vigilant. They slowed their pace, on high alert. Suddenly, a peal of laughter rang out. Channer, you have returned. The figure of Jiang Hanyue appeared, flanked by the 10 silver-armored guards. Sima Chan halted. You wicked woman. You have sent people to hunt me down, even going so far as to involve your brother. Yet, alas, my life is not meant to end here. Jiang Hanyue's expression shifted, a sinister smile emerging. Ah, splendid. Since you are aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. Indeed, it was I who sent them. I intend to kill you. However, I did not anticipate that even with my elder brother's intervention, you would manage to escape. Nevertheless, you have walked straight into a snare. Humph. I have returned to rescue my father. Sima Chan retorted. Jiang Hanyue, did you imprison my father within a forbidden formation? Indeed, and what will you do about it? Jiang Hanyue laughed heartily. She had initially feared that Sima Chan might escape, leaving behind a potential threat, but to her surprise, Sima Chan had returned. I will kill you, Sima Chan declared, striking with her palm. Jiang Hanyue scoffed, sweeping her hand outward, repelling Sima Chan. Sima Chun clenched his fists. Madam, I must apologize. Sima Chun, do you intend to betray the young mistress? My apologies, but I, Sima Chun, am a distant kin of the family head. The young lady is my true mistress. Humph. Old fool, it seems you are determined to oppose me. Prepare to die. With that, Jiang Hanyue unleashed a palm strike. Sima Chun clenched his fists, a powerful force erupting forth. Jiang Hanyue's jade palm struck fiercely, leading to a tremendous clash. Both were sent staggering back. Jiang Hanyue's expression changed. Men, form the array. The 10 silver-armored guards swiftly surrounded Sima Chan and Sima Chun. Each began forming hand seals, casting forth lines of runes. This is not good, young lady. This is the 10 absolute killing formation. I will break the array. You must flee. Sima Chun exclaimed, as he aimed a punch at the array's patterns, attempting to disrupt its formation before it was fully established. Jiang Hanyue would not allow this to happen, swiftly striking towards Sima Chun's back. A tremendous force bore down upon him. Sima Chun was compelled to defend himself. Consequently, the formation quickly solidified. Boom. 10 runes coalesced, forming an impregnable forbidden array. Jiang Hanyue leapt back, cackling, Sima Chun, this is of your own making. Anyone who enters the 10 absolute killing formation, unless their cultivation surpasses the array's creator by tenfold, shall never escape. My 10 guards are at the 9th level of transformation, collectively equating to the 9th level of Mingdao. Therefore, unless you possess a 9th level of Tongxian cultivation, you cannot hope to break free. You are doomed. Sima Chun felt the formidable power of the formation, his expression growing increasingly grave. Young lady, with my cultivation, I fear I cannot break this forbidden array. Sima Chun sighed. It seems this is my fate. Chunbo, do not blame yourself, it is not your fault. I returned to save my father. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this wicked woman's grasp. Jiang Hanyue stood outside the formation with her arms crossed, laughing maliciously. Sima Chun, once I have ensnared you and your father, the Sima family will fall into my hands. At that point, the ancient formation scroll hidden within your ancestral hall will be mine. Sima Chun's expression changed dramatically. Young miss, the power of this formation doubles with each passing hour. When our spiritual energy is exhausted, we will surely perish here. I fear not for my life. But you cannot die. Sima Chun sighed. Chunbo, I fear not for my own life, but alas, I cannot rescue my father. Sima Chun smiled bitterly. A day has passed, and the head of the family is likely in grave danger. After all, this is the Sima family's 9 turns killing formation, activated by energy crystals. Even a grandmaster at the 9th level of the mystical realm has little hope of survival. Sima Chun clenched her fists in rage, her eyes aflame as she glared at Zhang Hanyue. Zhang Hanyue, even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will kill you. Zhang Hanyue smirked. Too bad. By then you will have perished, with no chance of becoming a ghost. Let's hasten the activation of the formation. With that, Zhang Hanyue formed seals with her hands, sending forth a cascade of runes. Is that the spirit summoning technique? I never imagined she had acquired my father's spirit summoning technique. The formation will activate swiftly. Sima Chan was aghast. Zhang Hanyue scoffed. Did you know? My marriage to your father was solely for the ancient formation scroll of the Sima family. Of course, my efforts have been reciprocated. Your father would never be entirely cautious of me. Boom, boom, boom. As streams of spiritual energy surged into the formation, its patterns shimmered with waves of light, illuminating the entire sky. Spirals of spiritual energy coalesced into blades, whirling towards Sima Chan and Sima Chun. The two were horrified and quickly attempted to defend themselves. Endure. With each passing hour, the formation's might will double. Let us see how long you can withstand it. In less than half an hour, Sima Chan was already in dire straits, suffering multiple wounds from the blades that carved deep gashes into her flesh. Though her life was not in immediate danger, her cultivation was far inferior to that of Sima Chun, rendering her incapable of resisting this formidable killing formation comparable to a grandmaster at the 9th level of the mystical realm. At that moment, a figure appeared in the Sima courtyard, calling out, "Is anyone here? I come seeking a bowl of water." The newcomer, clad in black with flowing hair and sharp brows, was none other than Zhao Fan, who had stealthily followed them. However, to avoid appearing as if he had intentionally tracked them, he feigned a casual demeanor as he entered. Upon his arrival, he glanced at the formation, feigning surprise. "It's you? I never expected our paths to cross again." Zhang Hanyue furrowed her brow, regarding Zhao Fan with a frosty gaze, an aura of menace emanating from her. "Who are you?" Zhao Fan quickly replied, "I'm parched. May I trouble you for some water?" Zhang Hanyue sneered. "Since you've stumbled upon our affair, you shall die. By the way, you don't mind if I silence you, do you?" Zhao Fan chuckled. "I do mind. So if you wish to kill me, I must retaliate." With that, Zhao Fan extended his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that obliterated Zhang Hanyue. The 10 silver-armored guards were momentarily stunned, and just as they prepared to act, Zhao Fan waved his hand, causing them to explode one after another, their bodies disintegrating in mere moments. Zhao Fan feigned a search for water, casting his gaze around in quest of a water jar. However, after recently committing an act of violence, he felt the weight of misfortune. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Perhaps it would be wise to seek refuge elsewhere. With that thought, he began to stride outside. Indeed, just as he took a few steps, Sima Chun implored, "Senior, please save us." Zhao Fan paused and glanced back at him. "You beseech me?" Sima Chun managed a wry smile. "Yes, indeed. You are a person of great prowess. I humbly request your assistance, and we shall certainly reward you handsomely." Zhao Fan shot a look at Sima Chun, noting, "It appears your esteemed young lady does not require my intervention, does she? I recall she is rather reticent when it comes to expressing gratitude." Sima Chun furrowed her brows. Sima Chun quickly interjected, "Senior, my lady is not one to engage often with outsiders, and she is usually quite taciturn. I apologize on her behalf. Please, do not." Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Is she mute? Can she not speak for herself?" Sima Chun turned to Sima Chun, "My lady." With a clenched jaw, Sima Chun retorted, "Even if I perish, I shall not apologize to him." Such stubbornness? This is my army." Zhao Fan felt a twinge of regret. Had he gone too far? Yet, as a potential mentor, he couldn't simply bow to her. A thought struck him. "I heard upon my arrival that your father is also trapped in an imminent peril. Do you not wish to save him?" Chapter 68. This headstrong girl. "Forgive me. Please rescue us." Sima Chun finally lowered her noble head. Zhao Fan smiled, sensing victory at hand. With a grand gesture, the formation dissipated in an instant. Observing the liberated Sima Chun, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes. "Do you now feel as though your cultivation is somewhat lacking?" Sima Chun paused, acknowledging, "Indeed, many say that at merely 18 or 19, achieving this level is commendable." Zhao Fan quickly countered, "Not necessarily. Have you ever encountered someone of your age capable of vanquishing the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself? Is there such a person?" Sima Chun shook her head in disbelief. Sima Chun bowed and said, "Senior, should we not prioritize rescuing the family head? His life is in imminent danger." "Very well." Zhao Fan concurred, recognizing that this was not the moment to discuss taking on disciples. He followed Sima Chun and Sima Chun to the rear of the estate. where they encountered a luminous barrier measuring 10 feet square. This barrier concealed a deadly formation. Within, a middle-aged man was valiantly resisting. His body bore numerous wounds. His breath was ragged, and he appeared on the brink of collapse. Father, Sima Chan lunged forward, only to be rebuffed by the formation. Please, senior, lend your aid. Sima Chan, realizing he could not breach the formation, bowed deeply to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan nodded, a trivial matter. With a swift motion, he shattered the deadly formation. As the formation crumbled, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, utterly drained. Sima Chan rushed to his side. Sima Chan hastily produced several pills, administering 2 to her father while consuming 1 herself. Before long, visible signs of recovery manifested upon Sima Chan and her father's injuries. This elixir is quite effective. Zhao Fan expressed his surprise. Indeed, it is only a matter of a few, for at this moment, he possesses the ability to command this realm. Not to mention that the system may reward him with elixirs daily. Even without them, with his current cultivation, he can harness the forces of heaven and earth. Even the power of the Tao, to heal the father and daughter of the Sima family. Who is this benefactor? The head of the Sima family recalled that it was Zhao Fan who had just intervened to save them and began to scrutinize him earnestly. So young. To effortlessly break through the 10 absolute killing formation, he must be at least a great cultivator of the void realm. It seems this young man is extraordinary. He undoubtedly has a significant force backing him. I am Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan nodded toward the head of the Sima family. Sima Chun whispered a few words in the ear of the Sima family head. What? That wicked woman has been slain by our benefactor? His elder brother is dead too? Excellent. Our benefactor has saved the Sima family multiple times. Chun Bo, quickly fetch the spirit stones. We must express our profound gratitude to our benefactor. The head of the Sima family hastily declared. Sima Chun took out a storage ring, but Zhao Fan blocked him. Zhao Fan's intention was not to receive spirit stones. Never mind. It is a mere trifle for me. You need not offer spirit stones. However, seeing Zhao Fan hesitate, the 3 of them turned their gazes toward him. Please. If the benefactor has something to say, do so. Zhao Fan glanced at Sima Chan and remarked, among the 3 of you, Miss Sima's cultivation is too low. She may face great danger ahead. The Jiang family siblings must have significant backgrounds, and since they are now deceased, the Jiang family will not let this go easily. It would be wise for Miss Sima to seek the tutelage of a reputable master for protection. The head of the Sima family nodded in agreement. Indeed. What the benefactor says is true. Chana, what do you think? Sima Chan pondered for a moment and replied, Father, I wish to find a master as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan smiled. Since you are inclined to seek a master, then I. Sima Chan waved her hand. No need for the benefactor to recommend anyone. I have already found a place. Zhao Fan was taken aback. What does Miss Sima mean? The Sword Sect. I wish to join the Sword Sect. Sima Chan gazed resolutely toward the eastern domain. The Sword Sect? In fact, it is not as. Before Zhao Fan could finish his sentence, the head of the Sima family burst into laughter. Chaner, have you finally come to your senses? Excellent. Some personal grievances should indeed be set aside. The Sword Sect is the foremost power in the eastern domain. Once you become their disciple, who would dare to target you? Zhao Fan felt a bit disheartened. The head of the Sima family noticed Zhao Fan's expression and was taken aback. Does the benefactor not believe that the Sword Sect is the best choice for Chaner? Zhao Fan hurriedly replied, No. The Sword Sect is commendable, but I believe there are even better places than the Sword Sect. The head of the Sima family waved his hand. I understand. You must be referring to those great powers in the central domain. However, the great cultivators of the central domain are all proud and aloof, not suitable for interaction. Chaner's temperament is similar, but if she goes there, she is bound to offend the elders. I believe it is better to remain in the eastern domain, especially since we have no solid connections in the central domain. Zhao Fan quickly inquired. So, does the Sima family have connections in the Sword Sect? The head of the Sima family nodded. I have a cousin named Sima Chiao, who is an elder in the Sword Sect. Sima Chun quickly added, he is also my brother. He has not married, but he has a son named Sima Yi, who is also a Jinman. Sima Chiao, originally of the same status as I, is a servant of the Sima family. However, after arriving at Jinmen, he suddenly felt he could dominate the Sima clan and sought to betroth the young lady to his son. The young lady, however, refused, leading to ongoing discord. Zhao Fan was taken aback. Could they marry, being siblings? Sima Chun shook his head, explaining that none of us brothers possessed the bloodline of the Sima family. We were castaways from my grandfather's generation, taken in as slaves by the patriarch of the Sima family, who granted us the surname Sima. Zhao Fan nodded, realizing that Sima Chan was too proud to wed the son of Sima Chiao, who was born of servitude. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the distant horizon, shaking the very fabric of space. A figure stepped forth, hovering in the void. Who has slain my Zhang family members? It was a robust man in his 50s. His gaze fixed downward. Sima Fong, was it you? My daughter was wed to you, yet you dared to kill her. Sima Fong looked up at the void. Recognizing Jiang Yazi. Your daughter brought this upon herself, attempting to annihilate my Sima clan and seize our heritage. She deserves her fate. Impudent. Jiang Yazi exclaimed, slamming his palm downward. A terrifying gust of wind shattered the void, collapsing the entire Sima family estate, transforming the surrounding miles into a wasteland. Sima Fong's expression shifted dramatically. When did you ascend to the 9th realm of the transcendental? Jiang Yazi laughed heartily. Thanks to your Sima family's formations. After my daughter shared the method of spiritual communion with me, I attempted to merge it with the ancient inheritance of the Zhang family, and to my surprise, it proved beneficial for cultivation. Sima Fong furrowed his brow. Sima Fong, surrender the ancient formation scroll, or you shall find no rest in death. Unable to resist, Sima Fong glanced around. Mere moments ago, the Sima family had been reduced to ruins, save for the ancestral hall and great temple, which remained unscathed under the formation's protection. The clan members stood amidst the rubble, gazing in terror. Humph, the Sima family fears not death. If you wish to kill, then do so. Sima Fong clenched his fists, steeling himself for a fight. He knew that even if he surrendered the formation scroll, Jiang Yazi would eliminate him without hesitation. Thus, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, Jiang Yazi pressed down with his hand, unleashing a catastrophic force that bore down upon the Sima clan. Zhao Fan frowned. He cared not for the lives of others, but Sima Chan must not perish. With this thought, he stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp the situation. Chapter 69. Someone come, kill for me. Someone come, kill for me. Jiang Yazi felt the chill of impending death and shouted desperately. Zhao Fan sneered, seizing him swiftly. At that moment, powerful auras emerged from the void. As 300 figures descended, each clad in silver armor and wielding long spears. This was the Jiang family's Divine Spear Battalion. Each member a master of the Mingdao realm. Despair washed over Sima Fong. Though he was a formidable practitioner of the Transcendental Realm, he had long heard tales of the terrifying prowess of the Jiang family's secretly trained Divine Spear Battalion. Not only does each individual possess formidable prowess, but they can also unite in groups of 10, forming a formidable battalion. In essence, 300 individuals equate to 30 adept practitioners of the Transcendent Realm. Can young Master Zhao contend with this? At that moment, Zhao Fan's demeanor remained remarkably tranquil. A disdainful smile graced his lips as he snapped his fingers, uttering a single word, annihilate. In an instant, the 300 imposing silver-armored guards in the air erupted into a shower of blood, leaving only a mist of crimson in their wake. What? Sima Fong, Sima Chun, and the entire Sima clan stood in stunned silence. Jiang Yazi's face turned pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of horrifying entity have I provoked? And yet, do you still wish to maintain your bravado? Call upon anyone you can. Zhao Fan regarded the trembling figure in his grasp with a mocking gaze. Jiang Yazi repeatedly lamented, they are all gone, completely gone. The Jiang family is utterly finished. Zhao Fan reached for his storage ring, glancing within and feeling a surge of joy as he discovered an abundance of energy crystals, an astonishing 500 in total. Perish, he declared as he tightened his grip, crushing Jiang Yazi's skull. System absorb. In an instant, he felt his powers surge. Ding, instantaneous ascendance complete. Now at the 7th tier, current range, 5,000 meters. Zhao Fan reveled in his newfound strength. 5,000 meters. Impressive. He turned to Sima Fong. Where's the Jiang family? Point me in the right direction. With trembling hands, Sima Fong gestured towards the northwest, 100 miles that way. Zhao Fan stepped forward and vanished from sight. The instantaneous movement was indeed remarkable. Although his spiritual energy was more than sufficient to sustain flight, he found great satisfaction in this technique. However, the sole drawback was that this method could only be executed on solid ground, precluding aerial traversal. Before long, Zhao Fan beheld an expansive estate. The air above the manor was thick with spiritual energy, and the entrance loomed impressively, inscribed with the characters for Jiang residents. With a casual flourish, he entered the grand courtyard, activating his Crimson Eye technique to quickly locate the fortune stone. Come forth, he commanded, and with a gesture, a foundational stone erupted from the earth, landing before him, shrouded in ethereal energy, exuding an indescribable aura. This must be the Jiang family's fortune. With a flicker of thought, the fortune stone was absorbed by the system, altering the information displayed. Name, Zhao Fan, age, 20, realm, divine transformation, 91st layer, divine ability, command of the elements. Who dares to be so brazen? Suddenly, a flurry of figures rushed towards him. Zhao Fan ascended into the air, his form materializing in the void. The figures leaped in pursuit, but Zhao Fan pressed his palm down, unleashing a cataclysmic force that engulfed them, reducing the entire Jiang estate to ruins. In the next moment, Zhao Fan returned to the Sima family's grand hall, where Sima Chan was preparing to depart for the Sword Gate. Upon seeing Zhao Fan enter, Sima Fong and his daughter, along with Sima Chun, bowed respectfully. "We greet young Master Zhao." Zhao Fan responded nonchalantly. "Are you preparing to leave?" "Indeed." The young lady is determined to cultivate at the Sword Gate, believing that it is better to embark on her journey sooner rather than later, especially as the grand selection of disciples is just a few days away. "Very well. I am on my way to the Eastern Domain, so it would be splendid for me to accompany you." Sima Fong was overjoyed, feeling reassured with young Master Zhao by their side. With their estate recently destroyed, both he and Elder Chun needed to remain behind to oversee its reconstruction. Thus he was grateful for the young master's assistance. "Oh, so you and T intended to travel together?" Zhao Fan inquired. Sima Fong quickly replied, "The Sword Gate has age restrictions for its disciples. Our presence would be futile." As he spoke, he turned to Sima Chan, saying, "Chaner, during our journey, be sure to heed young Master Zhao's words. He is a benefactor to our Sima family, and you must not behave as coldly as you usually do." Sima Chan nodded, "I understand." With that, she stepped outside, followed by Zhao Fan, who walked with his hands clasped behind him. Throughout their journey, neither Zhao Fan nor Sima Chan spoke, which left Zhao Fan feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Why must I initiate the conversation if I seek to take on disciples? Doesn't she know to speak first?" However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, she is the one aspiring to join the Sword Gate. Why would she approach me? Perhaps it is best if I take the initiative. "Miss Sima, do you have any knowledge of the Sword Gate?" "Of course." Sima Chan nodded in affirmation. "Is there anyone at the Sword Gate as formidable as I am?" Zhao Fan queried. Sima Chan responded coolly, "Naturally, there must be. Young Master Zhao, your prowess is likely at the Void Realm, is it not? To my knowledge, the Sword Gate boasts cultivators at the Tribulation Crossing Realm. Hence, my master is assuredly at least at that level." Tribulation Crossing Realm? Zhao Fan was taken aback, realizing that his exposure to the upper echelons of the cultivation world was continuously elevating, from Jiang City to Qingzhou, and now to the Central Domain, with the Eastern Domain yet to come. "What? Are you afraid?" Noticing Zhao Fan's momentary daze, Sima Chan assumed he was intimidated. In her eyes, although Zhao Fan was youthful and capable of defeating those at the Profound Realm, he did not inspire her admiration. This was largely due to Sima Chio's earlier discussions regarding her marriage with Sima Yi after entering the Sword Gate, where she had displayed her formidable cultivation to intimidate Sima Fong and his daughter. In her view, joining the Sword Gate opened up limitless possibilities for her. Perhaps in 3 years, or even just a year, she could reach Zhao Fan's level. Undoubtedly, her confidence stemmed from her unique physique, as she had long been aware of her status as a mystic phoenix body. However, in the Central Domain, due to a scarcity of resources, she had yet to fully unleash the potential of her extraordinary constitution. Zhao Fan forced a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He discerned that Sima Chan held no interest in him whatsoever. What to do? Clearly, her preconceived notions rendered the Sword Gate's esteemed status in her mind unshakable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Zhao Fan. Since the Sword Gate was poised to commence its selection of disciples, why not take the initiative to enter the Sword Gate first and, akin to the Sword Sect, become its peak master? Once I attain the position of peak master, I shall also be able to take on disciples. Sima Chan, I shall ensure you cannot escape my grasp. Chapter 70. Old Man, how does one reach the Sword Gate? The two individuals walked eastward, and that evening, they arrived at a town near the Sword Gate, where they took lodgings at an inn. Upon settling in, Zhao Fan emerged. He took a single step forward and soon arrived at the foot of a mountain. Beneath the setting sun, the mountain was enveloped in a mist of ethereal energy, radiating auspicious signs in the sky. What a splendid place! With a sweep of his divine sense, he noticed a thatched cottage atop a distant slope, where an elderly man was sipping tea. Seemingly sensing Zhao Fan's gaze, the old man turned his attention towards him. In a swift motion, Zhao Fan stepped forward and stood before the elder. Such a tranquil spot. In front of the cottage lay a pond, beside which rested a stool, accompanied by a fishing rod. Upon closer inspection, the pond was extraordinary, teeming with spiritual fish. Moreover, the trees surrounding the cottage were subtly shrouded in spiritual energy, identifying them as spirit trees. Furthermore, within 100 feet of the cottage was a formation, yet it posed no hindrance to Zhao Fan. Even without employing a formation-breaking talisman, his current cultivation level rendered him capable of traversing even the most formidable arrays effortlessly. Old man, how does one reach the Sword Sect? Zhao Fan inquired, nodding slightly to the elder. The old man stared at Zhao Fan in astonishment, as if he had not heard the question. Who was this individual? He appeared no older than 20, yet exuded an aura of enigma. Particularly striking was his ability to pass through the formation with such ease, without employing any breaking talismans. How could such a person exist? Unless his cultivation level far surpassed that of the formation's creator. Yet, how could that be? The formation was personally arranged by the old man, who boasted a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Tribulation Crossing, in the entirety of the eastern region. His prowess was unparalleled. At this moment, Zhao Fan discerned the elder's cultivation as well, for with his current level, he could effortlessly perceive the strength of one's aura without the need for the Crimson Eye technique. The 3rd stage of Tribulation Crossing? Zhao Fan nodded slightly. Indeed. A commendable level. Commendable? The elder nearly fell to his knees in reverence. Are you a powerful being from the upper realms? What do you mean by commendable? I am the foremost figure in the eastern region, you know? You still haven't answered my question. How does one reach the Sword Sect? Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Noticing the elder roll his eyes, evidently displeased with Zhao Fan's tone, the elder's demeanor grew somewhat terse. You wish to go to the Sword Sect? Then tell me, are you friend or foe? Despite his dissatisfaction with Zhao Fan's manner, the elder sensed the formidable nature of the young man. If he were an adversary, it would spell disaster. The elder was none other than Feng Wanqi, the former sect master of the Sword Sect, currently serving as the Grand Elder. Zhao Fan scoffed. What do you mean by friend or foe? I hold no grievances against the Sword Sect. However, should they provoke me, I would not hesitate to annihilate them. Feng Wanqi's eyelids twitched. Good heavens! Is it customary for powerful beings to speak and act with such ferocity? Very well, he replied. To be frank, I am Feng Wanqi, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. Pray tell, what brings you here, young friend? I can certainly assist you. Ah, how fortuitous. Zhao Fan appraised Feng Wanqi with keen interest. I seek to assume the position of a peak master within the Sword Sect. What? Feng Wanqi was taken aback. Zhao Fan glared. What? Do you refuse to comply? Upon encountering his gaze, Feng Wanqi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His very essence nearly frozen in terror. How formidable! What realm does he inhabit? How can a mere glance render one utterly incapable of withstanding it? Instinctively, Feng Wanqi sensed that this individual was at least beyond the Tribulation Realm. No, if the senior were to grace the Sword Sect with his presence, it would be a great honor for them. However, the elevation of a peak master requires the consensus of the sect leader, elders, and peak masters alike. Are you suggesting we convene a high-level meeting? That is indeed the implication. Tomorrow marks the day of the Sword Sect's disciple selection. Perhaps I should address everyone then and gauge their sentiments. Zhao Fan replied nonchalantly. Too much trouble. Just direct me to the Sword Sect's location. Uncertain of his intentions, Feng Wanqi pointed toward a peak, indicating, it lies before that mountain. Zhao Fan's consciousness swept forth. In that instant, it pierced through numerous protective formations. Arriving at a cluster of mountains, he beheld 7 peaks in total, with one grand and imposing peak at the center, enveloped in spiritual energy, crowned by a magnificent hall, while the slopes below housed several residences. The remaining 6 peaks were adorned with their own halls. With a mere thought, Zhao Fan swiftly detected 10 powerful auras. His fingers extended slowly, grasping the void, summoning them forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flickered and descended before the thatched cottage. This spectacle left not only Feng Wanqi, but also the abducted individuals in utter disbelief. Among the 10, the strongest was a second-stage tribulation practitioner. A refined middle-aged man, none other than the sect leader, Tian. Another, a first-stage tribulation practitioner, was a middle-aged woman. Bearing a resemblance to Tian, she was the sect's law elder, Yun. The others included an elder for internal affairs and an elder for external affairs, both venerable men. The remaining 6 were the peak masters of the other 6 major peaks. Old sect leader, did you bring us here? Has the old sect leader ascended to the realm of myriad laws? Who is this young man? Has the old sect leader discovered a promising disciple? Is he here to take on apprentices? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet only Tian perceived Zhao Fan's extraordinary nature, particularly as he noticed Feng Wanqi's somewhat unnatural expression. He swiftly gestured to silence the clamoring voices. Old sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Feng Wanqi sighed. It was this senior who brought you here. Boom. Everyone stood agape. How could this be? Judging by his youthful appearance of merely 20 years. Yet the preceding scene was beyond the capabilities of even the mightiest of the myriad laws. To summon 10 formidable practitioners simultaneously from afar, what other explanation could there be if not an overwhelming superiority in realm? It must be noted that when they were abducted, they were bound and utterly powerless to resist. Old sect leader, are you jesting with us? Yun was the first to inquire, sharing the disbelief of the others. Enough with the prattle. I summoned you here to inform you that I intend to become the peak master of the Sword Sect, Zhao Fan declared, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance. As the 10 engaged in a flurry of discourse, he found himself lacking the patience for their deliberations. What? You wish to become the peak master? Huh, young man. Do you think that even to be a disciple of the Sword Sect is attainable without navigating layers of selection? Do you know that becoming a disciple of the Sword Gate is the aspiration of every young talent in the Eastern Domain? The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices rising in excitement. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan struck his palm down, creating a thunderous sound as 10 individuals were sent flying. In the next instant, he reached out, effortlessly pulling the 10 back towards him, an overwhelming force binding them in place. In that fleeting moment, Tian and the others were engulfed by a profound sense of dread, acutely aware that a mere squeeze from Zhao Fan could obliterate them. Do you think I am here to negotiate with you? Zhao Fan asserted. You may agree, or else the Sword Gate shall cease to exist from this day forth. His demeanor was domineering, audacious, and brimming with arrogance. Yet, none dared to question him, for that earlier display of power had awakened a stark realization in everyone present. Indeed, it was he who had acted. The sheer magnitude of his strength was terrifying. Senior, your cultivation is immensely powerful. Why do you wish to become the leader of our Sword Gate? Tian inquired respectfully, bowing slightly with clasped hands. At that moment, any doubts about Zhao Fan's strength had dissipated. The only lingering question was why such a formidable figure would choose to humble himself.